Cave, strange wall, dry corpse. My name is Yi Jihan, and I was born in a remote little mountain village in northeast China that my father, hailing from the south, ventured to the northeast as a treasure hunter. He vanished while my mother was 7 months pregnant with me. In contemporary terms, a treasure hunter is what we refer to as those who seek valuable artifacts. Individuals knowledgeable about treasures from the south journey to our northeastern lands, attempting to acquire the gems hidden in the mountains, be it a nugget of gold or a cluster of crystal stones or artifacts from ancient temples and tombs, or even the medicinal ginseng from the mountains, that we northeasterners colloquially refer to these individuals as treasure hunters. The villagers believe that my father discovered treasures on Changbai Mountain, disguising himself as a wandering doctor and settling here, eventually marrying my mother and having my mother, consumed by sorrow, passed away on the day of my birth that I was born during the Qingming festival. And from the moment I entered this world, I brought misfortune upon my parents, leading the villagers to regard me as an outcast. I was raised by my only relative, my maternal grandfather, a blind fortune teller. This blind man harbored a deep resentment towards my father for causing my mother's death, and he loathed me as a product of that very union. Not once did he treat me as kin. I am Yi Jihan, 16 years old. The preceding narrative encompasses the events leading up to my 16th birthday, the day I acquired the tome, the blood-binding corpse scriptures, and that peculiar blood-eyed artifact. Yi Guzi, come here, the blind man called out to me. Upon seeing his flushed face and the tightly gripped stick in his hand, I knew trouble was imminent. I casually grabbed a stool and placed it at the door before swiftly turning to flee. If he refrained from beating me today, it would be the best birthday gift I could hope for. Just as I was about to escape the courtyard, I heard the sound of the stool being knocked over, followed by the old blind man crashing to the ground that a wave of relief washed over me. While contemplating whether the blind man might injure himself, I dashed towards the western ridge, determined to uncover the truth about my deceased father, whether he perished in the mountains or fled with treasures in hand. Changbai Mountain lies deep within the ancient forest, a place thick with foliage. Locals who enter with hunting dogs sometimes fail to return, and many have met their demise within its depths. Thus, no one dares to venture there. Today, however, I was resolute, willing to risk my life to seek the truth. As the sun began to set, I traversed the third ridge and finally beheld Changbai Mountain. The mountain silhouette resembled a large steamed bun, half of which had been cast aside. The severed edge of the bun revealed a smooth stone wall, with a narrow vertical crack running through its center. This fissure resembled the gap of a door, causing the entire stone facade to appear as two tightly shut doors on a moon gate. Hence, the mountain was named Changbai Mountain. Surrounding the base of Changbai Mountain were dense clusters of hazelnut trees, making it nearly impossible to approach the foot of the mountain. After circling for quite some time, I finally discovered a temporary watercourse trickling down from the mountain. Following this path, I began my arduous ascent. After approximately an hour, I finally reached the summit. The summit of this mountain is barren and desolate, devoid of any features. The entire Changbai Mountain resembles a colossal, unbroken stone. Standing at the pinnacle, I am engulfed by a wave of despair and bewilderment. Where could my father possibly be? A gust of fierce mountain wind envelopes me, chilling my sweat-drenched clothes to a degree colder than iron. As I survey the surrounding peaks, a sense of familiarity washes over me, startling my heart. Till my due east, a mountain range undulates like a great dragon, meandering until it halts abruptly at the base of Changbai Mountain. This terrain strikes me as eerily recognizable. Could it be the auspicious formation of the purple chi from the east? Having spent countless days with the old blind man, deciphering fortunes and consulting the superstitions of geomancy, I am well versed in such matters. Thus, upon observing the contours of the mountains here, I am instantly reminded of the nomenclature from the blind man's book on feng shui. Turning my gaze to the west, I notice a mountain whose summit has a depression at its center. Within it lies a highland lake, resembling a miniature paradise of the Yaoqi. To my astonishment, Changbai Mountain is graced by a dragon vein to the east and a celestial pool to the west. It is at this moment that a verse from the feng shui tome echoes in my mind. Looking westward to the Yaoqi, where the Queen Mother descends from the east, comes the purple chi, filling the Hanga Pass. At this juncture, An icy chill seizes my limbs, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. The feng shui of this place is undeniably the gathering of 10,000 seas and immortals. This auspicious locale, the convergence of the gathering of 10,000 seas and immortals, lies beneath my very feet on Changbai Mountain. Such a remarkable feng shui formation must surely conceal treasures. My father, indeed, is a hoarder of riches. In my excitement, I lose my footing, and to my horror, I tumble off the cliff of Changbai Mountain. In that fleeting moment of free fall, despair grips my heart as I realize that my relentless pursuit has led me to the brink of death. My body plummets downward, and suddenly, I hear a sharp crack, followed by excruciating pain. When I finally open my eyes, I discover that I have fallen into a narrow crevice in the cliff of Changbai Mountain. The mountain wind howls fiercely against the stone walls, causing my hair to whip about. Peering over the edge, I am confronted by a sheer drop of several hundred meters. One glance is all it takes for me to instinctively recoil. Yet, as I lean back, I realize there is nothing to brace myself against, and I tumble backward into the void. When I regain my composure and rise from the ground, I find that the crevice hides a cavern behind it. My backward tumble has inadvertently propelled me into this cave. In this moment, I can truly consider myself a survivor. Amidst my lingering shock, a sudden thought strikes me. Could my treasure-hoarding father be within this cave? My heart races with anticipation. In this desolate place, where even those seeking death by jumping off a cliff cannot be found, how could there possibly be a wall? Intrigued, I take a few steps forward, and as my gaze sweeps the area, I am astonished to discover a figure at the base of the stone wall. There knelt a figure, backed against the stone wall on the cold ground. My heavens! The sight startled me, sending a shiver throughout my entire being. Within the cavern, the only sounds piercing the silence were the thunderous beats of my heart and my labored breaths. After several minutes of sitting there, my eyes gradually adjusted to the dimness. Summoning my courage, I finally dared to examine the figure before me. It was a corpse, long deceased. How many years had it lain here? The fierce mountain winds had tattered the clothing beyond recognition. The flesh had desiccated, resembling blackened jerky, clinging to the stark white bones. Trembling with fear, I gazed at the lifeless form, wondering in my heart, could this be my father? Yet upon closer inspection, I discerned that this was not the case. Portions of the corpse had decayed to the bone, and the clothing had completely rotted away. The body appeared largely intact, save for the right arm, which was unnaturally thin and short, reminiscent of a toddler's limb. This infant-like arm was thrust into the hollow of its own abdomen, as if desperately attempting to extract something from within. Here lay a person with a congenital deformity, yet the villagers had never referred to my father as disabled. Realizing this corpse was not my father, I glanced back at the stone wall, where I noticed a finger's-size hole amidst the crevices. The wall, hastily constructed of stones, was even more shoddily built than a pigsty. Mud had been smeared into the gaps, and the small opening I observed was situated atop the muddy seam. What lay beyond this wall? I pondered, inching closer to peer through the aperture. Inside, I beheld a sanguine expanse, akin to a sea of blood. This revelation startled me anew. I circled the ground, contemplating my next move, and resolved to dismantle the wall for a closer inspection. The wall was already so poorly made that I easily dislodged a stone with a kick, creating a tufu-twide breach in no time. Steeling myself, I crouched low and slipped through the opening. Inside was a modest cave, flanked by stone walls, roughly the size of 2 small rooms. A few rays of sunlight filtered through fissures in the cave's ceiling, allowing me to glimpse the surroundings. Within this cave, there was nothing. Drawing from my prior experiences, I was no longer easily frightened. Once composed, my gaze fell upon yet another corpse. Upon further examination, I was seized by a chill that coursed through my limbs. The body within the wall lay, facing the very hole I had just peered through. At that moment, when I looked inside, this corpse must have been staring outward. Was it possible that I had glimpsed the eyes of this deceased individual? After a moment of reflection, I considered the 2 corpses, one inside the wall, the other outside, both having met their demise in this very place. The figure outside was not my father. Could this one within be? Summoning my courage, I leaned closer for a better look, but the face was turned toward the wall, obscuring any view to that moment. I noticed a rusted handgun lying on the ground. This firearm resembled the common box gun seen in war films, or perhaps one with an excessively long magazine capable of firing 20 rounds. Overcome with trepidation at the thought of touching the corpse, I picked up the gun and prodded the lifeless body before me. With a sudden clatter, the corpse, which had been leaning against the wall, fell backward, landing face up. Once it lay on the ground, I immediately observed that the face, desiccated and blackened to the point of revealing the whiteness of the bones, had one eye wide open. This singular eye was a vivid crimson. A gasp escaped my lips, and I scrambled toward the depths of the cave in sheer panic. The corpse appeared as shriveled as a toad that had perished on the riverbank years ago. How could that one eye remain intact? I huddled in the farthest corner of the cave, trembling as I gazed at the bloodshot dead man before me. After a moment, as I turned my head, I noticed something peculiar. In the deepest recess of the cave, beside where I sat, there grew a solitary, wilted blade of grass, which bore a fruit the size of a peanut. This fruit was a deep purplish black, and despite having lived in the mountain village for many years, I had never encountered such a wild fruit. What on earth is this? My curiosity piqued, I reached out to pluck it. However, when my fingers brushed against this peculiar black fruit, I found myself unable to detach it. It was not a fruit at all. It was a drop of black liquid. Upon touching it, the viscous substance clung to my fingers. Suddenly, the 3 fingers that had come into contact with this black liquid felt as if they were on fire, searing with an intense heat that made me involuntarily jerk my hand away. In my haste to shake off the burning liquid, I inadvertently flicked the droplets into my own eye. The moment the substance entered my right eye, an inferno of pain erupted within it, radiating sharply toward my skull. Overwhelmed by the agony, I could do nothing but clutch my head and scream. When I managed to force my eyes open, I was greeted by a world tinged in blood red. At that moment, not only was my right eye racked with excruciating pain, but the entire half of my head felt as if it might explode, and my fingers burned with a fiery sensation. Kneeling on the ground, I chastised myself fervently for my folly. Why must my hands be so reckless? What possessed me to touch that incomprehensible substance? After a while, the throbbing in my right eye persisted, but had lessened in intensity. As I contemplated whether I might lose my sight, I began to rummage through the belongings on the lifeless body before me. I dared not gaze into that blood-red, unsettling eye, yet I cautiously extracted everything from the corpse with trembling hands. Within a small pouch attached to him, several dried and unappetizing steamed buns were contained, that a few small vials held unknown substances, while his pocket harbored a sizable handful of rusted cartridges from shotgun, along with a pencil tip. Nestled within his abdomen lay a broken sword, measuring a foot in length. The belly of this lifeless body was now shriveled and blackened, the sword having fallen out by itself. Ultimately, at the side of the corpse's chest, I discovered a tightly wrapped oilcloth bundle, which appeared to be his most treasured possession secured with such meticulousness. Upon unwrapping the cloth, I found an aged, yellowed book bound with thread, its cover inscribed with 4 prominent characters. Blood Guide to the Corpse Scriptures. Chapter 3. Fiery Eyes, Blood Spirit. In the strange tome, as I casually leafed through this tome, I discovered that the characters within were inscribed with a brush, rather than printed. Upon encountering the pencil tip once more, I noticed it bore several dark, purplish stains of blood. What purpose did this individual have for manipulating a pencil tip in their final moments? A flicker of curiosity ignited within me, and suddenly, I recalled the very book in my hands. I scrutinized the tome once more, ultimately uncovering a substantial passage written in pencil upon the final page. This page, originally the back cover of the book, was devoid of any brush inscriptions, yet it was densely filled with pencil writing. Cradling the book, I leaned against the stone wall and settled onto the ground, meticulously reading the pencil-written words. After only a few lines, my heart began to race furiously. The skeletal remains on the ground, marked by blood and eyes, indeed belonged to my father. The pencil inscriptions chronicled the events leading to his arrival here. It turned out that my father hailed from a treasure-seeking sect in the Jiangnan region. Though termed a sect, it was merely a master guiding a handful of disciples. My father was an orphan adopted by his master, who bestowed upon him the name Yi Yuan. By the age of 16, he had begun to venture into the world of martial arts. Due to his quick wit and decisive actions, he had already carved out a reputation in the realm by the age of 19, earning the moniker Fiery Eye Eagle. My father's master was a remarkable individual, and each disciple in his fold possessed a unique skill. My father's extraordinary ability was derived from his left eye. That year, shortly after adopting my father, his master stumbled upon a fruit known as the blood spirit during a treasure hunt and gifted it to him. According to the text, once the blood spirit ripens, it resembles a droplet of blood and dissolves upon contact. After a drop of this blood spirit was bestowed upon my father's left eye, each time he harnessed his internal energy, that eye would blaze a fiery crimson. This red eye granted him a natural advantage in the art of divination, allowing him to perceive the aura of treasures and the dragon energy of mountains. Consequently, my father possessed an innate edge while seeking treasures. It was precisely because his left eye transformed into a blazing red that he earned the nickname Fiery Eye Eagle. As I contemplated this revelation, I glanced at my own fingers, which had returned to their normal state. Aside from a lingering sensation akin to flames, there were no traces of blood to be found, as if the dark blood had been absorbed entirely into my fingers. I couldn't help but ponder, could the drop of blood I had inadvertently flung into my own eye be this so-called blood spirit? I continued to read. My father recounted that during one of their treasure hunts, he and his fellow disciples inadvertently discovered a tome upon entering a crypt. This very volume, titled The Blood Guide to Corpse Techniques. In his travels across the martial world, my father concealed his identity as a treasure seeker by adopting the guise of a wandering physician. To the casual observer, this book appeared to be of a medical nature, leading others to casually bestow it upon him. Upon a close reading of this book, my father discovered that it was authored by a renowned physician of the Qing dynasty, named Yi Tianshi. Within its pages, it chronicled an array of peculiar ailments and the bizarre methods employed for their treatment. In his daily life, my father masqueraded as a doctor, seeking treasures far and wide, extracting teeth, treating minor ailments such as headaches and infections. Having acquired this strange tome, he learned several remedies contained within, preparing himself for unforeseen circumstances. Little did he know, this book would usher in a calamity. As time passed, my father's master passed away. The group of his fellow apprentices continued to gather, engaging in their treasure-seeking endeavors. One day, a friend from the underworld fell victim to a rare affliction known as esophageal phthisis, characterized by an inability to retain food, resulting in relentless vomiting. Each day, at noon and midnight, he would expel blood. Such a malady, which forbids sustenance and induces a bloody purge, is unbearable within a few days. He had withered to a mere skeleton. Upon observing his friend's symptoms and hearing about the blood expulsion, my father's heart stirred. The condition bore a striking resemblance to one documented in the Shuyan Shijing. Thus, he decided to follow the prescribed remedy from the book, mashing a clove of purple garlic into juice and mixing it with aged vinegar, administering a generous bowl to the patient every 2 hours. To his astonishment, after more than 10 doses of the garlic vinegar concoction, the next day, the patient violently retched, ultimately expelling a peculiar beetle the size of a child's fist from his throat. Following the expulsion of this creature, the patient felt an immediate relief, and his ailment vanished entirely. It turned out that this beetle, known as a throat louse, is a rare parasite that resides in the human esophagus, feeding on blood. As it grows, it not only obstructs the passage of food, but also incites bloody vomit. However, this creature has an aversion to garlic and vinegar. When these two substances are combined and ingested repeatedly, the throat louse can no longer endure and makes its escape. After my father successfully cured this friend, the man recounted that while seeking medical help, he had encountered a Hong Kong merchant whose symptoms mirrored his own. If my father could treat such an ailment, the merchant would surely reward him handsomely. Subsequently, my father indeed cured the throat louse afflicting the merchant, who then presented my father with a substantial sum as gratitude. At that moment, my father thought little of it, however. His fellow apprentices had witnessed the transaction and secretly took note. A few days later, my father sensed an unusual tension among his peers. Upon eavesdropping on their conversation, he uncovered a plot to end his life and seized the extraordinary book. Thus, under the veil of night, he fled, ultimately finding refuge in the northeast. There, he discovered the unique feng shui of the nearby Changbai Mountain and stumbled upon a rare herb, the blood spirit root, within a cave. However, at that time, the blood spirit seed had yet to reach maturity. This nearly mature seed resembled a droplet of blood, exceedingly delicate. A mere brush from a bird or a gust of wind could cause it to fall. Thus, my father constructed a stone wall within the cave to shield it from the encroachments of wildlife and the elements, and then he departed. In order to await the maturation of the blood spirit seed, my father settled in the village of Shermin at the foot of the mountain. To his surprise, during his stay, he encountered my mother. My father's last words conveyed that my mother was pure-hearted and endearing, and their bond was particularly strong. After their marriage, he contemplated abandoning his previous treasure-seeking endeavors to live a tranquil life with my mother in that small mountain village. Before long, my mother became pregnant. With a keen eye, my father discerned that she carried a male child. This revelation rekindled his memories of the blood spirit seed atop Shermin Mountain. Chapter 4. The brother of the infant arm and the soul-devouring blood eye upon ascending the mountain. My father entered the cave only to discover that the maturation of the blood spirit child was still 2 days away. He sealed the stone wall and kept vigil, awaiting the blood spirit child's readiness. Unbeknownst to him, a senior disciple from his sect had also arrived, lurking in the shadows while observing my father's ascent of Stone Gate Mountain. My father's fellow disciples were scattered across the land, searching for him. It was likely that they had been drawn here by the peculiar geomantic energies of Stone Gate Mountain, and by chance, they witnessed my father climbing the mountain. This particular senior disciple, named Chen Song, was a master of the unique martial art known as the infant monkey fist. In a tragic twist of fate, his right arm had been severed during his childhood, and the infantile hand he now possessed was an arm transplanted from a drought spirit. The drought spirit, a zombie that had existed for over 1,000 years, was the cause of any severe droughts. Its appearance resembled that of a 2 to 3-year-old child, albeit with its eyes situated atop its head. The monkey in the infant monkey fist signifies the drought spirit. Once successfully transplanted, this baby-like arm exhibited remarkable sensitivity. Merely resting it against a wall allowed one to discern hidden mechanisms or the movements of living beings on the other side. Moreover, this diminutive hand harbored immense power, making it exceedingly useful during treasure hunts. Upon entering the cave and encountering the wall, Brother Chen Song stationed himself outside, imitating the sounds of 2 wild doves in combat, hoping to lure my father into peering through the wall, thus providing him an opportunity for a surprise attack. However, my father was astute and vigilant. As he leaned out to investigate, he had already prepared a loaded revolver in his hand. In that fleeting moment, as Chen Song wielded his sword, the infant monkey fist pierced through the soil between the wall's crevice, targeting my father within. Simultaneously, my father's gun discharged. In an instant, 20 bullets erupted from his weapon, devastating Chen Song's abdomen. Yet, in that same moment, Chen Song's blade found its mark, striking my father in a critical area of his torso. Chen Song writhed in agony outside the wall for a brief moment before succumbing to his injuries. His infant-like hand, now searching within his own abdomen, attempted to extract the bullets my father had fired. Ultimately, however, the severity of his wounds proved fatal, and he perished outside the wall. My father, possessing medical knowledge, recognized that the location of his injury was a vital area of the abdomen, and he knew his life was forfeit. In his final moments, he inscribed his last words on the blank pages of the blood-summoning corpse canon. At the end, he expressed a wish that should any benevolent soul come upon his writings, he would offer this book and the blood spirit child as a reward. He requested that the person who discovered his remains deliver the last written page of this book, along with the blood eye he bore, to his wife and son. The note bore my mother's name and the name he had chosen for me, Yi Han. So it was revealed. As I finished reading the words left by my father and gazed upon his withered corpse lying on the ground, along with his blood-red left eye, an inexplicable sensation surged within me. This, it turns out, is the origin of the 2 corpses inside and outside the wall. My father was not the heartless scoundrel who disregarded his wife and children. I am indeed the offspring of a hidden treasure. In his final moments, my father still yearned for his beloved wife and child, unaware that my mother had passed soon after his departure. And I, his son, having grown up amidst abuse and humiliation, have now reached the age of 16. With this extraordinary tome, the Blood Guide to Corpse Scriptures, and my father's fiery eye, I shall no longer endure the oppression and maltreatment of others. I am determined to make those who belittled and bullied me pay dearly for their transgressions. With this thought, I carefully opened the Blood Guide to Corpse Scriptures. My father's message indicated that this book contained the usage of the blood spirit. However, upon glimpsing the section on blood spirit, a chill coursed through me. The text reveals that once the blood spirit matures, it undergoes tremendous changes over time. My current right eye is no longer my father's observing fiery eye. Instead, it has transformed into a harbinger of death. This realization filled me with a surge of rage. Such is my wretched fate. Why do all good things turn awry upon reaching me? Within these scriptures, not only are numerous peculiar ailments and strange remedies documented, but an array of extraordinary medicinal materials is also chronicled. The blood spirit is one such entity, described as flourishing in places imbued with celestial energy, turning a fiery red upon maturation. If utilized within a year of its maturity, it can bestow an observing fiery eye, capable of perceiving the spiritual energies of the universe. However, each use significantly depletes one's vital essence. Therefore, unless one has attained a certain level of cultivation, a mere ordinary person who employs it frequently will succumb to premature aging and death. Should the blood spirit remain unharvested and continue to mature on the parent plant for 4 years, its hue will shift to a deep green. At that point, if used, the individual's eyes will transform into the capturing spirit azure eye, capable of absorbing the spiritual energies of ethereal entities for personal use. However, the toll on the body is even greater. One must reach a state where their vital energy flows unobstructed through all meridians to safely employ it. Otherwise, the conflicting energies within the user will lead to a swift demise. If the blood spirit continues to grow for another 4 years, maturing on the plant for a total of 8 years, a golden sheen will emerge. When utilized at this stage, the eye will become the severing spirit golden eye. This golden gaze not only absorbs the spiritual energies of ethereal beings for the user's benefit, but also inflicts harm upon them, driving away malevolent spirits and entities. However, if one who has not achieved mastery in cultivating chi were to attempt its use even a few times, they would suffer a catastrophic explosion of the eyes, leading to death. After 4 more years, when the blood spirit reaches its 12th year, it will transform into a cerulean hue. At that juncture, if utilized, this eye will evolve into the devouring spirit eye, capable not only of absorbing spiritual energy and vanquishing spiritual entities, but also of consuming the vital essence from living beings. This vital essence and spiritual energy will continually enhance the capabilities of the devouring spirit eye, albeit with increasingly stringent requirements for its usage. The text cautioned that unless one possesses a body that is neither purely yin nor purely yang, such an eye must not be employed. Otherwise, a single use of the devouring spirit eye will result in a backlash, completely draining the user's life essence. Furthermore, after another 4 years, when the blood spirit reaches its 16th year, it will turn a dark crimson. Should this essence be applied to a person's eyes at that time, it will transform into the soul-devouring blood eye. This soul-devouring blood eye possesses the ability to consume the souls of the departed, thereby augmenting its own power. However, once the soul-devouring blood eye is formed, the individual will be compelled to incessantly devour souls, unable to cease. Possessing this eye is akin to harboring a demon that feeds upon souls. If one neglects to satiate it, it will inevitably consume their very own soul. Chapter 5. The Avenger of My Father. I shall devour you alive. As I reached this point, I was consumed by an anger so profound that I felt an irresistible urge to bash my head against the wall. Today marks my 16th birthday, and this blood spirit has lingered for a full 16 years. What misfortune have I unwittingly invited upon myself? I gazed at my troublesome right hand, wishing fervently to sever it from my body. The blood spirit has now seeped into my right eye, transforming it into a devouring abyss for my very soul. I find myself in a state of uncertainty, pondering when this cursed eye will hunger and when it will commence its ravenous consumption of my essence. My emotions are akin to bearing a ticking time bomb within me, set to explode at any moment, perhaps in the next minute or maybe months from now. When it detonates, it will herald my demise. Seated upon the cold ground, I was engulfed in despair and loathing. After a prolonged moment of stupor, I gradually rose to my feet. Regardless of the circumstances, my father's actions throughout his life have been honorable to both my mother and me. He should never be left to rot in this forsaken place. As his son, it is my foremost duty to ensure he receives a proper burial. I tore a piece from my father's tattered clothing to wrap around the broken sword, preventing its edge from slicing my hands. Then, alongside the blood spirit, I began to excavate a grave, gently laying my father's body to rest within. Initially, I had no intention of taking his crimson eye, wishing to spare him the indignity of disfigurement. Yet, as I maneuvered his body, that fiery orb unexpectedly tumbled from his sunken socket. I recalled the letter he had left, instructing whoever discovered his body to bring this eye to my mother and me. Surely, this eye, which had not decayed alongside the corpse, harbors some additional power. Thus, I meticulously preserved my father's eye. After interring my father, I buried the broken sword at the foot of his grave. I bowed several times before his resting place, then exited the stone enclosure. I carefully sealed the hole I had previously created in the wall with stones and earth. Upon completing this task, I turned to find the lifeless body of my father's master, Chun Hao, leaning against the wall. The sight of him ignited a blaze of fury within my heart. Were it not for this wretched being who brought about my father's demise, our family would still be thriving, and I would not be left an orphan. How could I allow the man responsible for my father's death to remain beside his grave? I stepped forward, grasping Chun Hao's clothing, intending to cast his corpse into the abyss beyond the cliff. At that moment, my ever-burning right eye, which perceived everything in crimson, suddenly beheld a dark mist emanating from Chun Hao's lifeless form, surging towards me. A ghost. The sight startled me into a gasp. My grip faltered, and his body fell to the ground. Instinctively, my left hand swung out to repel the encroaching shadow, but to my dismay, it met only empty air. The shadow, without any hindrance, passed through my left arm and lunged toward me, now nearly brushing against my face. Through the crimson haze clouding my vision, I discerned that the shadow was an indistinct humanoid figure. Upon its head was an extraordinarily fierce visage, which now gaped open with an astonishingly wide mouth, aiming to bite my face. As I watched in horror, the ghastly face was about to sink its teeth into me. Instinctively, I pushed it away with my right hand. Aware that this action would not halt the specter, I performed it purely out of reflex. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly futile gesture actually kept the shadow at bay outside my corporeal form. I felt an unexpected coolness in the 3 fingers of my right hand, my thumb, index, and middle fingers that had previously been seared by the blood spirit. Upon contacting the shadow, they were instantly enveloped in a refreshing sensation. Upon closer inspection, I realized that my 3 fingers had ensnared the dark specter. Despite its desperate struggles, it could not escape my grasp. In that fleeting moment, enlightenment struck me. The soothing coolness I felt in my fingers indicated that I was absorbing the essence of this malevolent spirit. This blood spirit, nurtured for 16 years, had transformed into a soul-devouring blood eye. With my fingers now tainted by this spirit, I possessed the ability to harm the specter. However, as I shifted its remains, Chun Hao's ghost immediately surged forth, intent on causing me harm. In a moment of clarity, I thought to myself, damn it, I have no idea when this soul-devouring blood I will activate and consume my own essence. Given that I have an enemy's spirit in my grasp, I shall allow the blood eye to feast today. After consuming this spirit, perhaps I could delay the day my own soul would be devoured. With this resolve, I widened my right eye, channeling all my focus toward my soul-devouring blood eye. I then fiercely directed my gaze towards the specter in my hand. Suddenly, within the vision of my blood eye, I clearly observed a slender black smoke column being drawn from the ghost's shadowy form, surging into my blood eye. Chun Hao's spirit writhed and held in desperation. Despite its vigorous struggles, it could not escape the iron grip of my 3 fingers. In an instant, as the smoke entered my eye, I felt a refreshing coolness wash over me. This portion of the spirit's essence alleviated the persistent pain and burning in my eye and half my head. Within the blood eye, I could distinctly see that as the mist from the shadow was continuously absorbed, Chun Hao's form diminished and faded. Soon enough, the last vestige of Chun Hao's spirit was entirely consumed by my soul-devouring blood eye. Chun Hao's ghost was thoroughly devoured by my blood eye. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. As I gasped for breath, still shaken by the recent events, a careful reflection allowed me to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The ghost of Chun Song, upon encountering the son of his adversary, harbored intentions to harm me. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that he had become the first victim of my soul-devouring crimson eye. To me, Chun Hao was undeniably a malevolent figure. The blood eye consumed his spirit, and I felt no remorse. Instead, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged within me. I thought to myself, since you were responsible for my father's demise, do not blame me for consuming you. At that moment, I noticed that my right eye no longer appeared blood red when I gazed at my surroundings. The searing pain in my fingers had dissipated as well. My eyes and fingers had returned to their normal state. It seemed that they had been satiated. I mused inwardly, wondering how long it would be until the blood eye turned crimson again, craving to devour another soul. For now, however, I was momentarily safe. With this thought, I felt a mix of relief for having survived this ordeal and trepidation regarding the next onset of the blood eye. Once I steadied myself, I began to kick the lifeless body of Chun Hao, now as withered as charcoal, until it lay in disarray. One piece at a time, I sent him tumbling down the cliff. Below, a dense thicket awaited, ensuring that no one would ever stumble upon him again. Even after a millennium, The remains of Song would remain undiscovered. I pondered how many more days I had left to live, whether any spirits would approach me before my demise, and if I could leverage the secrets within the blood-binding corpse scriptures to elevate myself and become someone who would not be easily victimized. As I approached the cave's entrance, I realized that I had been contemplating the distant future for too long. For before me lay a more pressing dilemma. How could I escape this desolate cave, devoid of both sky above and earth below? Chapter 6. What bewitched you? In the end, I reached the summit of the cliff. In truth, many endeavors are far easier to accomplish than they appear. The fissure in the rock was approximately 1 meter wide. I spread my arms and legs in a large V shape, gradually maneuvering my way upwards, swiftly ascending to the cliff's apex. The only challenge along the way was the sheer drop of hundreds of meters below, which rendered one weak-kneed and dizzy upon a mere glance. Once I stood atop the cliff, I gazed around and was suddenly struck by the thought, this mysterious realm of myriad celestial beings, where the essence of heaven and earth converged to nurture this blood spirit. I pondered whether my father's resting place here would somehow influence the course of my life. In that moment, I found solace in the belief that the ethereal principles of feng shui might indeed hold some truth, for I was in desperate need of transformation. For some time now, I had observed my peers maturing into adulthood. In our small village, high educational attainment was a rarity. Some of my contemporaries had begun to court, while others had ventured into business or sought opportunities elsewhere. Meanwhile, I was still enduring relentless bullying, perpetually at risk of being harmed by my blind grandfather. As the years progressed, a deep bitterness settled in my heart. Hence, when I acquired the blood-guiding corpse scripture, it felt akin to clutching a lifeline. It seemed that by grasping it, I might harbor the hope of becoming a normal person. On this day, I also found myself entangled with the soul-devouring blood eye. This entity felt like a noose tightening around my neck, threatening to strangle me at any moment. Consequently, the events of today filled me with trepidation, yet simultaneously ignited flickers of hope. These two bottles had become a habit of mine over the years, born from the fear that one day my drunken grandfather might enter and strike me down as I lay on the bed. With these bottles, the moment he opened my door, I would be startled awake by the noise. That day, exhausted from the tumult, I soon found solace upon my chest, where the blood-guiding corpse scripture lay securely wrapped, and drifted into slumber. My dreams were filled with bizarre and unsettling visions, leaving me profoundly uneasy. Just as I struggled within the dream, a sudden crash jolted me awake. I sat up on the bed, startled. The sound I heard was the wine bottle toppling over as it was knocked by the door. Upon looking around, I saw that daylight had broken, and a familiar figure stood before me. It was Dajiang, looking anxious. He snatched my cotton jacket and tossed it into my arms. "Hurry," he exclaimed, drenched in sweat. "We must fetch the blind grandfather and head to my home." "Your home? What has happened?" I inquired while hastily putting on my shoes. "My father has been bewitched," Dajiang replied urgently. I quickly dressed and woke the blind man. The three of us hurried towards Dajiang's house at the eastern end of the village. This elder brother, who is merely a year my senior, stands out among the villagers of my age as the sole individual who has refrained from bullying me and has often cared for my well-being. Throughout my childhood, my maternal grandfather never bestowed upon me a single piece of clothing or a pair of shoes. All that I wore were the hand-me-downs from this elder brother. The very shoes on my feet and the attire enveloping my form were gifts from him. My grandfather, who is blind, primarily makes a living through fortune-telling. In his youth, when his sight was intact, he even practiced feng shui. However, he is not adept at controlling the supernatural occurrences that perplex us. In our village of Sherman, there are no other practitioners of such arts besides him. It seems that in a moment of desperation, the family of my elder brother resorted to seeking the help of a blind man, hoping for a remedy of sorts. Before long, the three of us arrived at my elder brother's home, where chaos reigned supreme. The yard was teeming with villagers drawn by the spectacle. With little in the way of entertainment in our lives, such events prompt a collective curiosity, though they are simultaneously filled with trepidation towards the unknown, leading none to dare enter the house. Instead, they perched upon the walls, eager to witness the unfolding drama. I led the blind man inside, where my elder brother's sister and mother were present, yet I could not find my elder brother's father, who had fallen victim to the supernatural. "Where is he? Come, let me feel him," the blind man called out upon entering. "Is he not there?" My elder brother furrowed his brow, displaying a troubled expression. "He is lying on the beam." At this proclamation, my gaze shot upward in astonishment. "My goodness!" I nearly gasped aloud. My elder brother's father. A man in his 40s weighing around 160 to 170 pounds was crouched in the narrow space between the beam and the ceiling. His eyes, sharp and glinting, fixed upon us with an intensity devoid of any human warmth. These were not the eyes of a man. After a fleeting glance, he swiftly darted like an agile rodent from the center of the beam to the southern end, turning around to fix us with his animalistic gaze. Witnessing his movements, I felt a chill run down my spine. The beams in my elder brother's house are wooden, approximately 40 centimeters in thickness and round. Moreover, every meter or so, a vertical post supports the rafters above. It is inconceivable for even a robust man to navigate such a space, let alone crawl or turn, much less at such a remarkable speed. This was no feat achievable by a human. Once we were inside the room, I released the blind man's cane from my grasp. Even he, despite having spent a lifetime in the realm of the arcane, was momentarily at a loss upon hearing that the patient had ascended to the beam. At that moment, my elder brother's sister, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "What nonsense! What use is a blind fortune teller in this situation? Get him out of here." My elder brother, tall and handsome, contrasts sharply with his sister, who is equally statuesque and striking, yet her temperament is the polar opposite of his. Her younger sister holds me in utter disdain. Every time I visit Brother Dajiang and encounter her, I am subjected to her scathing remarks. After delivering a few barbs, she cast a glance in my direction, and upon noticing my worn clothes and old shoes, remnants of what her brother once wore, her face contorted into an expression of scornful disdain. She then proclaimed, "Our father must be mentally ill. He ought to consult a psychiatrist at a reputable hospital in the city." With a derisive glance akin to that one might give to refuse, she shot a look at me and the blind man beside me, adding, "If we must hire someone, let it be a proper practitioner. These two charlatans, one a drunkard and the other so impoverished he might as well be urinating blood, are utterly worthless." This girl spares no effort in her harsh words. Chapter 7. Can you see me? Even the blind could no longer remain seated. She abruptly rose from her chair. "Be quiet," De Jiang exclaimed, noticing the blind woman about to leave, and hurriedly called out to his sister. De Jiang's mother swiftly pulled her sister aside. The blind woman steadied herself. With the patient on the beam above, she had no choice but to address De Jiang. She shook her head slightly, preparing to speak. This was her habitual gesture, and at the sight of it, I knew she was about to launch into another round of nonsensical chatter. Since I learned to walk, I had accompanied the blind woman in predicting fortunes for people, though I remained uncertain of her genuine abilities. When encountering young men and women, she would proclaim that they were fated for romantic encounters, with the red star of love in motion. For middle-aged individuals, it was invariably misfortunes at home, caused by malevolent influences. As for the elderly, their woes stemmed from unfilial children or past misdeeds. Her repertoire of phrases was so familiar that I could recite them by the age of 7. In truth, it was all mere drivel. Throughout a lifetime of 60 or 70 years, who hasn't committed a wrong? Yet, as one ages, they tend to dwell on their thoughts more, making her words applicable to anyone. Nonsense! How could a grown man go a single day without stepping outside? I had little interest in the blind woman's deceptive tricks. While she babbled on, I raised my gaze towards De Jiang's father, perched upon the beam. To my dismay, his demeanor resembled that of an animal rather than a human. Could it be that De Jiang's father was truly ensnared by something sinister? As I scrutinized him, an epiphany struck me. My right eye, the soul-devouring blood eye. Was it not capable of vanquishing ethereal entities and absorbing souls? Perhaps with this eye, I could discern what lay upon De Jiang's father. However, just as I felt a surge of hope, my heart sank once more. This soul-devouring blood eye was not something to be wielded lightly. It had only recently been satiated. Should I utilize it now and deplete its energy, I would be left searching for spirits to consume, lest it turn its hunger upon me. Yet I glanced at De Jiang, who wore a grim expression, listening to my grandfather's ramblings, his brow furrowed in distress. It was evident that he was both enraged and troubled. In this world, there existed but one person who had shown me kindness. If I could assist him but chose not to, could I still consider myself human? With this thought igniting a fire within me, I resolved, if my fate was to perish, let it be in this endeavor, for it would be a worthy death. With determination, I focused all my attention on my right eye. I widened it forcefully, directing my gaze intently at De Jiang's father on the beam. Instantly, the world through my right eye transformed into a crimson haze. In a fleeting glance, I discerned what appeared to be a yellow figure hovering around De Jiang's father. A sudden, guttural cry erupted from his throat, a sound that was anything but human. The commotion unmistakably indicated the presence of a beast in distress. Before I could discern anything clearly, De Jong's father leapt down from the beams of the house. His form descended with remarkable grace onto the Kong, akin to a kitten landing softly. He landed on all fours, a fierce glint in his eyes, baring his gleaming white teeth as he advanced towards me. In an instant, he had realized I was observing him. He approached. The room was filled with chatter when, all of a sudden, De Jong's father sprang down from the beams, his countenance menacing as he drew near us, startling everyone in the vicinity. Behind me, De Jong's mother and sister let out startled cries, retreating hastily. De Jong also tugged at the old blind man, urging him to step back, leaving me as the sole individual facing this formidable figure. My heart raced wildly. However, the trials of the previous day had notably fortified my psychological resilience. Summoning my courage, I extended my blood-stained right index finger, pointing at De Jong's father as he approached. In that very moment, my blood-tinged vision revealed a slender, yellow silhouette within De Jong's father. This figure was unmistakably familiar to anyone from the countryside. It was a yellow weasel. It turned out that De Jong's father had fallen under the enchantment of a cunning weasel. "You." I mustered all my strength to call out, the force of my own voice surprising me. "You. Get out of here." Though my heart was unsettled and my mind in chaos, my shout resonated with unexpected authority. De Jong's father abruptly halted in his tracks. "You again!" At that moment, De Jong's sister angrily exclaimed from behind me, "You useless fool. My father is ill. And you dare provoke him? Get out." Just as she uttered these words, De Jong's father suddenly spoke. To my astonishment, his voice was that of a woman. "Can you see me?" The soft, feminine tone emerging from the mouth of a middle-aged man was truly disconcerting. De Jong's sister fell silent, the gravity of the situation becoming evident. It was clear that something had possessed De Jong's father. I steadied my nerves. At this juncture, I could not falter. I had to maintain my composure. Thus, I suppressed my inner turmoil and feigned calm as I declared, "A yellow weasel becomes a spirit and dares to cause trouble here? Do you seek to court death?" Upon uttering this, De Jong's mother gasped in astonishment. At that moment, De Jong's father scanned the room with his animalistic gaze, then spoke in that eerie feminine voice. "He shot me with a shotgun. Shouldn't I retaliate?" Behind me, the old blind man stood frozen, mirroring De Jong's astonishment. Surely, they never imagined I possessed such abilities. Meanwhile, Da Jiang's mother wore a look of deep regret. I overheard her lamenting, "For days now, we have been plagued by weasels stealing our chickens, draining their blood and departing, causing the loss of 7 or 8 chickens at a time. Our household is." I turned to Da Jiang's father and inquired, "Can he truly harm you? With just a shotgun? What is the purpose of your skills?" It is well known among the mountain folk that anything with a modicum of capability cannot be struck down by a shotgun. Moreover, at this moment, my spirit cannot falter. I am sustained solely by this resolve. "Ask her." Da Jiang's father fixed his gaze upon Da Jiang's mother and uttered those words. Upon hearing this, Da Jiang's sister blushed deeply, and I suddenly grasped the situation. Chapter 8. Confronting the Yellow Weasel Spirit. This riding cloth is the very item women use during their menstrual cycles. The nature of a woman's monthly flow is profoundly impure, akin to the effects of black dog blood, possessing the ability to counteract various demonic spells and enchantments. If De Jong's father truly employed this item, it would not be surprising if he harmed or even killed the weasel. However, at this moment, regardless of whether my side is justified or not, for the sake of De Jong's reputation, I must resolve this matter. With this thought in mind, I shouted loudly at De Jong's father, "You repeatedly trespass to steal, yet you blame others for retaliating? You merely rely on your limited abilities. Today, you will either leave this instant, or I shall end you right here." I pointed at the transformed weasel, shouting with audacity. At that moment, a wave of exhilaration surged within me. For the first time in my life, I confronted someone head-on, and that someone was a transformed weasel. How incredible this was! Unexpectedly, this time, my intimidation did not yield the desired effect. Before my words even faded, De Jong's father lunged at me with a fierce howl. His movements were alarmingly swift. By the time I realized my bravado had failed, De Jong's father was already upon me. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no choice but to fight back. To preserve my life, I must summon all the strength I possess. Those 3 fingers, stained with blood spirit, which I once used to seize the ghost of Chen Hao, I hope they will prove equally effective against the weasel spirit. Divine spirits, lend me your favor. As De Jong's father charged towards me, I reached forward. My 3 fingers latched onto the throat of his airborne form. Through the blood vision, I clearly discerned that this spot was precisely where the weasel spirit had possessed De Jong's father. In that fleeting moment, I could vividly see my fingers gripping the neck of that yellow figure. Simultaneously, a cry of anguish escaped both my lips and those of De Jong's father. The weasel screamed in surprise at being seized, while I cried out due to the excruciating pain coursing through my right eye, half my head, and the 3 fingers of my right hand, as if they had been pierced by burning steel needles, causing me unbearable agony. The soul-devouring blood eye immediately issued a vehement warning. It craved sustenance. I pressed my left hand firmly against De Jong's father's face and forcefully pushed him back. De Jong's father fell with a thud. Meanwhile, the shadow of the weasel was tightly grasped in my hand. De Jong's father was finally saved. With a thump, De Jong's father collapsed to the ground, yet within the room, no one dared to approach him. The eerie feminine voice that had escaped De Jong's father had terrified everyone. De Jong, I shouted despite the excruciating pain. What is it, Yezi? De Jong inquired hastily. Our father is fine now, quickly help him out. Everyone, get out. I urged with all my strength. They awoke as if from a dream. Although they could not perceive the figure of the yellow weasel, they finally grasped the current situation. The yellow weasel that had ensnared De Jong's father had been extracted from his body by me, and now it was firmly pinched between my 3 fingers, held aloft. The others hastily dragged the fallen De Jong out, while the old blind man, disregarding his cane, scrambled after them. Suddenly, I heard a heart-wrenching scream. When I lifted my gaze, I beheld the terror-stricken face of De Jong's sister. His eyes, she cried out, frantic with fear. A weight sank in my heart. Her fright stemmed from the sight of my blood-red eyes. Before she could utter another word, De Jong swung his right hand in a wide arc, and with a resounding slap, delivered a decisive blow to her face. The force of De Jong's strike silenced his sister, and he then seized her by the collar, dragging her out the door. In an instant, everyone had exited the room, leaving only me and the yellow weasel within. At this moment, the pain in my 3 fingers began to subside. I realized it was due to the weasel's essence being slowly absorbed by my fingertips. I hoped that the spiritual energy within this creature would satiate my ravenous blood-red eyes. With that thought, I concentrated my gaze upon the yellow weasel. The instant my eyes met its shadowy form, a jolt coursed through my right hand, and I felt the weasel tremble. Spare me, Great One. I have something to say. The yellow weasel cried out in a loud voice. It turned out that this creature could speak without relying on another's body. Your pleas are futile. I have no choice but to wield these eyes. If I do not consume you, they shall consume me, I replied, slightly easing the power of my blood-red eyes upon the weasel. Upon hearing my words, the weasel hastily exclaimed, There is a monster in this village. I will reveal its whereabouts. What did you say? I demanded, my voice rising. This malevolent being has caused much harm. Consuming it would be a righteous act. The yellow weasel shouted. I have committed no wrongs in my life. To kill me would be a transgression against the heavens. Please, consider. You claim to have done no wrong. I retorted fiercely. What of today's events? The weasel quickly defended itself, saying, This man injured me. I merely sought to teach him a minor lesson, not to take his life. I am called Huang Jiru, and all cultivators in this vicinity know of me. If you ever hear that I have indeed committed heinous acts, by all means, use your abilities to capture and slay me. It would be a mere trifle for you. Furthermore, sensing my hesitation, the weasel continued, The monster I mentioned has harmed many, including your friend De Jong. If you do not believe me, just watch. Before long, that great river would be blinded. What did you say? Upon hearing this utterance from the weasel spirit, Huang Jiru, I was momentarily taken aback. In my anxiety, my grip tightened involuntarily, causing Huang Jiru to emit a piercing scream. Release me, and I shall reveal the location of that demon. If you consume that creature, neither of us need face death. Otherwise, if I perish, your friend shall not survive either. At that moment, I could not help but marvel at Huang Jiru. Truly a cunning creature. De Jiang, I shouted towards the outside. After all these years of camaraderie, upon hearing my call, De Jiang, disregarding the dangers within the room, bravely entered without hesitation. I cast a glance at De Jiang's face with my blood-red eyes, and in that instant, we startled each other. De Jiang beheld the crimson hue of my eye, while I focused on his gaze, and indeed, a dark mist enveloped De Jiang's eyes. Chapter 9. The Yellow Weasel of the former Qing dynasty. I too have come to this day. This is poison. Huang Jiru immediately seized the opportunity to say, The only way to resolve this is to find the demon. I waved my hand to send Da Jiang out. then turned to Huang Jiru and said, "You had better not deceive me." I had only just summoned Dajiang to ascertain the truth of Huang Jiru's words, to guard against this yellow weasel fabricating lies to save its own life in a moment of peril. Now that I observed the peculiar expression on Dajiang's face, I began to believe Huang Jiru's claims. With this thought, I flung Huang Jiru to the ground. There was no choice. She had been rendered weak by the draining of my 3 fingers. If I continued to exert pressure, she might perish. "Thank you, immortal, for your mercy." Huang Jiru curled into a small ball on the ground, her beady eyes gazing up at me pitifully as she spoke. A portion of her essence had already been absorbed into my soul-devouring blood eye. The pain in my right eye had somewhat alleviated, no longer piercing to the point of unsteadiness. Presumably, Huang Jiru had also suffered considerable loss of her cultivated powers. The location of the demon lies in the southwest of the village, within the uninhabited courtyard at the outermost edge. Huang Jiru, perhaps fearing my wrath, hastily divulged the demon's whereabouts as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. I, Huang Jiru, was born in the 4th year of Guangxiu, on the day of Dingxi. In the hour of Dingqiu, Huang Jiru spoke, still trembling with fear. Why is this yellow weasel suddenly revealing her birth date to me? A flicker of doubt arose within me. It was no wonder I found myself pondering this matter. One must note that a person's birth date is seldom utilized more than once in modern times, typically only during matrimonial discussions for compatibility. This practice of matching birth dates is something the old blind man had often engaged in, thus I was familiar with the procedure. Seeing the confusion on my face, Huang Jiru hurriedly explained, "If the immortal writes my birth date in cinnabar on yellow paper, whenever you require my assistance, simply burn that paper, and I shall arrive immediately. I am well acquainted with the circumstances in this vicinity. The immortal need only command, and Jiru shall certainly obey." This yellow weasel spirit, a creature of the Guangxiu era, spoke in an eloquent manner that I could still comprehend. Though I was young, I had spent over a decade navigating the world under the guidance of my blind grandfather, allowing me to discern Huang Jiru's intentions. Firstly, she feared I would not release her. By employing this method, she sought to earn my trust, hoping I would deem a spirit who could be summoned at will as somewhat useful, thus making her life worthwhile. Secondly, having witnessed the state of my blood eye, she understood that other spirits in the vicinity would likely suffer at my hands. Perhaps she had relatives or acquaintances nearby. If she could establish a connection with me, it might save her kin from calamity. Huang Jiru cautiously uttered these words, gazing at me with trepidation. "If the immortal has no further commands, may I take my leave?" "You may go," I replied, my heart softening as I addressed Huang Jiru. "But if you engage in any mischief again, do not expect my leniency." Huang Jiru, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly agreed and swiftly departed. Alas, my head ached. Having let Huang Jiru escape, I felt a dull pain in my eyes and the right side of my head linger. "All is well. Everyone, please come in," I called out to those waiting outside. As each person entered the room, I distinctly sensed a shift in their gazes toward me. Except for Dajiang, the others looked at me with a clear mix of respect and trepidation. In my 16 years of life, it was the first time I had received such looks from so many. Once everyone was inside, Dajiang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My father has fully recovered. He doesn't remember a thing from earlier today. He does appear somewhat frail, so I sent him to rest. It seems our father is all right," I remarked, instinctively glancing at Dajiang's sister. In the past, had I dared to utter the words "our father" in her presence, I would have faced her scorn and accusations of shamelessness. Yet now, her gaze was evasive, not daring to meet mine directly. "Yizi, your eyes are still quite red. Are you all right?" It was Dajiang, ever the protector, who first inquired about my condition. "I'm fine," I reassured him, then added, "But you've been poisoned. Your vision may fade momentarily, but fear not, for I have a remedy." "What?" At my words, a chorus of astonishment erupted from the gathered crowd. I turned to Dajiang's mother and said, "Auntie, please have Dajiang lie down on the bed and remain still. Should his sight fail, do not be alarmed. I will fetch the necessary medicine." Witnessing my abilities firsthand, having seen me subdue the fox spirit that had bewitched her husband, she harbored no doubts and promptly assisted Dajiang in lying down. Dajiang's sister nodded fervently, though she still refrained from speaking. As I lowered my gaze, I noticed she had changed into a new pair of trousers, different from those she had worn earlier, and I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "Scared you, didn't I? Serves you right for your usual scolding." Meanwhile, the old blind man wore a peculiar expression, seemingly struggling to comprehend the unfolding events, repeatedly pinching his thigh. De Jiang. I shall be off now. You can rest assured, I assured him as I stepped out. What is there to worry about? De Jiang, eyes closed, lay on the bed, saying, I heard you dealing with that fox spirit outside. Brother, you were truly magnificent. Once outside, I took a deep breath, relishing the exhilarating sensation. I must swiftly locate this demon and save De Jiang, while also ensuring my own safety. Both tasks were of utmost urgency. Exiting through the backyard of the Da Jiang family and evading the curious onlookers, I hastened towards the direction indicated by Huang Jiru, making my way to the southwesternmost courtyard of Shimin village. The village is quite small, and soon enough, I found myself beside this dilapidated courtyard. It had been long abandoned, with the structures within partially collapsed and the courtyard walls in a state of utter disrepair. Upon arriving in the vicinity and ensuring that no one was around, I lifted my leg and stepped through the breach in the crumbling wall. The courtyard was desolate, devoid of furnishings, save for a few beehives nestled in the southwestern corner and a corn stack. This corn stack, constructed from cut corn stalks, is a traditional sight in our northeastern region. We northeasterners typically bundle the harvested corn stalks and arrange them upright, forming a conical tent-like shape, a common feature across the vast lands of northeast China. This method of placement prevents the stalks from being scattered by the wind while allowing rainwater to only reach the outer layer. Thus, when we require firewood, we can easily access the dry stalks at any time. The interior of the corn stack is hollow, providing a sheltered and tranquil refuge, with the soft stalks offering a comfortable place to sit or recline. It serves as a popular rendezvous spot for lovers in the Northeast, akin to the back seat of a car for young Americans. Countless youths from rural Northeast China have shared their first intimate moments within the embrace of this humble corn stack. Chapter 10. How could it be so large? Just as the back seat of a car symbolizes a rite of passage for many young Americans, this corn loft serves as a sacred space where countless youths from rural Northeast China have lost their innocence for the first time. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, I cautiously slipped into the corn loft, positioning myself discreetly within its confines. I needed to remain hidden. Standing alone in the empty yard would render me visible to anyone passing by, or worse, to the malevolent creature I was determined to capture. I settled down inside the loft, carefully peering through the gaps in the stalks, my mind racing with thoughts of the creature's arrival. How long would I have to wait? An hour passed in anxious anticipation. My patience had not yet waned, but the pain in my cursed eye grew increasingly unbearable. I lamented internally, vowing never to use this accursed eye again, fearing it might one day lead to my demise. The dread of the creature's absence gnawed at me. If it failed to appear, I would surely meet my end in this desolate place. Just then, a faint rustling sound reached my ears, causing my entire being to tense with alarm. The only entity that could be making such a noise was the creature itself. I dared not move, merely craning my neck to glimpse the source of the sound through the stalks. When I finally beheld the creature outside, a cold sweat broke out across my body. Before me was an enormous, golden toad, its back adorned with a strikingly vivid crimson hue. My fright was not merely a product of imagination. Having grown up in the countryside, I had encountered countless toads before. What truly terrified me was its size. This creature was as large as a pillow, moving across the ground with a grace reminiscent of a ceiling fan gliding through the air. How could such a creature have grown to this size? I pondered, retrieving my blood guide from my pocket and hastily flipping through its pages in search of information about this peculiar toad. After silently perusing several pages, I soon found a description of the strange amphibian. Purple-backed golden toad, native to Liaodong, emits a mist that can blind a person. Its essence, when mixed with egg whites, serves as an antidote. If it lives to be 300 years old, it transforms into an iron-backed golden toad, and those poisoned by it will perish instantly. Upon reading this, I gently closed the tome and tucked it back into my pocket. So, this creature was known as the purple-backed golden toad, and it was indeed the source of the poison that had afflicted my companion, Brother Jiang. Yet, how on earth was I to capture such a formidable beast? Gazing at the daunting toad before me, my heart raced with trepidation. Not only could it exhale toxic mist, but its entire body was likely laced with venom. If I were to reach out and seize it, would it incapacitate me as well? As I pondered these thoughts, I observed the purple-backed toad slowly making its way towards a cluster of beehives. It approached one of the hives, aligning its enormous toad mouth with the entrance, and exhaled a plume of dark purple smoke into the hive. This purple-backed toad was systematically blowing poisonous gas into the hive. Its back rose and fell with each breath, accompanied by raspy gasps emanating from its throat. What was this creature up to? Just as I was at a loss, I witnessed the toad. After expelling several puffs of smoke, pry open the wooden slats of the hive and crawl inside. Soon, distinct slurping sounds emerged from within the hive. It was then that realization struck me. This creature was stealing honey. The noxious smoke it had spewed was intended to incapacitate the bees, ensuring it could feast unscathed by the swarm's defense. Listening to the toad savoring the honey, I thought, it would soon be full and emerge. How could I capture it? In my anxiety, beads of sweat broke out on my forehead. How I wished for a knife, or even a sturdy iron nail would suffice. I lamented inwardly. If I could wait until it came out, I could swiftly pin it to the ground, leaving it no chance to escape. But alas, I was empty-handed. While I was lost in these futile thoughts, I suddenly noticed a deafening silence emanating from the hive. In that brief moment, this glutton had gorged itself and was about to emerge. With the urgency of my brother's piercing gaze and the life-or-death necessity of my soul-devouring blood eyes, I dashed recklessly out of the corn loft. At this moment, despite my fears, I had to risk everything. Otherwise, I would surely perish. Resolving myself, I cautiously positioned myself beside the hive. Soon, a broad toad mouth, dripping with honey, protruded from within. As the purple-backed toad's body began to emerge from the hive, its entire head exposed, I steeled my resolve and delivered a forceful kick onto the back of this great toad. Seizing the opportunity while its powerful hind legs remained inside the hive, I could not afford to hesitate any longer. As my foot landed on its back, I felt a slippery, viscous sensation beneath me, a powerful force pushing upward. This creature was indeed formidable, paying no mind to anything else. I activated my soul-devouring blood eyes and glared fiercely at the purple-backed toad. As I exerted force through my blood eyes, the struggle beneath my feet intensified. The great toad emitted a muffled grunt from its throat. Its stout limbs began to thrash about in a panic, its hind legs causing a cacophony within the hive. Fortunately, the base of the hive was slick with honey, rendering the wooden slats exceedingly slippery. Otherwise, if this colossal creature truly exerts its strength, it could easily send the entire beehive flying. I find an exhilarating chill within my blood-red eyes. The prowess of this purple-backed toad has indeed proven invaluable. As my blood-red eyes continue to absorb its essence, the creature's struggles diminish significantly. What began as a fierce resistance gradually transforms into a state of utter lethargy. Before long, it lies completely still. My blood-red eyes have returned to their original state, devoid of any painful sensations. This enigmatic eye has finally satiated its hunger. Chapter 11. The purple-backed toad and the belladonna bee. Once I had calmed my nerves and gradually lifted my foot, I was met with the sight of the purple-backed toad. Its eyes rolled back, utterly lifeless. Goodness, had it not been for its gluttonous nature, which led it to cram half of its body into the beehive, rendering it unable to turn or leap away, I would have surely failed to capture it today. A deep sigh of relief escaped me as I found a straw to extract the toad's carcass from the hive. At first glance, I noticed two swollen venom sacs situated behind its eyes, brimming with toad venom. Elated by this discovery, I sought a piece of rope from the dilapidated house to bind the toad's hind legs and hoisted it up. This creature weighed over 20 pounds. To avoid alarming the villagers, I carefully wrapped it in layers of tattered plastic sheeting before making my way to De Jiang's home. Upon my arrival, De Jiang's mother and sister greeted me with the enthusiasm of a long-awaited savior, ushering me inside with joy. It was then that I learned, shortly after my departure, De Jiang had lost his sight. I approached De Jiang, lying on the bed, and sat beside him, inquiring, "How do you feel now, De Jiang?" "It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. All I see are white, ghostly figures flitting about." De Jiang's face paled with fear as he grasped my hand tightly, pleading, "Yi, have you found the medicine?" "White ghostly figures." His words struck me like a thunderclap, and I furrowed my brows in concern. The text in the Blood-Calling Corpse Sutra clearly states that the toxic mist from the purple-backed toad can cause blindness, yet it made no mention of ghostly apparitions. This was troubling. A wave of confusion washed over me, and I released De Jiang's hand, clutching my head in despair. The venom from the purple-backed toad is not to be trifled with. Even the ordinary medicinal toad venom is handled with the utmost caution in traditional Chinese medicine to avoid harming the patient. Moreover, this venom was harvested from the purple-backed toad. If I misused it, the potency of the venom could very well claim De Jiang's life. Hearing my prolonged silence, De Jiang assumed I had failed to find the antidote. With eyes still shut, he patted my leg reassuringly. "It's all right. Take your time." A smile flickered across his face as he continued, "You know me well. You care about my situation even more than your own. If we cannot find the remedy today, we can try again tomorrow. If it comes to pass that the antidote remains elusive, I accept this hardship as my fate. You have done your utmost, and I am grateful." His words, filled with understanding and reason, eased my anxious heart somewhat. I forced myself to regain my composure and then said to Dejiang, "I did manage to find a remedy, but it does not align with your current ailment, and I dare not administer it recklessly." "What happened next?" I asked Dejiang, striving to maintain a calm tone. As I pondered, I thought that if I could ascertain how Dejiang was poisoned, perhaps I could unravel the mystery behind the symptoms he experienced upon seeing the white, ghostly figure. A realization dawned upon me. I conveyed to Dejiang, "I shall first inspect your greenhouse to determine if anything amiss occurred there. Do not fret, my friend." With that, I stepped out and hurried towards Dejiang's greenhouse. Dejiang's family operated the only small supermarket in the village and had constructed a modest vegetable greenhouse primarily to supply the residents of Shimin village with fresh produce during the winter months. In the frigid winters of northeast China, while the biting winds howled outside, the greenhouse remained a warm haven, making it an ideal playground for children. Indeed, Dejiang's greenhouse resembled a club for the little ones. I had frequented this greenhouse for play, so I knew the way well. As I walked, I mused that if no clues regarding Dejiang's poisoning were to be found within the greenhouse, it would pose a significant dilemma. Upon entering, I was immediately enveloped by a wave of warm air. The greenhouse was not particularly large, and once inside, the entire scene unfolded before my eyes. As I approached, I noticed several straw mats strewn haphazardly across the ground, undoubtedly the remnants of a poker game enjoyed by Dejiang and his friends the previous day. Suddenly, a thought struck me. That large purple-backed toad could not possibly have entered this greenhouse. Conversely, if there were a hole large enough for the toad to enter, the warm air within would have long since escaped, leaving the space far from cozy. Thus, it was impossible for the purple-backed toad to have encountered Dejiang here. Could it be that the site of Dejiang's poisoning was elsewhere? The thought ignited a sense of urgency within me. Just as I turned to leave the greenhouse in search of other clues, something caught my eye with sudden intensity. At the edge of the straw mat, near the greenhouse's membrane, two plants were growing. These two plants stood taller than a person, with heart-shaped leaves adorned with star-shaped white flowers, and clusters of both ripe black berries and unripe green ones hanging from their branches. This species was well known to every child in northeast China, and none could resist its allure. These were two blackberries. Once mature, the berries would cluster together, resembling small black pearls, and were exceptionally delectable. Typically, these berries ripened in the summer and autumn. I was taken aback to discover that two of these plants thrived within Dejiang's greenhouse. In rural areas, families with children seldom uprooted wild strawberries or blackberries found in their fields. Instead, they would leave them for their children to enjoy. It seemed these two blackberry plants had been left by Dejiang's family and had flourished to such a size in the greenhouse, now bearing fruit. As I beheld two bees dancing upon the flowers of the dark day, a sudden realization struck me like a thunderclap, illuminating my mind. It dawned upon me that the little bees were the key to this mystery. The dark day was not merely an ordinary wild herb. It possessed a scholarly name, known as Solanum nigrum, belonging to the nightshade family, with the entire plant being medicinal. The ancient texts declare, Solanum nigrum is bitter, cold, and mildly toxic. It serves to clear heat and detoxify, invigorate blood circulation, and reduce swelling. It is employed for ailments such as carbuncles, erysipelas, and sprains. Its roots are bitter, slightly sweet, and cold, utilized for dysentery, urinary disorders, and injuries. This is indeed a genuine medicinal herb. As I contemplated this in my heart, a wave of exhilaration surged within me. My analysis revealed that the poison of the purple-backed toad had afflicted Dejiang, and the cause of its mutation became strikingly clear. The two bees had been exposed to the toxic mist of the purple-backed toad, those bees from the hives. These bees, poisoned by the toad, yet surviving, while foraging for nectar, transferred the toad's venom onto the flowers of Solanum nigrum during the pollination process. The combination of toad venom, bee venom, and the medicinal properties of the Solanum nigrum resulted in the mutated toxins present in the black day fruit. It follows that Dejiang, in his playful exploration, must have casually plucked and consumed these dark day fruits, thus succumbing to this mutated toxin. If the phantoms he perceives in his blinded eyes are indeed manifestations of this mutated toxin, an abrupt thought struck me. Chapter 12. To repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The antidote to the poison afflicting Dejiang lies within these bees. The honey produced in that hive possesses the power to neutralize this mutated toxin. My heavens! At that moment, a wave of relief washed over me as I thought, "Oh, Dejiang, The twists and turns of this poison are indeed extraordinary. With this realization, I shed my clothing and swiftly swatted down 2 bees fluttering around the dragon nightshade flowers, crushing them beneath my feet. Then, I uprooted the 2 black nightshade plants entirely. If anyone were to consume the fruits of these plants, they would surely fall victim to the same poisoning. Elated, I exited the greenhouse and found a nearby ditch where I discarded the 2 uprooted black nightshade plants without a second thought. I hurriedly made my way back to the courtyard where the beehive was located. When I arrived breathless at the spot where I had previously captured the purple-backed toad, I peered over the courtyard wall and felt my heart plummet. Thankfully, there were no bees buzzing around the hive. The bees, dazed by the toxic mist emitted by the purple-backed toad, had yet to awaken. If they were to regain consciousness, I would be at a loss. If I were to collect honey and these venomous bees stung me, who could predict whether I would succumb to the poison as well? At this juncture, time was of the essence. Without needing to open the hive, I reached my hand through the gap in the wooden planks that the purple-backed toad had pried open. I groped within and managed to detach a piece of honeycomb brimming with honey. This chunk of honeycomb was larger than my fist, and as I extracted it, the viscous honey flowed down my hand. It seemed that the shock I had delivered to Huang Pitsi Jing, Huang Jiru, had yet to dissipate. I found a large bowl, crushed the honeycomb, and squeezed the honey into the bowl, filling it to the brim. Subsequently, I retrieved 2 small bottles, each capable of holding 2 liang, and filled them with honey until they were completely full. Afterward, I meticulously washed the bowl, the tightly sealed bottles, and my hands several times with well water. Who knows if this honey posed any danger to a normal person? Once I completed these tasks, I exhaled a long sigh of relief, concealed 1 bottle, and tucked the other bottle of honey into my pocket before heading towards Dajiang's residence. Just as I stepped onto the village road, a car sped past me. Inside sat the village chief and his family, including his 18 or 19-year-old son, Li Diguang. In that fleeting moment as the car zoomed by, I noticed that Li Diguang had a peculiar white cloth covering his eyes. Could it be that Li Diguang had also been poisoned? I mused. Has this lad also consumed the toxic black nightshade from the greenhouse? If he truly is poisoned, that would be splendid. I let out a cold chuckle, walking on while relishing the thought. The children of this village, one and all, have never regarded me with anything but disdain. The young rascals surrounding Li Diguang have long taken pleasure in tormenting me since childhood. Today, if Li Diguang were to succumb to poison, he would have only himself to blame for his blindness. As these thoughts pervaded my mind, I soon arrived at Dajiang's home. Upon entering, I requested a raw egg and a bowl from Dajiang's mother. I found an empty room and cracked the egg, extracting the egg white, known in the ancient texts as chicken essence, into the bowl, while I casually consumed the yolk. Within the egg, there lies an additional remedy, the delicate membrane between the egg white and shell, referred to in traditional Chinese medicine as Phoenix's garment, which, when applied to wounds, promotes healing. This knowledge was gleaned from my father's tattered medical tomes. Into the egg white, I poured a spoonful of honey and mixed it thoroughly. I gazed at the concoction, uncertain of its efficacy, before hesitantly carrying the bowl to Dajiang's room. Upon hearing my entrance, Dajiang managed a strained smile and inquired, "How is it, Yezi?" With a heavy heart, I replied, "I have prepared the medicine, but to be honest, I have no idea if it will work." "No worries. Just bring it to me," Dajiang said cheerfully. "If it cures me, your skills are remarkable. If not, I shall attribute it to my ill fate. Let me ask you something." I suddenly recalled and quickly addressed Dajiang. "Did you consume the black daylilies in the greenhouse yesterday afternoon?" "Indeed." Dajiang sat up abruptly. "Those black daylilies are toxic? Are you suggesting those 2 plants are the problem?" Dajiang exclaimed urgently. There were 7 or 8 people who all partook. I had pulled those 2 black daylilies out. I spoke slowly to Dajiang. "This matter must remain between us. No one else can know. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to explain." I emphasized, and Dajiang, being sharp-witted, quickly grasped the implication. If he admitted it, those individuals would suspect that the poison came from the black daylilies in his own greenhouse, essentially confessing to poisoning others. "You are correct, Yezi." Dajiang leaned back, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and nervously replied, "Let us focus on extracting ourselves from this predicament first. By the way, do we have enough medicine?" Dajiang suddenly recalled. At this point, there should be several others in our village suffering like me. "Let us not concern ourselves with others for now," I said as I lifted the bowl. Learning that both Dajiang and Li Diguang had consumed the black daylilies bolstered my confidence in the remedy I had prepared. I fed Dajiang spoonfuls of the concoction. After setting the bowl down, I remarked, "There is indeed enough medicine, but whether it cures these individuals remains in my hands. I smiled at Da Jiang and continued, Da Jiang. I remember when I was 4. That day, you came from afar and chased away those children who were bullying me. You stuffed a morsel of food into my mouth. Do you recall? I spoke softly. Such a long ago event. Who could possibly remember? Da Jiang chuckled, shaking his head. I have not forgotten, I said slowly. It was a small piece of cake, adorned with cream, a flavor I shall remember for a lifetime. They struck me. Yet you intervened, offering me delicacies. Whenever you saw me, you would present me with a portion. I rubbed my nose, from my childhood to the present. Every garment I wore was bestowed upon me by you. Even old clothes are still clothes. My voice rose uncontrollably. Without those garments, I would be bare. Why do you even mention this? Da Jiang replied sullenly. After all, we have all grown up. I am not recounting these sentimental ties to you. I said to Da Jiang, when such emotions are articulated, they lose their depth. What I wish to convey to you is this. Apart from you, there is no one in this world whom I feel compelled to save. Those who are blind to their plight have earned their fate. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing my words, Da Jiang's expression became fervently agitated. Chapter 13. Reminiscing, Rage Unleashed. Chapter 13. From Past Events. Rage Unleashed. I felt a firm grip on my hand as Da Jiang exclaimed, if you do not save them, you will offend several families in the village, including the village chief's family. How will you survive here afterward? I could not help but chuckle at his fervor. His grip was surprisingly accurate. The remedy had worked wonders. Da Jiang's eyes had returned to their former brilliance. This miraculous blood-binding corpse scripture and the fearsome, soul-devouring blood eyes. Armed with such formidable tools, why should I care about others' opinions of me? The medicine I possessed, having proven effective, naturally resolved the poison, and Da Jiang's restored vision interrupted our debate. At this moment, Da Jiang's parents had already awakened from their slumber. Upon witnessing the restoration of their son's sight, their joy was palpable as they expressed their gratitude profusely. Following this, Da Jiang's sister, trembling slightly, inquired about the fate of the monstrous creature outside. It seemed that this young girl had secretly glimpsed the packaged purple-backed golden toad, undoubtedly terrified by the sight of the enormous frog. With a smile, I reassured Da Jiang's parents. Simply sever one of that large toad's forelegs and bury it beneath the eaves of your home. It will ensure that you are free from mosquitoes for decades. As for the remaining parts of the toad, I have other matters to attend to this evening, so I shall leave it here for the night and return tomorrow to collect it. Indeed, the notion that a toad's leg could ward off mosquitoes was no mere myth. Toads, by their very nature, are the natural enemies of flies and mosquitoes. And a creature of such exceptional prowess as the purple-backed golden toad would undoubtedly deter any insect from approaching their abode. After sharing these words, I softly requested Da Jiang to prepare a few items for me. Following a brief conversation with his family, I noticed that the sky had gradually darkened. I bid farewell to Da Jiang's family and stepped outside their home. In the corner of the courtyard, I found the 2 bottles Da Jiang had prepared for me. With these bottles in hand, I made my way to the yard housing the beehives. Inside that enclosure, the honeybees had already been contaminated with the toxin from the purple-backed golden toad as it alternately spewed its venom while indulging in honey. This situation posed a significant threat that needed to be rectified. I had chosen to return after sunset, knowing that the bees would have returned to their hives, leaving no stragglers outside, thus allowing me to ensnare them all. The 2 bottles, filled with diesel fuel intended for Da Jiang's family's agricultural tricycle, were my tools for this task. Under the cover of darkness, I stealthily infiltrated the yard. Silently, I drenched each of the beehives with the diesel before igniting it and swiftly making my escape. Having eliminated the purple-backed toad and the venomous bee, I also uprooted the 2 nightshades. At last, I could breathe a sigh of relief, having thoroughly eradicated all lingering threats. This book is truly remarkable. With it, my future is bound to be extraordinarily brilliant. The next morning, the ever-vibrant Jiang jolted me from my slumber. As I opened my eyes, I was greeted by his exuberant smile. "What's up, brother Jiang?" I inquired curiously. "What's with that mischievous grin? Enough chit-chat. Hurry and get dressed." Jiang playfully smacked my shoulder. "My parents have brought something over to see you. I even let them believe you've cured my peculiar eye ailment. Besides me, there are 8 others in our village with vision impairments, except for the village chief and his family, who took Li Daguang to the provincial city for treatment. The remaining 7 families are all waiting for you in your courtyard." Hearing Jiang's words, I couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking my head as I donned my clothes and made my way to the courtyard. Since this was Jiang's idea, I deemed it inappropriate to voice any objections. Upon reaching the courtyard, I was astonished to find what was once a tranquil space now bustling with people. Outside the courtyard walls, throngs of onlookers had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. The moment I stepped out, Zhang's parents approached me, beaming as they placed their offerings beneath the eaves of my home. The entire Zhang family was present, including Zhang's sister. They arrived bearing a basket brimming with eggs, generous portions of pork, and even a case of liquor specifically for my blind grandfather. After setting down their gifts, Zhang's mother produced a stack of cash from her pocket. Alarmed at the prospect of her giving me money, I was about to protest when she raised her voice cheerfully, addressing me. "This 500 yuan is for Mr. Yi's medicinal expenses. If it's insufficient, please do let us know." With that, Zhang's mother unceremoniously placed the money on my windowsill. I am not a fool. Upon hearing Zhang's mother's words, coupled with Jiang's subtle nudge from behind, I quickly grasped the situation. At that moment, I noticed 7 or 8 individuals seeking treatment standing in the courtyard. Jiang's family was evidently putting on a show for these onlookers. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Seeing my smile, the families hoping for my assistance began to present their gifts, fruits, vegetables, meats, and liquor, placing them beneath my home's eaves. Then, in imitation of Zhang's mother, each family produced 500 yuan, placing it atop the windowsill. However, when I spotted several young men of similar age among the crowd, an inexplicable surge of irritation welled up within me. These individuals, Wang Sampang, Ma Dong, and Zhao Xiaojing, all blindfolded, were precisely those who had once led the torment against me. Do they wish for me to treat their eyes? I approached them slowly, witnessing their parents, each of whom wore an awkward smile, attempting to appease me. "Do you see this?" I swept my hair from my forehead, pointing to a scar, approximately an inch long, along my hairline, and addressed them. "This was inflicted by your Wang Sampang, who struck me with a stone." My tone remained as tranquil as water as I gradually turned to Wang Sampang's parents. After I had been beaten, he mocked me, saying I resembled a fool, unable to dodge when stones were thrown. Instantly, beads of sweat began to trickle down Wang Sampang's parents' faces. Their eyes darted nervously as they replied, "That was merely childish folly. Please do not hold it against him." Moreover, I rolled up my pant legs to reveal the scars on my calves, no fewer than 10, inflicted by dog bites. This was not the doing of dogs. My voice rose sharply. Even now, they continued to deceive me. Can you stew your ma dong for me to ease my anger? Chapter 14, A Heart's Delight. A Life Misguided. Chapter 14, A Moment of Satisfaction. A lifetime of regret. I felt my emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. Suddenly, De Jiang discreetly tugged at my arm from behind. His reminder was indeed pertinent. At this juncture, what was the point of quibbling with such unscrupulous individuals? I was not one to repay malice with kindness. Armed with the skills I had acquired from the blood-calling Corpse Sutra, I was determined to instill a profound fear in those who had once tormented me. What I sought was never their respect or regard, but rather their trepidation. Upon this realization, the flames of my anger subsided. I extended my hand towards the few young men afflicted by poison and declared, "You lot, step forward. If you wish for me to heal your eyes, allow me to vent my frustrations first." The parents knew all too well that should their children suffer a broken limb at my hands, it would be preferable to them losing their sight. Furthermore, in front of so many villagers, I would never go so far as to cripple their sons. Thus, one by one, they nudged their children forward. I advanced and wielded my stick against those who had bullied me mercilessly. At that moment, the exhilaration coursing through me was unparalleled. All my life, I had been tormented by these individuals, yet now, one by one, they were subjected to my public retribution, and they dared not utter a sound. I aimed for their backs, buttocks, and thighs, striking with unrelenting force. With each swing, the air was filled with their anguished cries. After enduring a few blows, they all collapsed to the ground. Once I had sufficiently vented my ire, I tossed my stick at the feet of the blinded man and uttered, "Wait for me here." With that, I turned and strode back into my house, leaving a crowd of stunned onlookers behind. Only De Jiang silently followed me inside. "Who would have thought you'd be so ruthless?" De Jiang chuckled, nudging me with his elbow as soon as we were indoors. After years of enduring humiliation, I finally released all that pent-up frustration. Stretching with a sense of relief, I remarked, "What a relief." As we bantered, De Jiang observed while I prepared medicine for those young men. My movements were deliberate and unhurried. Allowing the onlookers to wait a while longer would only deepen their impression of me. Are you still planning to go back to the city for work, De Jiang? I inquired while I continued my task. I don't want it anymore, he replied, his demeanor shifting as he heard the topic. His head drooped, and the smile vanished from his face. The city folks are too convoluted. You have no idea how much I've suffered these past few years working as a hair salon assistant, distributing flyers, and selling insurance. At this, my heart stirred with sudden empathy. I casually set down the bowl in my hand and turned to De Jiang, speaking earnestly. Since childhood, I have been somewhat of a recluse, and you are my sole companion. I looked at De Jiang with sincerity and confessed. I truly comprehend nothing about the complexities of human relationships. However, I have acquired a unique skill to treat peculiar ailments. I reflected thoughtfully. While I can manage the yellow-skinned spirit, I may not be able to contend with the people out there. De Jiang, you have navigated the world for many years and are well acquainted with it. Why not stay? I will treat the patients, and you can assist me in dealing with those individuals. We shall split the earnings, half for you and half for me. What do you think? I earnestly addressed De Jiang. That's precisely what I was waiting to hear, De Jiang exclaimed, leaping off the bed. Upon seeing my serious demeanor, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let us divide the spoils 70-30, with you taking the larger share, he chuckled. You focus solely on healing, while I will utilize everything I learned in the city. If we encounter those who are wealthy yet devoid of compassion, rest assured, I will extract every last drop of their essence for you. De Jiang's words resonated deeply within me. Agreed, we shall proceed as I suggested, 70-30, he said, patting my shoulder. Xiaoyi, do you really think I don't know your nature? When I find myself in financial straits, will you still be content to watch from the sidelines? Is there any difference in whose hands our money rests? Recognizing the wisdom in De Jiang's words, I ceased my arguments. A bowl brimming with a mixture of 7 spoonfuls of honey and egg whites was prepared. De Jiang took it outside and administered the concoction to the ruffians, subsequently sending them on their way. Following this, I instructed De Jiang to fetch the tricycle and transport the considerable pile of items from beneath the eaves to his family's supermarket for disposal. I retained only some rice, flour, and cooking oil, and even delivered a case of white liquor to the blind man's room. When I was ready to divide the day's earnings with De Jiang, he adamantly refused, insisting that we would formalize our division starting next time. After everyone had departed, I found myself alone in the room, engrossed in a book. My blind grandfather shuffled from his room toward me. As he spoke, his tone was filled with a hesitant stammer. "TT, the liquor, is it for me?" The old man inquired. Evading eye contact. "All of it is yours. Just don't drink yourself to death," I snapped, thrusting a handful of money into the blind man's grasp. "WW, what are you doing?" he stuttered, trembling as he clutched the money, bewildered. "From now on, without me leading you to fortune-telling, you won't have any means to earn money," I advised him. "Save this money wisely. If I happen to perish outside one day, this will ensure you can survive a few more days." While my words might have sounded harsh, they were, in truth, a sincere reflection of my innermost thoughts. Who knows when my soul-devouring blood I will suddenly erupt and lead to my demise. At that point, there would be nothing left at home but a solitary blind man. Apart from starvation, he has no other means of survival. You with your supposed healing abilities, stammering like an old blind man. Still wishing to inquire further, a surge of malevolence ignited within me. I shouted vehemently at him. I discovered my father's body atop Changbai Mountain. He did not flee with treasures. He perished upon that mountain. Tears welled in my eyes as I hoarsely cried out to the blind man. My father, in his final moments, was still concerned for my mother and me. He was not a beast. The abilities I possess are a legacy bestowed upon me by my father. Upon hearing my words, the old blind man leaned against the doorframe, standing in stunned silence for a long while. From his hollow eyes, 2 streams of murky tears began to flow. For all these years, my blind grandfather had regarded my father as a heartless wretch who abandoned his family. It was for this reason that he had mercilessly beaten me day after day, subjecting me to torment since childhood. Now he finally realizes the depth of his error. Yet, it is far too late. Text Chapter 15. Inferior skills, constantly subjugated. Chapter 15. Inferior skills, constantly restricted from this day forth, from this very moment. The echoes of the blind man's reproaches will no longer reverberate within this household. For the ensuing 2 days, I immersed myself in the relentless study of the blood-guiding corpse scripture. Upon careful examination, I discerned the rationale behind the title of this tome. The term blood signifies the essence of vitality. As stated within, the central focus absorbs vital energy and transforms it into a crimson hue, thus defining blood. It flows through the meridians, nourishing the internal organs and reaching the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, circulating endlessly, embodying the quintessence of human existence. As for the word guiding, in classical literature, it conveys both continuity and attraction. Mencius remarked, "A gentleman guides but does not force," where guiding embodies the sense of attraction. Regarding the term corpse in corpse scripture, it elucidates that the human body is comprised of three aspects: the upper corpse, known as Ju, the middle corpse, termed Ji, and the lower corpse, referred to as Jiao. The upper corpse delights in adornment, the middle corpse revels in flavors, and the lower corpse succumbs to carnal desires. The blood-guiding corpse scripture asserts that the peculiar ailments of the human body predominantly arise from abnormal cravings. Thus, the fundamental method for remedying these strange maladies lies in harnessing and guiding the vital energy to eradicate the detrimental influences of the three corpses. This is precisely why the esteemed physician Yu Tianshar designated this work as the blood-guiding corpse scripture. Upon reaching this juncture, I was taken aback. Initially, I presumed this book merely cataloged the peculiar ailments and prescriptions amassed by the renowned Dr. Yi Tianshar throughout his medical career. However, to my astonishment, it contains not only conventional Chinese medical theories, but also an innovative medical system underpinned by theoretical foundations. I had not anticipated that an ancient figure from the Qing dynasty could have delved into medical theory to such an extent. Fortunately, I had previously perused several tattered medical texts left behind by my father before his passing. Our household also possessed a worn dictionary, enabling me to grasp the contents of this book, albeit with some difficulty. Firstly, this book represents the cornerstone of my future self-sufficiency and standing in society. Secondly, I have a profound affinity for the knowledge regarding traditional Chinese medicine contained within the blood-guiding corpse scripture. Consequently, once I delved into this book, I found myself utterly captivated. Over these few days, I nearly lost track of time, engrossed in reading and contemplating its teachings. On the afternoon of the third day, De Jiang returned to my home. Upon seeing me, a peculiar smile danced on his lips. He cheerfully inquired, "Oh, have you not wondered whether Li Deguang's eyesight has been restored?" With a sardonic smile gracing my face, I retorted, "Why even ask? To say he has recovered would be an understatement. If he could merely ascertain the nature of his affliction, I would consume that frog on the ground whole." "Indeed, your words ring entirely true." Da Jiang chuckled heartily as he patted me on the back and continued, "The village chief's family has spent over 30,000 yuan in the provincial hospital these past few days. Yet, they couldn't even determine what ailment afflicted Li Deguang's eyes. If it weren't for the families you healed who informed the village chief about your capabilities, he would have had no inkling of how much more he would have to spend to fill that bottomless pit. They ought to have spoken up." At this point, Da Jiang's playful demeanor faded, and he turned to me with a serious expression, saying, "Just ensure you heal him, but do not be obstinate. The village chief wields considerable influence in our small domain, and we cannot afford to provoke him." After pondering for a moment, instead of leaving, Da Jiang plopped down on our calm, declaring, "No, I must keep an eye on you." He was entirely correct in his assessment. My intention to send him away stemmed from a desire to protect him in case any discord arose between the village chief and me. To my surprise, Da Jiang, not only astute but also the person who understood me best in this world, chose to remain, fearing I might land myself in trouble. Amused yet exasperated, I spent some time with him. Before long, the village chief and his family arrived. He entered my room with his son Li Deguang and his wife, immediately sizing me up with a smirk. "Xiaoyi, you've really improved. I hadn't expected you to gain such skills in just a few days." The village chief pulled Li Deguang, whose head was wrapped in bandages, towards him and bluntly stated, "Since you possess such talent, hurry and examine Deguang's eyes." Upon seeing Li Deguang, a wave of anger surged within me. This lad had bullied me more than anyone else in the village. I suppressed my indignation, glanced at the village chief, and spoke slowly. "Since these individuals called you, claiming I could treat eye ailments, did they not also inform you of my conditions?" As soon as I uttered these words, Da Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. Even the village chief and his family were taken aback. The village is so small. The chief's family had essentially watched me grow up. They must have been astonished at my newfound boldness. The once timid Yi Guzi, who would not dare to look anyone in the eye even when beaten, now possessed such audacity. "Oh," the village chief seemed to recall something, chuckling awkwardly as he reached into his pocket and produced a stack of money, counting out 500 yuan and casually tossing it onto the calm. "You are being quite childish," he remarked, regarding me with a mocking gaze. "Do you not realize the extent of my influence? Allowing you to repay me with a mere 300 to 500 yuan is hardly significant. I did not even glance at the money he had thrown on the Kong. Instead, I fixed my gaze unwaveringly on the village chief's eyes and retorted, "It is not about the money. If you wish for me to treat your affliction, you must first let me vent my frustrations." The village chief, upon hearing my words, appeared utterly unprepared, momentarily taken aback. I glanced at Jiang, whose face was flushed with anxiety, clearly on the verge of losing his composure. At this moment, he must have been thinking, "Isn't it just my luck? Yi Jihan, when he gets stubborn, disregards everything." Little did Jiang know that I bore the soul-devouring blood eye, and who could tell how many days I had left to live. Thus, I resolved to savor each day fully. As soon as I uttered this sentiment, the village chief's countenance transformed into a deep crimson. It dawned on him that if his precious son were not to receive a sound thrashing from me, I would never offer my assistance in healing him. The village chief glared at me with a fierce intensity, but just as he was about to erupt, his wife yanked him aside. They turned their backs to me and began to whisper softly. I could easily surmise their conversation. It was evident that Li Daguang's mother, concerned for her son, was intent on appeasing me first, ensuring her son received treatment before anything else. Their scheme was undoubtedly to prioritize the healing, leaving the village chief to settle the score with me later. Jiang shot me a series of meaningful glances, and I smiled reassuringly, signaling that all was well, while I coldly observed the unfolding scene. Ultimately, the couple had no choice but to acquiesce, allowing me to deliver a thorough lesson to Li Daguang. Afterward, I ushered the family into the courtyard and began preparing the medicine indoors. At this moment, Jiang finally seized the opportunity to speak, urgently expressing his concern that the couple would eventually seek retribution against me. I picked up a bottle of erguotu liquor, added a few drops of honey into a bowl, and then mixed it with egg white. "Shouldn't it be just a spoonful?" Jiang stared at me in disbelief. He was familiar with my medicinal preparations and understood that a spoonful of honey combined with an egg white was precisely the dosage needed to treat one person. Aware that this couple harbored ill intentions, I still proceeded to heal Li Daguang, anticipating the village chief's retribution against me. I chuckled at Jiang, saying, "Am I truly that foolish? The timing of Li Daguang's recovery is entirely within my control." I smiled coldly as Jiang remarked, "This is what it means to be outmatched. To be at the mercy of others." Chapter 16. To frighten you to death. Chapter 16. Terrifying you to death. Suddenly, Dajiang comprehended the situation. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at me, seemingly in complete agreement with my actions. Upon stepping outside the house, I handed the medicinal bowl to the village chief. Once he eagerly accepted it and administered it to Li Daguang, I leisurely remarked, "Your ailment has lingered for 3 days. This medicine may cure others, but in the case of Li Daguang, it will not eradicate the root of his illness." "What?" The village chief and his wife were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape, as if they could fit 2 goose eggs within. After consuming the medicine, his eyesight would be restored in less than an hour, I informed the village chief. "However, you must return to me in a month for another dose. Otherwise, if his sight fades again, it will be utterly irreparable." With a mocking expression, I watched the village chief, saying, "I surmise that after 3 to 5 months of this treatment, his vision will nearly be restored." As I concluded this statement, the village chief and his wife regarded me with a newfound realization, tinged with deep resentment. They had grasped the truth, but what could they do? I relished the thought. Knowing full well that I was deliberately prolonging his ailment, denying him a complete cure for his sight, how would they dare to settle scores with me after this? I gestured for Dajiang to remain seated in the room, then ignited a piece of paper. Casually, I tucked the ashes into my pocket. Afterward, I lifted the enormous toad and exited the room. "Next time, remember to bring money." I tossed this remark to the village chief as I departed, carrying the purple-backed golden toad. The village chief and his family followed me out of my courtyard. Throughout the journey, I maintained a distance of about 10 meters ahead of them. In truth, I was heading in the direction of their home, so we walked along the same path, one behind the other. At this moment, the village chief's family must have found the situation quite peculiar. However, a blend of fear and resentment towards me kept them silent as they trailed behind. Just then, a massive wolf dog came barreling toward us from a distance. This was the village chief's dog, which had bitten me numerous times in my youth. Upon spotting me, this bully of a dog charged at me with ferocity. As the dog approached, its menacing white teeth and the drool dripping from its mouth became increasingly apparent. It seemed poised to pounce on me. At that moment, the enormous wolf dog suddenly skidded to a halt. Before me, the dog spread its 4 legs wide, bracing itself against the ground, its tail tightly clamped between its legs. Trembling as if it were a sieve, I had witnessed such a sight before, reminiscent of a donkey in the wild. Catching a glimpse of a wolf on the ridge, it reflected the same instinctual fear. This is a manifestation of extreme fear exhibited by animals when they encounter their predators. At such a moment, it is futile to expect them to resist or flee. They can scarcely stand still. The village chief and his family behind me gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the transformation of the usually ferocious wolf dog into a trembling creature. At that instant, as I observed the dog quivering like sifted chaff before me, I suddenly uttered a provocative question. Do you know what you ought to do? This remark was directed at the wolf dog. With a resounding howl, the wolf dog, upon hearing my words, instantly regained its former ferocity. It leaped forward like a tempest, charging towards its target, its master, the village chief, standing behind me. The wolf dog, with its menacing fangs bared, lunged directly for the chief's throat. In a display of extraordinary agility for a man nearing 50, the village chief countered with remarkable speed. He raised his arm to shield himself from the wolf dog's vicious bite aimed at his throat. The wolf dog clamped down on his arm with a ferocious grip, prompting the chief to let out a pained cry. Summoning his strength, he managed to subdue the wolf dog, pinning it to the ground beneath him. With his left arm, still ensnared in the dog's jaws, he held the creature's mouth firmly shut. Meanwhile, his right hand groped the ground until it grasped a stone roughly the size of a child's head. He lifted the stone high, preparing to bring it crashing down upon the wolf dog's skull. At that critical moment, I clapped my hands together with a sharp sound. The village chief, jolted back to reality, suddenly realized that the formidable wolf dog he was about to bludgeon was, in fact, his wife. In that instant, the chief and his wife found themselves entangled on the ground, covered in dirt and in a state of utter disarray. The once proud wife now gazed up at her husband with wide eyes filled with terror as he loomed over her, stone in hand, ready to strike. Mom, Dad? What's wrong? Li Deguang cried out, trembling as he stood there, tears streaming down his face. The village chief and his wife finally came to their senses, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to me. I remained silent, merely chuckling softly in my throat as I observed this disheveled family. They likely comprehended that I could easily extinguish their lives without lifting a finger. In the blink of an eye, I could erase their entire lineage. At that moment, words were unnecessary. Any threats would have been superfluous. The sheer terror reflected in the eyes of the village chief and his wife as they gazed upon me told me that they had fully grasped the gravity of their situation. I sat upon a stone, closing my eyes as I inhaled deeply the crisp air imbued with the scent of firewood. In that moment, my heart rejoiced with the thought, dare to challenge me? I, once scorned and ridiculed by you as a mere underdog, now possess the power to instill fear within you. Chapter 17. A business opportunity arises. Chapter 17. A business opportunity approaches. I sat for a while on the large blue stone, when I noticed a small yellow figure running towards me from the direction of the village chief's home. This was Huang Jiuru, the weasel spirit, summoned by the paper strip inscribed with her birth details that I had burned just as I stepped out of my door. The incident where the village chief mistook his wife for a wolf and nearly brought her harm was orchestrated by Huang Jiuru at my behest, as she enchanted the village chief's heart, leading him to such folly. Master, exclaimed Huang Jiuru, her diminutive weasel form halting before me as she respectfully performed a bow with her tiny paws. I have kept you waiting. This Huang Jiuru, a spirit of several centuries, was indeed clever. She understood that by further intimidating the village chief's family, she would undoubtedly delight me. Thus, she took the liberty to enact such a charade on her own accord. Aware that she was merely flattering me, I felt a surge of joy. My spirits were high, and I smiled at Huang Jiuru, saying, I have summoned you for two matters. Your wish is my command, master. Huang Jiuru replied cautiously. Firstly, I wish to ascertain the efficacy of that paper strip. I chuckled at this point, realizing how obedient Huang Jiuru truly was. Naturally, she responded with a smile. When the master calls, how could I dare not to come? The second matter concerns this purple-backed golden toad. I pointed to the large toad on the ground. Pray tell, is there any potential use for it? Huang Jiuru approached and peeled back the plastic wrap encasing the toad, only to be taken aback by its imposing presence. This creature has lost its cultivated spiritual energy, she remarked, her face alight with astonishment. Yet its remarkable toxins remain. This is indeed a treasure of extraordinary worth. If you find it useful, then consider this toad yours, I said, rising and brushing the dust from my clothes. Huang Jiuru gazed at me in disbelief. You would give it to me? Truly. Do you find this purple-backed golden toad useful? I inquired. This creature has absorbed the quintessence of serpents, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and toads, becoming a grandmaster of toxins. Huang Jiuru's sparkling eyes remained fixated on the toad's lifeless form. If I were to absorb its toad venom and essence, I would thereafter fear no poison. That is splendid. I replied to Huang Jiuru. The Emperor does not lack for hungry soldiers. I shall require your assistance in many matters henceforth. Today, let this be a token of my gratitude. Should I encounter anything beneficial to your cultivation in the future, I shall reserve it for you. At this moment, Huang Jiuru's face radiated an expression of incredulous joy. She must have thought that in the days to come, she would be relentlessly commanded and exploited by me. Little did she know, my intention was one of equitable exchange, offering her recompense. Master's benevolence is unparalleled. How could Jiuru not serve you? Huang Jiuru bowed deeply before me in reverence. Let us not indulge in this old charade, I chuckled, waving my hand dismissively. Relax. We are well aware of our circumstances. To be candid, Huang Jiuru possesses considerable skill, should he truly be summoned at will. It would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon to me. Having endured bullying since my youth, I am acutely aware of the bitterness of oppression. I pondered, in this world, regardless of the existence of justice, I shall first establish it myself. Upon returning home, I bid farewell to Dejiang, having agreed that he would reach out should the need arise. I then immersed myself once more in the study of the Blood-Calling Corpse Sutra. Thus, outside the confines of my diligent study, a legend began to circulate about a 17-year-old exorcist in Sherman village, gradually spreading through the lips of those villagers whose sight I had restored and who had witnessed the miraculous events. Little by little, this tale began to echo throughout the neighboring villages, marking the inception of my own legend in this world. A week later, my first patient finally sought me out from a nearby village. I could not have anticipated that my inaugural patient would present such an extraordinary case. For days, I had remained at home, delving into the depths of the Blood-Calling Corpse Sutra while awaiting those in need of my healing. Alas, in our profession, there exists a specific term. The doctor does not knock on doors. This means that doctors never engage in the practice of soliciting patients. Rather, it is the patients who come seeking treatment. In the bygone era, various professions were hierarchically categorized, commonly referred to as the upper and lower tiers of society, each with intriguing distinctions. Among the lower tiers, it is quite curious that the profession of foot care ranks above that of barbers. This is attributed to the fact that barbers must serve their clients standing, even if they are beggars, whereas foot care practitioners, when tending to the emperor, are afforded a seat. Consequently, foot care is rightfully placed above barbering. Furthermore, within the lower tiers, courtesans rank higher than performers. This is due to the fact that no matter how lowly a courtesan may be, one must seek her out, whereas actors can be summoned to perform in one's home. In truth, the youthful and attractive performers of the old society engaged in activities not vastly different from those of courtesans. Our profession is similarly categorized. The so-called upper tiers include first-class scholars, second-class physicians, astrologers, geomancers, and fortune-tellers. Physicians hold a distinguished position above astrologers and geomancers because individuals seeking medical assistance invariably use the term to seek a doctor. You may have encountered a Taoist on the street who stops you and says, "Young brother, I perceive a radiant aura about you, adorned with the blossoms of fortune. May I offer you a divination?" This exemplifies the tactics employed by fortune-tellers. However, you have likely never encountered a scenario where a physician stops you on the street and proclaims, "Sir, I perceive that your throat is swollen and your eyes protrude. There is a high probability that you are suffering from thyroid issues. May I take your pulse?" If a doctor were to solicit business in such a manner, it would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Thus, it is customary in our profession to await patients' arrival. Fortunately, I spend my days at home delving into the blood-invoking corpse scriptures, which keeps me engaged and far from boredom. On this particular day, a motorcycle came to a halt outside my courtyard. Shortly thereafter, an individual knocked on the door, claiming to seek Dr. Yi. Hearing that a patient had come to me for the first time, I composed myself, suppressed my inner joy, and donned a faade of calmness before stepping outside to open the door. The visitor was a middle-aged man in his 30s, his face etched with worry and urgency, his hair disheveled from the wind while riding. It was evident to me that he was a relative of the patient, and his anxious demeanor suggested that the patient was gravely ill. I introduced myself as Yi Jihan, opened the gate, and invited him into the courtyard. This man was clearly taken aback to discover that the Dr. Yi he sought was such a young individual. After hearing my words, he momentarily stood in disbelief. Casting a glance at him, I calmly remarked, "My earlier demeanor is a small technique I have gleaned from years of accompanying the old blind man in fortune-telling." Within people's minds, there exists an unconscious belief that the more capable a person is, the more arrogant they must be, and consequently, their demeanor toward others should be increasingly disdainful. Hence, if I were to greet this visitor with a warm smile and excessive courtesy, it would have the opposite effect, leading him to doubt my true medical competence. Text continuation, Chapter 18, Strange Illness, Mountain Village, Blood-Soaked Land. Chapter 18, Strange Illness, Mountain Village, Bloodied Land. At this moment, if I were to greet the person seeking medical help with a warm smile and courteous hospitality, it would likely backfire. Instead, it would only deepen their suspicions regarding my genuine medical prowess. Once outside, I climbed onto this individual's motorcycle, accompanying him to find De Zhang's home. The man had mentioned that the afflicted patient hailed from a small village called Tiaobingshan, located 30 miles to the northwest of our village. The illness had begun the previous night. Her complexion was ashen, her abdomen swollen like a drum, and her mind was not entirely clear. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an acute condition would necessitate immediate hospitalization for the patient. However, this young woman, while speaking incoherently, uttered words that seemed to dance between heaven and earth, rendering her family unable to comprehend even a single word. Faced with such symptoms, her family believed that she was not genuinely ill, but rather afflicted by some unclean entity. Consequently, they sought out a Chuma master, leading this individual to find me. After navigating a couple of turns through the village, we arrived at De Zhang's home. Upon hearing that there was work to be done, De Zhang promptly donned his attire and emerged from his house. His expression was one of feigned nonchalance. Yet, having known him for an extended period, I could discern the tension and excitement he was desperately trying to conceal. Undoubtedly, my own demeanor mirrored his. Seated in the back of De Zhang's vehicle, I followed the motorcycle as it led the way. Thus, the three of us sped towards Tiaobingshan village. The patient's condition, described in mere phrases by her family member, offered no substantial insight, rendering any concern for her illness unwarranted. Instead, the misunderstandings I faced from the outside world cast a slight gloom over my journey. In our northeastern region, those capable of channeling spirits to diagnose and treat ailments are known as Chuma masters. According to popular belief, the newly initiated Chuma masters are deemed most effective, particularly within their first 3 years of practice, when their efficacy is said to be extraordinary. This belief likely contributed to the family's decision to seek my assistance. While there is some truth to this phenomenon, the assertion that the newer masters are the most effective is fundamentally flawed. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the reasons behind this, yet it is not the time to elaborate. What perturbs me is the misconception that I am merely a Chuma master. I am fully aware that the teachings of Shui Yin Shijing represent a distinct and innovative branch of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, it perplexes me that these individuals would categorize me as a mere shaman. Regardless of the methods employed, as long as I can cure the ailment, that is what truly matters. After some reflection, I found solace in this thought. After all, my purpose is to heal the afflicted while also earning a living. As long as my methods prove effective for the patient, that is all that counts. I shall not concern myself with trivial matters of reputation. The winding mountain road stretched for 30 miles, taking nearly an hour to traverse. The village of Diabingshan is a settlement of approximately 200 households. From a distance, I observed that the village was nestled between two imposing mountains that ran in an east-west direction. This configuration, with the valley sandwiched between the two mountains, made my brow furrow in concern. Such a constricting geography poses significant disadvantages for the inhabitants residing in its midst, particularly regarding the flow of beneficial energies. Setting aside the principles of geomancy, even from a scientific perspective, living in such terrain leads to obstructed air currents, disrupted water veins, and difficulties in travel, compounded by a lack of adequate sunlight throughout the year. These factors alone could have a profoundly detrimental impact on the residents. In fact, the living environment can even influence one's character. Even those without knowledge of geomancy are aware that a valley flanked by two mountains often breeds misfortune. I shook my head, dismissing these useless thoughts. What relevance does the quality of geomancy hold for me? As our vehicle ventured deeper into the village and arrived at the patient's home, I alighted with Dajiang and followed the family member into their courtyard. It was evident that this family was relatively well off. With a spacious 5-room house and a yard that housed pigs, cattle, ducks, and chickens, indicative of a diligent and prosperous household. Upon entering their dwelling, however, I found the patient's relatives exchanging bewildered glances, each wearing expressions of confusion and concern. The individual who had come to fetch me on a motorcycle was the patient's maternal uncle. As they introduced themselves, I noted that the room was filled with 5 or 6 relatives, including aunts and uncles, yet the patient and her parents were conspicuously absent. They had all gone out. It turned out that this village of Diabingshan had once boasted a notable shaman, reputed to be quite skilled in the area. Logically, one would expect the villagers to summon this healer in the event of an urgent illness. However, the patient's condition had arisen too suddenly, and the shaman was away from home. Consequently, fearing for the patient's well-being and potential deterioration of her condition, the relatives had resorted to seeking my assistance from afar. Thus, I, along with Dajiang, had traveled a considerable distance only to find ourselves in vain. In the past, when I consulted the old blind man for divination, I had encountered similar instances of redundant consultations. To embark on our first house call only to face such a predicament felt rather inauspicious. Just as the tension hung in the air, the patient's uncle spoke up after a moment of contemplation. It became clear that he harbored doubts about the efficacy of the distant shaman in treating his niece's ailment. Thus, he was preparing for contingencies. His intent was clear. Should the treatment prove ineffective, we could still explore alternative options. I thought to myself that since we had already arrived, it would be prudent to wait and see what transpired. Upon this realization, I nodded in acquiescence. Soon enough, dinner was laid before us. Both Dajiang and I hastily took a few bites, then set down our bowls and strolled leisurely into the courtyard. By this time, twilight was approaching. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a vivid tapestry of crimson clouds in the sky. The uncle, having finished his meal, emerged from the room. Wearing a smile as he approached us, he produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and extended it towards us. But both Dajiang and I politely declined with a wave of our hands. The light in the courtyard dimmed, and a cool evening breeze swept through as Dajiang and the uncle engaged in casual conversation. After a few steps of aimless wandering, I inadvertently glanced down at the ground beneath my feet. In that instant, my heart skipped a beat. The earth beneath me was a patchwork of varied hues, deep purples, dark blacks, and rich reds, revealing a multitude of shades of crimson. Moreover, standing there, I was assailed by a pungent metallic scent of blood. In that moment, a chill ran down my spine, and every hair on my body stood on end. Even the hair at the nape of my neck bristled in alarm. Beneath my very feet lay a ground stained by countless splashes of fresh blood, repeatedly saturating the earth into a ghastly expanse. Chapter 19. Witnessing the Shaman's Dance. Chapter 19. Witnessing the shaman's dance. Beneath my feet lay a patch of ground stained by countless splashes of blood, a gruesome tableau that had been repeatedly marred. My uncle paused momentarily, glancing at the ground where I pointed. You mean this? This is the work of my brother-in-law, the father of my ailing niece. He continued, you see, in the city, dog meat restaurants pay a premium for our village's local dogs. My brother-in-law collects them from the village, often bringing back 7 or 8 at a time, which he then slaughters. The skinned carcasses are sent to the city for sale, kicking the bloodied earth with his toe. My uncle added, he always slaughters the dogs here, and after so many, the ground inevitably takes on this hue. Oh, I nodded, realizing the implication. As I mulled over this revelation, I was suddenly jolted by a sharp sound. There are certainly a lot of mosquitoes, Dajiang remarked, furrowing his brow. If it's like this in spring, how unbearable will it be in summer? Hearing Dajiang's comment, my uncle chuckled. In our village of Diabingshan, the mountains on either side shield us from the wind, making winters a bit warmer. However, in summer, the mosquitoes and flies here are far more abundant than in other places. His seemingly innocuous words struck me like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a connection in my mind. Bloodied ground, mosquitoes, the patient's swollen abdomen, delirious ramblings. So that is it. My heart felt as if a lamp had been lit within, casting away the darkness of confusion. These seemingly unrelated events intertwined to reveal the reason behind the patient's current state. I lifted my gaze, surveying the area around the bloodied ground, and noticed an empty livestock shed nearby. This shed was constructed from sturdy wooden poles, roughly the size of an adult's calf, topped with a thatched roof and surrounded by earthen walls. The front of the shed was open, revealing a feeding trough and a water trough. As my eyes scanned the interior, I spotted a string of vibrant red chili peppers hanging from one of the wooden posts. Clearly harvested in the previous autumn. They had dried to a brilliant hue, each pepper thick as a finger and measuring a palm's length. I reached out, and plucked one from the string, bringing it to my nose. A faint, pungent aroma wafted up, confirming my suspicions. Indeed, while maintaining a composed exterior, my heart swelled with joy. This pepper elucidated the entire sequence of events, aligning perfectly with my thoughts. In your family, only that patient has consumed these peppers, am I correct? Yes. She is the only one in our family who relishes spicy food. My uncle's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with a profound sense of reverence as he gazed at me in disbelief. At this very moment, the mighty river smiled upon me. We were so familiar with one another that it was evident he could perceive the unwavering confidence in my eyes, a certainty that I possessed the situation entirely. Without even having seen the patient, I had already unraveled the mystery of this case. I reached up and plucked a string of chili peppers hanging from a post, casually tossing them to my uncle, instructing him to throw them into the stove and wash his hands thoroughly afterward. My uncle appeared bewildered, yet he nodded solemnly in acknowledgement, clutching the peppers as he hurried off to the kitchen. The shaman from their village, Big River, leaned in and whispered to me, "He cannot cure him." I replied with a smile, resolutely stating, "No one else can heal him but me." Big River chuckled softly, exclaiming, "Then it's settled. Leaf, we shall achieve success in no time." Just as Big River and I exchanged these words, my uncle dashed out of the kitchen, his hands dripping wet. "Mr. Leaf, what shall we do next?" The family member of the patient, having been thoroughly convinced by my earlier assertion, no longer harbored any doubts. Hence, after finishing with the peppers, he rushed over to inquire about the next steps. "Are there mulberry trees nearby in your village?" I asked him. "Go now, while there is still light," I added, my tone steady and calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "All right." My uncle promptly grabbed a hoe and dashed out like the wind. "What shall we do?" Big River and I exchanged glances, and it was he who spoke first. "That shaman over there." I smiled at Big River and said, "He will certainly be unable to cure the patient. Shall we go observe the commotion?" "Excellent idea. Let's go." Big River, youthful and exuberant, leapt with joy at the prospect of witnessing the spectacle. We inquired about the general direction of the shaman's residence from the patient's relatives. Then, taking advantage of the last rays of sunlight, Big River and I made our way to the shaman's home. It was easy to locate, for it was nearly certain that at this hour, his courtyard would be teeming with onlookers. Chinese people have an innate affinity for spectacles, even in a city. If a dog were to be struck by a vehicle, throngs would gather, forming a tight circle of spectators. How much more so in our isolated and entertainment-starved village? Before long, we arrived at the shaman's abode. As expected, the courtyard was illuminated brightly, bustling with a dense crowd both inside and out. From a considerable distance, I could hear the peculiar singing within, accompanied by the rhythmic beat of the wonwang drum. As the sun sets behind the western mountains and darkness envelopes the sky, every household shuts its doors. Today, within these walls, a comprehensive ritual was being performed, complete with the full ceremonial practices of exorcism. Text Chapter 20. The Transmission of the Hall and the Master of the Hall. Chapter 20. The Divine Ritual. As De Jiang and I squeezed into the crowd, we beheld a brightly lit courtyard. In the midst of it all, a gaunt man in his 50s was energetically performing, wielding a wonwang drum in one hand and a wu-wang whip in the other, spinning and singing in a captivating yet peculiar manner. At the center of the courtyard, on a stool, sat a woman in her 50s or 60s, her hair flowing loosely, adorned with a long string of waist bells. She remained silent, eyes closed in deep concentration. This dynamic of movement and stillness created a striking contrast. We could hear the man continue his song. As the sun sets behind the western hills, every household closes its doors. Magpies and crows flock to the great trees, while sparrows and swallows dart toward the eaves. 9 out of 10 homes are locked tight. Only one door remains ajar. The mist hangs heavy, the fog rolls in, as the great deity is summoned to the doorstep. "Is this the great deity?" De Jiang whispered, pointing to the incessantly singing man. "This is the second deity," I softly replied to him, "responsible for invoking spirits and conversing with them. The seated woman, when she invokes the old spirit to possess her, will truly embody the great deity." I chuckled at De Jiang's innocent curiosity. Having grown up in the countryside, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. "It's not so simple," I said with a smile. "There's a profound knowledge behind this. Just watch." As we conversed, the man continued his performance. With my left hand, I strike the wonwang drum, and with my right, I wield the wu-wang whip. The wonwang drum is made of willow wood, resounding like thunder. The whip, for men, measures 1.5 feet, for women, 1 foot 3. Mountains shall tremble, sea shall dry, in days of yore. This whip fell into the hands of the second son, who used it to command the solitary mountains. I understood that the process of summoning the spirits could be lengthy or brief, contingent upon whether they could indeed invoke the deity. If these two were aware that they could not genuinely summon a spirit, then the duration of their performance would depend solely on their desire to entertain. De Jiang and I watched the spectacle, quietly discussing it amongst ourselves. I took the opportunity to share some fundamental knowledge about these rituals with him. When a deity possesses someone to heal, it typically falls into two categories, the literary hall and the martial hall. Not just anyone can host the presence of a great spirit. They deliberately select particular individuals, among whom the one possessed by the divine spirit is deemed the chosen one. This divine entity is referred to as the Dima within the industry, while the other is known as the Bingzi, tasked with engaging in dialogue with the summoned deity. It is not as simple as it seems. Upon hearing his words, I chuckled softly and remarked to Dajiang, for the divine spirit to descend, it is essential to bind the acupoints of the Dima. Only then can the deity manifest, a process known as binding the acupoints. Should an unbound individual allow the deity to possess them directly, it could very well cost that person half their life. Have you forgotten? When your father was possessed by Huang Jiru, what condition was he in after Huang Jiru departed? I inquired of Dajiang. Dajiang, upon hearing my words, awkwardly shrank his neck. Earlier, when the topic of the Wenzhong Hall arose, I continued. The Wenzhong Hall diagnoses ailments, also referred to as seeing the fragrance, binding only half of the acupoints. Half binding implies that the divine spirit does not fully control the Dima's body, merely utilizing their mouth for speech. At times, during the process of seeking divine intervention at the Wenzhong Hall, the individual may not even notice the accent of the Dima's speech, remaining oblivious to the fact that the deity has indeed arrived. Conversely, the Wutong Hall binds all acupoints, thereby controlling the entirety of the Dima's body. At that point, every word and action of the Dima is dictated by the deity, rendering the Dima's own agency irrelevant. I elaborated. Thus, such a ritual necessitates the operation of two individuals. One, the Bingzi, responsible for invoking the deity and engaging in dialogue, and the other, the Dima, facilitating the deity's descent. This Wudong Hall is also known as Dingxiang Tuhuo or Banganzi. This is what we commonly refer to as the act of invoking the divine. Do you comprehend? I asked Dajiang. Almost. Dajiang nodded solemnly in response. However, binding all acupoints and utilizing the Banganzi inflicts significantly greater harm on the Dima's body. I continued, thus, it is only natural that the fees are considerably higher. The knowledge I have just shared is merely a fragment of what I gleaned while accompanying my blind grandfather during his fortune-telling sessions, listening to the blind man converse with others in the same profession. Speaking of which, today, the actions of the divine and semi-divine spirits were rather swift. After a brief conversation, when we next glanced towards the venue, we observed the two spirits performing. Call out, great deity, do not be hasty. Whether it be the fox, or Huang, or the third Prince Neza, or the king of heavenly. At that moment, the divine figure, who had been seated with eyes closed, head bowed, and hair obscuring half of their face, suddenly began to tremble violently, with their eyes shut. This deity shook their head rapidly, causing their flowing hair to dance wildly. It seemed as though the divine presence was indeed manifesting. The divine figure raised their hands, and the Wanwang drum was struck with the fervor of a torrential downpour as they began to sing, traversing the 7 stars, passing through the 7 acupoints. Blocking my horse's head while I chatter, Bingzi speaks truly. Why today do we wield the blade? The great deity has descended. Dajiang excitedly tugged at me. They have arrived. They have arrived. What a spectacle. I pushed aside Dajiang's hand, exclaiming, the celestial master has yet to arrive. This is the report of the messenger. What? What messenger? Dajiang looked at me in astonishment. The messenger. I shot him a glare, my patience wearing thin. What she meant just now was to have the disciple of the second deity clarify what matter we are to resolve today. The report of the messenger is one of the 24 divisions of the hall, specifically tasked with delivering messages. I explained to Dajiang. Then, the headmaster will, based on the situation at hand, summon the appropriate divine beings from among his subordinates to address the issue. I continued, for instance, if you wish to consult on feng shui or seek healing today, the headmaster will dispatch different celestial beings accordingly. Do you understand? Understand? What nonsense? Dajiang retorted, exasperated. I grasped the concept of the messenger, but what on earth are these 24 divisions of the hall and the headmaster? Your explanations are only making things more confusing. Dajiang was quite agitated. I chuckled softly. Dajiang nodded repeatedly, his curiosity piqued. I took him aside a few steps, finding a less crowded shadow to stand in, and began to explain the matter of summoning celestial beings. According to legend, in ancient times, northeast China was vast and sparsely populated. Thus, in the fertile land of the Changbai Mountains, abundant in spiritual energy, a multitude of various animals and spirits transformed into celestial beings. These celestial beings, unrestrained and heedless, caused much chaos, gradually inciting the wrath of the heavenly court. Consequently, the Jade Emperor dispatched the thunder deity to the mortal realm to eradicate all celestial beings. As calamity loomed over countless celestial beings, a middle-aged man stepped forward to intercept the thunder deity. He addressed the deity, saying, "These celestial beings are also living souls. To slaughter them all would offend the heavens. Since they have acted recklessly and caused trouble, let the heavenly court issue a decree to regulate these celestial beings." The man continued, "If these celestial beings are governed by rules, we need not kill them all, both good and bad, as it would go against the heavenly virtue of compassion. Furthermore, if any of them truly break the heavenly decree, they may be punished later, which would be fair warning, not unjust retribution." Thus, I smiled at Dajiang and said, "We often hear of someone violating the heavenly decree, but what exactly is this decree? No one knows. The 6 grave sins and 16 rules are indeed the authentic heavenly decrees. What does this have to do with the hall?" Dajiang asked, observing the situation in the center. "Don't be so impatient," I replied with a smile. "I will soon relate this to the hall." 21. Chapter 21. The Inheritance of the Lawman. 24 Parts 1 continued to explain to Dajiang. After that, the demon immortals of the Changbai mountain lineage, once bound by rules, ceased their disturbances and began to cultivate diligently. However, there were either foxes, weasels, pythons, or longworms. Let me clarify, longworms refer to snakes. Alternatively, they could be other creatures such as eagles, wolves, and raccoons, or they might be spirits in the process of cultivation. I told Dajiang, these entities are inherently malevolent, and upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, they must endure tribulations. Thunder from the heavens, fire from the earth, and fierce winds come in various forms. If they fail to overcome these tribulations, it results in death. Is that so? Dajiang blinked, inquiring. The demon immortals rely not solely on their cultivation to transcend tribulations, but rather on their merits. I explained. The more virtuous deeds they accumulate, the easier it is for them to pass through. If they act recklessly, they become entangled in karmic retribution. When the heavenly tribulations arrive, the lightning strikes will surely bring about their demise without exception. Dajiang nodded in understanding. So those great immortals attach themselves to others to heal and resolve matters, in order to amass merits for themselves, correct? Indeed. I chuckled while patting Dajiang's shoulder. Next, I broached the topic of the hall. I addressed everyone. It is essential to understand that when great immortals possess human bodies, it is not merely a simple act of leaping onto someone. It is a meticulous and rigorous process, and when the immortals arrive, they do not come alone but as a team. What? Dajiang looked at me in astonishment. They come as a group? Yes, I affirmed, nodding at Dajiang. This group is referred to as the hall. These great immortals are typically led by a highly skilled practitioner, known as the master of the hall. This is what I previously mentioned about the one who commands the troops within the hall. I elaborated slowly. The hall is set up in the home of the host. It consists of 5 components: altar, city, camp, plate, and mountain. To summarize briefly, the altar is the place of rituals. The city is where the immortals gather. The camp refers to the battalion of celestial soldiers. The plate encompasses the territory occupied by the hall, and the mountain denotes the sacred abode for the immortals' cultivation. Naturally, these components, altar, city, camp, plate, and mountain, are invisible to ordinary people. I informed Dajiang. Within the hall, there are also flags, commands, seals, and swords. I shall explain the functions of these 4 items to you gradually. Of course, these flags, commands, seals, and swords are also imperceptible to mortals. Just as I was saying this, I noticed Dajiang's face contorting with frustration. He rolled his eyes at me and said, "You speak of such lively matters. Yet after all this, I cannot see a single thing. Can you share something that I can actually perceive?" "Certainly." I smiled at Dajiang. In the hall, aside from incense and offerings, what mortals can see is the hall list. The hall list? What is that? Dajiang asked eagerly. These celestial beings, of course, cannot remain in the home of the disciple for an extended period, as it contravenes the established order. I remarked to De Jiang, thus, the hall is essentially an operational entity, a liaison station, akin to a branch office? De Jiang responded, precisely. I nodded in agreement. It's somewhat akin to that. The so-called hall list is a document that enumerates the names of the Grand Master and his subordinates, the foundational pillars, and the entire cadre of 24 divisions. Just as De Jiang was about to inquire further, I interjected, do not rush. I will elucidate each aspect for you. I continued. The foremost name on the list denotes the lineage of Fa Man, your ancestral master. Fa Man refers to the cultivation methods, passed down in an orderly fashion, much like the tendrils of a vine, descending in a singular line of succession. Do you comprehend? De Jiang nodded, though somewhat perplexed. In our northeastern region, the name that predominantly appears at the top of the hall list is that of the Golden Flower Master, while the name of the Sky Master is considerably less frequent. I further elaborated. Descending the list, we find the names of Husan Taiyi and Husan Tainai. Husan Taiyi? Who is he? De Jiang inquired, intrigued by yet another unfamiliar term. He is the individual I mentioned earlier, who thwarted the thunder deity and saved a lineage of, I explained. He is a fox spirit, and due to his benevolent acts in rescuing all the Jade Emperor granted him a divine decree in recognition of his merits. Therefore, he governs all in the northeastern region. To put it plainly, from Shanhaiguan northward, all are under his jurisdiction. Ah, so it is him. Upon hearing this, De Jiang's voice involuntarily grew a notch louder, prompting me to shoot him a sharp glare. They are performing their rites over there. Is such a loud voice intended to disrupt the proceedings? De Jiang quickly retracted, signaling his apology. Subsequently, beneath Husan Taiyi lies the Grand Master of the hall. I continued. This Grand Master serves as the leader of the entire hall. Surrounding the Grand Master are his subordinate celestial beings, positioned around him for ease of command. These subordinates, according to their duties, consist of 10 division masters, hall sweepers, hall pressers, hall messengers, hall monitors, hall protectors, hall sitters, hall receivers, hall enclosers, feng shui masters, and medical masters. Additionally, there are 2 commanders managing the barracks, the leading commander and the recruiting commander, the chief messenger and chief protector, the Grand Messenger and the Grand Protector, 10 division envoys, those who traverse the heavens, explore the earth, breach barriers, scout troops, unite forces, arrange formations, enclose wealth, promote virtue, issue orders, and impart teachings. Altogether, this comprises the so-called 24 divisions. I chuckled. Goodness, so many celestial beings? De Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. And the rest more? This is not the end. I feigned disdainful surprise at De Jiang. He promptly returned my glare with ire. In addition, there are 4 youthful commanders in the barracks, the commanding youth, the seal youth, the flag youth, and the sword youth. These stand beside the Grand Master. Furthermore, there are 8 formidable protectors and 2 protective messengers, whose sole purpose is to safeguard the disciples. Following this, there were 2 attendants. Each hall, including the Hu, Huang, Meng, Chang, Za, Gui, and Yi, had its own leader and 2 deputy leaders. Ultimately, 5 marshals and several generals were included as well. This was essentially the entirety of it. Upon hearing this, De Jiang, overwhelmed by disbelief, remarked, is it truly possible for a single hall to possess such a multitude of celestial beings? And this is during peaceful times. I responded to De Jiang. To illustrate, consider the 10 emissaries responsible for troop movements. Their sole duty is to oversee the mobilization of forces. If 2 halls were to engage in conflict, and they were to summon the master, disciples, friends, and fellow students of the hall's leader, the reinforcements they could bring would far exceed those of the original group, potentially by a factor of 10 or more. Text Chapter 22, A Clash Over a Minor Disagreement. Chapter 22, A Sudden Challenge. This is still a calm moment. I said to Dajiang, that envoy in charge of troop movements, his sole responsibility is to summon reinforcements. If 2 factions were to clash, he could easily rally the master, disciples, friends, and fellow apprentices of the sect leader, bringing forth reinforcements that would far exceed these individuals tenfold. Dajiang's expression was exaggerated, and he gasped in astonishment. This sect is further divided into many categories, I continued. There are the Clear Hall, Mixed Hall, Literary Hall, Martial Hall, Renowned Hall, and Dark Hall, among others. If we delve deeper, the primary sects can be classified into 3 main categories: for righteous paths, 12 side branches, 7 inner paths, and 7 outer paths, totaling 33 principal sects. I remarked. These 33 principal sects represent the main categories of formal sections. As for the lesser and miscellaneous sects, their variety is as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless. Well, the knowledge contained within this is vast, Dajiang exclaimed in surprise. Whenever you have the time, I will gradually explain it to you. At this point, I nudged Dajiang with my elbow, signaling him to look ahead. With a smile, I said, "The sect leader is summoning troops. The great deity has possessed someone this time. Aren't you going to watch?" Upon hearing my words, Dajiang hurriedly raised his head, and I too turned my gaze toward the center of the arena. Typically, when a deity possesses someone, they introduce themselves for ease of address. However, upon the arrival of this deity, the first words that escaped her lips startled me immensely. I thought to myself, something is amiss. What sect does this spirit represent? Why has the sect leader summoned such a presence today? Suddenly, a strange sensation surged from the depths of my heart. As this deity began to speak, she proclaimed, "I am the clear wind deity, Li Wan. After listening to me for a while, Dajiang had grasped some understanding. Turning his face toward me, he asked, "Yezi, why is it not the fox yellow python? What does this clear wind deity signify?" Clear wind is a male ghost, while smoke soul is a female ghost. I gritted my teeth and replied. My expression must have been quite grim, as Dajiang's gaze shifted when he looked at me. This deity summoned a ghost? Dajiang's expression turned enigmatic as he asked, "Is there a mistake? Something is definitely amiss." I frowned and said to Dajiang, "Only during funerals, when dealing with coffins, or when summoning the spirits of deceased relatives, does the sect leader summon ghostly immortals. If a ghostly immortal were to appear during a medical consultation, wouldn't they just end up causing death? Follow me." I pulled Dajiang and silently retreated to a secluded area. "What are you doing?" Dajiang whispered suspiciously behind me. "I'm going to see what kind of sect they belong to." As I spoke, I led Dajiang to the window of the west room. When I lifted my head and glanced through the glass, the sight nearly caused me to exclaim in shock. In the northern part of the room, there stood an altar table, and prominently affixed to the wall behind it was a striking black list. According to the regulations for altars, the lists are traditionally red and yellow, made from either colored paper or fabric. However, I had never even heard of a black list before. As I glanced at the list again, an overwhelming shiver coursed through my body, rendering my hands and feet icy cold. The black list did not bear the name of the revered Jinhua master, but rather, the Tenyama kings. Further down, beside the title of the chief master, the name of the celestial master Qing Feng Li Wantong was inscribed. Flanking him were 5 spectral acolytes. My heavens! A shudder of inexplicable chill raced down my spine. The combination of this black list, the celestial master Qing Feng, and the spectral acolytes indicated that this altar was a ghostly immortal hall. I do not know how much time passed, but Dajiang nudged me from behind, jolting me back to reality. Once I regained my composure from the shock, my first instinct was to grasp Dajiang's arm and distance ourselves from that window, blending back into the crowd. "What is wrong, Yezi?" Dajiang immediately sensed that something was amiss and urgently asked. "This hall is a ghostly immortal hall." I whispered to him. "A ghostly immortal hall? What does that mean?" Dajiang's expression turned serious as he inquired further. "The chief master of this hall is a ghostly immortal. This place is dominated by ghostly immortals," I explained. "And so what?" Dajiang asked, perplexed. "And so what?" I replied, furrowing my brow. "In any hall, if we were to have a conflict, there would always be grounds for reasoning. However, the ghostly immortal hall is notoriously difficult to deal with. The nature of ghostly immortals is invariably suspicious and capricious, prone to sudden shifts in mood, narrow-minded, and utterly unreasonable. In our line of work, when it comes to the ghostly immortal hall, we succinctly summarize with 6 words. No one can make sense of it." I emphasized each word to Dajiang. "Oh dear," Dajiang muttered under his breath. "If we end up in a disagreement with them, it will be a direct confrontation without any logic to back us up, leaving us no choice but to face them head-on. Let us hope it does not come to that." I sighed. "We are just 2 brothers here, while they are a whole family. How does this chief master compare to Huangjiru?" Dajiang, seemingly ready for a fight, poked me with anticipation. "A ghostly immortal requires 500 years of cultivation and the possession of an immortal seed to establish a hall." I shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated. "How old is Huangjiru?" "Born in the Guangxu era, she is not yet 200 years old. She does not even possess the qualifications to act as the master of the Huang family's hall. If I were to summon her here, I doubt she would even dare to step onto their premises. Is the disparity in strength that vast?" This could spell trouble. De Jiang's spirit sank, and his head drooped in dismay. At the very moment we were conversing, the disciples of the second deity in the center of the venue had completed their courteous exchanges with the esteemed Master Qi Feng, who commenced to negotiate terms. Two disciples beat their drums, and the entire process of communication was conducted in song. Master Qi Feng, with unrestrained eloquence, demanded an array of offerings: pairs of black chickens and white ducks, 3 pounds of rabbits in 2 pairs, 12 distinct varieties of fruit, and 8 platters of delicacies laid out in abundance. Ultimately, he insisted on a 300-pound pig's head. The disciple of the second deity hastily inquired, "Where am I to procure a 300-pound pig's head?" Master Qi Feng responded in song, "Once you sever the pig's tail, you may weigh it anew, O dear." This statement provoked a fervent ire within me as I listened. I thought to myself, if you desire a pig, simply request a whole one. Why demand a 300-pound pig's head? Why the convoluted stipulation of removing the tail for weighing? It is clearly just an entire pig. This Master Qi Feng was excessively greedy. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, to my astonishment, he proposed something even more outrageous. After a plethora of offerings had been agreed upon, Master Qi Feng finally consented to treat the ailing girl. However, he insisted on taking her privately into a room, forbidding anyone from witnessing the treatment process. He proclaimed that his method was the art of pure yang crossing into yin. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury ignited within me. This malevolent spirit was clearly not there to heal. What was this pure yang crossing into yin? It was evident he sought to take advantage of the young lady. At that moment, a realization struck me. No, this was wrong. I suddenly thought, even if a spirit were to occupy this residence, it could not descend to such depravity. This was beyond contemptible. Typically, those who preside over a household spirit hall are the ancestral spirits of the family, transformed into benevolent guardians. In our line of work, we refer to this connection as family kin. The actions of these guardians are meant to protect their descendants. Yet today, this possessing spirit was clearly not accumulating merit. It was overtly harmful. A sudden possibility flashed through my mind. This possessing spirit must be compromised. Could it be? As that thought crystallized, clarity dawned upon me. I shook off Dajiang's hand, and amidst his astonished gaze, I pushed past the villagers obstructing my path, striding boldly into the center of the venue. "Silence!" I bellowed with all my might. My voice resonated throughout the courtyard, rendering the crowd utterly speechless. I was prepared to confront them. Dajiang, behind me, covered his face and muttered, "You truly are my real father." Chapter 23. The external ghost points the hall. The ghost immortal possesses. Chapter 23. The malevolent ghost at the altar, the possession by a ghostly immortal. Silence. My thunderous shout was infused with every ounce of strength I could muster. The sound reverberated through the courtyard, rendering everyone present utterly speechless. How audacious it was to challenge them so boldly. Behind me, De Jiang covered his face, muttering under his breath, "You truly are my biological father." It was no surprise that De Jiang felt uneasy. Just moments ago, I had been lauding the formidable prowess of their sect, yet in the blink of an eye, I found myself confronting them directly. Deep down, I understood that my actions today had indeed transgressed numerous taboos. I had obstructed their invocation of spirits and spoken recklessly in front of their altar. For these 2 offenses alone, their Grandmaster could have easily dispatched me without fear of divine retribution. However, given the current predicament, could I possibly refrain from intervening? I could not stand idly by as the afflicted girl was about to be defiled by this malevolent spirit before me. A hypothesis flickered in my mind, formed from the subtle clues I had gathered earlier. I fervently hoped that my conjecture was entirely accurate. Otherwise, I would not need them to mobilize their forces against me. Any one of their grandmasters, be it from the fox, yellow, python, white, or gray sects, could effortlessly annihilate me. The moment I bellowed, the possessed figure of the esteemed Qi Feng turned her attention toward me, her expression dark and forbidding, evidently enraged by my unexpected interruption. To my astonishment, despite being an elderly woman, her voice emerged as a hoarse timbre reminiscent of a middle-aged man. How intriguing. Here I am, encountering a challenger in this sacred hall. Which household do you belong to, little brat? Has your sex master not instilled in you the proper decorum? With such meager skills, how dare you step forward? His words sent a shiver down my spine. The Qi Feng spirit had seen right through me. He discerned that I possessed no substantial abilities. In this extraordinary realm of spirit mediums, prowess held paramount importance. Having been so thoroughly assessed, I realized that even if I wished to retreat now, escape was no longer an option. With steely resolve, I smirked and advanced another step forward. At this very moment, although the courtyard was teeming with villagers both inside and outside the walls, the central area was eerily vacant. Only the three of us remained, myself and the two divine figures. Cease this charade. I furrowed my brow, mustering my courage to address him. What brings you here, foreign ghost? To trample upon another's sacred rites is one transgression. To impersonate their ancestors is a second. The third and gravest sin you commit is among the 6 heinous crimes, transforming into a half-human, half-spirit entity to violate mortals, deserving of divine retribution without mercy. How dare you utter such brazen words here? Do you not fear a swift demise? I proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing my declaration, the Qingfeng's spirit trembled violently. When he turned his gaze back to me, his eyes were filled with boundless malice and resentment. With a sudden outburst, he sprang up from his seat. His demeanor suggested an overwhelming desire to pounce on me, as if intent on tearing me to shreds. Witnessing his reaction filled my heart with an exhilarating joy. His current attitude perfectly validated the assertions I had just made, confirming my suspicions to be entirely accurate. At last, I had indeed guessed correctly. A wave of relief washed over me as I reflected on this. Among the 3 assertions I had just presented to the so-called clear-wind immortal, the first and second were of utmost significance. I had essentially pointed directly at him and declared him an outsider, a foreign spirit. Upon hearing my words, he neither offered an explanation nor attempted to refute my claim. Instead, he erupted in a fit of rage, as if my revelation had unmasked a hidden conspiracy. This indicated that the clear-wind immortal before me was far from the genuine Li Wantong. From the moment he proposed the idea of a pure yin crossing into yang, I sensed something amiss. As the leader of a sect, how could he possibly engage in such unscrupulous and dubious activities among his own disciples? It was from that point onwards that my suspicions began to take root. My recent probing had merely confirmed my intuition. This individual was indeed an outsider, a foreign ghostly being infiltrating our ranks. Logically, circumstances such as today's, where an external spirit manages to possess one of our own, are exceedingly rare for an outsider to enter. The head of the sect must be absent, as must the clear wind master, colloquially known as the King of Sorrow, alongside the hall master responsible for expelling foreign spirits. Only when all 3 are simultaneously away can an outsider have the opportunity to possess a disciple. How fortuitous. It seemed that today, by sheer chance, all 3 had vacated the premises, allowing this foreign ghost to exploit the situation. A deep sense of relief enveloped me, and I exhaled a long sigh. Regardless of how formidable my opponent might be, I would not have to engage in a direct confrontation with the entire assembly. In any case, the situation was far less dire than before. As I had previously mentioned, the ghostly immortal hall is notorious for being difficult to contend with, primarily because the thought processes of these spirits cannot be anticipated by ordinary humans. Moreover, this was an outsider spirit. Who could fathom its true nature? Indeed, upon my pronouncement, the being within exhibited a countenance rife with malice, advancing towards me with malicious intent. His eyes glinted with ferocity, his posture hunched, and suddenly he opened his mouth wide. A shriek erupted from his lips, one that bore no resemblance to a human wail. The sound was akin to steel scraping against glass, piercing, grating, and alarmingly loud. Darkness enveloped my vision, and a sharp, excruciating pain surged through my head. The shriek was so piercing that it felt as though it could penetrate my ears and stab directly into my brain. That ghostly howl nearly cost me my very life. Suddenly, my right hand, as if possessed by some unseen force, reached out involuntarily before me. In an instant, I felt an intense heat emanating from the fingertips of the 3 digits tainted by the blood spirit. At that very moment, the sharp pain within my head began to subside. The darkness that enveloped my vision dissipated in an instant. The barrier formed by my right hand seemed to diminish the effect of the ghostly wail that had assailed me. Just then, I caught a fleeting glimpse. The deity, positioned 4 or 5 meters away, began to slump softly to the ground, appearing as limp as a boneless caterpillar. Simultaneously, a swift shadow detached itself abruptly from the deity's form. I watched in horror as this shadow, moving with a speed that instilled a sense of despair, circled around my outstretched hand and lunged toward me. With a resounding crash, before I could react, the shadow collided forcefully with my body. In that split second, I felt as though I had plunged into a glacial abyss, my entire being enveloped in a bone-chilling cold. This frigid sensation was akin to every drop of blood within me crystallizing into sharp shards of ice. I found myself utterly immobilized, my body stiff as a board. Uncontrollably, my mouth uttered the raspy voice of the middle-aged man from before. "You little rascal! How dare you thwart my plans? Just wait and see how I shall deal with you today." Textual content. Chapter 24. My Wrath, a Name to Remember. Chapter 24. Enraged me. Achieving fame and fortune, I felt my entire body stiffen, utterly immobilized. Against my will, my mouth uttered the hoarse voice of the middle-aged man from earlier. "You little thief! How dare you ruin my plans? Just wait and see how I shall deal with you today." This foreign ghostly being had, in the blink of an eye, attached itself to me, seizing control of my body. In that instant, panic engulfed me. The ghost had bound my vital orifices and commandeered my physical form. I was now completely at its mercy. At this moment, regardless of whether I crashed into a wall or leaped into a well, that ghost had countless methods to torment me to death. The terror within me was far more chilling than the extreme cold enveloping my body. Only this one wretched being could overpower me. In the blink of an eye, it had ensnared me. Despair filled my heart. With a slow yet resolute motion, my fingers began to approach my own eye sockets. This creature aimed to destroy my vision. I struggled with all my might, yet my body remained beyond my control. Helplessly, I watched as my fingers drew ever closer to my eyes. "You have brought this upon yourself. Consider yourself blind." The ancient spirit within me continued to say through my lips maliciously, as I witnessed my fingers nearing my own eyes. An overwhelming surge of sorrow and fury erupted from the depths of my heart. In a sudden outburst, I let out a furious cry, and astonishingly, it was my own voice, not that of the ancient spirit. A searing sensation enveloped my right eye and the 3 fingers of my right hand, akin to a scorching iron plate. Just as my eye was on the brink of destruction, the blood-red eye of the soul-devouring spirit awakened, ignited by my rage. As my roar echoed, my right hand instinctively moved downward, and those 3 fingers brutally grasped at the position of my throat, the Jade Gate Gold Lock. In Taoist tradition, this is referred to as the threshold of life and death, where 2 soft bones meet at the Adam's apple. This area is densely packed with nerves yet is exceedingly fragile. For practitioners of Taoism, mastering the energy at this point is among the most challenging feats. Only by breaking through this threshold can one's vital energy ascend to the head and then descend from the back of the neck, allowing them to surpass the 12 levels of the cervical vertebrae. It is only after achieving this that those who cultivate both essence and life can be said to have taken their fate into their own hands. Thus, the throat's Jade Gate Gold Lock is aptly named the threshold of life and death. Now, as my 3 fingers pressed against my throat, it was because this ancient spirit had previously bound my mouth and forced me to speak. Therefore, the position of my Jade Gate Gold Lock undoubtedly harbored a portion of this spirit's ethereal essence. As I let out a piercing scream, I grasped my own throat and pulled with all my might. In that moment, a chilling cold enveloped my right hand, while warmth surged back through my entire body. This ancient specter had indeed been pulled from within me by my right hand. At that moment, the once formidable presence of this old ghost had dissipated. Firmly held by my 3 fingers, it could not contain its cries of distress. With a fierce grip, I clutched it tightly. The fear and rage it had instilled in me when it possessed my body had stripped me of reason. My heart seethed with resentment towards this ghost, which had nearly claimed my life. Thus, I fervently activated the soul-devouring blood eye, relentlessly drawing upon the specter's cultivation. I felt its spiritual energy coursing through my arm like a rushing stream, surging into me and swiftly flowing into my soul-devouring blood eye. What was once a searing pain had now transformed into a refreshing coolness. The malevolent energy emanating from this ghostly being was extraordinarily dense. When my soul-devouring blood eye had its fill, although this old wretch was on the brink of death, it still clung to life, not yet entirely absorbed. The satisfaction of the soul-devouring blood eye gradually calmed my tumultuous emotions. Observing that the ghost was barely hanging on, I ceased my grip, sparing its life for the moment. "Spare me, great immortal." The specter, once shrouded in deep blackness, had become nearly invisible, its pleas for mercy barely audible. Originally, it had committed an unforgivable crime deserving of divine retribution. Slaying it would have been a merit on my part. I addressed the ghost, however. "I find myself in a foreign land, and your fate is entangled with the affairs of the Leaf family. For now, I shall grant you a reprieve. How you are dealt with is a matter for the Leaf family to decide." With that, I casually tossed the frail ghost through the window, depositing it onto the altar within the ghostly hall. Truthfully, I harbored no desire to spare this filthy creature. Yet, as I had just articulated, firstly, This was their domain. And secondly, this incident was somewhat tied to their family matters. Should I slay this old ghost, it would be a case of no witnesses, and I would be unable to provide any explanation. Furthermore, the ghostly hall was notoriously unreasonable. Even if no one else was present in the hall, there would surely be someone to apprehend this nearly lifeless foreign ghost. Having concluded this matter, I turned to glance at the deities across from me. At this moment, the disciples of the ghostly hall were bewildered, and the disciple who had been possessed by the ghost had regained consciousness. They seemed to sense that something was amiss, yet they had not fully grasped the situation. Standing there, they appeared utterly perplexed. Your family's messenger was intercepted by a foreign ghost. The one who came to bind the channels moments ago was indeed a foreign specter. As I stood before the disciple of the esteemed master and her aide, I addressed them. Had it not been for the recent transgression of this foreign spirit who sought to breach the sacred laws of humanity, I would not have been compelled to intervene. With that, I clasped my hands in a gesture of respect towards the two deities, esteemed ones. The urgency of today's events leaves me no choice. I beg your pardon for my actions. At last, they grasped the essence of the situation. Yet their expressions bore no trace of gratitude. Instead, they glared at me with palpable ire. Alas, as the saying goes, men strive for a breath of air, while Buddhas contend for a whiff of incense. Regardless of the righteousness of my actions, I had nonetheless infringed upon their sanctum, treading upon their sacred offerings. The repercussions of this incident would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of their establishment, especially with so many onlookers present, both inside and outside the courtyard. In truth, when I proclaimed the name Yi Han of Changbai Mountain, it was a deliberate effort to elevate my own standing amidst the throngs gathered here. By overpowering the ghostly realm today, I had made my mark unmistakably clear to all present. Henceforth, my partner and I would no longer fear a lack of clientele. Given these circumstances, I found it fitting to adopt a humble demeanor, for the truth was laid bare before us. The two deities before me were seasoned veterans. Having navigated this world for decades, surely they understood this reality. Thus, even though my intervention was intended to be helpful, it was met with disdain. Their resentment towards me was, after all, a natural response. With a courteous bow, I took my leave and exited their premises. As I made my way out, the villagers gathered in clusters, whispering among themselves, their gazes fixed upon me. The spectacle they had witnessed today was indeed worth their while. The act of binding the spirit was no trivial matter, and the summoning of an otherworldly entity, along with my unexpected involvement, had turned the event into a remarkable drama. My reputation had spread far and wide. As I departed, the family of the ailing girl came to the realization that their village's spirit medium would not return for another summoning. Behind me, they carried the girl out of the courtyard. As I walked, a smile crept upon my lips as I thought, now let us see how I shall heal her. Chapter 25. Setting the bait for golden scales. Chapter 25. Setting the bait for golden scales. As I stepped out of the courtyard, Dajiang joyfully trailed behind me. How do you feel now, Yezi? You seemed possessed just a moment ago, he inquired with a smile. My legs are weak, and my hands tremble, I replied softly. Still shaken. Today, we narrowly escaped with our lives. Surviving such a calamity surely brings blessings, Dajiang remarked, his brow slightly furrowed at my serious tone. However, your advertisement today was rather bold. He soon returned to his usual demeanor, grinning at me. You haven't completely lost your wits. By the way, Dajiang tugged at my sleeve. That old deity invited by Brother Ma today is truly a foreign spirit. I acknowledged, if it were from another sect, there might have been room for negotiation. But with the Ghost Immortal Hall, I fear there is little rationale to discuss. In other words, this recent confrontation has not only brought us fame but also attracted trouble. Dajiang expressed his worries. Was it to save that girl? I shot him a glance. Could we just stand by and watch while that ghostly immortal mistreated her? As long as we can save her, that's all that matters, I asserted. As for the rest, whether it brings us fame or misfortune, those concerns are secondary. Dajiang, recognizing my resolve, could only nod in agreement. I understood that Dajiang, despite his outward appearance shaped by his prolonged urban life, had a heart that was no less compassionate than mine when it came to saving lives. However, I, too, did not possess the self-sacrificial disposition of a caregiver willing to risk everything for others. My earlier action stemmed purely from an uncontainable surge of emotion. Not long after we entered our home, the family of the patient appeared, carrying a door plank as they followed us inside. Naturally, I took the initiative without needing them to plead for my assistance, glancing at the patient on the plank. Upon closer inspection, I realized I had overlooked her condition amidst the earlier chaos. This young woman was indeed gravely ill. She was excessively swollen all over, her arms thicker than her legs, and her thighs nearly as wide as her waist. The skin beneath appeared a vivid shade of purple and blue. Fluid accumulation in her abdomen caused her belly to swell as if she were pregnant. Her hands and feet glistened from the swelling, resembling plump pig trotters. The patient's face was grotesquely swollen, with her eyes squeezed into mere slits. Upon seeing the discoloration of her skin, I knew my earlier assessment had been entirely correct. Observing her confused state and the urgency of her condition, I swiftly turned to the girl's uncle who had accompanied her. "Where are the mulberry roots I asked you to dig up?" "Right here," he promptly replied, bringing over a bundle of mulberry roots. I selected 3 or 4 suitable ones, then peeled back the muddy outer layer of the roots for the girl's uncle to see. "Do you see this? Beneath the outer skin and the wood of the mulberry root lies a delicate white membrane. If one peels it away and combines it with a handful of mung beans, then simmers it in a pot with 3 bowls of goat's milk, it will yield a nourishing concoction." Furrowing my brow, I urged, "The patient's condition is critical. Quickly. Prepare the medicine." The elder uncle, clutching the mulberry root I had selected, dashed out as if propelled by the wind. "Is this truly the case? You dispense medicine without even discussing the price?" De Jiang whispered in my ear. "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident." The mother of the patient, a forthright rural woman, approached with an expression of embarrassment, repeatedly offering her apologies. It is only natural for parents to feel pain for their daughter. "There is no need for such discomfort," I reassured her with a smile. "You need not be so formal. Will this medicine truly cure her?" The father, appearing to be a simple and earnest rural man, hesitated as he inquired about his daughter's ailment. "This is not merely a treatment," I explained to the couple. "The inner bark of the mulberry root, known in traditional Chinese medicine as Changbai Pai, works to relieve lung congestion and reduce swelling. Additionally, goat's milk nourishes the kidneys, while mung beans detoxify the body. My intention is to alleviate the edema affecting the patient's body. Should we delay any longer, renal failure could easily ensue." "Ah, you are also versed in traditional Chinese medicine?" The couple widened their eyes in astonishment. Upon glancing up, I noticed De Jiang standing behind them, grinning and giving me a thumbs up. The family members eagerly agreed, and I retrieved paper and pen from my satchel, meticulously noting the required ingredients and handing the list to the couple. Upon seeing the list, their expressions became one of confusion. They likely expected it to contain items such as incense, offerings, and other materials for rituals. However, the contents I documented clearly bewildered them. "Mr. Yi, this is your offering fee." I raised my hand to interrupt her, stating, "If all goes well, I shall be able to cure your daughter by tonight. We agreed that if I do not succeed, I shall take nothing. If I do, you may compensate me as you see fit. I shall not quibble over amounts." "Ah." The middle-aged woman readily acquiesced, and her gaze toward me subtly shifted, reflecting newfound respect. It was evident that, despite her confusion about the purpose of the items I requested, my earlier efforts to save her daughter, coupled with my assurance of a flexible fee, had touched her. Under normal circumstances, given the urgency of the patient's condition, they would be compelled to pay whatever I demanded. Yet, my apparent indifference to financial gain projected an aura of an otherworldly healer. Moreover, in light of the earlier incident involving the hefty pig's head, the contrast between my character and that of the previous practitioner only further emphasized my unwavering dedication to healing over material wealth. This impression instilled greater confidence in them regarding my abilities. I was not solely motivated by self-promotion. I turned to De Jiang and remarked, "Forcing patients to part with their money can lead to endless repercussions. Once I find some leisure time, I shall regale you with the details of this matter." In the mountain village, goat's milk and mung beans are not particularly difficult to procure, and soon the medicinal concoction was brewed to perfection. The patient's parents held the bowl and administered the remedy to their child. Though these 3 ingredients appeared simple, their significance was far from trivial. This was indeed a remarkable recipe documented in the blood-summoning corpse scripture. Goat's milk nourishes the yin and replenishes the kidneys, mung beans detoxify and purify, and mulberry root promotes diuresis, each element precisely addressing the ailment. As expected, less than 10 minutes after the potion was ingested, the patient began to experience a torrent of urination. For nearly 10 continuous minutes, with the assistance of 2 female relatives, the patient expelled a significant amount of fluid. When the patient finally rose to her feet and was placed back onto the bed, The swelling throughout her body had completely subsided. Aside from her pallid complexion and lackluster demeanor, she appeared remarkably improved compared to her previous state, which resembled that of a bloated piglet. With the edema alleviated, the patient's consciousness had also notably brightened. This young woman, previously engulfed in discomfort and agony, now experienced a newfound ease in her breathing and an overwhelming sense of relief. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she regarded me, and in that moment, I felt a profound sense of pride, the essence of a physician's fulfillment. Indeed, the sensation of healing and saving lives is truly exhilarating, I mused joyfully. At this juncture, the family held no doubts regarding my capabilities. In no time, I provided a list of items for them to gather, and they promptly complied. I took the tongs and heated 4 large needles, typically used for shoe soles, over a candle until they glowed red, then shaped them into enormous fishhooks. De Jiang, observing the box containing a pair of fluffy chicks, curiously inquired, "Yizi, what do you intend to do with these?" "You mean the chicks?" I glanced up at De Jiang. "Ah," he nodded. "Those are my bait." Text continuation Chapter 26. Inviting you into the trap Chapter 26. Invitation to the trap. At this juncture, it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. In accordance with my instructions, several electric lights illuminated the courtyard, casting a brilliant glow throughout the space. I ordered all onlookers to step outside the yard, informing them that while they could observe, silence was imperative. Within the courtyard, only De Jiang and I remained. Through the window, I observed the patient's parents gazing at us with palpable concern through the glass. Seated on the steps, I secured a fishing line, thicker than a toothpick, to a long wooden pole. I left 2 meters of line dangling, at the end of which I robustly fastened 4 homemade fish hooks. After securing the hooks, I captured a chick, binding it to the hook with cotton thread. "Wait, are you truly going to fish here?" De Jiang exclaimed, holding a rather large wooden lid, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed," I replied with a smile, swinging the wooden pole through the air, causing the chick to flap its wings vigorously in response. "Are you certain you have exorcised that spirit?" De Jiang questioned, eyeing me with skepticism. "You are the one possessed." I chuckled, retorting, "Doubt me? I shall catch a grand fish today to prove you wrong." "Goodness, the sky is filled with flying insects." De Jiang swatted at the air, exclaiming, "They might devour us." At that moment, beneath the 4 large light bulbs in the courtyard, the family, following my directives, placed 4 large basins of water. The water sparkled, reflecting the lights and casting shimmering reflections into the sky. In the dark mountain village, this brilliant source of illumination likely attracted all manner of flying insects from miles around. Moths, mosquitoes, gnats, mantises, and crickets, an innumerable variety of flying creatures swarmed the courtyard like a billowing cloud. Several small geckos emerged from the crevices of the walls, greedily consuming these insects. Above the courtyard, 2 or 3 dozen bats silently soared, beginning their feast on the airborne pests. Almost there, I raised the long pole, swaying the chick in front of the livestock shed's eaves. The bound chick flapped its wings incessantly in the air. "I must caution you, Leaf." De Jiang, adhering to my instructions, held the large lid like a shield beside me, his expression solemn as he said, "If today yields no results, it won't matter if we wasted our efforts, but we shall become the laughingstock of this region." De Jiang's serious demeanor, holding the lid, was an amusing contrast that elicited a smile from me just as I was about to speak. Suddenly, I felt as if the wooden pole had been violently wrenched from my grip by an immensely powerful force, nearly flying from my hands. "Goodness, I've hooked something." A chill coursed through me, and I instinctively shouted. I leaned back, my hands firmly gripping the wooden rod as if engaged in a tug-of-war, exerting every ounce of strength to pull backward. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a colossal creature was yanked forth from the thatched roof of the livestock shed in the yard. Indeed, it was real. De Jiang, momentarily taken aback, instantly followed my earlier instructions and raised the pot lid, shielding both of us. I endeavored to lift the long pole, yet the entity ensnared by the fishhook proved exceedingly heavy. Despite my utmost effort, I could not hoist this creature into the air. At that moment, illuminated by the yard's electric lights, everyone had laid eyes upon it. At the end of the fishing line attached to my long rod was a truly enormous being. The crowd of onlookers outside gasped in unison, as if performing a grand chorus. On the ground, the creature I had caught was thrashing with all its might. It was unmistakably a snake, over 2 meters long and as thick as a small bowl. Its body was jet black, adorned with speckles of white, and its scales glistened like polished obsidian under the light. I held its front half aloft with the wooden rod, raised high above my head, while its tail thrashed furiously against the ground. I had miscalculated. A cry echoed in my mind. I had never anticipated that this creature would be so heavy. My initial plan was to pull the snake into the center of the yard, where I had instructed the family to prepare an empty water tank. Once I managed to hoist the snake into the tank, De Jong's pot lid would serve perfectly as a cover, ensuring that I had successfully captured it. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I would reel in such a massive being. Its bulk was simply too great for me to lift. If it continued to struggle, there was a real risk it might slip the hook and sever the line. My heart raced at the thought, and beads of sweat broke out across my body. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the room behind me. With a swift motion, 2 hands reached out, assisting me in stabilizing the wooden rod. Together, we exerted our combined strength, lifting the great snake into the air. This unassuming rural man, in this critical moment, summoned remarkable courage, rushing to my aid in capturing the creature. Together, we hoisted the massive black snake, which writhed and twisted in the air, desperately attempting to escape. However, we combined our efforts, raising it above the water tank. De Jiang, I shouted, my voice slightly faltering due to the tension. All right. De Jiang, holding the pot lid, positioned himself beside the water tank. My brother truly was a man of extraordinary audacity. Together with the father of the patient, we chanted 1, 2, 3, and simultaneously let go. In an instant, the large black serpent plummeted from the air with a resounding thud into the water tank. Before it could react, Da Jiang leapt atop it, forcefully slamming a pot lid down upon the tank. The deed was accomplished. I felt a wave of weakness wash over me. Yet my heart soared with uncontainable joy. At last, I had captured this creature. Just then, the lid in Da Jiang's hands emitted a loud bang. A tremendous force propelled the lid upwards, threatening to escape the confines of the tank. Panic surged through me. Da Jiang was still at the tank's edge. If that serpent managed to dislodge the lid and flee. Without a second thought, an overwhelming strength erupted within me, and I dashed towards the tank. Midway, I saw Da Jiang straining with all his might to press the lid down. However, he was unable to secure it in place. Then, I watched as Da Jiang pushed against the lid and propelled himself upward. In midair, he twisted and sat down upon the lid with his backside. At that moment, I arrived as well. I leapt into the air, mirroring Da Jiang, and forcefully sat down upon the lid. With a resounding crash, our combined weight pressed the lid down, finally securing it over the tank. We sat atop the lid, pale-faced, feeling as though an enraged giant was contained within the tank. The serpent inside continued to vehemently batter against the lid with its head. Its strength was formidable. At that moment, my heart raced with fear. The serpent hissed and continued its relentless struggle, incessantly ramming against the lid. Its power seemed boundless. Trembling, I retrieved a small piece of paper from my pocket and ignited it with a lighter. Da Jiang and I sat back to back atop the lid, our faces ashen, acutely aware of the thin wooden barrier beneath us, behind which the serpent thrashed with fervor. This lid, how sturdy is it? Be quiet. Da Jiang's expression of concern was abruptly cut off by my irritated interruption. At such a moment, how could he voice such fears? Was he trying to frighten me further? Chapter 27. The Unfathomable and the Incomprehensible. Chapter 27. Confusion and unfathomable foolishness. The great serpent continued to thrash within the water tank, creating a cacophony of noise. De Jiang and I, still shaken, sat atop the tank's lid, conversing in hushed tones. How did you know there was a great snake in their home? De Jiang inquired from behind me. This village of Tiao Bingshan is nestled between 2 mountains, with a valley that stifles airflow, attracting an abundance of insects. Leaning against De Jiang, I replied with a tremor in my voice. The father of the patient frequently slaughters dogs in the yard, and the overwhelming stench of blood draws swarms of flies. Thus, their household has far more insects than others. And then, De Jiang prompted. The dense clouds of flying insects attracted bats, which in turn lured the serpent, one that relishes feasting on bats, to this very place. I explained. How did you deduce that? De Jiang asked, intrigued. There was a peculiar odor of blood on the string of chili peppers, the scent of serpent venom. I elucidated. That great snake, lying atop the thatched roof of the livestock shed, was salivating while waiting to ambush the bats, and its drool dripped onto those chili peppers. So, after consuming the chili laced with serpent venom, the patient became poisoned, correct? De Jiang's face lit up with understanding. No wonder you used live chicks as bait. You intended to disguise them as bats. Indeed, I affirmed. A serpent would not be interested in lifeless objects that do not flutter. Although my heart raced with trepidation, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride in the success of my plan. What if the serpent does not usually reside on the roof? What if it lives in the mountains and only occasionally descends to feast on bats? I countered De Jong's excitement. Moreover, I asserted, if a fire were to consume the serpent, how would I procure an antidote for the girl? Is the cure truly found within the serpent itself? Upon hearing my words, a gleam of joy spread across De Jong's face. That girl merely ingested a few drops of its saliva. She wasn't bitten. If we give her the gallbladder of the snake, the poison will be instantly neutralized, I declared with unwavering confidence. At that moment, a sudden, aged voice echoed from outside the yard. These two outsiders have dared to capture our guardian dragon of Tiaobingshan. Who is it? I turned my head to peer outside. Two figures entered through the courtyard gate. The speaker was none other than the possessed elder, the formidable Dama, accompanied by her aide, the second deity. Her words suggested that just as we were on the verge of triumph, they had come to disrupt our efforts. The elder approached us while addressing the villagers gathered on the wall. For centuries, the feng shui of Tiaobingshan has been safeguarded by this guardian dragon, ensuring our peace. Yet, these two outsiders seek to slay our protector. If they succeed, then our Tiaobingshan will be plagued by disasters, never to know peace again. The onlookers atop the wall erupted into chaos. Almost everyone capable of movement in this village had gathered here. During the previous haunting, it was this very group that had come to witness the spectacle. Though some remained skeptical of the divine words, their demeanor clearly indicated a growing belief in the local sage among the villagers. The brother Ma presiding over the altar, being a native, naturally inspired trust. Moreover, his family resided here, and the reputation of the altar had been most familiar to the local populace. The tales of the two deities subduing demons and capturing monsters were certainly well known among these villagers. Gradually, after a brief commotion, some began to shout, "Release our village's divine dragon. We cannot allow these two scoundrels to bring harm to it." "Yes, outsiders, get out." Their clamor grew louder. A cacophony of voices rising in unison. Da Jiang, filled with rage, ground his teeth in frustration. It seemed this deity had not harmed their daughters, yet they could not discern right from wrong and merely stirred the pot. I heard Da Jiang murmur softly, "Esteemed Taoist Li." I took a moment to calm my wrath and spoke to the descendant of Li Wantong with as much composure as I could muster. Ultimately, human life surpasses all else. My prior affront to your altar was motivated by the desire to save lives. Now, capturing this venomous snake is also for the purpose of procuring medicine to save others. I addressed the deity. Our efforts at the altar are merely to accumulate merit and virtue for the celestial beings. If you insist on letting this snake escape today, and if this patient were to perish, the consequences would rest upon your shoulders. As I uttered these words, a flicker of hope remained in my heart. If only this deity possessed a modicum of humanity, perhaps she would awaken to reason. For the notion of cause and effect is indeed formidable. Even the highest celestial beings fear entanglement with this karmic web. If this patient were to die due to the deity's actions, the blame would not fall upon me. The consequence would be hers to bear. Unexpectedly, the deity before me smiled subtly. With an air of indifference, she replied, "Today, it is merely because my family's leader is absent that allows you, this brat, to act as if you are a god and display your bravado in my altar." Her triangular eyes shifted, and she proclaimed loudly, "No matter how you twist your words, you two outsiders are simply attempting to harm our village's divine dragon. Are you blatantly taking advantage of the absence of guardians in Tiaobingshan? If you do not release our divine dragon today, I doubt you will leave this courtyard." The villagers outside, roused by her words, immediately rallied. Around the courtyard walls, dozens joined in, hurling insults at Da Jiang and me. Then, a sudden cacophony arose. Countless stones of various sizes rained down from three sides of the courtyard walls, pelting towards us. "Stop!" I shouted fiercely. The sudden shout startled the divine being before me. "Is this truly the guardian dragon of your family contained within this water vat?" I inquired. "Do you truly wish for me to release it?" I furrowed my brows and addressed the deity. "Dare you not to let it go?" The deity, hands on hips and head held high, declared with unwavering certainty. "Very well." I responded affirmatively and, in a sudden motion, pushed my companion Jiang down from the lid of the vat. Then, I leapt from the vat myself. I raised my hand and swiftly knocked off the lid covering the water vat. "Here you go." I erupted with a thunderous roar from deep within my chest. With a hiss, the large black serpent leapt forth from the vat like a shadow. The venomous snake was thus unleashed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Upon escaping its confinement, the serpent paid no heed to Jiang or me, who stood but a breath away. In a swift motion, the serpent lunged directly at the bewildered deity before me. Before the deity could react, the serpent had already coiled around her. The serpent ensnared her with ever-tightening coils, and soon the air was filled with the sound of her bones dislocating under the pressure. "Do you see?" I shouted to the villagers, who had just moments ago hurled stones at me, now rendered silent. "Do you see? This is indeed your guardian dragon. This is your so-called spirit medium. Is there not someone from your ranks at Changbai Mountain? Then let you entertain yourselves. A bunch of fools." As these words escaped my lips, the throng of over 100 people surrounding the wall fell utterly silent, none daring to utter a sound. A surge of anger welled up within me. This group was entirely composed of those who believe every whisper, devoid of understanding, a pack of scoundrels. "Jiang." I turned to him, my voice raised in fury. "Enough. Let us depart." "Absolutely," Jiang replied with resolve. He sprang into action, and together we strode forth confidently, leaving the scene behind. Chapter 28. The myriad sufferings of the world. Filled with deceit, cowardice, and folly. Chapter 28. The myriad sufferings of the mortal realm, filled with deceit and folly, cowardice and ignorance. Together with Dajiang, we strode towards the exit. Yet, deep within my heart, I was acutely aware that in this current predicament, it was utterly impossible for us to depart. Inside the dwelling, there lay a patient afflicted with an ailment deemed untreatable, while outside lurked a formidable serpent, which none dared approach. Moreover, their revered deity had already been ensnared by the serpent, lying prostrate upon the ground, rolling its eyes and convulsing, breathless and gasping for air. Who, aside from myself, could resolve this crisis? As Dajiang and I neared the threshold of the courtyard, a sudden sound emanated from the door behind us. The father of the patient burst forth from the house, striding briskly toward us, reaching out to grasp our arms. This family member had previously aided me while I endeavored to ensnare the serpent, displaying remarkable courage. At that moment, a fellow disciple, observing the dire state of their deity, whose face had turned a ghastly shade of blue and was trembling violently, became frantic, pacing in circles. However, the ferocity of the serpent rendered him too afraid to intervene. This seasoned wanderer of the world, quick-witted, dashed up to me, and with a resounding thud, knelt before me. "Immortal, we are blind and foolish, having troubled you. I beseech you, spare my beloved's life. We shall never trouble you again." As he uttered these words, I raised a hand to halt his further entreaties. Pointing at the deity ensnared by the serpent, I spoke in a frigid tone, let her voice her own plea. At my command, the serpent loosened its grip slightly around the struggling deity. Furthermore, its head positioned itself perilously close to her face, a mere palm's width away. The serpent and the deity were thus locked in a tense standoff. The serpent opened its jaws, revealing its sharp, venomous fangs, glistening ominously in the darkness of its mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, it became abundantly clear to the audience that the deity, once a guardian of the mountains, was now under my dominion, having faced imminent demise. She swiftly regained her senses. Although I had yet to utter a word, the serpent's behavior spoke volumes. Should she refuse to submit and apologize, I could assure her that the serpent's fangs would find their mark upon her visage in an instant. "Spare me, immortal," the deity cried out in a desperate wail. "Today, you ascend to glory, your name resounding throughout the realm. We, in our humble way, have laid the foundation for your renown, allowing the world to witness your formidable presence. Let this day be celebrated as the moment you emerged from the ancient cave to make your name known. In light of the unfortunate circumstances that have befallen us, we have inadvertently sullied your auspicious day with our misfortune, which is truly regrettable. Please do not take our lives." This esteemed deity, indeed, is a seasoned veteran. With words that both flatter and appease, she implores me for mercy. And what of this divine dragon? I persisted in my inquiries, unwavering. "Before you, the dragon must coil, and the tiger must lie low." The deity trembled as she spoke. "I have misjudged today. This long serpent is not our guardian mountain dragon at all. How you choose to deal with this creature is entirely your affair." Upon hearing these words, the villagers perched upon the wall erupted in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been swayed by the deity's manipulation, hurling insults and stones in my direction. Now, they realized they had been exploited and deceived. "Then rise," I commanded, gesturing with my hand. Instantly, the great serpent relinquished its grip on the deity. The two divine figures before me, suppressing their fear and pain, hastily bowed in gratitude for my mercy. Though they wished to be disobedient, their courage was insufficient. The serpent, though having spared them, remained coiled nearby, its body towering over a meter, flicking its tongue while casting a vigilant gaze upon them. A cold smile graced my lips as I beheld the two wretched figures before me, relishing the moment. Just moments ago, I faced hostility from all sides, with each person hurling insults, spitting, and throwing stones. Yet now, they were all subdued. Even the deity who had just moments ago disparaged me stood before me, meek and quiet, not daring to utter a word. De Jiang, brimming with pride, stood behind me, his lips unmoving as he whispered, "How does this serpent heed your commands so readily? What sorcery is this? Did you not see the note I burned while sitting atop the water tank?" I softly replied to De Jiang, "Huang Jiru has already arrived. She has bonded with this great serpent within the tank." At that moment, I heard Huang Jiru's melodious voice beside me. "Esteemed one, this creature is indeed formidable. It is a black star python, aged over 260 to 70 years. What? Not a snake, but a python?" I mused, unable to perceive Huang Jiru's spiritual form without activating my soul-devouring blood eye. I spoke softly to the empty air. "Indeed." Huang Jiru's voice carried a hint of mirth. "Had you not allowed me to absorb that purple-backed golden toad a few days ago, rendering me immune to all poisons, I would not have been able to subdue this black star python even after a prolonged struggle. I am grateful to you." I smiled at Huang Jiru. "You may keep the serpent's skull. The rest shall belong to you." "Excellent. Thank you for your generous gift." Huang Jiru chuckled in my ear. Suddenly, her tone shifted to one of surprise as she remarked, "Esteemed one, your soul is unstable, and the energy around you is dense. What have you been up to?" "Ah, do not mention it." I chuckled bitterly and remarked, "I just saved someone at the Ghost-Immortal Hall, only to find myself possessed by an external spirit. The dark energy surrounding me must be quite substantial." "Did you engage in combat with the Ghost-Immortal?" Huang Jiru exclaimed in astonishment. "Why didn't you call me for assistance?" Upon hearing my words, Huang Jiru fell silent. When she resumed speaking, her tone had shifted, markedly different from before. "So, you didn't summon me during your battle, yet you did call me when it came to feasting." She sighed softly in my ear. "Esteemed immortal, your character is commendable. I am truly in admiration. Alas, if only you would take action, I would gladly serve as your protector." "Do not concern yourself," I replied with a smile. "Hurry and establish your own sect, and I shall become your disciple. Please spare me." Huang Jiru responded, her voice now free of the previous constraints, laced with mirth as she said, "What fortune do I possess to warrant such an honor?" Suddenly, as she spoke, a piercing scream escaped her lips, echoing with anguish. My heart leapt in alarm, and in that instant, every hair on my body stood on end. A chilling wind swept across the ground, brushing past me with an icy touch that felt as if my legs had plunged into a frozen river. Turning swiftly, I beheld the once pleading deity who had been kneeling before me, now standing with a malevolent expression. In her grasp, she held the seven-star python, which now lay limp, akin to a lifeless serpent. At that moment, I activated my soul-devouring blood eye. I realized that this disciple lacked the power to harm Huang Jiru. Could it be that their reinforcements had arrived? As I opened my soul-devouring blood eye, my vision was immediately engulfed in an endless expanse of swirling black mist, as though the entire world was shrouded in a thick, oppressive fog. Yet, my blood eye pierced through this obscurity, revealing the scene before me. Before my eyes, the deity was enveloped in a swirling black flame, rising with the ferocity of a raging fire. "This is dire." A wave of cold dread washed over me. The reinforcements had swiftly taken control of this deity, and with the icy wind assaulting me, the thick black mist and towering black flames signified. Chapter 29. The Malevolent Old Ghost, Caught in a Deceptive Scheme. Chapter 29. The cunning old ghost and the misguided plot. Just moments ago, while Huang Jiru conversed with me, she managed to exert some of her spiritual energy to control the black star python. Consequently, the esteemed leader of the Ghost-Immortal Hall, the genuine Qingfeng Immortal Li Wantong, not only vanquished the black star python, but also inadvertently wounded Huang Jiru's spiritual essence. It was evident that Huang Jiru had sustained considerable injuries. As I opened my blood eye, I witnessed her spiritual form plummet outside the courtyard like a severed kite. Before me, the Qingfeng Immortal emerged from the swirling black mist. A sinister grin etched upon his face as he approached me slowly. This ghostly figure addressed me with an ominous tone. "You, a mere outer sect disciple, have dared to trespass upon my domain in my absence. How audacious! I dare not, I replied, furrowing my brows as I regarded Li Wantong. After a moment's contemplation, I spoke cautiously. I merely observed your esteemed hall attending to matters of health, never intending to intervene. Alas, a Qing phone came forth, entangled the essence of your disciple, and attempted to bring a young lady into your abode for nefarious deeds. I continued, if I simply stood by while such a disgrace unfolded within your hall, it would surely tarnish your reputation. As I uttered these words, my heart raced with trepidation. Had this incident occurred under the auspices of the Hu family's hall, they might have expressed gratitude. Yet, the Ghost-Immortal Hall had never been known for its adherence to reason. Li Wantong cast a scornful glance my way and retorted, I am not merely her master, I am her ancestor. Today, you have insulted my household, and I shall become your vengeful creditor. While it is commendable that you sought to save her, your injury to my descendant is intolerable. His words chilled me to the bone. It was reminiscent of the incident where Huang Jiuru was wounded by a bullet fired from a horse blanket. A clear instance where a celestial being could enact revenge without retribution from the heavens. Now, Li Wantong invoked the pretext of my harming his descendant to justify his aggression against me, a rationale that, though tenuous, could be construed as valid. My heart seethed with indignation, and I could not suppress a mocking smile as I replied, So, you overlook my thwarting your hall as transgression against heavenly decree. You disregard my capturing of the impostor ghost to present to you for resolution. All you perceive is my supposed harm to your descendant, is it? I had long heard of the Ghost-Immortal Hall's disregard for logic, and today I witnessed it firsthand. A fire of fury surged within me. Come here. I beckoned Li Wantong. Are you not eager to confront me? Today, it shall be a battle to the death. Let us see who shall fall. Perhaps it was the myriad of humiliations endured in my youth that had forged my current temperament. Now, with a modicum of power, my patience had dwindled considerably. My tolerance for the unreasonable had diminished drastically compared to before. In a moment of impulsiveness, I forgot everything and my mind was consumed by a singular thought. If you have the ability, then kill me, before I meet my demise. I am resolute to risk my life and retaliate fiercely. Suddenly, I witnessed Li Wantong's sway, and the dark smoke enveloping him transformed into a swirling column, advancing towards me with relentless speed. This ominous smoke not only surged with extraordinary swiftness, but it also veered in a wide arc, deliberately avoiding my outstretched right hand, charging at me from an unexpected angle. This nearly caused my lungs to explode with rage. Since Li Wantong was aware of the potency of my right hand and intentionally evaded it, it became evident that he had previously interrogated the false Li Wantong within his own domain. After all my goodwill in capturing the external specter for him to handle, was it merely to uncover my weaknesses so that he could exploit them against me? This so-called celestial master Qingfeng, Li Wantong, is he even human? At this juncture, I had entirely forgotten that Li Wantong was not human at all. The true nature of my right hand, I surmised, remained unclear to him, which is why he was unwilling to test it with his own body, hence his decision to evade my right hand. This, however, did not imply that he feared it. I soon saw him unexpectedly charge at me from the side, and I was unable to adjust my right hand in time to block him. I had no choice but to widen my eyes, revealing the soul-devouring blood eye, and glare fiercely at the rapidly approaching dark smoke. The moment my soul-devouring blood eye activated, a wave of scorching heat engulfed my right eye. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this heat was extinguished by a refreshing sensation. My heart leapt with joy. This indicated that my soul-devouring blood eye had indeed inflicted damage upon Li Wantong's spiritual form. As the dark smoke in midair made contact with my gaze, it immediately diverted, retreating to the other side. Clearly, Li Wantong had not anticipated that the acknowledgement from the external specter regarding my right hand was not my sole capability. I possessed another weapon, my right eye, which surpassed the power of the 3 fingers on that right hand. Ha! Amidst the swirling dark smoke before me, I could hear the echoes of a wildly arrogant laughter. After his laughter subsided, Li Wantong addressed me. So, it turns out you possess only these 2 tricks. I expected you to be more formidable. Little one, now witness how I will bring about your demise. I watched as the dark smoke, embodying Li Wantong, made a sudden turn in the air. In a moment of distraction, this dark smoke collided with Dejiang with a resounding crash. Ha! There stood Dejiang, tilting his head towards the heavens, laughing heartily. The voice emanating from his mouth was none other than that of Li Wantong, raspy and arrogant. I was infuriated at the sight before me and stamped my foot in frustration. This Li Wantong, a centuries-old specter, had swiftly identified my vulnerability. That vulnerability being De Jiang at my side. While my right hand and soul-devouring blood, I could harm Li Wantong's spirit. If he were to possess De Jiang, I would be utterly powerless. Because of my soul-devouring blood, it indiscriminately encompasses all spirits, energies, and souls within its grasp. In essence, my soul-devouring blood is a weapon of indiscriminate assault. Currently, as Li Wantong possesses the body of De Jiang, should I employ my blood to harm Li Wantong, it would inevitably inflict damage upon De Jiang's soul as well. Furthermore, given that De Jiang's spirit is undoubtedly weaker compared to Li Wantong's prowess, if I were to engage them in combat, the first to perish would certainly be De Jiang. This thought flickered through my mind, yet Li Wantong showed no intention of granting me the time to ponder a solution to this dilemma. In an instant, he maneuvered De Jiang's body and lunged towards me, delivering a swift punch directly to my face. Taken by surprise, the blow landed squarely, causing blood to stream from my nose. I felt a resounding thud reverberate in my head. That punch was no trifling matter. Li Wantong, unyielding in his ferocity, unleashed a relentless barrage of fists and kicks aimed at my vital points with unrestrained fury. Chapter 30. Seeking Death to Achieve Life. Chapter 30. Sacrificing Life to Seek Death. Rebirth through death. The brutal assault was relentless. In the initial moments of the blows, I could still discern the impact on my body. A cacophony of bone-crunching groans resonating within me, accompanied by piercing pangs of pain. However, after enduring a dozen strikes, the entirety of my being was engulfed in excruciating agony, rendering me oblivious to where I was injured. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed in my ears. This time, Li Wantong's fist struck directly at my ear. In an instant, I was rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, Li Wantong relentlessly targeted the vital areas of my body with a series of punishing kicks. This was intolerable. If this continued, I would surely be beaten to death. As I lay there on the ground, my mind was clouded, grappling with despair. Fortunately, I had been subjected to physical punishment since childhood, and my experience in enduring such beatings was undeniably vast. I occasionally made slight movements to evade the most lethal blows. Otherwise, Li Wantong's relentless barrage would have surely ended my life. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me, and in front of me, there was no glimmer of victory in sight. The current predicament left me devoid of any means to alter the situation, leaving me to succumb to the gradual demise wrought by my assailant. Just as my consciousness began to fade, making even the simplest evasive maneuvers seem insurmountable, I suddenly perceived a voice crying out, "Stop it, old master." Seizing the opportunity, I drew a breath, disregarding the encroaching darkness, and turned my gaze toward the source of the commotion. Before me stood the disciple, a figure of trepidation, pointing in a particular direction. As Li Wantong glanced in that direction, my eyes followed suit. There, I beheld Li Wantong's descendant, Li Guangmei, whose form resembled that of a nimble civet cat, scaling the tall tree in the courtyard. In that moment, she appeared anything but a woman nearing her 60s. Her movements were lithe and agile, akin to a wild beast. In mere moments, Li Guangmei ascended to the very pinnacle of the tree. Grasping the slender tip of a branch, no thicker than a thumb, she began to sway her body, swinging upon the treetop. How perilous! Regardless of the tree's girth, the tip was the most fragile point. As Li Guangmei swayed, the tender branches quivered violently in response. The amplitude of her movements was alarmingly vast. From such a height, should she lose her grip, or if the branch were to snap, she would plummet, splattering upon the ground like a mere mass of flesh. Observing Li Guangmei's actions, a remarkably familiar figure suddenly surfaced in my mind. It was the father of Da Jiang, who, after being enchanted by Huang Jiru, exhibited a similar display upon the rafters. A corporeal form possessing the agility and dexterity of an animal, coupled with unparalleled balance. As I pondered this, I suddenly beheld Li Wantong, who had taken possession of De Jiang's body, bellowing at the tree, "You little yellow skin! How dare you haunt right under my nose? I could crush you with ease. Far simpler than squashing a mere bug." Indeed, it was Huang Jiru. A surge of elation coursed through me, swiftly followed by a wave of anxiety. At such a perilous moment, Huang Jiru had taken control of Li Guangmei's body, saving my life in a critical instant. This could be likened to a masterstroke of strategy, akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Yet, a deep concern gnawed at me. The disparity between Huang Jiru's abilities and those of Li Wantong was alarmingly vast. Should they engage, Huang Jiru would stand no chance against Li Wanong. The moment they clashed, she would be swiftly dispatched by him. From the treetop, Li Guangmei opened her mouth, and indeed it was Huang Jiru's voice that emerged. Since none of us three shall escape today, we are all destined to perish here. It would be better to take you, a disciple, as a sacrifice. Huang Jiru clung to a branch, swaying perilously in the air, her entire weight supported by that one hand, precariously balanced upon the fragile treetop. This precarious scene was truly harrowing to behold. Huang Jiru then ominously declared, "I accept trading our 3 lives for one of Li Guangmei's." What a remarkable Huang Jiru. I couldn't help but admire her spirit. This girl, not only brave but fiercely loyal, reminded me so much of myself. Upon hearing Huang Jiru's words, Li Wanong erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear disciple, I have plenty more like you. If you kill one today, I shall simply collect another tomorrow. Regardless, today, you 3 are doomed. 3 for 1. Then let it be 3 for 1. Li Wanong declared with malicious glee. This old fiend was truly cunning and treacherous. His words left me uncertain whether he genuinely cared for Li Guangmei's life or was merely attempting to intimidate us. At that moment, I was crouched on the ground, spitting blood onto the earth. With fierce determination, I spat venomously behind Li Wanong. Who told you it was 3 for 1? It's actually 3 for 2 now. Although I lay on the ground, my right hand stealthily reached out. My 3 fingers had secured a firm grip on Li Wantong's ankle. If death was inevitable, then let us all perish together. A surge of rage welled within me as I cried out fervently. I began to channel my energy through those 3 fingers gripping Li Wantong's ankle. A chilling sensation began to seep from his ethereal form into my arm. Whether Li Wantong cared for Li Guangmei's life, I could not ascertain. However, I was certain of one thing. This old fiend valued his own life above all. In witnessing Huang Jiru and Li Guangmei ascend the treetop, fearless and self-sacrificing, I suddenly grasped a crucial insight. When dealing with this old ghost, the more you fear death, the swifter it comes for you. If I were to solely focus on the safety of Dajiang, then the lives of the 3 of us would surely be forfeited today. Confronting this unreasonable scoundrel, I deliberately adopted a posture of mutual destruction, perhaps even carving out a path to survival. As the saying goes, the wicked fear the malevolent, and the reckless fear nothing. Today, I am prepared to wager my life against his. Gritting my teeth, I howled with fervor. My face, smeared with blood, bore the semblance of madness as I emitted the feral cries of a creature on the brink of death. Stop. At that moment, I heard Li Wanong's furious roar. As I lifted my gaze, I witnessed Dajiang's body collapsing to the ground with a thud. My grip remained firmly on Li Wantong's ankle, yet at this juncture, I grasped nothing but his ethereal form. Astonishingly, he had released Dajiang. I abruptly halted, ceasing my siphoning force. In that instant, I felt as though my entire being had disassembled, yet within my heart surged an overwhelming sense of joy and liberation. At last, I had triumphed in this gamble. That old rascal, Li Wantong, had ultimately succumbed. You have harmed my descendants. How shall we settle this? Li Wantong coldly inquired, gazing down at me. This old man, though stripped of the courage to engage in mutual destruction, remained obstinate and unwilling to concede on matters of pride. Even if I have committed 1,000 offenses, the law enforcement hall shall come for me. Who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of my family? Li Wantong growled vehemently. I admit my skills are lacking, and today I have been shamed. I replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Whatever grievances we harbor, let us set them aside for now. A year from today, I shall return to seek your guidance. At that time, we will settle both old and new accounts. Very well. Li Wantong readily acquiesced to my proposition. He raised a hand, pointing to Li Guangmei, perched atop the treetop, commanding, release my brother Ma. I waved towards the treetop, and soon Huang Jiru swiftly descended the tree. Young man, as you say, on this day a year from now, we shall meet again, a duel to the death. Li Wantong snarled through gritted teeth. Chapter 31. A year later, the battle with the ghost immortal. Chapter 31. A year later, the battle with the ghost immortal Li Wantong. A renowned figure among the immortals, is not one to be taken lightly. Upon his agreement to my proposal, I released the grip I had on the great river and subsequently loosened my hold on his foot. I made my intentions clear as I struggled to turn over, lying supine and gazing at Li Wantong's face. On this day, a year from now, gather your forces, and I shall bring my companions. Let us engage in a fair contest and allow all to witness who among us is the coward. I am a dignified immortal, far from your lowly tactics. Li Wantong scoffed disdainfully. And this is your patient? I retorted. Make sure your disciple does not take out his frustrations on others. Li Wantong waved his hand impatiently, indicating his acquiescence. He approached his disciples, Li Guangmei and her husband, and delivered a slap to each of their faces before turning on his heel and departing. As soon as Li Wantong and his disciples exited the courtyard, a wave of relief washed over me, only to be replaced by a surge of excruciating pain. I let out a cry, my head tilting back as I collapsed onto the ground. Before me, the great river surged upward, and to my astonishment, it spoke in the voice of Huang Jiru. Immortal, why agree to a year-long truce? It was Huang Jiru, having taken control of the river. Do you truly believe we can negotiate a resolution today? I groaned, racked with pain. The longer the night, the more dreams arise. If I were to bicker further with that old ghost, it would only lead to another confrontation. My suggestion of a year-long truce was intended to allow both parties to withdraw gracefully without losing face. How is the great river faring? I thought of its condition with concern. The spirit is harmed, but will recover in a few days, Huang Jiru replied. That is reassuring. I exhaled deeply. To be candid, the preceding events could be likened to a dilemma from our northeastern dialect, both sides in a state of fear. From our perspective, Li Wantong was immensely powerful, and we were no match for him. If the battle were to continue, our demise would be inevitable, and he too could sustain injuries. The extent of harm I could inflict upon him was unknown, not only to Li Wantong, but also to myself. Thus, we presented ourselves as ready to fight to the death, while Li Wantong, fearing a potential loss that could jeopardize his cultivation, was equally cautious. In this manner, what should have been a relentless battle was curiously halted by an unspoken understanding between us. Huang Jiru settled cross-legged before me, still embodying the great river. She reached down and seized the black star python that lay on the ground. With a decisive snap, she bit off the skull cap of the black star python and began to consume its brain matter with a slurping sound, reminiscent of drinking a bowl of soft tofu. De Jiang was possessed by a ghostly spirit, and after being momentarily drawn in by your crimson gaze, his body suffered severe damage. Huang Jiru, having consumed the brain matter, proceeded to tear apart the skin of the black star python, exposing the pristine white flesh within, and began to devour it voraciously. I must properly nourish him, otherwise he will be bettered in for a week or more, Huang Jiru remarked as she feasted. I nodded in agreement. She was indeed correct. The possession by an ancient spirit was no trivial matter. Typically, when a disciple is initiated, the first step is to open their meridians, a process known as chuanqiao. This involves the master of the yellow hall, represented by the fox, yellow, willow, white, and gray, unblocking the disciple's energy points, allowing them to summon spirits at will. When I captured the counterfeit Li Wantong at their temple, I specifically targeted my throat, the Yuguan Jinsuo, because the foreign spirit had occupied my mouth's meridian, ensuring its essence resided in my throat, making it easy to seize. Yet, De Jiang had never undergone such a procedure. I had witnessed Huang Jiru absorb the essence of the purple-backed golden toad effortlessly, without inflicting harm upon the creature. A mere draw was sufficient. There was no need for such a gnawing and chewing frenzy. However, Huang Jiru's actions startled the onlookers from the village, who had gathered around the courtyard. In their lives, they had never witnessed anyone consuming a giant python in such a jubilant manner. Her voracious appetite left the villagers pale with fear. You all saw that, did you not? I raised my voice towards the villagers perched on the wall. This snake is not your guardian mountain dragon. We just engaged in a contest with the chief of the opposing hall, and it ended in a stalemate. Disperse at once. I bellowed at them. The villagers, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly turned against me, spurred on by the divine presence. Now, if I did not properly intimidate them, it would not be in my character. My shout sent a wave of panic through the gathered crowd, causing them to scatter in an instant, leaving not a single soul behind. Once they had departed, I turned my face towards the house and called out, "Anyone inside, come out." As the door creaked open, the parents of the patient emerged, trembling with fear. "Excuse us," the mother of the patient stammered, her face a portrait of embarrassment and guilt. "Please forgive us. Our family cannot stand against the entire village, can we?" She referred to their earlier retreat into the house while the village had encircled us. Ideally, as we were summoned to assist, even if they chose to cease our treatment midway, they should have seen us off with due courtesy. However, faced with the villagers' hostility, they chose to hide away during our moment of peril, offering no words of support. This was indeed a breach of propriety. In my moment of loss, I found myself fervently defending them before Li Wantong. "The affliction of your daughter stems entirely from your own actions." I gazed coldly at the man and declared, The cause of today will inevitably yield the fruits of tomorrow. I have neither the time nor inclination to instruct you on how to conduct yourself in life and in deeds. You must discern this for yourselves. At that moment, a guttural sound erupted. Huang Jiru, bloodied and battered, raised her head from the black star python, letting out a tremendous belch. De Jiang's stomach was filled to capacity with serpent flesh, leaving him unable to consume any more. Consequently, Huang Jiru descended from his form. Indeed, her prolonged stay upon De Jiang offered little benefit to him. Then, like a great whale siphoning water, Huang Jiru drained the spiritual essence from the black star python until naught remained. How do you fare? I inquired of Huang Jiru. Having sustained a minor injury from that old specter, she chuckled softly in my ear. Fear not. With the cultivation I have absorbed from this black star python, in a couple of days, once my wounds have healed, I shall surely experience a significant surge in my power. That is reassuring. I nodded with satisfaction. After the family brought over a bowl, I extracted the gallbladder from the black star python, using my nails to rupture it, and squeezed the bile into the bowl. A small pool of thick, emerald green bile settled at the bottom of the vessel. Chapter 32. A Cure at Hand. The Return of the Fragrance. Chapter 32. Swift Recovery. The efficacy of Sanqi upon administering the remedy to the patient, the toxins within her system were naturally alleviated. I passed the bowl to her mother. It was evident that when the medicine is precisely targeted, it works wonders. After the patient consumed the gallbladder bile of the black star python, she began to vomit within mere minutes. The young woman clutched a wash basin, retching uncontrollably, filling it with a foul-smelling, viscous black liquid that was akin to ink. Once she had finished expelling the contents of her stomach, I instructed someone to bring her warm saline water. After another round of consumption, the vomiting resumed. This time, the expelled liquid resembled the water used to wash a brush, a pale shade of black. Following this, I encouraged her to hydrate further and continue the process. Peering into the basin, I observed that her third bout of vomiting yielded a completely clear liquid, save for a hint of green from her own bile. The blackness had vanished entirely. I shall never again indulge in the awakening apple. Are you awake? How do you feel? I inquired with a smile directed at De Jiang. I'm utterly drained, my feet feel as if they are floating, and my stomach feels so distended, De Jiang lamented. I could scarcely suppress my laughter, for his bloated belly was a result of having consumed a substantial amount of python meat. While I conversed with De Jiang, the young woman finished her third round of vomiting, and the dark pallor on her face dissipated. Though her body still appeared weak, her spirit seemed rejuvenated, indicating a full recovery. Her parents flanked her, supporting her as she sat upon the bed. The young woman looked at me with gratitude in her eyes and said, I owe my life to you, sir. Oh, what a dreadful ordeal that was. Despite her pale complexion, she spoke with clarity and confidence. Clearly a person of experience from working in the city. There's no need for formality. I nodded in acknowledgement and turned to her parents, advising, boil sheep's milk with mung beans and have her drink it twice daily for half a month. Additionally, ensure she consumes nutritious foods to expedite her recovery. Understood. Absolutely. Her parents responded, nodding earnestly. Make sure to clear away the patch of land stained with blood and dispose of the soil. Avoid engaging in such mercenary endeavors in the future. Your constitution is not suited for this line of work, I admonished the father with a stern expression. Indeed, indeed. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding repeatedly. What of the child's uncle? I inquired, glancing upwards. Here. A figure quickly stepped inside from outside the door. It was the patient's uncle who had come to fetch me on his motorcycle. Ah. The uncle responded affirmatively, taking the keys from De Jiang and heading outside to start the vehicle. Wait, sir, are you leaving already? The patient's mother asked in surprise. It's the middle of the night. The young patient appeared to be quite reasonable, bravely mustering her strength as she spoke to me with a fervent expression. Mr. Yi. After my swelling subsided, I regained consciousness and witnessed everything that transpired. It is indeed my parents who were at fault. Please do not hold it against them. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through my battered body, I managed to respond to her. A true man must endure, for even a mere spit can be a nail. I assured her that I bore no ill will towards her family. They need not worry. At that moment, I heard the rickshaw outside start up, and Big Jiang and I hastily made our way out. Upon Li Wanong boarding the rickshaw, his assault left me utterly defeated. As if a Buddha had descended to the earthly realm, I was uncertain how many injuries I had sustained, whether any bones were broken. But every inch of me throbbed with pain. Were it not for the presence of others, I would have groaned aloud. With such a condition, I could barely manage to take a few steps. If I were to lie down now, come morning, I would surely be unable to rise. Would I require assistance from her family to carry me onto the vehicle? How could I bear such humiliation? Thus, I resolved to endure, insisting that I must reach home tonight. As we approached the rickshaw, the patient's mother, her face flushed, attempted to thrust a substantial roll of money into my hands. Just as she was about to speak, I gestured for her to give the money directly to Big Jiang, sensing their anxiety over whether I would deem the amount sufficient. Given the efforts I had expended for their family today, I felt no sum would be excessive. However, my fatigue and pain rendered me indifferent to financial matters in that moment. With Big Jiang's support, we climbed into the rickshaw, and once it was in motion, we rolled the bags of fertilizer inside into makeshift pillows and collapsed atop them like corpses. I couldn't help but let out a curse. The agony was unbearable, and I was utterly exhausted. At that instant, I felt a warm, small creature, akin to a kitten, wriggle through the opening of my clothing, nestling against my chest. Huang Jiru. It seemed she had decided to hitch a ride as well. In my state of discomfort, I recounted the events to Big Jiang. After being possessed by a spirit, he had completely lost his memory. When I explained that my injuries were the result of the spirit's control over him during the assault, I could see the guilt etched on his face. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "So, the pain I feel is a consequence of my excessive force while striking you?" "Indeed," I replied. The more I pondered, the more despondent I became, ultimately nodding and stating, "In truth, you are the only person in our village who has never laid a hand on me. Now, not only is everyone gathered, but they have also avenged your grievances accumulated over the past decade. Such is my fate." Main text chapter 33, The Millennium Drought Demon. The Fair Maiden Jiaoru. Chapter 33, The Millennium Drought Demon and the Fair Lady Jiaoru. As my thoughts spiraled deeper into melancholy, I could only nod and utter, "In our village, you are the only one who has never struck me. Now, not only are we all gathered, but you've also made up for over a decade of grievances. Such is my fate." Lying on the cart beside Dajiang, we grimaced in pain, yet chuckled heartily. Huang Jiaoru, nestled in my clothing, shivered with laughter as well. Our bond was forged through life and death. Let us dispense with formality, shall we? I remarked with a smile. "Since you're older, I shall call you Sister Huang, and you may call me Xiao Yu. Is that agreeable?" After a lengthy pause, Huang Jiaoru finally responded, "Let us forego that. You should call me sister, and I shall refer to you as brother." "Why is that?" I asked, intrigued. I pondered the triviality of the appellation. Was it truly worth such negotiation? "If you call me sister, you will diminish my luck," Huang Jiaoru replied slowly, each word carefully considered, as if she were weighing them on a delicate scale. "You will understand in due time. Do not question me, for I shall not divulge." Though I harbored suspicions, I discreetly chose not to press further. In the midnight hour, the dark expanse of the wilderness enveloped us. The night breeze swirled, at times gentle, at others fierce. As I lay in the jostling cart, a tumult of emotions, sorrow, elation, longing, and apprehension, entwined themselves around me, binding me tightly and lulling me into a deep slumber. My body bore the marks of bruises and strains, but after a few days of recuperation at home, I gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Dajiang, however, seemed unscathed and visited me the following day. It was then that I revealed to him the reason behind his bloated sensation that night. To be candid, I had refrained from telling him earlier, fearing he might regurgitate the precious flesh of the black star python. Following our harrowing ordeal, Huang Jiaoru and I grew quite familiar. She frequently visited my home for leisure. The weather began to warm gradually. One day, Dajiang, Huang Jiaoru, and I were conversing in my courtyard. In an effort to make it easier for us, she revealed her true form, a sleek and vibrant little yellow weasel. Dajiang brought forth 2 bottles of beer, and I poured a bowl for Huang Jiaoru. We sat together, engaging in lively banter about various topics. Dajiang recounted amusing anecdotes from his work, while Huang Jiaoru shared tales from the Qing dynasty. As our conversation meandered, it inevitably turned to the origins of my peculiar abilities. With these 2 comrades, bound by the exchange of lives, there was little left to conceal. Thus, I recounted my journey to Sherman Mountain in search of my father's remains, the discovery of the blood spirit he left behind, and the tome of corpse-rearing scriptures. My tolerance for alcohol being minimal, the effects of the beer soon left me exhilarated and slightly dazed. Just as I spoke of my father's master, who had severed his own arm to transplant the arm of a drought demon, a loud crash resonated as the wine bowl on the table was overturned. While I was drinking with Dajiang, we were both facing the bottle, with just a single bowl on the table. I glanced at Huang Jiru, only to find her small, glistening black eyes fixed intently upon me. What is the matter? Why so agitated? I quickly inquired. You mentioned that it was the arm of the drought demon? Huang Jiru trembled with excitement. In an instant, she leapt onto the table. Indeed, I replied, somewhat perplexed. Is it truly necessary to be so frightened? What exactly is the drought demon? De Jiang chimed in from the side, observing Huang Jiru. It seemed she was knowledgeable about this. I thought to myself, best not to flaunt my half-baked understanding. It would be embarrassing if I misspoke. Thus, I gestured toward Huang Jiru, indicating De Jiang should ask her. Huang Jiru, brimming with enthusiasm, spun around on the table to compose herself. Then addressed De Jiang. The drought demon appears as a diminutive figure, about 2 feet tall, devoid of clothing, with its eyes positioned atop its head. It is also known as the Neo. When it manifests, it brings about a severe drought within a radius of hundreds of miles, hence it is referred to as the drought demon. Such a peculiar entity, De Jiang queried with curiosity. Why is it not seen nowadays? Who said it no longer exists? It's merely uncommon. Huang Jiru promptly responded. This drought demon is not a mythical beast. Rather, it is transformed from a zombie that has existed for over a millennium. A 1,000-year-old zombie? De Jiang was even more astonished now. Indeed, Huang Jiru affirmed. In the Book of Songs, there are verses lamenting the havoc wrought by the drought demon. She continued. During the Eastern Han period, a local official in Hunan named Shou Chang sought to beseech the heavens for rain to alleviate the drought. He meticulously buried over 10,000 corpses of those who had died far from home on the outskirts of Luoyang. As a result, his prayers were answered, and soon after, several torrential rains fell, alleviating the drought. What Shou Chang did not anticipate, Huang Jiru elaborated, was that while they did indeed seek rain, over 1,000 years later, during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, these foreign corpses, left to rot in the wilderness and whose souls had not been received by the underworld, transformed into drought demons after a millennium of burial. Consequently, the drought demons began to wreak havoc, leading to widespread famine and chaos among the populace. Ultimately, this turmoil resulted in the rise of various warlords, the upheaval of the landscape, and the establishment of the subsequent Ming dynasty. Really? Is that so? Huang Jiru's revelations astonished me. Even I was unaware of such matters. In our Qing dynasty, there was an official named Ji Xiaolan, Huang Jiru continued, who noted in the 7th volume of Notes from the Grass Hall, what is currently referred to as the drought demon is indeed a zombie. Digging it up and burning it often brings rain. Huang Jiru concluded, this is the formidable nature of the drought demon. But why does this news excite you so? I inquired, puzzled. Those are 2,000-year-old zombies. Huang Jiru shook her head, her face alight with wonder. They are truly extraordinary beings. How abundant must the aura within him be? Just one arm, with its cultivation, could sustain my practice for several centuries. Huang Jiru's bright little eyes blinked with excitement. The arm of the drought demon hung just beneath the fissure on the stone wall of Changbai Mountain, below the precipice. I exclaimed in haste. The area beneath the cliff is entirely overrun with hazelnut thickets. No one can enter, but that won't deter your petite frame. Why was I so anxious? I was left with no choice. It was precisely due to our insufficient strength that we had previously been bullied by that ghostly immortal, wasn't it? Now, with an opportunity to enhance our power at hand, I couldn't possibly let it slip away. Huang Jiru nodded her little head and gazed at me intently. She seemed to know that as long as she followed me, there would be ample sustenance. Hiki. With that remark, she turned and vanished without a trace. Ah, Huang Jiru's melodious voice echoed from afar. Text continuation, Chapter 34, adorned with fur and antlers, ultimately achieving human form. Chapter 34, shedding fur and growing horns. Finally attaining human form, Huang Jiru had been gone for over 2 hours. I hope nothing has happened to Yezi, the eldest daughter of the Huang family. De Jiang queried with worry etched across his face. Surely not, I replied, shaking my head. Sister Huang must have heeded my advice and absorbed that entire arm of the infant spirit right there. Yet, despite my words, a twinge of concern lingered in my heart. As De Jiang and I anxiously awaited Huang Jiru's return, the courtyard door suddenly swung open, and a figure stepped inside. The night had fallen, and it was only when the person approached that I discerned her appearance. Before us stood a young woman, perhaps 17 or 18, clad in the fashionable attire of the city. Upon closer inspection, I gasped. She was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a celestial fairy. Her delicate, charming features and serene demeanor exuded the grace of a classical beauty. I dare say that not even the actresses portraying ancient beauties on screen could rival her allure. Without hesitation, the young woman sauntered over and took a seat at the table. She glanced down, and I noticed that aside from a half plate of peanuts, the only other item on the table was the wine bowl that Huang Jiuru had just knocked over. "Where's my wine?" she inquired, her voice so familiar that it startled me. "Did you drink it, De Jiang?" she continued, addressing him directly. De Jiang, wide-eyed, pointed at her in disbelief, stammering incoherently. "What Huang?" She shot back, casting a playful glare at him. "Indeed, it is I." After a brief moment of astonishment, a smile broke across my face. "How could you have returned so swiftly? You actually managed to transform into human form." "Indeed, I am Huang Jiuru," she confirmed. "What do you think? Am I not beautiful now?" With that, she seized my beer bottle and, with a carefree tilt of her head, downed a couple of gulps before beaming at me. "Need I say more? My sister is as stunning as a celestial being," I responded with a grin. "They say that those of the Fox clan are the most beautiful once they attain human form, but in my eyes, you are unrivaled." At my words, Huang Jiuru's eyes sparkled, narrowing into two delightful crescent moons. "Why did you take so long?" I asked her. "De Jiang and I have been worried sick." That drought demon's arm was indeed formidable. Huang Jiuru laughed. "Fortunately, you managed to absorb that person's soul. Had it remained intact, with that arm, it might have taken another 20 or 30 years for him to regain his strength." Turning to De Jiang and me, she continued. "I followed Brother Ye's advice and absorbed the spiritual energy from that arm right on the spot. The process took quite a while, as achieving human form after 500 years of cultivation is no easy feat." Huang Jiuru chuckled wryly. "For those of us with fur and horns, transforming into human form entails a considerable ordeal. Expressing my fears might cause you both distress, so I shall remain silent," sighed Huang Jiuru, her countenance revealing a blend of sorrow and fragility, evoking a sense of pity. She softly remarked, "I was born in the 4th year of Guangxiu, which makes me precisely 140 years old this year. Had it not been for Brother Ye's continuous assistance, with the ethereal treasures of the purple-backed golden toad, black star python, and the infant monkey fist elevating my cultivation, I would have needed another 300 to 400 years to attain this fortune. Look at you," I responded with a smile. "Did we not agree that we would refrain from such formalities among ourselves?" "Indeed." Huang Jiuru nodded, smiling as she replied, "Today, I simply could not hold back. I have shared my thoughts freely and shall not do so again." After taking another sip of her drink, she added with a smile, "The combination of these 3 heavenly materials, along with my inherent cultivation, has allowed me to surpass 500 years, thus granting me this human form. As outer sect immortals, we commence our cultivation from the animal kingdom, and only upon achieving a human shape do we truly step into the realm of cultivation." Huang Jiuru continued. "In our Huang family, it takes 500 years to attain human form, which is quite rapid. For those of the wood and stone lineage, or the grass immortals, the duration required is even longer." "What are grass immortals?" Dajiang inquired curiously from the side. "They are the likes of grasshoppers and earthworms. The insect-like immortals dwelling among the plants," I explained, turning to Dajiang. "These creatures are inherently short-lived and lack intelligence, making their ascension to immortality far more challenging." "Oh," Dajiang nodded. "So, 500 years is indeed the swiftest." "Precisely," Huang Jiuru affirmed. "Now you understand how arduous our journey is, do you not?" At this, Huang Jiuru turned to me, her eyes slightly reddened, and continued, "Brother Yi, for all the opportunities you have bestowed upon me thus far, and for the blessings I am certain to receive from you in the future, I express my heartfelt gratitude today. From this moment forth, I shall no longer utter a word of thanks to you." Her face bore an expression of exhilaration, albeit she was evidently attempting to mask her excitement. I mused to myself, this girl has suddenly advanced in cultivation and attained human form. Naturally, her emotions would be stirred. Just then, I heard Huang Jiuru declare, "Whatever I have achieved today is all thanks to Brother Yu. From now on, my life belongs to you." "What do you mean by that?" Her words caused a sudden jolt in my heart. I had always treated Huang Jiuru as an equal, merely due to my own experiences of being bullied and my desire not to impose any oppression upon her. Why, then, had she made such a statement today? There is no need for such sentiments. We are like siblings, and there is no necessity for such grand gestures. I hastily replied to Huang Jiuru, "Is it not wonderful to regard each other as family? How I perceive it is my affair, but you cannot dictate my feelings." Huang Jiuru, quite obstinate, seemed resolute in her thoughts, leaving me at a loss for how to proceed. Very well, You protect me with your life, and I will do the same for you, shall we? I shook my head in resignation, yet I could not help but lightly pat Huang Jiru on her small head. When Huang Jiru was still in her original form as a weasel, such a gesture held no significance. However, now that she had transformed into a young lady, this action became rather awkward. Instantly regretting my impulsive gesture, I noticed a flush of embarrassment spread across Huang Jiru's charming face, and within me, regret swelled. I pondered, why does my hand always seem to act a beat faster than my mind? Look at the mess I've created. Suddenly, a sound of retching escaped from Dajiang, prompting both Huang Jiru and me to turn our heads towards him. We were met with Dajiang's mischievous grin as he feigned an exaggerated act of vomiting. Goodness, how revolting. Dajiang, patting his chest, chuckled, if you two continue with this melodrama, give me a heads up so I can keep my distance. Huang Jiru, however, effortlessly dealt with Dajiang. In a flash, she reached out and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Pretending to be furious, she exclaimed, do you have any brains? Speaking to your own sister like that? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, my dear lady. Dajiang begged for mercy. I won't do it again, I swear. It seemed Huang Jiru had quite the grip, as Dajiang quickly fell silent. Chapter 35, The Great Marsh and the Strange Affliction. Chapter 35, The Great Marsh and the Peculiar Malady. After the laughter subsided, Huang Jiru began to recount to me and Dajiang the intricacies of their celestial cultivation. While I possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding folk practices such as summoning deities and shamanistic rituals, the secrets she divulged pertained to their realm, revealing information I had previously been unaware of. Huang Jiru addressed us, stating, the path of celestial cultivation is fraught with challenges. From intellect to physical constitution, we are not inherently suited for the cultivation of the celestial way. It is solely due to the abundant spiritual energy of the Changbai Mountain dragon vein that these ethereal beings, have come into existence. She sighed. Thus, the journey of our cultivation is indeed one beset with thorns, each step a trial. She continued, there are two paramount challenges, the quest for a lineage and the search for disciples. In simpler terms, this translates to seeking a master and finding an apprentice. As long as we possess a flicker of spiritual awareness, we can absorb the essence of the universe, drawing in the quintessence of the sun and moon. After a century or two, we gradually awaken our consciousness. Once we attain a modicum of enlightenment, we must embark on the search for a master. At this juncture, Huang Jiru smiled at me, mentioning the purple-backed golden toad and the black star python you provided me, despite their superior cultivation due to their species, have yet to awaken their consciousness and therefore cannot be considered true celestial beings. Once we attain spiritual awareness, we must seek a lineage, she emphasized, and this is the most arduous task. In China, the rightful paths of cultivation are primarily Buddhism and Taoism. Yet, to be frank, who among them would welcome disciples of our kind? What do you do then? Dajiang inquired with curiosity. We devise strategies, Huang Jiru replied, while they recite their scriptures. We eavesdrop beneath the eaves of their temples. When the Buddhist and Taoist teachings are shared, we gather in droves to absorb their wisdom. Even within the ponds beneath the Buddhist seat, golden fish listen to the teachings, while bats concealed beneath the eaves attain enlightenment. Oh, I exclaimed, realization dawning upon me. Reflecting on this, I recalled similar accounts from the journey to the West. In addition, she continued, another formidable challenge lies in accepting disciples. Huang Jiru elaborated. We refer to disciples as Dima. To accumulate merit in the mortal realm, we must rely on others. However, finding such individuals is no simple task. Generally, there are three categories of individuals who meet the criteria for Dima, Huang Jiru explained. The first is one who possesses a familial bloodline tied to us celestial beings. Such disciples are akin to what you refer to as old family servants, representing families traditionally devoted to serving celestial beings. The second category pertains to those with a legacy, she pondered. These Dima carry the merits accumulated in their past lives. Such individuals possess virtues that remain unseen by ordinary people, yet we can perceive them. Upon recognizing such a person, we would accept them as disciples to cultivate together in pursuit of accumulating merit and achieving ultimate realization. There is a third matter. This disciple is, in fact, a reincarnation of a celestial being, and even more astonishingly, a true immortal from the heavens who has descended to face tribulations. Huang Jiru continued, stating that such individuals possess the essence of immortality, and we, as practitioners of the celestial arts, would undoubtedly regard them as treasures, endeavoring to recruit them as disciples for shared cultivation. Upon hearing this, De Jiang suddenly leaped up from his seat, enlightenment washing over him. No wonder. Those who serve as practitioners often find themselves beset by severe ailments or calamities before embarking on their journeys. This, it seems, is the reason. You are not mistaken, Brother De Jiang. Huang Jiru chuckled in response. I lay on the Kong, my mind racing. Huang Jiru transforming into human form today is indeed a momentous event. Yet, the combined strength of the three of us, a year hence, when confronted with the ghostly, immortal Li Wantong. Alas, we seem to be woefully inadequate. The more I pondered, the heavier my heart grew. Thus, the days passed in a haze of worry and anticipation. Over a week later, at long last, a business opportunity presented itself. This time, it was a significant undertaking. De Jiang and I found ourselves in an old, dilapidated passenger vehicle, a minibus traversing the rural landscape. We were en route to the patient's location, which lay over 100 miles from our village of Sherman. Traveling by agricultural tricycle was less convenient and more costly than taking the bus. For the previous incident involving the black star python venom, the patient's family had rewarded us with 2,000 yuan. As per our agreement, I handed De Jiang 600. Subsequently, De Jiang took me to the county town. It was my first visit to the city, where towering buildings loomed and handsome men and beautiful women populated the streets, leaving me utterly astounded. Together, De Jiang and I expended our combined 2,000 yuan with great fervor. My attire, originally salvaged from De Jiang's discarded clothing, had become tattered during my confrontation with the ghostly immortal Li Wantong, rendering me akin to a beggar. De Jiang led me to a clothing store, where he outfitted me with a complete ensemble of garments and footwear. Truth be told, the exhilaration I felt upon donning new clothes and shoes for the first time in my life was indescribable. Thereafter, De Jiang urged me to purchase a mobile phone for the convenience of patients reaching out for my services. This phone, costing me 168 yuan, was the most affordable option available. Fortunately, another business opportunity arose. The young woman I had treated for snake venom had returned to work after her recovery. Employed by a construction company, she spent her days on remote job sites, serving as a document clerk, handling tedious tasks that city dwellers often shunned. From my capture of the false ghost immortal to my night fishing for the giant python, and from my fierce battle with the ghostly immortal leader to her miraculous recovery, she recounted these events with such vividness that it captivated everyone on the site. However, barely 3 days into her job, disaster struck. Suddenly, 5 local migrant workers at her site fell gravely ill overnight, and the nature of their afflictions was exceedingly peculiar to any discerning eye. It was evident that these were not genuine ailments. The leader at the construction site was suddenly struck with panic. However, he quickly recalled my presence as a ready solution. It is often said that a newly appointed expert possesses remarkable insight, so he promptly dispatched this young woman to seek my assistance. As we traveled on the shuttle bus, we ventured further away from Sherman Mountain. Gradually, the scenery outside transformed from mountainous terrain to sprawling farmland, and then from the boundless rice fields of the plains to marshy reed beds. The road was flanked by desolation, with no signs of habitation for quite some distance. The young woman seated beside us turned to me and De Jiang, saying, "We are nearing our destination. The site where I work is within this vast meadow, where a substation is currently under construction. The area is predominantly marshland, which explains the absence of residences. I have heard that the city plans to establish a wetland conservation zone in this vicinity." I nodded in acknowledgement, inwardly thinking, almost there? That is certainly a relief. Leaning back against the bus seat, the incessantly jostling vehicle and the monotonous landscape outside began to lull me into a drowsy state. My thoughts lingered on the matter of Li Wantong, for the circumstances I faced were exceedingly urgent. That elusive spirit, Li Wantong, and I had struck a fateful agreement lasting a year. Such a fleeting span of time would soon elapse. Should I fail to honor our meeting, he would undoubtedly come seeking me for reckoning. At that moment, what could I possibly muster against Li Wantong? He would undoubtedly arrive with a well-prepared entourage, and when the time came, would he not simply crush us 3 one by one? Lost in these thoughts, I found myself restless, tossing and turning in my seat, unable to find tranquility. Chapter 36. The Verdant Reeds. The haunting spirit of the unborn. Chapter 36. The whispering reeds and the elusive ghostly presence. The young woman seated beside me, who had come to greet us, is named Li Xiuyun. She possesses a striking beauty, and her demeanor mirrors that of her mother, direct and efficient in both speech and action, engaged in work outside. She is undoubtedly a woman of experience and sophistication. In terms of appearance, she embodies the type of girl I once dared not even imagine in the past. As I lowered my gaze, my eyes fell upon my new attire. This outfit, selected by Dajiang, although chosen with the intent of being dignified and simple due to the nature of our work, still felt foreign to me. I found myself feeling like a dilapidated, soiled 1 yuan note ensconced within a resplendent, crimson envelope. Truly, I was ill-suited to this ensemble. Lost in my musings, we finally reached our destination. We disembarked onto a straight road flanked by endless expanses of reeds and grassland. The surroundings were vast and desolate, devoid of any human presence. Our group of 3, though in truth it was 4, as Huang Jiuru had transformed into an ethereal form, perched invisibly upon my shoulder, set forth along a side track into the depths of the grassy marsh. The path was bordered by swamps, dotted with countless puddles and waterholes, large and small, seemingly infinite in number. I could not help but think that such an environment was bound to harbor snakes and insects lurking within the grass. We continued along a temporary path of gravel for another 2 or 3 miles. At last, a construction site came into view in the distance, scaffolding rising prominently. "We've arrived," Li Shiyun exclaimed, pointing ahead with a smile. Upon entering the site, we indeed found a partially constructed substation, complete with scaffolding overhead. Adjacent to the construction area was a tidy courtyard, featuring 2 rows of colorful prefab houses in alternating red and blue. Li Shiyun informed me that these 2 rows housed the office area and the living quarters for the workers and management alike. Upon entering the courtyard, the site's leaders came forth to greet us warmly. Aside from the principal contractor, Mr. Li, who was the owner of the construction company, a throng of designers, supervisors, and engineers gathered around, curious to observe the proceedings. Having traversed various experiences alongside Dajiang, I was no stranger to such scenes and felt adequately composed in the midst of it all. Before long, Dajiang and I were ushered into the manager's office, where only a few key leaders remained, while the rest were kept outside. After settling into our seats, an exchange of pleasantries ensued, accompanied by tea and cigarettes, before Mr. Li broached the main topic. With a furrowed brow, he addressed me. "There has been a troubling incident at the site, and anxiety is palpable among the workers. We have halted operations for 3 days now. If we cannot ascertain the cause of this issue, no one will dare to continue working. Mr. Yi, I am counting on you this time. You should have seen the dreadful state of those who fell ill. It was truly, evidently." The sudden affliction of these 5 individuals had greatly unsettled the site's leadership. In my heart, I pondered, after all, this illness is shrouded in mystery. If it were to be a contagious disease or food poisoning, those in leadership certainly bear some responsibility. I gestured dismissively and said to Mr. Li, "As for the illness, we shall understand more upon seeing the patient shortly. We can discuss the details then. Let me clarify. I am a doctor, not a fortune teller." I conveyed to Mr. Li my principles to alleviate any concerns he might have. Mr. Li was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that I was not a fortune teller. "Then, what are your principles?" he promptly inquired. "My principle is quite simple," I replied calmly. "I charge nothing if I cannot cure the illness. If I succeed, you may offer any fee you deem appropriate. That is my principle." Understood." Mr. Li nodded in immediate agreement. My words were somewhat bold, reflecting a strong confidence in my medical skills, which was one aspect. On the other hand, the notion of leaving the payment to his discretion evidently astonished him. My nonchalant attitude towards money left him perplexed and filled with doubts about my capabilities. Is there truly someone in this world who does not care about money? An engineer murmured softly from the side, though it was unclear whether he was skeptical or for another reason. "Mr. Yi is indeed such a person." Upon hearing this, Li Shiyun, who had entered with me, immediately retorted loudly at the engineer. It was evident that this young lady from the Li family regarded me as her savior. Upon hearing someone question my integrity, she quickly defended me. "Mr. Yi treated my illness and left without hesitation. My mother tried to give him money. Yet he not only refused to take it, but he didn't even glance at it." The man who had spoken fell silent, lowering his head upon hearing Li Shiyun's words. "Let us proceed and examine the patients," I said with a smile as I stood up. All right. Mr. Li nodded repeatedly, leading the way as he guided us to the living quarters. Once we arrived at the workers' dormitory and laid eyes on the 5 patients, I immediately furrowed my brows. A wave of dread washing over me. The sight of these patients was exceedingly peculiar. Upon entering the patient's room, I was greeted by a foul stench. Frowning, I gazed into the room. The site's supervisors had gathered these 5 patients together to prevent the possibility of a malignant infectious disease, confining them within this single room. At that moment, the 5 patients were lying in a row on the beds. The odor was reminiscent of Dajiang behind me whispered quietly. I gestured to Dajiang to refrain from speaking further and approached the beds of the patients. All 5 of them were bare-chested, as they could no longer wear any clothing. Each of these patients had stomachs that appeared to be stuffed with large pillows, swollen and round. Their bellies resembled balloons, inflated to the brink of bursting. The skin on their abdomens had even stretched to a semi-transparent state. I believe that anyone who lays eyes on these swollen abdomens would inevitably ponder the same chilling thought. Could it be that the bellies of these individuals might suddenly explode with a resounding pop? I approached them, scrutinizing their condition closely. These individuals appeared to be middle-aged, likely between the ages of 30 and 40. Before the onset of their affliction, they must have been robust laborers. Now, their abdomens had expanded to an alarming degree, and beneath the taut skin, a faint bluish-black hue seemed to emerge. Upon closer inspection, the color of their distended bellies resembled a murky, semi-translucent white, akin to congealed lard tainted with dirt. Within these semi-transparent abdomens, something dark and gelatinous appeared to writhe slowly. It resembled fish eggs on the verge of hatching, occasionally shifting with subtle movements. I mused to myself, what lies within these bellies is undeniably alive. The lips of these patients were a deep, purplish-black, grotesquely swollen as if they had been the victims of a violent assault. Beyond this, no other symptoms were apparent, and their bodies exhibited no further abnormalities. These patients seemed to retain their mental clarity, yet the extreme distension of their abdomens clearly inflicted immense suffering upon them, leaving them in a state of profound lethargy, though not entirely delirious. At that moment, I heard a faint groan escape from the furthest corner against the wall. One patient, with a belly grotesquely distended, emitted a sound of distress. When I directed my gaze towards him, I was startled to see that the mass within his belly had pushed outward, forming a prominent bulge. Text, Chapter 37, The Stench of Decay, Distended Abdomens. In the dark fish pit. Chapter 37, The Stench of Decay, Distended Abdomen. In the black fish pit as I gazed intently in that direction, I noticed that his abdomen remained eerily tranquil. In that fleeting moment, I was struck by uncertainty. Was it an illusion? Or had I truly witnessed the patient's belly being protruded by some unseen entity within? The sensation was akin to a serpent coiled within a bag, pressing against the fabric, causing a bulge that distorted the outer contour. What could possibly reside within that distended belly? A wave of bewilderment washed over me. I extended my hand and lightly placed my fingers on the wrist of one of the patients. Not that I possessed any true medical expertise in pulse diagnosis, but rather, my 3 fingers would respond to the presence of malevolent spirits invading the bodies of the afflicted. However, my perception yielded no indication of any sinister presence within their corporeal forms. Next, I reached out to gently probe the patient's abdomen. The moment my fingers made contact with that expansive belly, I was met with a chilling coldness. This temperature was significantly lower than the normal human body heat. Furthermore, the abdomen appeared unnaturally heavy, clearly indicating that the weight was not merely due to gas, but rather the presence of something substantial within, contributing to this oppressive sensation. After my examination, I silently turned and exited the patient's room. Behind me, Li and several leaders from the construction site followed suit. Are you suggesting to me? I whispered to Dajiang that the odor in this room resembles the stench of decay? Indeed, Dajiang replied solemnly, nodding and wrinkling his nose. Having relocated graves for families in our village, I can attest that this particular scent is distinctly foul. It is difficult to find anything that resembles it. You are correct, I remarked, turning to Dajiang. The bluish-black hue at the corners of the patient's lips also resembles the coloration associated with corpse poison. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Li, the site manager, inquired from behind me. What affliction do these individuals suffer from? They are not merely ill. It is likely they have been poisoned, I responded. Please find someone who has close ties to these patients and interacts with them regularly. After a brief pause, I added, given that the poison appears to have manifested through their mouths, it is probable that their recent dietary choices are implicated. The assistant hurried off to locate someone, and Dajiang and I exchanged glances, both perplexed yet amused. Big brother-in-law? Is that truly a nickname? When did these patients first exhibit symptoms? I asked Li. I initially assumed these youngsters had merely consumed something bad, thinking they would recover with rest. Yet, to my astonishment, their condition has escalated drastically. In just a day's time, they have deteriorated to this extent. Li exclaimed, visibly anxious. While we conversed, Dajiang discreetly pulled Li Xiaoyun aside, whispering something with an enigmatic expression. "Ah, you truly are a source of endless irritation." I chuckled wryly and inquired, "What purpose do you have in asking about them?" Shortly thereafter, Mr. Li's assistant arrived, accompanied by an individual who hurriedly approached us. As he introduced the person, it turned out to be the very brother-in-law we had just mentioned. Before he could catch his breath, I posed my question. What did those individuals have for dinner the night before last? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the brother-in-law bent slightly and replied, "The day before yesterday, we experienced a brief rain shower, causing the worksite to halt for half a day. The ill individuals are all good friends. They decided to go fishing for blackfish in the pond next to the worksite." Was it just the 5 of them? No one else? I pressed for clarification. "No, it was just those 5. He affirmed with a nod. "Is there any leftover blackfish or fish bones they might have discarded? Please try to find something for me to examine." A thought struck me, prompting me to turn to Mr. Li, the site manager. "Well, that might be difficult." Mr. Li furrowed his brow, looking rather troubled. "We clear out the refuse from the worksite every day." I shook my head in disappointment, but then suddenly recalled something. "Bring me the fishing gear they used," I instructed Mr. Li. "Surely, those wouldn't have been thrown away as well?" All right. Mr. Li nodded eagerly and directed his assistant, "Go search the patient's quarters. Check under the beds and in similar places to see if you can find their fishing equipment." The assistant hurried off to rummage through the dormitory, while I turned to the brother-in-law and said, "Lead me to the spot where they went fishing the afternoon before last." Thus, under the brother-in-law's guidance, we set off in a lively procession towards the fishing location. Constructing buildings on marshy land is no easy task, as the ground is entirely composed of silt, rendering foundation work nearly impossible. Consequently, the entire foundation of the substation had to be filled with gravel. The area where they fished was located just outside the western wall of the substation, a sizable puddle a mere 3 to 5 meters from the boundary wall. At the edges of the puddle and in the shallower areas, various reeds and wild grasses flourished. Only in the deep center of the puddle did the water's surface remain bare of any vegetation. As we arrived at this spot and positioned ourselves along the puddle's edge, Mr. Li's assistant came rushing towards us, cradling something in his hands. "Mr. Yi, this is the fishing gear they use for catching blackfish." The assistant presented the bundle to me with both hands. Unlike other fish, blackfish are known for their ferocious nature, readily devouring any food they encounter. Therefore, when fishing for them, there is no need for intricate tackle or floats. The gear these individuals possessed was remarkably rudimentary. Aside from a large tangle of fishing line, there were merely 2 or 3 rusted hooks, nothing more. It appears that they hold fishing lines, attaching bait to the hooks before casting them directly into the waterhole. It is through such rudimentary methods that they manage to catch blackfish. I took a moment to inhale the scent lingering on the fishhooks in my hand, and then I let out a deep sigh. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Chapter 38. The Strange Corpse in the Water, Mother and Infant Suspended. Chapter 38. The Strange Corpse in the Water, Mother and Child Upside Down. "What is it, Mr. Yi?" inquired Mr. Li, who stood beside me, hastily seeking an explanation. "You are working in this marshland, where the underground water level is exceedingly high. Surely, you possess several pumps for drainage?" I asked Mr. Li. "Indeed." Mr. Li nodded affirmatively. At times, certain work sites require uninterrupted drainage for an entire month. Even a brief pause is unacceptable. We are not lacking in pumps within our warehouse. Bring in several additional pumps and drain this pit, I instructed Mr. Li. Though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind, he proceeded without hesitation to follow my command. Upon investigating the matter earlier, the connections became evident. The leaders present were also perceptive. It was clear that the affliction afflicting the patients stemmed from the 3 black fish they had consumed, which had been caught from this very pit. Thus, it was undeniable that the pit harbored a problem. Before long, high-powered submersible pumps were cast into the pit, buzzing as they commenced their task of draining the water. The pit, not overly large yet not too small, began to see a gradual decline in water level as the pumps worked incessantly. Dajiang, I, and Li Xiaoyun stood conversing nearby, while Mr. Li and the other site leaders observed the diminishing water level with keen interest. How could there be corpse toxins on the blackfish? Dajiang queried. Li Xiaoyun regarded me with equal curiosity. Let me provide you with a hint, I replied to Dajiang. Blackfish are carnivorous. If you were to toss a dead frog into a pond inhabited by blackfish, it would not be long before the fish dismantled it piece by piece, consuming every remnant. Dajiang's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at the visibly horrified Li Xiaoyun and then back at me. So, you mean to say there is a corpse in this pit? And that corpse bears toxins? Dajun grimaced. The black fish in this pit consumed the corpse, thus acquiring the toxins, which were then caught by those 5 individuals and subsequently cooked for consumption. Good heavens. Dajiang, please cease your remarks. It's utterly revolting. Li Xiaoyun interjected, her expression one of imminent nausea. I addressed them calmly. Hence, the adage illness enters through the mouth, and calamity emerges from it rings true. The wisdom of ancients does not falter. I too felt a wave of queasiness rising within me. Suppressing my discomfort, I gestured towards Mr. Li. What is it, Mr. Yi? He approached, inquiring. You may call the authorities, I said, pointing towards the surface of the pit. Do you see that white object? Ah, it does seem to be there. Mr. Li observed the faint white fragment, his complexion paling as he asked, Mr. Yi, what is that? That is a pair of deceased feet, I replied coldly. Is that truly the case? Mr. Li, trembling with fear, gazed at me and inquired, did you see it clearly? If it weren't for the corpse, I would have consumed all the fish in this pit. Despite my warning, Mr. Li chose not to report the incident to the authorities but instead fixated on a white object drifting beneath the surface of the lake. Perhaps he still clung to a glimmer of hope. A fatal incident at this construction site would spell enormous trouble for him. After approximately 10 minutes, Mr. Li's hope was ultimately dashed. As the water level gradually receded, a pair of snow-white feet emerged from beneath the surface. Indeed, there was a corpse in the water. Trembling, Mr. Li managed to call the police, then turned to me with a distressed expression, asking, will those black fish, after consuming the corpse, become ill when eaten by others? Ordinary corpses do not pose such a risk, I replied, shaking my head. However, the corpse in this pit carries a malevolent toxicity. Can you cure the poison in my 5 workers? Mr. Li asked urgently. Let me examine the body first, I instructed him. Continue draining the water. Do not stop. Once I see the corpse, I will understand the situation. The construction site was situated in a remote area, and it would take over an hour for the police to arrive. Half an hour later, with no sign of the authorities, the pit was nearly dry, and the entire body was exposed. I stood at the edge of the pit, refraining from stepping into the black muck below. The corpse lay about 5 or 6 meters away, its skin a ghastly white from prolonged exposure to the water. Long, damp hair obscured the face, rendering it unrecognizable. The body was entirely unclothed, and a length of rope protruded from its neck, with a substantial stone partially submerged in the muck beneath its head. This was evidently the reason we first spotted the feet during the draining process. The deceased had been weighted down by the rope and cast into the pit, causing her to remain suspended in an inverted position due to buoyancy. She was floating upside down in the water? A stuttering voice echoed in my ear. The scene in the water is simply unimaginable. It's utterly terrifying. Li Xiaoyan chimed in, her voice quaking with fear. That is not the worst of it, I replied, my heart racing. Look at her abdomen. What was particularly horrifying about this corpse was indeed her swollen belly, grotesquely enlarged to an astonishing degree, nearly encompassing half her body. Had it not been for the gaping, bowl-sized wound carved out by the black fish, the appearance of her abdomen would have closely mirrored that of the 5 poisoned individuals. Brother Yi, at this moment, Huang Jiru softly whispered in my ear, this corpse exudes an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Indeed, I replied quietly to Huang Jiru, a pure copper coffin, an iron cage, a maternal vengeful spirit, and a ghostly fetus basin. These are the 4 great calamities in the realm of tomb raiding. For those who delve into grave robbing, encountering such entities in a tomb is a harbinger of doom. Surviving such an ordeal would be a stroke of luck. So this must be. Upon hearing my words, Dajiang directed his gaze towards the large-bellied, long-haired female corpse, signaling me, a maternal vengeful spirit? Indeed, I nodded in affirmation, explaining, mother and child perished together. The peculiar symptoms exhibited by those 5 individuals poisoned by the corpse undoubtedly point to a maternal vengeful spirit. I continued, this maternal vengeful spirit arises when a pregnant woman is brutally murdered, her lingering resentment coalescing into a formidable presence. In her final moments, she and her unborn child became one, 2 souls intertwined within a single body. One spirit longs to be born, while the other is condemned to remain unfulfilled. The intertwining of these 2 resentments manifests as a maternal vengeful spirit, hence its terrifying ferocity. Furrowing my brow, I added, those workers afflicted by the maternal vengeful spirit are carrying a ghostly fetus. It was only then I remembered that Li Xiaoyun was still behind me. Having articulated this horrifying revelation so thoroughly, I wondered how the girl was faring. Behind Li Xiaoyun, Dajiang rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue. This rascal had been flirting with the Li family girl throughout our journey, yet Li Xiaoyun remained largely unresponsive. It seemed Dajiang was feeling a tinge of jealousy at how much she relied on me. With a chuckle, Huang Jiaru leaned in closer and whispered, "It seems this maiden has developed a crush on you, Brother Yi. Why not seize the opportunity? Stop your nonsensical chatter," I retorted. Both amused and exasperated. Dajiang, the three of us have a shelf life of only a year. When the ghosts and spirits come for us a year from now, we shall all meet our demise. I have no bandwidth for such matters. The pressing concern at hand was to address the ailment of the patient. I admonished Dajiang and Huang Jiaru, "Let me think. Please refrain from causing any distractions." After contemplating for a moment, I raised my voice slightly, addressing Dajiang, "Brother Dajiang, your aura is imbued with pure yang energy. Please keep a close watch over Sister Xiaoyun and ensure she doesn't stray too far." "Sure thing," Dajiang responded with enthusiasm. When he looked at me again, the playful eye-rolling had ceased, replaced by an expression of earnest gratitude. "Brother Dajiang, I can assist you only to this extent," I thought to myself, a smile gracing my lips as I took a few steps to the side. Suddenly, a line from the blood-guiding corpse scripture surged into my mind with startling clarity. Chapter 39, The Golden Cicada Sheds Its Shell. The Enigmatic Lady. Chapter 39, The Golden Cicada Sheds Its Shell. The enigmatic lady. The venom of resentment lingers in the soul, a manifestation of unrestrained fury towards others. Hence, when hatred remains unresolved, its poison endures. This resentment is rooted in both the spiritual and the corporeal realms, intertwined between curses and toxins, existing in the state of being and non-being. As the adage goes, the common folk are easily oppressed, while the heavens are not easily deceived. Is it not true that the multitude's finger points at one? Extract from the blood-guiding corpse scripture, the chapter on resentment and poison. These lines encapsulate Yi Tianchu's discourse on resentment and poison. It is articulated clearly that resentment and poison exist as a phenomenon between the spiritual and the material, between curses and toxins. Hatred is the source and essence of this resentment. To alleviate such resentment, one must begin with the eradication of hatred. This blood-guiding corpse scripture cannot possibly encompass all the peculiar ailments of the world. Thus, Yi Tianchu meticulously records various classifications of strange maladies along with his methodologies for resolution. These methodologies often exhibit a boundless imagination akin to a celestial steed, yet they penetrate to the very essence of the ailments. Therefore, it can be said that Yi Tianchu has bestowed upon me the correct perspective. But the precise resolution of the issues must be contemplated by me alone. As I pondered over this maternal resentment, I continued my slow stride. Suddenly, I stepped upon an object on the ground, and a faint crackling sound resonated beneath my foot. I lifted my foot and looked down, only to find that the object I had crushed was a desiccated cicada exoskeleton. In traditional Chinese medicine, the cicada exoskeleton holds significant medicinal value, referring to the shell shed by the cicada larvae. The cicada possesses an intriguing nature. Its larvae can survive for over a decade, even up to 20 years underground. However, in years when avian predators are scarce, those dormant larvae instinctively sense the absence of their foes above. Consequently, in such years, the larvae that have lain in wait for over a decade emerge simultaneously, transforming into adult cicadas. Hence, there is a folk saying, "Before the spring breeze stirs." The cicadas are already unaware of their fate. They meet an untimely demise. This implies that cicadas possess an extraordinary foresight. Upon observing the cicada exoskeleton, a sudden realization struck me. My heart lightened instantly. I now had a solution. I jubilantly summoned Mr. Li and instructed him to gather 10 or 8 of his workers. The method for treatment had been found, but the remedy required collective effort to procure. "Not a problem," Mr. Li exclaimed, his face alight with joy upon hearing that a method had been discovered. He made a phone call and issued a few instructions. Within moments, a dozen or so elder brothers from the construction site hurried over. "Remember," I addressed the workers, "I need pure black ones, only pure black. A lighter shade will not suffice. Do you understand?" Upon learning that the excavation of cicadas was intended to treat their ailing colleague, the workers were invigorated. After I articulated my requirements, each grabbed a shovel and dashed towards a nearby thicket not far from the worksite. "Here they come," Mr. Li pondered aloud. "What is there to say? This construction site is essentially built atop a swamp." What do you intend to do?" Mr. Li inquired, perplexed. "Is this also for medicinal purposes?" he asked incredulously. Indeed. Hurry, I replied with a smile. Very well, Mr. Lee promptly picked up the phone to call the excavator operator at the site. As we walked, I thought to myself, the medicine I've prepared must prove effective. To cure these 5 individuals, relying on the blood and corpse scriptures, I am counting on you this time. At that moment, I noticed distant red and blue lights flashing incessantly. The police had arrived. Having arranged for the procurement of medicine, Mr. Lee went to attend to the investigating officers. We watched from a distance as a group of policemen, led by Mr. Lee, headed towards the waterlogged area. Mr. Yi, do you feel confident in treating this ailment? Ms. Li Xiaoyan asked me during a brief pause. Whether we can eliminate the haunting spirits of those workers depends on finding the appropriate medicine, I responded with a smile. As long as we have the medicine, there will be no problem. Then tell me, what else is remarkable? Upon hearing my words, Li Xiaoyan became intrigued and eagerly pressed for more details. However, as De Jiang began to speak, he strayed off topic, taking the young lady's hand to read her palm. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of them, though I forced a serious expression. Just then, Mr. Lee approached with 2 detectives, one older and one younger. Are you the one they requested for treatment, Mr. Yi? The younger officer asked me. I looked up and was taken aback. A stunningly beautiful policewoman stood before me. This officer was tall, with a slender and graceful physique. Her hair cropped neatly. Her delicate face was utterly captivating. The young lady had perfectly arched brows and large, soft, alluring eyes. Her straight nose resembled a sword, and her rosy lips slightly protruded. Her visage was undeniably enchanting, yet it bore an icy demeanor. In my life, I have scarcely watched television, and I hardly dared to gaze at village beauties. Compared to this girl, every other woman in the world paled in comparison. I mused that only the enchanting Huang Jiru could rival this policewoman's beauty, as I was momentarily stunned by her appearance. The young officer grew impatient. I'm speaking to you. Why are you dazed? Are you named Ji? Though I thought this, I still wished to steal another glance at her. Come with me to the office, said the goddess-like policewoman. I have a few questions for you. Please cooperate with the investigation. Yes, certainly. I obediently followed her into Mr. Lee's office. Inside, the 2 officers, one young and one old, took their seats across from me. The older detective appeared to be nearly 50 years old. Though he sat silently, his gaze was warm and friendly. However, when his gaze swept over me, it felt as though he could peer directly into the depths of one's soul. His eyes imparted an overwhelming sense of being completely exposed. It was immediately apparent that this was a seasoned detective, having dedicated his life to the pursuit of justice. I could well imagine that, before him, even the most guilty of criminals would falter and confess upon meeting his penetrating stare. Fortunately, I harbored no guilt within, and thus felt no trepidation at their inquiries. Under the interrogation of that ethereal policewoman, I recounted the entire sequence of events without reservation. Upon learning that I was a doctor specializing in hypochondria, a flicker of disdain crossed her features. Nonetheless, her words remained courteous. Is it true that you traced the discovery of the body to those 5 afflicted individuals who consumed the black fish? The female officer inquired. Indeed, I affirmed. Is there any other way to connect the dots? Certainly. The policewoman tossed her pen onto her notebook with a dismissive gesture. Her gaze, laced with an icy intensity, locked onto mine as she asserted, if you were the one who committed murder and disposed of the body, you wouldn't need any deductions to ascertain that there is a corpse in that pit. Chapter 40. Wrongfully accused. Clearing my name. Chapter 40. Unjust accusation and clearing suspicion. Indeed, there is. The policewoman before me hurled her pen onto her notepad, her gaze laced with a hint of frost as she fixed her eyes upon mine and declared, if you were the one who committed murder and disposed of the body, there would be no need for inference. You would know that there is a corpse in that pit. Upon hearing her words, a chill ran down my spine. Had these 2 officers truly deemed me a murderer? My heart raced, nearly propelling me from my seat. Yet, upon reflection, their suspicions were not entirely unfounded. The medical expertise I possessed, including concepts like vengeful spirits, was indeed difficult to elucidate to those who held no belief in metaphysics. Consequently, as the individual who first discovered the body, it would be nearly impossible for me to articulate how I knew there would be a corpse in that waterhole. Given such an evidently illogical circumstance, how could the officers overlook such a lead? Thus, if I wished to extricate myself from the list of suspects, I must first earn the trust of these 2 officers. With this thought, I steadied my nerves and addressed the female officer before me. I understand that what I am about to say may be difficult for you to believe. However, The corpse poison afflicting these workers and the phantom fetuses within their abdomens are undeniably present before us. If you refuse to accept my explanation of the discovery of the body through metaphysics, then I implore you to provide a scientific rationale for the phantom fetuses residing within those individuals. Who can ascertain whether those are truly the phantom fetuses you speak of? The policewoman's expression grew colder upon hearing my firm, yet measured words. She retorted, "Mystifying matters requires discretion. Do you dare employ such rhetoric in my presence?" At that moment, the elderly officer, who had remained silent alongside us, interjected at an opportune moment. "Allow me to digress. Speak, Uncle Lou." The beautiful policewoman, named Wei, immediately recognized her heightened emotions and swiftly regained her composure. This young woman was not only strikingly attractive, but also adept at emotional regulation. My ability to perceive these nuances stemmed from my experience in fortune-telling, where observing the emotions of others is an essential skill. Frankly, the two individuals before me represented the very types one would least wish to encounter in the fortune-telling profession. This policewoman exhibited remarkable emotional control, suggesting she was inherently calm and composed. In contrast, the elderly officer exuded an impenetrable depth, revealing not a single genuine emotion. How could one predict the future for such a person? With a smile gracing his face, the elderly officer turned to me and said, "Comrade Xiao Yi, since you claim to be a physician, why not examine me and tell me what ailment I possess?" This was a test. My heart leaped at the challenge. Yet my countenance remained inscrutable. "Forgive my oversight," the elderly officer chuckled as he addressed me. "When you attend to patients, do you light incense or take their pulse?" "Neither is necessary," I replied with a slight smile, casting a glance at Officer Liu. "You suffer from a severe gastric ulcer. It requires immediate attention." Momentarily taken aback, Officer Liu exchanged a surprised glance with the beautiful Officer Wei beside him. It seemed I had struck a chord. In our line of work, with irregular eating habits and constant anxiety, 8 out of 10 individuals experience gastrointestinal issues. Shrugging at the officer's remark, I continued, "Moreover, you bear a gunshot wound on your left shoulder." I gestured toward the corresponding spot on my own shoulder, then smiled at Officer Liu. "Really?" The elderly officer remained composed. Yet Officer Wei stood up in astonishment. Had I guessed correctly once more? Chuckling softly, I addressed the stunning Officer Yu. At a loss for words, she struggled to find a response to challenge my assertions. The realm of metaphysics, whether acknowledged or not, undeniably exists. The inability to explain phenomena through science merely underscores its limitations. I looked earnestly at both officers and stated, "Once the medication I require arrives, I shall prepare it before you and heal these 5 individuals." With sincerity in my gaze, I continued, "With such evidence, I trust you will be inclined to believe in me a little more." The two officers exchanged glances, remaining silent for some time. Eventually, Officer Liu broke the silence, saying, "You may proceed with your treatment. We shall observe." "Thank you." I stood up. "Am I free to leave?" "By all means. Thank you for your cooperation." The officer responded with a hint of irritation. This young lady was truly captivating, I mused as I reluctantly approached the door. "Oh, before I forget." I turned back to address the two officers. The deceased pregnant woman bore numerous wounds on her feet, inflicted by branches and thorns on the ground. "Indeed," Officer Wei nodded. "What of it? If a woman is both pregnant and barefoot, she is unlikely to have fled far." I pondered aloud. If the murder took place by that puddle, it suggests she may have escaped from a nearby village. Officer Wei interjected, her quick response revealing her astuteness. With a peculiar expression, she regarded me, her large eyes glinting with a fleeting sharpness. "Well done, Comrade Yi," Officer Liu remarked with a smile. "Your reasoning is indeed astute. You've outdone yourself." I expressed my sincere apologies to Officer Liu, acknowledging my ignorance of her profession and my unwarranted opinions. I quickly exited the room, feeling a wave of relief wash over me, only to realize that my back was drenched in cold sweat. My parting remark had undoubtedly left a sting on the young policewoman. She must have been quite upset. I chuckled to myself as I made my way outside. "Thank you for today," I murmured to the empty air. "What do you need to be so polite for?" Huang Jiru's spirit replied with a laugh beside me. I was indeed fortunate to have her assistance in navigating this ordeal. Although I possessed some medical knowledge, I was still incapable of even the most basic pulse diagnosis. Thus, I had confidently stated that Officer Liu's gastric ulcer and shoulder wound were revelations provided by Huang Jiru. "Well done, Huang Jiru," I remarked with a smile. "What does that signify?" She responded with a light laugh. You've accumulated enough spiritual energy over 500 years. If I wish to apprehend a disciple or establish a foundation now, I would qualify. Just as we were engaged in this conversation, De Jiang approached, beaming with enthusiasm. So how's it going, Yizi? From your expression, it seems you've managed to extricate yourself? De Jiang, I exclaimed, immediately inquiring. Did you know they suspected me before I went in? Of course, De Jiang replied with a grin, scrutinizing me from head to toe. If I were a police officer and you stumbled upon a female corpse in such a perplexing manner, I'd be suspicious of you too. Then why didn't you inform me? I asked, playfully punching De Jiang. If I had given you a heads up, you would have been prepared and might have even rehearsed your responses. He chuckled. Did you really think you could deceive that seasoned officer? Fair point, I conceded, nodding in agreement. However, still feeling a bit aggrieved, I playfully jabbed De Jiang again. So, you intentionally withheld that information to ensure my reaction was genuine? De Jiang deftly dodged my playful blow, responding, when it comes to matters of poison or curses, I'm not as knowledgeable as you. But in dealings with people, you're merely a novice. Let me tell you, the most venomous thing in this world is not maternal resentment, but rather the human heart. Chapter 41. Reviving the 32-year cicada. Chapter 41. Reviving the 32-year cicadas. In charge of excavating the cicada larvae was the older brother-in-law. He approached me, shaking a plastic bag, and with a resounding plop, he spilled its contents onto the concrete floor. A dozen pure black cicada larvae immediately rolled around, plump and round. Each of these larvae was no larger than a thumb, their surfaces glossy and dark, reminiscent of sculptures carved from coal, as they were currently in a state of dormancy. Their bodies were rigid, each resembling an oddly patterned piece of exquisite jade. At that moment, two police officers, one older and one younger, emerged from the building. They stood by, scrutinizing how I would utilize these ingredients. The officer named Wei regarded me with a gaze that was both contemptuous and disdainful, her expression clearly suggesting, if you fail to cure the illness, I eagerly await your downfall. I smiled lightly, ignoring their presence. I immediately instructed the assistant of Mr. Lee to fetch a water bucket and a white porcelain plate, and to bring a kettle of boiling water. As I turned my face, I noticed the older brother-in-law holding another bag, this one filled with bright yellow, golden cicada larvae. You have no idea, Mr. Yi, he said with a smug grin. These things, when stir-fried with a bit of oil, are incredibly crispy and delicious. All you think about is eating. I retorted, my anger flaring at his words. Do you not comprehend how those 5 men on the construction site fell ill? It was precisely because of their reckless consumption of food. Have you not learned your lesson? I shouted, there are still several black fish in that drained pit. Would you eat those if I caught them? At this, the older brother-in-law lowered his head, silenced, though his face still bore an expression of stubborn defiance. It's not as if we are in a time of famine. Anything edible is shoved into our mouths. I continued, what is it that you do not find at the market? Why must you resort to devouring these creatures? With my outburst, the dozens of onlookers in the courtyard fell silent. Taking a moment to calm my anger, I added, they wait beneath the earth for the warmth of spring, for the right conditions to emerge from the soil. This waiting lasts for 16 or 17 years. They have endured for so long, only to be sought dead in oil and consumed by you? The older brother-in-law wore an unhappy expression in response to my words. He glanced at the few black larvae on the ground and retorted, are you not also using these for your medicine? If we are to speak of taking lives, we are not the only ones guilty. What? You have the audacity to defend yourself? I exclaimed, my indignation causing me to laugh in disbelief at his response. I pointed at the dark cicada larvae on the ground and said to him, these cicada larvae, if they remain underground for 32 consecutive years without emerging, will reach the limit of their existence. At that point, they will turn completely black. By this summer, these black larvae will decompose in the soil and transform into earth. Therefore, no matter how favorable the conditions may be this year, they cannot hatch. I indicated the black larvae on the ground and remarked, because they have waited too long. They have exhausted their strength and can no longer break through the soil. Thus, these entirely black cicada larvae are referred to as the 32-year cicadas. I glanced at the crowd that had gathered around and addressed them. If anyone is interested, you may observe here. Witness how these creatures struggle to survive. At that moment, the assistant of Mr. Lee had brought me what I requested. As I received the items, I caught sight of the beautiful woman and Officer Liu exchanging contemplative glances. Clearly intrigued and surprised by my earlier remarks, I evenly spread a layer of soft soil in the white porcelain dish and carefully placed the black cicada larvae onto the soil, one by one. Then, I poured the hot water they had brought into the bucket and gently set the porcelain dish on the surface of the water. The dish, containing the cicada larvae, floated in the middle of the bucket like a small boat. Do you wish to hatch them? De Jiang whispered in my ear. Ah, it's moving. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the dish. I looked down and noticed that, during our conversation, several of the previously stiff cicada larvae had begun to wriggle due to the steam. At first, their movements were so subtle that they were almost imperceptible. I even thought I was imagining things. But soon, their movements grew more vigorous, and the number of active larvae increased. Suddenly, one of the black larvae had its shell crack open, and a brownish-yellow body emerged with great effort. Each time a larva hatched, I carefully picked it out of the dish to prevent it from scalding in the hot water. Thus, one after another, the black cicada larvae in the dish broke free before our eyes. What the book described as the golden cicada shedding its shell was precisely this scene. I felt joy in my heart and smiled at De Jiang. Before long, all the black larvae had hatched. The emerging adult cicadas had not yet fully extended their wings. They were still damp and curled. They began to move slowly on the ground. At this point, the dish contained nothing but the black shells left behind after the larvae had shed their exoskeletons. In the dish, there remained a solitary larva, yet to emerge from its cocoon. This particular larva appeared to be the most feeble of all. After a few feeble wriggles, it ceased to move altogether. Ultimately, it was unable to break free from the shell upon its back. We waited for an extended period, but the larva showed no signs of life. I extended my hand, cautiously tearing open the hard shell on its back to reveal a tiny cicada curled within. Its form bore an uncanny resemblance to its living counterparts beneath the earth. However, it lay motionless in my palm. Alas, it had succumbed to death. For this moment, it had waited 32 years. Holding this diminutive body, I addressed those around me. Yet, just as it could have spread its wings to soar, it failed to endure. Gazing at this lifeless creature, I spoke solemnly. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the group. No one uttered a word. Do your cicadas still feed? I inquired of my stunned brother-in-law standing before me. No, he replied, shaking his head in despair, yet unable to articulate a coherent response. Let us take these newly emerged cicadas to the woods, I suggested, gesturing towards those that had just hatched and were slowly crawling on the ground. Very well. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. My brother-in-law carefully cradled the larvae he had unearthed along with the freshly hatched cicadas and made his way towards the thicket. I collected the remaining shells from the dish, handing them over to Jiang for safekeeping. Is this the medicine you used to heal? A beautiful officer beside me asked, her tone surprisingly devoid of coldness despite our earlier exchanges. I still place my faith in Western medicine, she remarked softly. While we in traditional Chinese medicine strive to heal the ailing, those Western doctors are still administering treatments with water blessed by the crucifix. I replied with a smile. Dead fish. These fish are beyond dead. They are as dry and brittle as salted fish, exuding a foul odor. Now, they lie twisted and shriveled, resembling a heap of deflated, malodorous shoes. Is this also your remedy? The female officer, having been momentarily silenced by my earlier remark, now regarded me with a trace of disdain as she posed her question. Chapter 42. Once, there was Yi Tianshi. Chapter 42. Once there was Yi Tianshi in the mortal realm. Is this also your medicine? The female officer, whom I had previously provoked, now restored her expression tinged with a hint of disdain as she inquired. I meticulously inspected the fish, methodically prying them open one by one. At last, upon reaching the seventh fish, I triumphantly discovered what I had been seeking. I emptied the soil from the dish, cleansing it with hot water from the bucket. Then, I carefully extracted the contents from the fish's belly and placed them onto the dish, delicately tearing them open with my nails. A multitude of curious heads gathered around, observing the contents within the dish. In the center, a small mound of shriveled, dark black particles lay. What is this? Li Xiaoyun asked, intrigued. This. I sighed in relief. This is fish roe. Before long, I had extracted a total of 4 clumps of fish roe from the bellies of the fish, tearing apart the surrounding membrane and letting the precious roe cascade onto the dish. Don't tell me these fish roe can still be alive. The beautiful Officer Wei remarked from behind me. Of course they can. I shook my head at Officer Wei, my eyes seemingly conveying, you appear to be utterly inexperienced. For some reason, whenever I spoke with this enchanting officer, I felt an irresistible urge to tease her. I requested a glass fish tank from General Li and placed the fish roe inside. Fortunately, someone on the construction site had a penchant for tropical fish and lent me the tank temporarily. However, when I asked De Jiang to warm the water inside the tank with hot water, I was met with hearty laughter from Officer Wei. "Warming the fish tank with hot water?" she mockingly exclaimed. "Those who raise tropical fish surely have heating rods. You can achieve any temperature you desire." This stunning beauty shook her head, casting a pitying glance my way. "You don't even know this?" In this encounter, I was utterly defeated, as I had no inkling that such heating rods even existed. After setting the appropriate incubation temperature for the fish tank, I poured the fish roe into it. We all gathered around the tank, eagerly anticipating the hatching of the roe. "You have no idea," I said to Dejiang. "The so-called 1,000-year lotus seeds and 10,000-year fish roe possess an almost infinite lifespan. Sometimes, after a heavy rain, when water collects on the ground, if those puddles remain for a few days, small fish will inevitably appear. Even if you dig a well, fish will find their way into it." Without anyone introducing Fry, "Where do you think these fish come from?" I queried Dejiang. "I don't know, you tell me." Dejiang shook his head. "It is because the soil inherently contains fish roe," I replied with a smile. "If there is never any accumulation of water, these fish roe will never hatch. However, as soon as they encounter a watery environment, the little fish will naturally emerge." "Xiaoyi, where did you learn such medical skills?" The elderly police officer surnamed Lu smiled at me and remarked, "I am intrigued. How does this differ from ordinary traditional Chinese medicine?" "Oh, is this Yutianshi particularly remarkable?" Inquisitively, Li Xiaoyun, who was beside me and clearly hearing this name for the first time, eagerly inquired. "My teacher, Yutianshi, is quite fascinating," I replied with a smile. "There is an interesting story about him. Would you like to hear it?" Do tell, do tell." Upon hearing this, the crowd around us grew animated. I began to recount the tale of Yutianshi, derived from his own records in the Shuan Shijing. Originally, Yutianshi was merely a village doctor. The medical skills passed down through his family were not particularly extraordinary, and under his stewardship, they remained rather mediocre. His proficiency was comparable to that of a young doctor in a contemporary rural clinic. One fateful night at the age of 19, a desperate knock echoed at his door. A nearby family had a pregnant woman in labor, suffering greatly and on the brink of losing both her life and that of her child. However, the person seeking help misunderstood Yi Tianxi's intentions. While he was astonished, the family regarded his medical prowess with utmost reverence, praising him profusely. They declared him a miraculous doctor. And through the door, he simply suggested, "Wash your face." Remarkably, after the woman followed his advice, she safely delivered her child. Was this not the mark of a miracle worker? Subsequently, the family presented him with a plaque inscribed with the title Miraculous Healer, which they ceremoniously hung above their door. From that day forth, the young doctor, Yi Tianshi, gazed at the plaque with increasing trepidation. He constantly pondered, "I never expected that such a misunderstanding would bestow upon me the title of a miraculous doctor. Yet, my skills are so inadequate if I were to treat others. How many might I inadvertently harm?" Thus, this young physician embarked on an obsessive quest for medical knowledge, forsaking sleep and sustenance. Possessing a nimble mind, he eschewed the rigid teachings of ancient scholars, often deriving unique insights from historical medical texts. After several years of fervent study, Yi Tianshi indeed became a renowned physician. By the age of 24, he had gained significant acclaim throughout Jiangnan, earning the reputation of a miraculous healer across neighboring provinces. Nevertheless, he remained dissatisfied with his skills. Hearing of a doctor renowned for his exceptional acupuncture techniques, he adopted a pseudonym and became the disciple of this esteemed practitioner, studying under him for 3 years. Ultimately, during a treatment session, Yi Tianshi executed a single acupuncture needle insertion, and the patient was instantaneously cured. His mentor, astonished, inquired, "This technique is unfamiliar to me, and I have never taught it to you. From whom did you learn this?" At this juncture, Yi Tianshi realized that he could no longer conceal his identity. He confided in the esteemed doctor, revealing that he was indeed Yi Tianshi, come to learn the art of medicine from this renowned physician. Upon hearing Yi Tianxi's name, his mentor was taken aback. For several years prior, Yi Tianxi's reputation had already eclipsed his own. It was astonishing to discover that this venerable doctor, revered for his moral integrity and medical prowess, had chosen to become his disciple for 3 years in pursuit of knowledge. Thus, Yi Tianshi, unashamed to seek guidance, diligently studied and gradually garnered fame across the nation. Eventually, he cured a chronic ailment of the Qianlong Emperor and served as a court physician in the Imperial Medical College for several years. Ultimately, Yi Tianshi chose to resign from his official position and vanished mysteriously, leaving no trace behind. I regaled the gathered audience with tales of Yi Tianshi, rendering them speechless with awe. The virtues and character of this legendary physician left everyone in admiration. Noting that both Yu Tianshi and I share the same surname, Officer Wei. The policewoman inquired whether my medical skills were a legacy from Yu Tianshi, implying if I was a descendant of his lineage. I shook my head, clarifying to the officer that it was merely a coincidence. I was just an ordinary and impoverished boy from a mountain village, fortunate enough to have learned a few techniques attributed to Yu Tianshi. After a moment of silence, the policewoman lifted her gaze and remarked, "Your story is quite captivating. But if you wish for me to believe you, you must substantiate your claims with facts. If you can heal these 5 individuals today, I will accept that you possess such abilities." Hearing her words, I smiled and nodded in response, assuring her, "It should be soon. Just watch." At that moment, the observant Li Xiaoyun suddenly exclaimed, "The little fish has hatched." Chapter 43, The Plain Robe, the Peach Blossom Inducement, the Cries of Agony. Chapter 43, The Silken Garment of the Virtuous Maiden, the Peach Blossom's Allure, and the Cries of Distress. At that moment, with keen eyes, Li Xiaoyun suddenly exclaimed, "The little fish have hatched." We all hurriedly turned our gaze towards the glass fish tank. Indeed, tiny fish fry had emerged from the eggs. These minuscule creatures swam joyfully within the tank, and as long as the eggs remained in water or soil, there would inevitably come a day of hatching. However, if they were buried beneath the foundation of a building, encased in cement, their hopes of ever hatching would be extinguished forever. Thus, these fish fry could truly be regarded as an extraordinarily fortunate group. I instructed them to carefully scoop out the fry and place them into a bowl, then asked someone to take these fry to a nearby puddle for release. "Xiaoyun, do you have a scarf?" I inquired of Li Xiaoyun. "Quickly fetch it." Upon hearing this, she hurried to her dormitory to retrieve a scarf. I exhaled deeply, straightening my back. I had prepared the 2 types of medicine I required, and now it was a matter of whether they would prove effective. Despite my confident words to the female officer, I still felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding the treatment of these individual spectral conditions. After all, I had only used the blood-calling corpse scripture once or twice at most. I wondered if my understanding of the pharmacology and pathology contained within this tome was accurate. Would the concoctions I had prepared yield the desired therapeutic effects? My heart was not entirely reassured. At that moment, I noticed 2 slender peach trees, no thicker than a thumb, beyond the construction site's wall. The trees were in full bloom, their blossoms vibrant and abundant. Perhaps the flowering season was nearing its end, as a gentle breeze scattered the petals, cascading them to the ground like delicate snowflakes. An idea stirred within me. I instructed several individuals to gather the corners of the scarf, pouring the water from the fish tank over it to filter. After the fry had been removed, everyone could see that the tank was now crystal clear, devoid of any remnants. None of them understood the purpose of my filtering the water, all wearing expressions of confusion. Once the water had drained from the tank, the scarf was left completely empty, with nothing remaining. From the moment I met her until now, I had been remarkably prescient. Whenever she dared to challenge my words, I invariably found a way to turn the tables on her. This officer had clearly learned her lesson. It was proven that her silence was indeed wise. As the water drained from the scarf, I pinched a small, almost entirely transparent substance from its bottom with my fingers. Due to its transparency, it had been nearly invisible in the water, only becoming apparent after the filtration. This substance resembled a contact lens, clear and crystalline as water itself. However, they are significantly smaller than contact lenses, each no larger than a grain of rice, resembling translucent fish scales. "Mr. Yi, what are these?" Li Xiaoyun inquired from behind me. "These are the shells of fish roe," I replied with a smile. These fish eggs were derived from the bellies of deceased fish buried underground. The tiny fry, which never had the chance to be born, have never seen the sun, moon, or stars, and are thus considered purely Yin in nature. Hence, it is called Su-In Power, the robe of the pure maiden. Can this also cure ailments? The female officer could not help but interject. I chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. "All right, I now have all the medicinal ingredients I need," I announced cheerfully. I instructed Li Xiaoyun to fetch a small pot from the kitchen, wash it thoroughly, and then added the cicada molting from 32 years, scraped Su-In Pow from the gauze, and around 20 to 30 peach blossoms into the pot, along with water, to simmer the medicine over low heat. After about half an hour, the concoction was ready. I had them ladle the broth into 5 small bowls, allowing it to cool slightly before administering it to the 5 workers who were in distress. After consuming the 5 bowls of medicinal broth, our group waited anxiously in the courtyard to observe the effects of the remedy. Officer Liu appeared calm, Yet the beautiful Officer Wei was intently scrutinizing me, her expression brimming with anticipation for my potential embarrassment. If I were to show even a hint of panic or reveal any uncertainty, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ridicule me. After a tense 15 minutes, even De Jiang began to show signs of anxiety. We had concocted such a complex remedy on this construction site. If it proved ineffective, it would be a significant loss of face. Moreover, 2 officers were still pondering how we knew about the corpse in that water pit. Your composure is quite remarkable, the beautiful Officer Wei remarked with a playful smile. Aren't you afraid? However, we do our best and leave the rest to fate, I replied with a smile. Isn't that what being a doctor entails? What is there to fear? Officer Wei smiled back, just as she was about to speak. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the patient's room. The shriek was so heart-wrenching that everyone in the courtyard was thrown into a state of panic. We froze for a moment. Then, as if on cue, everyone rushed towards the patient's room. The beautiful officer reacted swiftly, leading the charge. I stood in the center of the courtyard, gazing skyward, letting out a long sigh of relief. Heaven has eyes, I silently exclaimed to the sky. The medicine worked. How wonderful. At last, I had not embarrassed myself here. Since I remained still, De Jiang also stayed put, while Li Xiaoyun was determined to stand right behind me. Only I, De Jiang, Li Xiaoyun, and Officer Liu remained in the courtyard amidst the throng of people. At that moment, the room housing 5 patients erupted as if it had been struck by a stick, buzzing with chaos. Those who had rushed in moments ago now fled in a frenzy, as if possessed by madness. Each individual emerged in a state of sheer panic, resembling lost souls, retreating far from that room as if haunted by an unseen terror. Many faces turned pale as snow, and some, overwhelmed by their fragile composure, began to retch uncontrollably upon exiting. The female officer also emerged, breathless and shaken, casting a fierce glare in my direction, a look so penetrating it felt as if a piece of my very being had been severed. What transpired? Officer Liu, who had remained by my side, inquired urgently upon witnessing the commotion. I have no idea, I responded, caught between laughter and tears. I tend to be slow to react, and by the time I comprehended what had happened, you all had already fled at lightning speed. The beautiful woman before me bared her teeth and shouted, "Who would believe you? What on earth happened?" Jiang, filled with curiosity, seized the pale-faced brother-in-law and pressed him for answers. "Oh dear, my brother," the brother-in-law lamented, his face a mask of distress. "The moment we entered, can you guess what unfolded? Are you going to keep me in suspense? Speak up." Jiang, unable to contain his impatience, raised his hand as if to strike him. Chapter 44. 1, but not taken down. Chapter 44. There S1, but it didn't fall. Alas, my dear brother-in-law, with a face full of anguish, exclaimed, as soon as we entered, "Can you guess what happened? Speak swiftly." De Jiang, unable to contain his impatience, raised his hand as if to strike him. "I shall tell you. I shall tell you." My brother-in-law, in a state of frenzy, replied. The moment I stepped into the room, I saw those individuals. They were in the midst of an untimely bout of diarrhea. They were in such a rush that they didn't even have time to get off the bed. With lingering trepidation, my brother-in-law continued. What erupted from below was nothing but black sludge, accompanied by an unbearable stench reminiscent of decay. It not only splattered the walls but also coated the ceiling. If you don't believe me, go take a look. He tugged at De Jiang, insisting, "I assure you, you have never witnessed such a revolting sight in your life. Do not pull me. I refuse to go." De Jiang forcefully shook off my brother-in-law's grasp. "Mr. Yi, the site's supervisor, Mr. Li, approached me, inquiring, 'Is this normal?' 'Indeed,' I replied with a smile, taking a few steps toward the windward side. 'The evil spirit has already been expelled, and once the workers clean up the black sludge, they shall recover. However, their bodies remain quite weak and will require time to recuperate. How should they be nurtured back to health?' Mr. Li asked earnestly. 'Oh yes, yes.' Mr. Li suddenly comprehended, regarding me with a newfound respect. 'Isn't that right? The expulsion of the evil spirit is akin to a miscarriage. It depletes one's vitality, much like the confinement period after childbirth.' In her eyes, the glimmer of disdain had vanished, replaced by a mix of curiosity, admiration, and a hint of fear. Even Officer Liu, the elderly figure, shook his head in resignation and offered me a thumbs up. Indeed, facts speak louder than words. This room full of patients has been successfully treated by me, an unconventional healer. I smiled, preparing to speak, when suddenly, my expression shifted. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the patient's room. Listening closely, it was the voice of a woman. Oh no. Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Why was there crying? Had someone perished? Ultimately, it was Mr. Li, embodying his leadership responsibilities, who sprang into action. Covering his nose with his sleeve, he dashed into the room. In a matter of moments, Mr. Li re-emerged from the foul-smelling chamber, dragging someone along with him. It was a woman, her hair disheveled, who, once pulled out by Mr. Li, continued to wail uncontrollably. That is Li Fu's wife. My brother-in-law remarked, perplexed. Li Fu was one of the 5 who were poisoned. Why is she crying? What has happened to her husband? Cease your weeping for a moment. Mr. Li urged as he pushed the sobbing woman gently, saying, quickly, tell us what has transpired. Do not rush to lament. Li Fu's wife was in tears, sobbing as she spoke. Those 4 people have started to expel the black muck, and their bellies are subsiding. Their complexion is improving. But what about my Li Fu? Mr. Li, concerned, inquired, what has happened? The worker's wife cried, my Li Fu hasn't moved at all. No expulsion, and his belly remains unchanged. At that moment, all eyes in the courtyard turned toward me in unison. I had fully demonstrated my capabilities, and they all understood a vital truth. To save Li Fu, it was solely up to me. At that instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through my mind. The medicine had cured 4 out of 5, which indicated that the blood-drawing corpse sutra was indeed effective, and my approach to healing was sound. Yet, why was it that one person remained unaffected? I pondered this anxiously, though my expression remained impassive, my demeanor as calm as still water. I gestured toward the house and instructed Mr. Li. Send in 2 people to bring Li Fu out. Mr. Li searched the crowd and eventually called upon his brother-in-law. They rushed into the room and, with a combination of lifting and carrying, brought Li Fu, who had not expelled the ghostly fetus, outside. While they were still getting him settled, I sat down on the flower bed in the courtyard. My face remained calm, but my mind raced. Why was it that this medicine, which was evidently appropriate, had failed to restore Li Fu? What could be the reason? You are indeed impressive. At that moment, Officer Wei approached me, saying, I didn't expect you to cure 4 individuals in one go. Yet, there remains one who was not healed. I smiled wryly at the beautiful officer. Though one remains. This already suffices to demonstrate your prowess. Remarkably, Officer Wei exhibited no animosity toward me, instead smiling as she continued, you cannot imagine. When I entered the room and witnessed the scene, I thought about how their peculiar ailment might not truly be curable even in a major hospital. I never anticipated that you possess such extraordinary skills. The beautiful officer smiled, and I felt as though the blooming spring flowers paled in comparison to her beauty. Just as I was entranced by her smile, Officer Lu approached with a cough. He smiled at me, saying, I never would have guessed. I used to regard such matters as mere superstition, but it seems that some things, if they exist, are indeed reasonable. Comrade Xiao Yi. Officer Lu smiled at me and inquired, could you elucidate for us ordinary folks the rationale behind your approach to treating ailments and prescribing medicine? I pondered for a moment, organizing the thoughts swirling within me, and then endeavored to articulate the principles found within the Blood Guide Corps canon in terms they could comprehend. At this juncture, De Jiang and Li Xiaoyun also approached, intrigued by my explanation of traditional Chinese medicine to the 2 officers. Reflecting on the profound nature of maternal grievances, I addressed the small gathering, stating, the potency of this phenomenon stems from the intertwining of 2 distinct resentments. For the unborn infant, the grievance is that of being deprived of life, aptly termed the destined to be born yet unactualized. As for the female corpse, not only has she perished, but her unborn child has also succumbed, which we call the destined to be born yet extinguished. It is the amalgamation of these 2 grievances that engenders a toxin, neither corporeal nor a mere curse, but rather a malevolent essence that lies between the 2, leading to the haunting of those workers with a spectral pregnancy. Upon reaching this point, I noticed the officers exchanging glances, their expressions revealing a lingering skepticism regarding my assertions. I continued, the 32-year cicada skin, derived from cicadas destined for inevitable demise, embodies a miraculous transformation. These cicadas, which should have succumbed to dust and decay, have instead been resurrected through my intervention. This rebirth, imbued with joy, effectively neutralizes the toxic essence of the grievance associated with the unactualized child. And what of the fish rose essence, the lady's robe? The female officer further inquired. Chapter 45, the cause has been found. Chapter 45, the cause has been found. Now, what about that fish robe and the maiden's robe? The beautiful police officer inquired further. It appears that those fish eggs, due to my intervention, unexpectedly hatched. Thus, The shells of these doomed eggs can be utilized to alleviate the plight of mothers who are unable to conceive. In light of this, Officer Liu, with a thoughtful expression, remarked, "The theory you employed to treat the illness is entirely coherent. Moreover, the results affirm that your approach has indeed been beneficial to their condition. Therefore, employing these drifting peach blossoms for the purpose of inducing labor is most fitting." I responded with a smile. "If we wait a couple of days until this opportune moment passes, adding peach blossoms to the medicine will be of no use whatsoever." She nodded in agreement, stating, "If anyone else had presented this reasoning with such fervor, I would have been compelled to slap them into the drain." Huh? I was taken aback by her unexpected tone. "You are different." The female officer waved her hand apologetically. "You have the fact that you cured the illness backing you. Even if I were skeptical, I would have to concede." "Indeed." I sighed in relief upon hearing her words. This stunning beauty had truly startled me. Just then, Mr. Li approached to inform me that the one patient I had not cured, Li Fu, was now ready in his room. He asked if I wanted to go see him. Naturally, I agreed. As I stood and walked towards Li Fu's room, I noticed that, in addition to the two officers, dozens of onlookers had followed me, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon entering Li Fu's room, I assessed the patient's condition. His complexion was precisely as it had been before taking the medicine. It seemed my remedy had no effect on him whatsoever. However, the discomfort in his abdomen appeared to be intensifying. His mind remained relatively clear, and upon seeing me, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes as he weakly said, "Mr. Yi, why has everyone else improved, but I have not?" At this moment, his wife chimed in. "Doctor, could it be that the dosage was insufficient? I notice there seems to be some left in the pot. Perhaps we should give my husband another bowl to try?" "It is not a matter of dosage." I shook my head and sat beside the bed. When I glanced up, I was met with the sight of a crowd outside, their faces pressed against the windows and doors. "Consider this carefully," I addressed the patient. "What unusual actions have you taken in recent days that others have not? Especially those peculiar occurrences that are infrequent?" "I haven't done anything unusual," Li Fu replied, perplexed. Upon hearing this, I could not help but feel a wave of disappointment wash over me. If I could not discern the reason for the ineffectiveness of my prescription, this man could be in grave danger. "Who said that?" Behind me, Li Fu's wife suddenly raised her voice, exclaiming, "Don't speak nonsense." Upon hearing this, those outside could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. "Stop it." Li Fu frowned and shot a glare at his wife. "If you don't speak the truth, you might as well wait for your demise here." Observing this situation, I was infuriated that the patient still harbored some secrets at such a critical moment. Consequently, I stood up, intending to leave. "Wait, don't go." Li Fu stammered a few words before ultimately revealing the truth. At this point, he turned to his wife and said, "It was those little bird eggs. Did you not eat them? Why are you making wild guesses? And you?" Upon hearing this, his wife instantly became displeased. "What is wrong with picking up a few bird eggs? Why sneak around? And now you blame me for overthinking? That is..." Li Fu's voice trailed off, growing increasingly faint. "Aren't those eggs from a protected bird species?" My heart sank upon hearing this. The bird eggs Li Fu mentioned might not seem significant under normal circumstances, yet he chose to consume them at this very moment. I pondered, these eggs should have been hatching in the wild. However, after being ingested by this fool, had it intensified the toxicity of the vengeful spirits, or perhaps neutralized the effects of the 32-year cicada molting in the plain woman's robe? What exactly caused my remedy to fail? I was utterly perplexed and could not help but feel anger towards this oblivious individual. Suppressing my frustration, I turned to the beautiful police officer and inquired, what kind of protected bird is he referring to? The female officer before me, her face adorned with frost, cast a cold glance at Li Fu and replied, "This vast marshland is the breeding ground for the crested ibis, and a wetland protection area is about to be established." With that, she turned to Li Fu and asked, "Did you eat the eggs of the crested ibis?" Li Fu hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. At this juncture, I noticed that the expressions of the two police officers had shifted. Earlier, I had shared with them my thoughts and medicinal methods for treating the ghostly fetus, and they had comprehended. Now, upon hearing that Li Fu had consumed the eggs of the crested ibis, I too felt a flicker of realization. But the two officers seemed to have already grasped the situation. They regarded Li Fu with eyes that conveyed, "You brought this upon yourself. Who can you blame? Could it truly be a matter concerning the crested ibis?" I found myself contemplating. "The crested ibis," the beautiful officer elaborated, "is a bird unique to our nation, with long legs, white feathers, and a red crown, resembling a miniature crane. At one point, There were merely 7 of them left in the world, all in China. The officer shot an indignant glance at Li Fu and continued, however, thanks to the meticulous breeding efforts of our scientists. The current population of crested ibises in the country has finally exceeded 1,000. So rare? I remarked, furrowing my brow. Before I could finish my thought, the beautiful police officer gritted her teeth and declared, "Let me tell you just how precious this crested ibis truly is." Officer Wei continued, "Due to its noble and graceful appearance, the crested ibis has historically been a symbol of the Japanese imperial family. Ever since the extinction of the crested ibis in Japan, the imperial family has been without this bird for a staggering 41 years, and not a single male heir has been born." The beautiful police officer added, "Eventually, it was our country that gifted Japan a pair of crested ibises." Curiously, I inquired, "And then what happened?" "In the very second year after the ibises arrived in Japan, Prince Hisahito was born," Officer Wei stated, then turned to Li Fu and said, "What I mean is, it is precisely this kind of crested ibis from our region. You collected an entire plastic bag of its eggs, and you even consumed them? Just to eat a few eggs? How much do chicken eggs cost nowadays?" Officer Wei fixed her gaze on Li Fu, and finally uttered the words I had long been suppressing in my heart. "That is a being of great spirit. You are courting your own demise." Chapter 46. Regret in this lifetime. The Great Way speaks not. Chapter 46. Regrets of this life. The path of silence. Upon hearing the police officer's words, the beauty immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. The graceful and ethereal Zhu Huan, akin to a celestial crane, is a being of profound spirit. In stark contrast, Li Fu had consumed a significant quantity of Zhu Huan eggs. Subsequently, he partook of the flesh of a black fish steeped in maternal resentment. Hence, the malevolent energy dwelling within him was imbued with the sorrow of those perished Zhu Huan, rendering his affliction distinct from that of his companions. This elucidates why my concoction failed to expel the malevolent spirit from Li Fu. At this juncture, I raised my gaze and spotted my brother-in-law peering curiously from outside. I nodded towards him, remarking, "Do you see now? You should refrain from indiscriminate consumption." Yet you remain unconvinced. Just because you faced no immediate repercussions does not imply eternal safety. Should fate take its course, it could cost you your life. The brother-in-law nodded vigorously, akin to a sewing machine, standing at the doorway, proclaiming, "From now on, we shall no longer dare to indulge in such erratic consumption." With a sigh, I addressed Li Fu and his wife. "You have accrued too much karmic debt. The poison within you runs deep, and I am powerless to assist." I then glanced at my phone to check the time and added, "If you have any children, now is the moment to summon them while you remain coherent. When the malevolent spirit manifests, even divine intervention may prove futile. Speak your final words now." At that moment, Li Fu's wife let out a heart-wrenching wail. Li Fu himself appeared ashen, his countenance a tapestry of sorrow, regret, and despair. "Do not weep, my dear." Li Fu, pale and ghostly, murmured to his wife. "Quickly fetch Xiaohuji, let us share one last moment together." His wife retrieved her phone and called home, instructing the family to bring their son. While she continued to sob uncontrollably, I looked up to find the 2 police officers and Mr. Li from the construction site observing me intently, their astute minds seemingly attempting to glean insights from my expression. I lowered my head and subtly shook it, signaling them to refrain from involving themselves in this matter. Before long, Xiaohuji, Li Fu's son, was brought forth. The 3 of them reunited in an atmosphere heavy with melancholy. Xiaohuji, merely 6 or 7 years old, a bright-eyed boy, was visibly startled by his father's transformation as he listened to Li Fu's solemn instructions for the future, urging him to study diligently and care for his mother. The child turned pale, clearly frightened. "This is all your fault," Li Fu admonished Xiaohuji. "In pursuit of petty gains, I committed unpardonable acts, leading to this retribution today." With reddened eyes, he implored his son, "Promise me, do not follow my path." "Now do you understand?" I inquired of Li Fu, what it feels like to be torn from loved ones, forever separated by the veil of death. "Enough, Mr. Yi." Li Fu wiped his tears and lamented, "I truly regret it all." "Very well, let us take his wife and child outside." I addressed the people around me. "Otherwise, if Li Fu succumbs to his ailment, no one will recognize him, and whoever is caught will suffer the consequences. It suffices to see him one last time." I spoke to Li Fu's family. Several of my fellow workers approached, eager to escort Li Fu's wife and child away. At that moment, the trio erupted into tears simultaneously. Li Fu pounded the bed silently, tears streaming down his face. His wife wept uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Their child, little Huzi wailed, desperately reaching for his father. In that fleeting instant, De Jiang and I exchanged a glance, and we sprang into action. De Jiang retrieved 2 bank cards from his pocket, tossing one to me. I swiftly caught it mid-air. Hold their arms and don't let them move, I shouted, my voice reverberating through the room. De Jiang rushed to embrace Li Fu, while Li Xiaoyun, who had been supporting Li Fu's wife, smartly wrapped her arms around her. I reached out and pulled little Huzi closer. The bank card in my right hand brushed against little Huzi's tear-streaked face, collecting the glistening droplets on the card. Meanwhile, De Jiang deftly used his card to swipe away the tears from Li Fu's face. Lastly, collecting tears from Li Fu's wife was the simplest task. As she had been crying continuously, her face drenched. Soon, 3 bank cards were carefully placed on the table, adorned with several crystalline droplets of tears. Bring over the remaining medicine, I instructed Li Xiaoyun. Leave none behind. She nodded and dashed out. What are you doing? Officer Wei inquired curiously, blinking his eyes. The toxicity in Li Fu has mutated due to those ibis eggs, I explained to Officer Wei. Thus, the potency of the previous medicine is no longer sufficient to expel the evil spirit. And what do you need these tears for? Officer Wei pointed at the cards on the table. These 3 types of tears are distinct, I remarked, glancing at the droplets on the card. The tears shed by Li Fu are called parting tears. Little Huzi's tears are known as tears of separation, and those from his wife are referred to as tears of final farewell. I elaborated to Officer Wei. These 3 types of tears must be genuine. If I had informed them beforehand, the nature of their tears would have altered. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun returned with a bowl of medicine. De Jiang and I carefully dripped the 3 types of tears into the bowl. Now consume this medicine. I rose to my feet and gazed at Li Fu, speaking softly. This child, do not kiss, sever the 3 tears forever. If it can quell the resentment of the crested ibis, there may still be hope for your ghostly offspring. Otherwise, you can only await your demise. To be candid, I felt little hope. I shook my head and continued. After all, when you took their eggs, you did not consider the feelings of the ibis. Why should those little ibises, who perished because of your actions, forgive you? Apart from Li Fu's wife and children, the others silently emerged. Officer Wei regarded me with a peculiar expression and remarked, I actually believe that if such principles truly exist, and if there is indeed an unseen force governing us, it might be a fortuitous matter. Following this, we lingered in the courtyard for several minutes in silence. Suddenly, a strange sound of water emanated from the room behind us, followed by the heart-wrenching wails of Li Fu's wife, unleashing her emotions. I exhaled deeply, relieved. The last ghostly offspring had finally arrived. I smiled at Officer Wei and said, do you see? The principles I spoke of truly exist. Da Jiang and I exchanged knowing smiles, and the surrounding crowd erupted into cheers. Amidst our joyous laughter, Officer Liu received a phone call. After hanging up, he turned to me and said, our colleagues, while investigating nearby villages, have apprehended the suspect involved in the murder of the pregnant woman. Text Chapter 47. Encountering the murderer. Chapter 47. Meeting the murderer. My goodness, how delightful. Upon hearing Officer Liu's words, General Li clapped his hands in exhilaration. For him, this moment was indeed a double blessing. All his workers had been cured, and the police had apprehended the suspect. This signified that both he and I, along with our associates, had been absolved of any criminal suspicion. The succession of good news brought a radiant smile to General Li's face. At this juncture, Officer Liu shook his head with a wry smile, remarking that tonight would be quite busy. Officer Wei and Officer Liu exchanged polite gestures, vying to go to the scene. It was evident that dealing with the scene was no light task compared to taking statements. However, in the end, she could not outmaneuver Officer Liu, who had more experience. When Officer Wei turned around, I raised my hands in a mock gesture of surrender and smiled wryly, asking if I was now free of suspicion and could leave. You can't go anywhere. Upon uttering this, Officer Wei looked at my astonished expression and burst into laughter. The night had fallen, and with no buses running, she cheerfully suggested that I rest there, promising to drive me to the station the next day. Later that evening, De Jiang and I dined at the construction site's cafeteria. The food was quite decent, and everyone, led by General Li, greeted us with warm smiles. After finishing our meal, it was already quite late, and De Jiang and I retired to the workers' dormitory, finding 2 beds to sleep on. I had a dreamless night. The next morning, after breakfast, Officer Wei approached us, informing us that everything at the scene had been resolved and asking if we would accompany her. Was there any question? Traveling with a beautiful woman and saving on fare. Why not? De Jiang and I grinned as we boarded Officer Wei's vehicle. However, Officer Wei's demeanor was somewhat grim, and sensing her mood, De Jiang and I refrained from disturbing her. The atmosphere in the police car felt rather somber. As we turned a corner and entered the main road, we spotted a figure in the distant marshlands. This individual was holding a large bundle of wooden signs, diligently nailing them into the ground. Upon closer inspection, we realized that this was Li Fu. He had affixed signs along the roadside every 100 or so meters, inscribed in red paint with the poignant words, "Do not harm the birds in the forest, for the young at home await their mother's return." Witnessing Li Fu's solitary figure traversing the marshlands, De Jiang and I exchanged glances. It seemed that after the events he had endured, Li Fu was no longer the person he once was. "You know," I remarked to De Jiang with a smile, "there truly is talent at this construction site. Those lines are beautifully written. I wrote them for him." Officer Wei, seated beside me, turned his face and shot me an irritated glance as he spoke. "So, did I mistakenly praise the wrong person?" I replied with a smile. "After finishing the statement last night, I even assisted Li Fu in drafting signs until the early hours. You two seem to be quite comfortable, sound asleep." Officer Wei continued. "Is your anger today a result of your lack of rest yesterday?" I jested, grinning at him. "Is that why you're in such a foul mood upon waking?" "Of course not." Officer Wei sighed deeply, staring ahead at the road. "My ire is not directed at you two. It stems from the suspect in the murder case." "What about him? Wasn't he apprehended?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued by Officer Wei's remarks. "Yes, he was caught, but there are legal complications." Officer Wei furrowed his brow, clearly agitated. "This criminal," he gritted his teeth, "was originally a human trafficker, and he has been involved in this heinous trade for quite some time. According to our investigation, the pregnant corpse was one he had abducted. Due to her beauty, her price was set higher, preventing her from being sold for a while. After being confined in his home for several months, the girl became pregnant, making her even less marketable. It's unclear what the criminal intended, whether he planned to sell the child after her birth or if he, lacking a wife and children, wished to keep a son of his own. Ultimately, he kept the abducted girl in his home. When she was 7 or 8 months pregnant and nearing delivery, his guard slipped, allowing her to escape. According to villagers, she has not been seen since. So, you're suggesting that by the water pit, this abducted girl, who later became pregnant, was caught and killed by this criminal, then disposed of in the pit?" I asked Officer Wei. "That appears to be the case," he nodded affirmatively. "With such clear evidence and witness testimony, he must face severe consequences." "Why are you still so angry?" I posed to the officer. "The issue lies here." Officer Wei clenched his teeth. "This criminal has proof that he is a mental patient. Including this incident, he has been apprehended 3 times. Each time, he evades legal punishment by claiming his mental illness." Officer Wei's frustration was palpable as he struck the steering wheel forcefully. After 2 years in a psychiatric facility, he emerges and resumes his criminal activities. We feel utterly powerless against him. Upon saying this, Officer Wei pounded his fist on the steering wheel. "I'll drop you two off at the station, and then I'll go see him," Officer Wei declared. "I want to see what this heartless creature looks like. I hope I never encounter him again." "Where is he now?" I asked Officer Wei. "After we captured him yesterday, during interrogation, he suddenly had a seizure. Frothing at the mouth, it's unclear whether it was genuine or feigned." Officer Wei addressed me, stating, "Currently, they are under monitoring and treatment at the hospital." "Oh, I see," I replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "In that case, there's no rush to take us to the station. Let us go and see this individual together. I am also eager to meet him." With a casual gesture, I added, "Such an intriguing person, I wish to broaden my horizons and see what he truly looks like." "Very well." Officer Wei contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. "It is prudent for you to see him, but I must warn you, no mischief. Joking, of course. You will be watching me the entire time. How could I possibly act out?" I laughed in response to Officer Wei. Thus, approximately an hour later, the vehicle entered the city. At that moment, my eyes were overwhelmed. I pressed my face against the windshield, my head spinning with the sights on either side. The towering buildings, shops, and signs of the city dazzled me. Once I had taken in enough, I turned to find Officer Wei observing me with a calm demeanor. Given our usual banter, she should have seized the opportunity to mock me, yet her expression bore no hint of scorn or derision. "Well, there are so many people in the city," I commented awkwardly, seeking to fill the silence. "There are also many wrongdoers," Officer Wei replied, shaking her head, her expression serious. She parked the car in front of a building labeled City 2nd Central Hospital. Chapter 48. Everyone wants a piece. Our trio entered the hospital, traversing the immaculate corridors of the building. I felt my shoes slipping on the gleaming white tiles beneath me. Before long, I found myself utterly disoriented within the labyrinth of the hospital. At the entrance of a patient's room, Officer Wei presented her identification to the two on-duty officers, informing them, "I have brought these two individuals to identify a suspect." The officers at the door granted us access to the ward. The room was surprisingly spacious, with a row of large glass windows allowing sunlight to stream in. Above the windows, a dense lattice of iron bars was affixed. Inside, there was only a single hospital bed, upon which lay a man. He was robustly built, likely around 7 meters tall if he were to rise. His face was marked by thick flesh, his eyes protruding menacingly, exuding a fierce countenance. Within his gaze flickered a blend of cunning and brutality. Upon our entrance, he cast a cursory glance in our direction, his eyes swiftly skimming past both me and De Jiang, before lingering momentarily on Officer Wei's alluring form. Then, he turned his gaze skyward, lying motionless as if in a vegetative state. "The deceased pregnant woman was your doing, was it not?" Officer Lee inquired. Halting a few meters from the bed, his right hand resting on his holstered weapon, his tone icy. The man on the bed remained silent, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. "You lured her into your den," Officer Wei continued, "and then you violated her, resulting in her pregnancy. Ultimately, after she attempted to flee, you caught up with her by the water pit. You strangled her with a rope, then bound a heavy stone to her neck and cast her into that pit." Officer Lee's voice remained cold. "A single corpse, yet 2 lives lost. Is this not your handiwork?" The criminal on the bed remained mute, merely turning his face to us, offering a smug smile. His expression was one of triumph. He must have known that law enforcement and justice were powerless against him. Within that smile, there was arrogance, cunning, mockery, savagery, and lust, yet not a trace of humanity. I noticed Officer Wei's right hand gripping her holster tightly, her fingers turning pale from the exertion. At that moment, I spoke up, "Officer Wei, may I have a word with him?" The beautiful officer turned her head, and I could see her face had turned a steely shade of anger. She glanced at me and nodded. I took a couple of steps forward, approaching the criminal's bedside, then leaned down to speak softly. "You remember the face of that girl just before she died, don't you?" At this proximity, I could see a flicker of surprise cross his features, though it quickly faded back to his usual demeanor. I smiled as I said to him, "You will soon remember." After uttering these words, I straightened my posture and turned to Officer Wei, declaring, "We can leave now." Officer Wei, having regained some composure from her earlier anger, nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the 3 of us departed the hospital room, none of us casting another glance at the criminal. Before long, we arrived at the long-distance bus station. Just as De Jiang and I were about to express our gratitude to Officer Wei before disembarking, her phone rang. Someone was speaking on the other end, but Officer Wei remained silent. At the conclusion of the call, she simply remarked, "I understand," before ending the conversation. As we were about to step off the bus, Officer Wei suddenly posed a rather peculiar question to me. Yi Jihan, how much do you charge for a consultation? And how much did you earn treating this case?" Her inquiry was strange, and her expression at that moment was equally enigmatic. I turned to De Jiang, who smiled and informed us, "For this case, Mr. Lee compensated us with 500, which averages out to 500 for each of us. What is the matter?" I replied to Officer Wei with a grin. "Are you considering referring me some business?" After a moment's contemplation, Officer Wei responded, "You never know when you might need my assistance in the future." Saying this, she retrieved her wallet from her police uniform pocket and, without hesitation, placed 500 yuan into my bag. In a casual motion, she pulled out my newly acquired phone from my bag. Glancing at my modest device, she furrowed her brow, then deftly entered a phone number, dialing it. Soon, a ringtone emanated from her pocket. "Call me when you need assistance," Officer Wei stated, her expression stoic as she returned my phone, then turned to her vehicle. Just as De Jiang and I were about to walk away, she rolled down her window and inquired, "What happens if the person possessed cannot be cured?" I pondered for a moment before responding, "From the 7th day onward, the blood and muscles will gradually be consumed by the corpse poison. After this, the poison will begin to dissolve the patient's internal organs and brain. If a suitable treatment is not found," I replied to Officer Wei, "by the 49th day, as the patient approaches death, there will be no intact bones remaining, as they will have all been transformed into black liquid by the poison. Throughout these 49 days, the individual's consciousness remains painfully aware. The process of dying is prolonged and torturous, inflicting unbearable suffering that could drive one to true madness. All right. Thank you. Officer Wei met my gaze, nodded. And then her police vehicle drove away from our sight. I gazed at the departing police car, letting out a gentle sigh. What's the matter? Have you taken a fancy to that girl? De Jiang, standing behind me, patted my shoulder. I turned around, and together we strolled towards the station, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Don't indulge in foolish fantasies. De Jiang playfully punched me, speaking with a smirk. What's wrong? I looked at him in confusion. That girl is quite extraordinary. De Jiang cast a sidelong glance at me and remarked, her hair has undergone an upscale treatment that costs over 30,000. The little wallet she pulled out could purchase that police car. Do you wish to continue listening? Go on. I lowered my head and replied, this girl, so young, has already achieved such a high rank among the criminal police. The senior officer, old Liu, though seasoned and shrewd, always defers to her, eagerly taking on the dirty work. This girl, let me tell you, not only you, but even the young gentlemen in the city cannot compete with her. De Jiang sighed deeply, shaking his head. I have no intention of pursuing her. I chuckled wryly, merely finding her attractive. That's for the best. De Jiang nodded. Don't waste your time fantasizing about unattainable swan meat. We are not of her ilk. Then why did she give me 500 yuan? I recalled the moment when Officer Wei had pressed money into my hand, feeling perplexed as I asked De Jiang. The poison is acting up, a mother's vengeance. I calmly explained to De Jiang, just now, when Officer Wei received that phone call, it must have been someone informing her that the criminal was having a fit. Now it makes sense. She meant well. De Jiang chuckled, patting my shoulder. How do you figure that? I asked curiously. When the criminal in the hospital has an episode, and Officer Wei gets the call, how could she not know that you were involved? De Jiang laughed as he explained. Thus, she inquired about the price and handed you the 500 yuan. Seeing that I was still puzzled, he smiled and furrowed his brow at me. You really are as dense as they come. De Jiang looked at me with a frustrated expression, saying, that beautiful police officer giving you money implies that she not only knows about this matter but also considers herself complicit in the killing. She means to reassure you. Oh, I nodded, a faint smile appearing at the corners of my mouth. City folks are truly complex. You're the city dweller. Your entire family belongs to the city. De Jiang laughed and retorted. By the way, De Jiang glanced at me from head to toe and asked, how did you acquire that poison? From my bag. I produced a small transparent plastic box, likely once used for holding candies or lozenges. Inside this box lay 3 rusted fish hooks. These are the hooks those 5 used to catch catfish? Upon seeing the hooks, De Jiang immediately understood. I nodded and smiled. If one were to use fish hooks tainted with poison, it could draw a drop of blood from a person's flesh. Injuries manifested more swiftly than the effects of the ingested poison. Ah, indeed. According to the customary division of 3 parts to 7. My share of that 500 yuan amounts to 150. As Da Jiang strode ahead, he cast this remark over his shoulder at me. This Da Jiang. I could only manage a wry smile and a resigned shake of my head. At that moment, I recalled the cunning and ruthless criminal in the hospital, his face brimming with arrogance. At this very instant, as he gazed upon his gradually swelling, purplish abdomen, what expression might adorn his features? What a pity. If only I could witness it with my own eyes. With a sigh of regret, I quickened my pace to catch up with Da Jiang ahead. Chapter 49. The Devouring of Life at Zhaohua Lake. Chapter 49. The Devouring of Lives at Zhaohua Lake. According to her, her cultivation was currently too shallow, and the city was replete with numerous formidable practitioners. She feared that encountering someone with a higher level of skill might lead to peril. With such a little sprite by our side at all times, the lives of De Jiang and myself blossomed with vibrancy. Each day, the 3 of us would chatter and laugh, and time passed swiftly. As we approached May, the northeastern weather began to warm gradually. After sharing the earnings with De Jiang, I bestowed another 1,000 yuan upon the old blind man. Remarkably, he no longer glared at me with hostility nor dared to reprimand me. I noticed he had gained a bit of weight from his daily indulgence in small cups of liquor. One day in early May, unexpectedly, a man arrived in Shermin village seeking my assistance. Coincidentally, on that very day, Huang Jiru and De Jiang were at my home. Upon hearing the man's purpose, I shook my head in refusal. It turned out he was a middle-aged man who claimed his daughter had been missing for 3 days and sought my help in locating her. What a jest! I could not fathom the connection between traditional Chinese medicine and missing persons. As I prepared to decline, Huang Jiru gently whispered in my ear, Brother Yi, you may not be able to find her, but I certainly can. Since the 3 of us are idling at home, Why not devise a way to earn some money? Her words resonated with a certain logic. When it came to locating someone, this girl was undoubtedly more effective than a hunting dog. With this thought, I acquiesced. Thus, the three of us, Dejiang, Huangjiru, and I boarded his vehicle and set off towards his home. This man, who had come to find me, was surnamed Hong, and his missing daughter was named Hong Xiuzhu. During our journey to his residence, Uncle Hong recounted the details surrounding his daughter's disappearance. They resided in a place called Linhu Town, and Hong Xiuzhu was 22 years old. Initially, I assumed the girl may have yearned for the outside world and run off to work, or perhaps gone to meet an online acquaintance. However, Uncle Hong's account revealed that the matter was far more intricate than I had presumed. Hong Xiuzhu had begun a romantic relationship with a young man from the town. On the day she vanished, they had ventured to the shores of Zayahua Lake. According to her boyfriend, they sat by the lake for a while before she mentioned needing to relieve herself behind a tree. Subsequently, both families dispatched individuals to search for her, but no trace of Hong Xiuzhu was found. As I absorbed Uncle Hong's narrative, I pondered this perplexing case of disappearance when suddenly, a flash of light caught my eye. It was Uncle Hong, driving a small wooling van to collect me. When I turned to gaze out the window, I discovered a vast expanse of water alongside the road. The brightness that had momentarily dazzled my vision was sunlight reflecting off the water's surface, casting a glimmer upon my face. "This is Zayahua Lake." Uncle Hong, while driving, turned to me and remarked, "Our Linhu town derives its name from the proximity to Zayahua Lake." "Uncle Hong, the scenery by your lake is quite splendid." Dejiang, sitting in the back seat, cheerfully asked the driving Uncle Hong, "Are there large fish in the lake?" "Honestly, I am not certain." Uncle Hong shook his head. "The waters here are rather tumultuous, and few dare to fish in them." "What do you mean by tumultuous?" I inquired. "Zayahua Lake is profoundly deep, remarkably clear, and quite cool," Uncle Hong explained. "I have heard from the elders that the lake used to be home to a type of black fish, renowned for its exquisite flavor. After being dried, many merchants from afar would come here to buy it. However, incidents began to occur in succession, and no one dared to fish anymore. It has been decades since anyone has tasted that dried fish." "What kind of incidents?" I asked Uncle Hong, intrigued. "In the center of Zayahua Lake, there is an island," Uncle Hong informed us. "It's not small. It has mountains, water, and farmland. Before the liberation, there was a village on that island, home to about 30 households and over 100 people. They farmed and fished, selling dried fish for a living. Then one day, all the inhabitants vanished without a trace." "What? Did they ever discover what happened?" I asked, furrowing my brow. "No. In the end, no one knew where they had gone," Uncle Hong replied. "It was the fish-drying merchants who first noticed the complete disappearance of the island's residents. Everything in the village remained. The pots still held sorghum rice. Yet the people were all gone. At that time, we had just been liberated in the northeast, and the new China had not yet been established," Uncle Hong continued. "The chaos of war was rampant, and bandits roamed freely. The villagers' disappearance was attributed to bandits, and the case was closed without clarity. However, the locals were well aware of the incident, and for a long time, no one dared to reside on that island." Uncle Hong went on. "Then, around the 1960s, people began to dismiss superstitions. The fish in the lake were plentiful, and the commune organized a fleet to fish in the lake. And then?" I urged Uncle Hong to continue. "About a month later," Uncle Hong pondered. "One day, over 30 members took fishing boats out, and both the boats and the people vanished completely. All of them. No bodies were ever found." I pressed Uncle Hong for more details. "The lake is exceedingly deep. People say there is a water monster within it, and those who went missing were devoured by this creature. Whether this is true or not, no one knows." Uncle Hong remarked, "However, ever since that incident, no one has dared to venture into the lake, and that is indeed true." "Has anyone gone missing in Linhu town since the 60s? I inquired of Uncle Hong. Some suspect they were lured away by pyramid schemes, while others claim they may have fallen into a life of crime and ended up in jail. Most of those who have disappeared are young people." Your words jog my memory. At this point, Uncle Hong cast a peculiar glance in my direction and said, "In our Linhu town, there have indeed been quite a number of people who have gone missing in recent years. Mr. Yi, do you think my daughter's disappearance might be connected to those who have vanished before her? Who can say for certain?" I shook my head and replied, "With the current high mobility of the population, it is not uncommon for young individuals to venture out and fail to contact their families for a year or two. We should visit the site where your daughter went missing to ascertain the circumstances. Only then might we uncover the reason for her disappearance." Continuing, I asked Uncle Hong, Is there any possibility that your daughter Xiaozhu simply left without informing you and went to another place? That cannot be. Uncle Hong adamantly shook his head. Our daughter shares a particularly close bond with us. She has a boyfriend in town, making it even less likely for her to leave without a word. Xiaozhu has always been a diligent and honest child. She works as a nurse at the town hospital, consistently adhering to her schedule and never engaging in any dubious activities. If that is the case, I find myself at a loss. I pondered this in silence and shook my head. Brother Yi, you need not worry. Just wait and see, whispered Huang Jiru, who had faded from view beside me. Chapter 50. The old goat's hoof points straight to the heart of the lake. Chapter 50. The old goat's hoof. Pointing straight to the heart of the lake. Upon arriving in the town, Uncle Hong led us directly to the home of Hong Xiaozhu's boyfriend, from where we retrieved him. We all boarded Uncle Hong's vehicle and made our way to the lakeside, the very site where Hong Xiaozhu mysteriously vanished. This young man, named Lu Yuan, was in his 20s, tall and possessing a charming appearance. He exuded an air of sincerity and composure, the kind of youth that would undoubtedly attract the affections of many young women. As soon as he learned that we were brought by Uncle Hong to assist in the search for his girlfriend, Lu Yuan eagerly extended his hand to each of us, imploring our help in locating Hong Xiaozhu. The town was rather small, with a limited number of residents. Uncle Hong navigated through the winding streets, and shortly after, we found ourselves on the road leading to the lakeshore. About 10 minutes later, we arrived at the edge of Zhaohua Lake. Up close, the waters of Zhaohua Lake appeared increasingly crystalline. The shallows near the shore shimmered in a translucent azure, while the deeper waters further out transformed into a profound blue. The lake was expansive. Gazing into the distance, the opposite shore was obscured from view. Had it not been for the calm waters, the vast surface could easily be mistaken for an ocean. We disembarked and walked on the tender shoots of grass that had just begun to sprout in spring, making our way 100 meters or so towards the water's edge. Along the bank stood a small grove, interspersed with numerous shrubs, many trees already budding with fresh leaves. In the dappled shade of the trees, the area was exceptionally tranquil, appearing to be an ideal spot for a romantic rendezvous. It was here that Lu Yuan pointed to a specific location by the lakeshore and recounted, that night, after we sat here and chatted for a while, Xiaozhu said she needed to step behind the trees for a moment, and then she simply disappeared. What time was it? I inquired of Lu Yuan. Approximately around 8 in the evening, he reflected before responding. By that time, it was already dark. Could it be that Xiaozhu got lost in the dark? I asked him. That's unlikely. Lu Yuan shook his head. Xiaozhu is quite timid. In complete darkness, she wouldn't stray too far from me. At most, just about 10 meters away. How could she possibly get lost in such a short distance? Did you hear any commotion, perhaps cries for help or sounds of a struggle? I pressed him. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, I mused to myself. It seems this matter truly requires the expertise of Huang Jiru. Realizing this, I sighed and turned to Uncle Hong, asking, do you have any of Xiaozhu's clothing or personal belongings that she often wore? I do. Uncle Hong hesitated for a moment, but Lu Yuan quickly interjected. He rummaged through his bag and produced a white cap, neatly folded. This is the hat Xiaozhu wears at work. All the nurses wear these triangular scarves. Lu Yuan's face flushed slightly as he added, this is something Xiaozhu left at my home. I attached the triangular scarf to my hand and stood silently in the center of the ground for a moment. Earlier, Huang Jiru had mentioned the need for an item imbued with the essence of Hong Xiaozhu, preferably a personal belonging, to facilitate her locating the whereabouts of Miss Xiaozhu. After a brief pause, I lifted my gaze and pointed towards the southwestern direction across the lake's surface. Before my outstretched finger, there was nothing but the vast expanse of shimmering waters. I directed my finger towards Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan, exclaiming, how strange. I sense that Miss Xiaozhu is in this direction. As soon as I uttered those words, I noticed the expressions on both Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan's faces shift simultaneously to one of alarm and fear. What's wrong? What lies in that direction? I inquired. Puzzled, Uncle Hong, his complexion pale, responded, that direction points to the island in the lake, the very place I mentioned where the entire village mysteriously disappeared. The moment Uncle Hong finished speaking, De Jiang and I exchanged a glance, both of us reflecting profound concern in each other's eyes. Just moments prior, Uncle Hong had recounted how, due to a series of bizarre disappearances, no one dared to inhabit that island anymore. Not even the entire Zhaohua Lake had anyone brave enough to fish in its waters. Yet, Huang Jiru's intuition was clear. Hong Xiaozhu was indeed in that direction. This suggests that the disappearance of Hong Xiuju might indeed be linked to the past incident where the entire village vanished from the island. With Miss Xiuju's location now established, we conferred and resolved to find a way to visit the island, hoping to locate Hong Xiuju there. After reaching a consensus, we drove along the lakeside in search of a boat. During this time, Uncle Hong was simultaneously making calls to friends in the area, aiming to secure a vessel nearby. As we traveled along the lakeside road, I gazed at the rippling Zaohua Lake to my right, my mind racing with calculations. Both Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan confirmed that the direction indicated by Huang Jiru indeed led to the island notorious for its strange occurrences. This only reinforced the accuracy of Huang Jiru's intuition. Otherwise, how could it be mere coincidence that, amidst the vastness of the lake, her casual gesture pointed precisely to the island? However, if this situation truly connects to the mysterious disappearances during the Liberation War, then the gravity of the matter escalates significantly. With just the three of us, a recently emerged supernatural being, Huang Jiru, a half-baked doctor, myself, and a barber's assistant, De Jiang, are we not somewhat overestimating our capabilities in unraveling such a monumental enigma? While my mind was tangled in these thoughts, Uncle Hong had already made contact with a friend residing nearby. Under his friend's guidance, we arrived at the doorstep of a lakeside household. The courtyard is situated by the lake, in a rather secluded and desolate location. This household boasts a spacious yard, yet the dwelling itself is a modest, dilapidated structure, nearly 2 rooms in size. The owner of this abode is an elderly man who has never married. Uncle Hong's friend introduced him, explaining that he has spent his entire life tending sheep, but now, in his advanced years, he can no longer manage them. Consequently, to indulge in a bit of wine and a meal, he resorts to fishing in the Zaohua Lake. Having neither children nor family, he fears not the end of his days. Uncle Hong's friend mentioned that in the entire lakeside town, his household is the sole one possessing a boat, which he typically employs for fishing. As we stepped into the yard, I soon realized that this elderly man indeed relied on sheep for his livelihood. The ground was littered with uncleaned sheep droppings, and the sandy surface bore the unmistakable imprints of sheep hooves. Perhaps due to his age, the old man showed little inclination to maintain the yard. Wild grasses grew unchecked, in some places reaching nearly half a meter in height. As we ventured further, nearing the entrance of the house, a startling sight awaited us. Close to the door, there sat a figure, huddled and silent, waiting for our arrival. The overgrown weeds concealed him until we were almost upon him. "Old sheep hoof, you startled me," Uncle Hong's friend exclaimed, his voice tinged with irritation as he addressed the figure before us. The old man slowly straightened his back, revealing a head of grizzled hair and a face adorned with a scraggly beard. His skin was sunburned and wrinkled, suggesting he was at least in his 70s. "What do you want?" he croaked, his voice as parched and raspy as his visage. "Can't sell sheep. There are hardly any left. We're not here to buy sheep," Uncle Hong's friend replied with a frown. "We wish to take a boat out on the lake for a while. We'll pay you 20 yuan for a day's rental." The old man's drooping eyelids and murky eyes scrutinized us anxiously. It was evident that 20 yuan was no trifling sum for him. "Deal," Uncle Hong declared, extending a 20 yuan note towards him. "Where's your boat?" "Follow me." The old man, trembling, rose and led us out of the yard. Each step echoed on the red brick path with a clunking sound. I glanced down and was taken aback. The fellow had no feet. Instead, he possessed 2 wooden legs akin to those of a chair. Chapter 51. The Big Fish, the Cliff, the Dead Village. Chapter 51. The Great Fish, the Precipice. In the desolate village, it was only after the old goat Hoof stood up and took a few steps that I was struck by the revelation that both of his legs were, in fact, artificial. His feet were fashioned from 2 crude wooden sticks, clattering noisily as he walked. No wonder he was called Old Goat Hoof by others. Once he stood upright, I finally noticed the object he had been sitting on, a small, half-buried water tank. Even if the tank had been severely damaged, locals would repurpose it into a basin-like vessel for livestock to drink from or for other uses. The item beneath Old Goat Hoof was precisely such a vessel, merely turned upside down for him to sit upon. What captivated me about this battered tank was the discovery that the bottom, now exposed, had been polished to a glossy black sheen. I wondered just how many years Old Goat Hoof had sat upon it. Lost in my thoughts, I stood there in a daze as the others nearly exited the courtyard. I then heard him rasp with a gruff voice, "What are you staring at? Aren't you leaving?" Without a word, I followed the group out of Old Goat Hoof's yard. As we walked, I mused to myself about this cantankerous old fellow. Despite earning a living from us, he was still so surly. With such a volatile temperament, it was no surprise he would remain a lifelong bachelor. Old Goat Hoof led us to the lakeshore and walked along the bank for about 100 to 80 meters, where he located his boat in a shallow creek. Thus, the four of us, myself, Da Jiang, Uncle Hong, and his prospective son-in-law, Lu Yuan, boarded the vessel, wielding 2 oars to row towards the center of the lake. The water was a crystalline blue, so clear that the bottom was visible, with scarcely any aquatic plants or fish in sight. In our northeastern region, such cold volcanic lakes are abundant, with the renowned Jingpo Lake being one of them. Due to the lower water temperature, fish inhabiting these lakes often possess rich fat content and exquisite flavor. Yet, it was a pity that only Old Goat Hoof dared to venture into the lake to fish. Truly a waste. None of us four were particularly adept at rowing. However, we were all young and strong, with Uncle Hong being the oldest at just over 40. We took turns at the oars, and our boat glided through the water at a reasonable pace. Thus, we headed directly towards the heart of the lake, navigating towards the island that lay ahead. As the water deepened, the hue transformed from a vibrant blue to a profound azure. An unusual stillness enveloped the air. The only sounds were the rhythmic splashes of our oars and our own breaths. Not even a single bird graced the sky. I pondered, that stubborn Old Goat Hoof must not dare to venture far from shore while fishing. This place is eerily quiet. It had been countless years since anyone traversed these waters, and the desolate atmosphere cast a growing unease in my heart. In the distance, the outline of a small island gradually came into view. We strained our muscles, rowing towards that direction. After nearly half an hour, the island at the heart of the lake finally came into view. As we gazed from our boat towards the island, we observed its undulating terrain. In the northwestern part of the island, adjacent to the lakeshore, loomed a precipitous mountain, while the rest of the landscape was relatively gentle. The vegetation upon the island was lush and verdant, presenting a vibrant spectacle from afar. As I raised my gaze towards the island, I was suddenly startled by a resounding bang from beneath our boat. Upon looking down, I was taken aback to discover a multitude of large black fish, each nearly 2 meters long, swimming beneath us. The number of these fish was indeterminate, yet wherever I looked, the water was teeming with their swift, shadowy forms darting beneath the boat. Intriguingly, all these fish were swimming in a singular direction. A glance into the distance revealed that the mass of black fish beneath us was forming a densely packed ribbon. They swam from the south, traversed the waters beneath our small vessel, and continued northward. Observing the direction of this fish school, I noted that they seemed to be circling the island in a counterclockwise motion. These fish, as I had mentioned, are the type that can be dried into fish jerky. Uncle Hong remarked to me that it had been decades since anyone dared to fish in the lake, allowing these creatures to grow ever larger. Curiosity piqued. I inquired of Uncle Hong why these fish were incessantly revolving around the small island. He shook his head, admitting, "I have never heard of such a phenomenon." The school of fish swam swiftly northward, encircling the heart of the lake. Aside from the occasional brush of their fins against our boat's bottom, they posed no threat to us. Thus, we continued to paddle forward, quickly drawing nearer to the island. To my surprise, on this side of the island, there was a dock extending into the water. As we approached, I discerned that the dock was constructed entirely of coarse stone, adorned with various aquatic shells. It appeared to be the former mooring place for fishing boats, where the island's past inhabitants would unload their catches. Fortuitously, the dock had been built sturdily, and with the lake's gentle waves, it remained intact and undamaged to this day. Once we reached the dock, the four of us disembarked and secured our small boat to a large stone on the shore. This island lies merely 30 to 40 kilometers in a straight line from the bustling lakeside town. Yet, astonishingly, it had been nearly 60 years since anyone had set foot here. Contemplating this reality, an eerie sensation enveloped each of us as we stepped onto the island. The stone paths laid by the island's former residents were now overrun with wild grass, some growing nearly to head height. However, the vegetation along the path was still sparser than that on either side. Following the traces of the stone pathway, we ventured forth. If I am not mistaken, the path we are traversing leads to the very village where over 100 souls mysteriously vanished years ago. As we venture deeper, an unsettling sensation grows within me. The woods on either side are eerily silent, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, and not a single hare or serpent is in sight. How is it that this island, teeming with foliage, reveals no sign of life? At that moment, Huang Jiru's voice echoed in my ears. "Brother Yi, this place is truly sinister. My perceptive abilities are being severely suppressed. Her words subtly betrayed her unease. Having come this far, I resolved to confront whatever lay ahead. After a moment's contemplation, I insisted to Huang Jiru that we must press on. With a sigh, she fell silent. We found ourselves atop a ridge at a mountain pass. The imposing peak I had observed from the lake, resembling a steep mountain, now appeared from this vantage point as a sheer wall. This precipice stood like a screen at the northernmost edge of the island, its cliffs steep and treacherous. The mountain face effectively barred access to the entire northern side of the isle. Below us, at the distant end of the slope, lay a diminutive village. We beheld that the entirety of this settlement was now engulfed in dense vegetation. There were no sounds of human activity or barking dogs, nor the fragrant smoke of cooking fires or the crowing of roosters. This place is indeed the mountain village that once consumed over 100 villagers. Chapter 52, The Desolate Village on the Island, a Ghost Town. Chapter 52, The Desolate Isle Village, resembling a ghost town to the north of the isle, stands a mountain, resembling a towering wall, which I shall henceforth refer to as Windbreak Mountain. Should literary scholars venture here, they would undoubtedly bestow upon it a more elegant name, perhaps Jade Wind Mountain. However, to speak candidly, from a geomantic perspective, this mountain, acting as a barrier to the north, does not embody auspicious feng shui. Yet, even if the feng shui were less than ideal, it is hard to fathom how an entire village could succumb to desolation. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I, alongside my companions, cautiously descended the path leading into this small village. The nearer we drew to the village, the more my heart sank with unease. If the rumors held any truth, a tragic incident of mass disappearance had indeed transpired here prior to liberation, claiming the lives of over 100 individuals. The force responsible for such an event surely surpassed our humble group's capacity to confront. Moreover, we had yet to unravel the mysteries that shrouded this place. Nothing induces greater tension than the knowledge that ahead lies an ominous domain, compelling one to forge ahead with trepidation. While the nature of the lurking dangers remains shrouded in uncertainty, we entered the village with utmost caution, as if each step might awaken the dormant villagers within. The village lay in a state of profound decay and desolation, with weeds overtaking the streets and courtyards. Even the rooftops were adorned with bizarre, twisted trees. Indeed, it mirrored the tales we had heard. Not a trace remained of the residents from yesteryears. The disappearance incident evidently occurred with sudden ferocity. Upon entering a dwelling, the creaking of the wooden door revealed its complete decay from within. In northeastern houses, the layout typically features a kitchen immediately upon entry, with cooking stoves flanking either side. The heat generated from the stoves would once warm the kong, or heated platform, within. As I lifted the pot lid, I discovered remnants of food, albeit having deteriorated into an inky mass over decades, rendering its original form unrecognizable. We ventured into the inner room. Aside from a thick layer of dust, everything remained as it had been, as though the inhabitants had abruptly departed, leaving their home in a state of forgotten disarray. On a northern cabinet, a blue and white porcelain vase held a feather duster. A sewing basket rested on the kong, and a pillow lay atop it, bearing the indentation of the previous occupant's head. I casually opened the cabinet to reveal a collection of cotton garments, meticulously wrapped in a bundle. No other anomalies presented themselves in the room. I addressed my companions. Aside from this, they followed my gaze upward, where I pointed to a New Year painting affixed to the wall above the kong. The artwork depicted a family of four, all vibrant and smiling, embodying a spirit of joy. The painting depicts a robust man wielding a hoe, accompanied by his wife, who, with a smile, engages him in conversation while leading a plump plowing ox by her side. Their eldest son herds a flock of sheep, and the youngest son gleefully sits atop the ox's back. This vibrant New Year painting exudes a sense of familial harmony and joy. Beneath the artwork, a phrase is inscribed: "The prosperity of Japan is synonymous with the prosperity of Manchukuo." From the content, it is evident that this is a quintessential piece from the era of the puppet state of Manchukuo. It appears that the island remains somewhat isolated. Even during the Liberation War, this painting from the Japanese occupation still adorns the wall. It is likely that at the time of the tragic incident, Northeast China had only recently been liberated from Japanese control, and remnants of the puppet regime were still prevalent, thus rendering it unremarkable. Therefore, my sense of anomaly does not stem from the painting's content, but rather from a large blot of black stain marring its surface. A New Year painting is traditionally displayed during the festive season, and it seems improbable that this family would allow such a filthy piece to remain on their wall. The stain resembles ink spilled from a broken bottle, yet it appears more like splattered blood. Huang Jiru whispered in my ear, This stain bears the faint scent of human blood, although it has faded over time, rendering it almost unrecognizable. Bloodstains. Upon hearing Huang Jiru's words, I furrowed my brow in concern. At that moment, the others were oblivious to Huang Jiru's murmurs, maintaining their usual demeanor. What's this? Dajiang inquired. Having spotted a peculiar object in the corner of the Kong, he promptly reached down and lifted it. It appeared to be a bundle of tattered cloth, coated in dust. However, as Dajiang hoisted it, the fabric did not unfurl. Instead, it remained clumped together as if glued, retaining its original compact shape. This is a garment, I informed Dajiang. Likely congealed together due to being saturated with thick blood. What? Dajiang's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he flung the blood-stained cloth away. I glanced at Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan, whose faces turned ashen in terror. We cautiously exited the room, wandering into 2 more homes on the street, where the conditions were largely similar. The items within the rooms appeared largely undisturbed. Occasionally, we discovered traces of blood on the walls and floors, though most had been obscured by dust. Scattered remnants of torn fabric and several garments caked with dried blood were also present. It seems these items had been preserved within the confines of the house. Had they been left exposed to the elements for the past 60 to 70 years, they would likely have disintegrated into dust. If only I had refrained from watching so many horror films. Dajiang spoke to me with a tremor in his voice. The more vivid the associations, the more terrifying they become. Deliberately distancing ourselves from Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan, I whispered to Huang Jiru, "What do you think? Can you sense Hong Xiuju's location? This island is peculiar." Huang Jiru gently confided in my ear. Ever since we set foot on this island, my perception has felt as though it has been suppressed. I can sense that Hong Xiuju is still alive. Her essence lingers in the air, yet I remain oblivious to her precise whereabouts. Frowning at her words, I remained silent. We traversed the village from one end to the other. Not only did we not find a trace of Hong Xiuju, but it appeared that this village had not been visited since the villagers mysteriously vanished years ago. The entire village bore no recent signs or evidence of human presence. As dusk approached, having departed from Shermin village early in the morning, we reached Linhu town to investigate the scene, then rode to this island in the heart of the lake, exploring its entirety throughout the day. As the light dimmed further, Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth. No amount of worry would serve us well. I advised Uncle Hong, once darkness envelopes this place, we will be left with no light source. It would be futile to search for anyone. It would be a miracle if we don't lose our way ourselves. Let us find a sheltered spot outside the village to weather the night. I assured him, tomorrow morning, we shall scour the entire island until we locate Xiuju. I could sense Xiuju's vitality, and I turned to Uncle Hong, saying, "This small island is not vast. We shall traverse it inch by inch tomorrow and surely find her." Both Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan found merit in my words and readily nodded in agreement. Thus, we exited the village and settled into a small hollow near its edge. Although there were houses available within the village, none of us dared to suggest staying there. Who among us could sleep soundly in such a place? Uncle Hong, who smoked, had a lighter with him. We gathered some dry twigs and ignited a small fire on the ground. We then circled around the flames, awaiting the night to pass. The 4 of us took turns keeping watch, with Dajiang assigned to the first shift. After a long day, I felt utterly exhausted, and my mind drifted to the bizarre incident of the villagers' disappearance. As I pondered, I unknowingly wrapped myself in my clothing and fell into a deep slumber. This sleep, however, was restless, and I felt increasingly cold. Suddenly, I sensed a finger prodding my shoulder. In an instant, I jolted awake. Chapter 53, Frenzied Slaughter, Endless Nightmares. Chapter 53, Frenzied Slaughter, Endless Nightmares. I jolted awake from my slumber, lifting my gaze to behold Huang Jiru materializing before me. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed Dajiang, Uncle Hong, and Lu Yuan, all deeply ensconced in sleep, while the pile of firewood between us had nearly succumbed to embers. How long have I been asleep? I pondered. Huang Jiru gestured discreetly towards the direction of an uninhabited mountain village behind me. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "I can sense a surge of malevolent energy emanating from that direction. The atmosphere feels chaotic. Should we venture over there? Should we bring them along?" I queried softly, nodding towards Dajiang and the others. The malevolence there is potent. I truly cannot ascertain the dangers that lurk. It is perhaps best if we leave them behind. Huang Jiru shook her head, asserting, "Among us, only the 2 of us can manage any potential threats. It would be unwise to involve them. Shall we proceed?" "Indeed," I nodded in agreement. Thus, I rose, silently stretching my body, stiffened by the night breeze. Huang Jiru and I crept stealthily towards the village. Upon nearing the village, just a slope away from descending into its depths, Huang Jiru halted me with a hand. "Do not advance any further," she whispered softly in my ear. I nodded in understanding, and we both crouched low on the slope, gradually peering over the rise. I exposed only my eyes, spying on the village beyond the hill. Huang Jiru mirrored my actions, lying parallel to me. As I lifted my gaze towards the village, I perceived the entire scene laid out before me. All around, the village was engulfed in an eerie stillness, devoid of any unusual sounds. Huang Jiru and I exchanged puzzled glances. How could she claim there was a tumult of malevolence amidst such tranquility? At that moment, a resounding roar erupted from above the village. The sound resembled that of a gargantuan beast bellowing into the heavens, intertwined with the anguished cries of countless diminutive lives, converging into a singular cacophony. This bizarre resonance sent chills coursing through my body. Suddenly, from the depths of the village, nearly in unison, all the doors burst open, and a multitude of figures surged into the streets. Each individual donned tattered garments, their attire reminiscent of a bygone era, as if they had stepped out from an old film set in a distant past. These figures moved with astonishing speed, charging out of their homes and into the thoroughfare, reminiscent of a collective escape during an earthquake or the blaring of air raid sirens during wartime. The sight of so many souls acting in concert was utterly heart-stopping. Yet, even more bewildering scenes were yet to unfold. As I observed, these individuals erupted from the houses of the village, and almost immediately, they targeted the nearest person, charging forward. The two figures resembled frenzied beasts, instantly engaging in a brutal struggle, tearing at each other with reckless abandon. In an instant, the once tranquil streets of the mountain village transformed into a chaotic scene filled with writhing shadows, each fighting for their life in a savage display of violence. This was no longer a serene village. It was as if a command had been issued, unleashing a pack of rabid dogs. Why were these people engaging in such self-destructive violence? My heart raced as I pondered the depths of their animosity. In the blink of an eye, one had already fallen, succumbing to the fatal bite of his opponent. The victor, almost immediately, bent down, ravenously tearing into the lifeless body of his vanquished foe. Even from a distance of 20 or 30 meters, I could hear the sickening crunch of his teeth grinding through soft tissue, accompanied by inhuman growls emanating from his throat. This individual was no longer human. He had transformed into a feral beast. Just as my heart raced with panic, those who had triumphed over their comrades quickly straightened up and lunged toward other victors. The dark figures before me continued their gruesome self-destruction, the scene growing increasingly bloody, their movements becoming more brutal with each passing moment. Their actions were swift and merciless, devoid of any humanity. In their frenzied hunt for their companions, they displayed an utter disregard for life and death. As I beheld them violently tearing at each other as flesh and sinews, devouring entrails, it was as if I were witnessing a pack of starving crocodiles. The stone ground of the village was already soaked with splattered blood and torn garments. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Earlier that day, we had traversed this village, meticulously exploring every corner, and there had been not a single soul in sight, nor any signs of activity. So where had these frenzied, bloodthirsty individuals come from? Abruptly, amidst the chaos, the frenzied combatants halted their violent actions in a bizarre synchrony. All at once, every individual on the battlefield ceased their movements, standing still, covered in blood. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, transforming the once blood-soaked arena into a still wax museum. I watched transfixed as my heartbeat echoed in my ears. The streets were strewn with blood and lifeless bodies, and in the center stood over 30 motionless living beings. Suddenly, I noticed that the heads of these living individuals began to turn slowly, all directing their gaze towards me. These victorious figures from the melee, in unison, were now looking at me with an unsettling synchrony. In an instant, I beheld the faces of those individuals, all of whom were smeared with blood, their mouths agape. Fragments of flesh and bone lingered within their lips, mingled with a torrent of blood that flowed from their mouths. Their eyes, once vibrant, had transformed into a ghastly yellow, the pupils almost too minuscule to discern. It was as if I were staring into the eyes of 30 feral beasts. At that moment, Huang Jiru's icy little hand seized my wrist with fervor. "Run!" Her voice trembled with panic. Only then did I realize that we were about to rise when a chilling howl echoed from the street. When I looked down, those 30 or so wretched souls had simultaneously lunged towards us. Some of them crawled, while others sprinted, desperate cries escaping their lips. The very sight of them foretold a fate of instant dismemberment and consumption should they catch us. There was no other alternative. Like a figure in a dream, I leapt from the ground, grasping Huang Jiuru's hand as we fled. On the dark mountain path, I stumbled and faltered, my feet alternating between deep and shallow strides. Before we could cover much distance, the sounds behind us grew alarmingly close. "Jiru," I gasped, panting as I ran, "you are ethereal and swift. Do not concern yourself with me. Just go." As I spoke, I released her hand, but before I could finish my sentence, Huang Jiru's grip tightened around my wrist once more. "Stop wasting words," she exclaimed, her voice a blend of fear and anger. "Keep running." After a few more strides, I sensed the pursuers had nearly reached me. Their presence so close that I could feel their breath upon my back. The proximity was terrifying. Now, a single leap from those beastly figures could send them crashing upon me. At that moment, as if fate conspired against me, my foot slipped, and I plunged downwards with a gasp. This was disastrous. I thought to myself, please let it not be a precipice, if I were to break my leg here. Before I could ponder further, the entirety of my back collided forcefully with the ground. The impact reverberated through me, my head buzzing as if I might faint. Gritting my teeth, I suppressed the pain coursing through my body, struggling to rise. My mind fixated on a singular thought, ascertain my direction and continue fleeing. Suddenly, Huang Jiru's frigid hand grasped my wrist once more. It was then that I noticed the sounds of our pursuers, which had been so close, had abruptly vanished. I stood there, uncertain and motionless, terrified that the hunters, who had been mere steps behind me, now loomed above the very mound I had just fallen from, waiting for any sign of movement. A gentle breeze whispered through the air, enveloping me in a profound darkness, a stifling silence hanging heavily around me. I stood in that obscure realm, awaiting the judgment of fate. Chapter 54. All are gone. Chapter 54. They have disappeared. After my fall, I hastily rose to my feet, ready to flee once more. Yet, the pursuers behind me suddenly fell silent. Trembling with fear, I stood there, my mind racing with apprehension, perhaps in the next moment those brutal beings, akin to frenzied beasts, would come howling down upon me from the embankment. I waited in trepidation, but after several seconds, the silence persisted. The only sound was the evening breeze howling past me. The surrounding darkness was utterly devoid of noise. I reached out, and Huang Jiru quickly extended her hand for me to grasp. "They have vanished," she whispered in my ear. Although the pursuers had disappeared and we were ostensibly safe, I remained breathless, my heart pounding wildly. As I walked, I pondered, from whence did these madmen emerge? Why did they engage in such brutal infighting among their kind? The village we had passed during the day lay desolate and silent, devoid of any life. Yet, by night, these individuals had appeared, only to engage in mutual slaughter, then inexplicably vanish just as they were about to capture me. Observing their antiquated clothing, it seemed they were not of this era. Could they be the villagers who went missing during the Liberation War? But if they were indeed those villagers, why after so many years could they reappear before me, transformed into such cruel and savage forms? As I contemplated these baffling and incongruous circumstances, I continued toward the direction of the camp alongside Huang Jiru. Upon rounding a bend, I finally glimpsed the small fire we had ignited. A sense of relief washed over me as I approached the flames. However, before I could take more than a few steps, I glanced at our campsite and immediately sprinted toward it. The campfire still flickered, yet Uncle Hong, Lu Yuan, and most crucially, Brother Jiang had all vanished. I dashed into the center of the camp, circling the fire in a frenzy. This was indeed the site where we had camped last night. I even recognized the small nest of grass I had fashioned from the reeds I pulled up before lying down. Where could those three have gone? In this perilous place, filled with inexplicable oddities, how could three living souls simply vanish? "Jiru," I called out anxiously. "Expand your search area and look again," I urged, desperation creeping into my voice. "No." Huang Jiru resolutely denied my command, marking the first time she refused to heed my words. Momentarily taken aback, I then heard Huang Jiru whisper near my ear, "This island is quite sinister. From this moment onward, I cannot leave your side." It appears that Huang Jiru has also become exceedingly anxious due to the series of bizarre events unfolding. She is worried about my safety, and it seems that she has resolutely decided to remain by my side without a moment's hesitation. I stamped my foot forcefully, picked up a bundle of twigs from the pile of firewood we had gathered, and hurled them onto the flames. Instantly, the bonfire blazed more fiercely, with flames soaring to a height exceeding that of a person. "Then let us both search the vicinity," I said, pulling Huang Jiru along as I turned to depart. Consequently, I chose a different direction, intending to take a wide semicircular route away from the village, hoping to uncover any traces of the 3 missing individuals. Before setting off, I deliberately checked the time on my phone. It was 2:10 a.m. In just an hour and a half, dawn would break. With thoughts of Dajiang's safety weighing heavily on my mind, I began to tread away from the warmth of the campfire, stepping cautiously into the darkness. Adhering to my predetermined path, I ventured further into the distance. As I walked, I strained my eyes to search the surrounding shadows. With each step, I thought to myself, the campsite bore no signs of struggle, nor any bloodstains. This could be considered a sliver of good news. It was possible that Dajiang and the others had not sustained injuries. In fact, it was quite plausible that they had voluntarily left that place. If that were the case, their chances of survival might indeed be greater. At present, my heart burned with anxiety, and I could only pacify myself with such reasoning. Just then, Huang Jiru whispered in my ear, "There's a scent of blood in the air. Brother Yi, we are in danger." Upon hearing her words, I abruptly halted in my tracks. Huang Jiru's abilities, rather than being purely a result of training, seemed more akin to an amplified animal instinct. Given her capacity to detect even the faintest traces of scent in the air, I knew she could not be mistaken. If she sensed a smell of blood, it surely indicated that someone was bleeding. My heart raced with urgency as I quickly asked Huang Jiru, "From which direction does this scent emanate?" She raised my hand to indicate a direction, and I immediately began to stride toward it through the darkness. After traversing over 100 meters in this shadowy realm, Huang Jiru pinched the back of my neck forcefully. I stopped abruptly, breathless. She remained silent, signaling me in this manner. This indicated that the scent of blood was growing ever stronger, and danger was imminent. If my instincts were correct, I was no more than 500 or 600 meters from the campsite we had just departed. I endeavored to advance quietly and cautiously, and soon my hand brushed against something rough. I examined it closely. It was a piece of bark, and before me stood a large tree. Slowly, I turned and pressed my back against the tree, silently gasping for breath. In this utterly dark world, the sensation of danger loomed so close, as if merely inches away from my very eyes. At this moment, my heart is engulfed in both fear and fury. When will this damned darkness cease? Just then, I suddenly felt a drop of icy liquid fall upon my face. In an instant, my body jolted as if struck by electricity. I recklessly raised my hand to wipe it away. At my fingertips, the viscous liquid was slick and reeked of a metallic scent. It is blood. Something lurks in the trees, right above my head. Text chapter 55. Is it man or beast? Chapter 55. Man or beast? A shiver coursed through my entire being, prompting me to lift my gaze towards the treetops. In that fleeting moment, I heard the wind howl above me, and something was hurtling down from the branches. Before I could comprehend the situation, an immense force suddenly propelled me to the side, sending my body flying through the air. It was Huang Jiru. Had she not reacted with such swiftness to push me away, the descending object would have undoubtedly landed squarely upon me. At that instant, a heavy thud echoed in my ears as a substantial object crashed to the ground, precisely where I had just been standing. The sound revealed that a large boulder had plummeted from the crown of the tree I had been leaning against, missing my head by mere inches. Had Huang Jiru not intervened, I would have been crushed beneath it. As my body landed heavily on the ground, I heard a resounding impact from above, followed by the sound of something falling from the tree with a thud beside me. Surely, it was Huang Jiru who had acted once more. After saving me from danger, she had ascended the tree in the darkness to dislodge the treacherous individual plotting against me. The figure that had fallen to the ground appeared to have sustained significant injury, letting out a cry as they hit the earth. It was Brother Dajiang. My heart tightened instantly. I was far too familiar with Dajiang's voice. Even though the exclamation was brief, I recognized it immediately. Simultaneously, as I lay on the ground, I noticed a spark igniting above me. A face, twisted in sheer terror, emerged beside the flickering light. The fire illuminated the pale visage, which loomed above me, fixated with an intense gaze. Before I could fully comprehend this face, I heard a series of heavy thuds as more objects tumbled from the tree. This was dire. Just then, I heard Huang Jiru's voice, resonating about 3 to 4 meters away from me. It was Brother Dajiang and Uncle Hong. Huang Jiru's voice trembled as she spoke. "I feared for your safety upon discovering someone in the tree, so I knocked them all down." At that moment, warmth flooded my palm as she pressed something into my hand. I felt it, a disposable lighter, still radiating warmth from its recent flame. Upon hearing Huang Jiuru mention that Brother Dajiang had just fallen, my heart was a tumult of joy and concern. I hastily ignited the lighter. Once it flickered to life, I beheld 3 figures lying on the ground. Brother Dajiang gazed at me, an expression of profound relief washing over his face. Uncle Hong, still shaken, wore an expression of utter terror. After igniting the lighter, that pale, ghostly face turned out to be him. Meanwhile, Uncle Hong's future son-in-law, Lu Yuan, lay there, his body drenched in blood. The moment Dajiang laid eyes on me, it was as if he had seen a long-lost relative. With a sigh of relief, he collapsed onto the ground, chuckling as he said, "You sly rascal, how did you manage to sneak over here? That stone I threw almost crushed you." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Dajiang continued, his voice tinged with lingering fear. "Fortunately, you dodged quickly. Otherwise, that would have been the end of you." What a close call. At this point, Dajiang suddenly realized, how did the 3 of us fall down? I approached and handed the lighter to Uncle Hong, then moved to Lu Yuan's side to assess his injuries. As I examined him, I remarked to Dajiang, "Just a moment ago, I mistook you all for villains. Which is why I knocked you 3 out of the tree. Thankfully, you weren't too high up. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous." I smiled wryly, adding, "We almost met our collective demise just now." Dajiang blinked, understanding implicitly that it was Huang Jiuru who was responsible for our predicament. However, in the presence of Uncle Hong and the others, there was no need to voice it aloud. We shared a silent understanding. Uncle Hong held the lighter for me as I inspected Lu Yuan's wounds. On the young man's left arm, there was a horizontal gash, approximately 2 inches long and half an inch deep, resembling a cut made by a sharp blade. Although the wound was not extensive, it had not been bandaged in time. The blood trickling from the injury stained Lu Yuan's clothing, making it appear far more alarming than it truly was. How did Lu Yuan sustain this injury? I inquired of Uncle Hong and the others. What were you 3 doing away from the camp? How did you end up in the tree? Oh, don't even mention it. Dajiang grumbled from the side. We were nearly scared to death last night. He then recounted the events leading to their departure from the camp, with Uncle Hong chiming in. It turned out that not long after I left, Lu Yuan was the first to awaken. Having grown up in the city, he had never experienced such harsh conditions, and the cold jolted him awake in the night. Upon rising to add firewood to the campfire, he realized there were only 3 of them left in the camp, and I was nowhere to be found. Worried for my safety, Lu Yuan hurriedly roused Uncle Hong and Dajiang. When they discovered I was missing, panic ensued. The 3 of them gathered by the campfire to discuss the situation. At that moment, Dajiang understood that wherever I was, Huang Jiuru would undoubtedly be by my side. With our combined capabilities, as long as we did not encounter any significant upheaval, our lives would not be in danger. In other words, even if we did face peril, the abilities of Dajiang and Uncle Hong would be of little assistance and could potentially hinder rather than help, much like our previous encounter with the Qingfeng sect master. Thus, Dajiang addressed Uncle Hong and the others, asserting that his unique abilities would likely shield him from any unforeseen mishaps. However, he cautioned that the 3 of them, should they recklessly plunge into the obscurity of the night in search of him, might easily encounter peril. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. The trio would ascend a nearby hill to survey the surroundings for any trace of me. They could also call out from their elevated position, hoping I might hear them if I was in proximity. Consequently, the 3 of them climbed up a high ridge near the campsite. Naturally, our chosen camping site was nestled in a valley, shielded from the wind. Otherwise, the mountain breeze that night would be unbearable. Thus, with their backs turned to the flickering light of the campfire in the hollow, they commenced their ascent. Upon reaching the summit of a high hill, they cast their gazes around, only to be engulfed by despair. All directions were shrouded in impenetrable darkness, aside from the scattered stars above and the distant glow of the campfire in the valley. It was as if one could not see one's own hand in front of one's face. Where could I possibly be? They soon realized that no matter how high they climbed, it was futile to search for me. Therefore, they resolved to adhere to their original plan and shout out in hopes of drawing my attention. In that instant, a wave of dread washed over them. Dajiang promptly halted Uncle Hong and the others from their impending cries, gesturing for them to observe the direction of the campsite. As they ascended the mountain, they had not brought any torches, and thus, the distant campfire below was the only source of light in the vicinity. To Dajiang's astonishment, he noticed figures running towards the campfire from afar. He recounted that at that moment, upon spotting those figures racing towards the fire, an eerie chill enveloped each of them. When we arrived on the island yesterday, we believed ourselves to be the first group to set foot here after 1948. Through our daytime exploration of the small village, We had been convinced that this island was devoid of human presence, with not a soul in sight. Yet, from where did these individuals emerge beneath the campsite? As De Jiang and his companions grappled with their uncertainty, they gradually discerned an unsettling detail about the figures rushing towards the campfire. It appeared that these individuals were divided into two groups. The first to arrive comprised a man and a woman, followed closely by a throng of more than 30 pursuers. Upon hearing this, a sudden chill coursed through me. Simultaneously, someone stealthily prodded me in the lower back. Without a doubt, it was Huang Jiru. We were undoubtedly thinking along the same lines. The duo being pursued, a man and a woman, trailed by over 30 assailants, was strikingly reminiscent of our own earlier ordeal. Could it be that what De Jiang and his companions witnessed was indeed me and Huang Jiru? Chapter 56. The Night's Ambush. A Bewitching Realm. Chapter 56. The night attack in the strange realm. This pair of individuals, pursued relentlessly, was trailed by over 30 assailants. Was this not precisely the scenario that Huang Jiru and I had previously encountered? Could it be that the three of them, De Jiang and his companions, had witnessed the very moment involving Huang Jiru and myself? As this thought spiraled through my mind, I remained silent, eagerly awaiting De Jiang to elaborate further. De Jiang continued. Next, we observed the fleeing man and woman vanish in the blink of an eye. Wait a moment. I furrowed my brow and interjected. Are you saying that those two disappeared as they approached our camp? Indeed, De Jiang replied, perplexed. I didn't even dare to blink, and just like that, they were gone. His revelation instantly recalled to me the moment when Huang Jiru and I were being pursued, and I lost my footing, falling beneath a high embankment. At that instant, our pursuers had also vanished. Could it be that what De Jiang and his companions witnessed was precisely that fleeting moment? I pondered when I fell. I was still quite distant from the bonfire. Why was this wretched place so malevolent? No. A sudden thought struck me. Perhaps De Jiang and the others had not seen clearly. Those two might not have been Huang Jiru and me after all. There was still something amiss. I contemplated and then posed a question to De Jiang. Consider this. If you were being chased, would you flee toward the light of a bonfire rather than seek refuge in the darkness? Reflecting inwardly, I found no answer, leaving me to let De Jiang continue his tale. Unexpectedly, the events that followed were even more bewildering. According to De Jiang, shortly after the two pursued individuals concealed themselves, the assailants arrived at the scene. Upon reaching the bonfire, realizing they had lost their quarry, their subsequent actions were utterly astonishing. Those individuals began to savagely turn upon one another. The 30 or so assailants wrestled each other to the ground and, like wild beasts, commenced a frenzied assault, tearing at each other's flesh with their teeth. You cannot imagine the scene. De Jiang recounted, visibly shaken. The fallen were soon disemboweled, their limbs mercilessly wrenched from their bodies. They began to devour each other with reckless abandon. It was raw flesh they consumed. Before long, the number dwindled to merely a dozen survivors, as they relentlessly slaughtered one another. De Jiang remarked, we were about 60 or 70 meters away, and the details were not entirely clear, but to me, those beings appeared far from human. They resembled a pack of wild animals, did they not? You are absolutely correct, I affirmed, echoing De Jiang's sentiments. De Jiang looked at me with a peculiar expression and asked, how do you know this? Yi? I encountered a similar group once, I admitted to De Jiang, and I nearly fell victim to their pursuit. The mere recollection sends shivers down my spine. What transpired thereafter? I inquired of the gathering. How did you find yourselves in such dire straits? The blame rests squarely upon my shoulders. Lu Yuan, whose wounds I had tended to, raised his uninjured left arm, an expression of regret adorning his countenance as he explained. In my eagerness to witness the commotion, I inadvertently tripped over a stone, which careened down the slope beneath our feet, heading directly towards the campsite. De Jiang patted Lu Yuan's shoulder and continued. Then those creatures became aware of our presence and relentlessly pursued us. Consequently, the three of us began to flee. De Jiang recounted. The further we distanced ourselves from the campfire, the darker our surroundings became. As we sprinted, I could hear those fiends closing in behind us. Indeed, Uncle Hong nodded, visibly shaken as he remarked. At that moment, I felt the footsteps of the pursuing horde right on my heels. Then, Uncle Hong paused, turning to Lu Yuan. By the way, how did you sustain your injuries? Lu Yuan, clutching his wounded arm, grimaced in pain as he replied, it was pitch dark, and I stumbled over something, resulting in a severe fall. Thankfully, I fell at that moment. His face bore a look of lingering dread as he turned to reveal his back. On his clothing, a gaping wound, over a foot long, had been inflicted by an unknown blade. Even his shirt beneath was shredded. Had I not fallen, that blow would surely have laid my entire back open. Lu Yuan exclaimed in terror. Upon inspecting the cut on Lu Yuan's back, I noted its clean and precise nature, as though it had been made by a razor's edge. The tear in his clothing was strikingly similar to the wound on his arm, both inflicted by an extraordinarily sharp blade that had sliced through with alarming speed. And then? I asked, my heart heavy with concern. Lu Yuan sighed and said, at that moment, I sensed a creature lunging at my back. After I fell, it leapt from my body and landed in front of me. Uncle Hong must have noticed my fall, for he ignited his lighter. Lu Yuan glanced at Uncle Hong. What did you see once the lighter was lit? I asked, furrowing my brow at Uncle Hong and the others. To my astonishment, all three shook their heads in unison. Nothing. There was nothing around. De Jiang led the response. It was utterly dark. Within the light's reach, we could see only ourselves. What? I exclaimed, unable to contain my disbelief. You saw nothing at all? De Jiang nodded despondently. Indeed, nothing at all. Yet, I distinctly sensed those creatures lurking in the darkness not far from us. Da Jiang, his face as pale as a ghost, turned to me and said, at that moment, I heard a peculiar sound. Did you two hear it? At this, Da Jiang glanced towards Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded. Da Jiang, are you referring to a sound reminiscent of a bird's call, like Mary? Mary. After Lu Yuan imitated the sound, both Da Jiang and Uncle Hong surprisingly nodded in unison, affirming, indeed, that was the noise. What happened next? I inquired of Da Jiang. At that moment, I realized these entities were lurking around us, Da Jiang replied. Moreover, our only source of light was Uncle Hong's lighter, which couldn't sustain for long. Da Jiang continued. I feared that if Uncle Hong's lighter extinguished, those creatures might seize the opportunity in the darkness to pounce upon us, leaving us utterly defenseless. Fortunately, we managed to spot this tree thanks to the lighter's glow, Da Jiang remarked. Yes, Uncle Hong interjected. Da Jiang was the first to notice the tree, and then signaled to Lu Yuan and me with his eyes. Da Jiang gestured with his hand, counting 1, 2, 3. And when he reached 3, I extinguished the lighter. Then the three of us climbed up the tree together. Well done. After hearing this, I patted Da Jiang on the back. Leading everyone to the tree was indeed a brilliant idea. At that moment, I hadn't thought much of it. Da Jiang chuckled, scratching his head. I just felt uncertain about confronting those unseen beings on the ground. If we could position ourselves atop the tree, we might withstand them for a while. Then, did you all climb the tree? I asked Da Jiang. It wasn't that simple. Da Jiang shook his head. You saw the tree. It wasn't very thick. How could 3 people ascend together? Da Jiang continued. The tree was furthest from me, so after the light went out, I assumed Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan had already climbed up before I groped my way upwards. As I reached about halfway up, approximately 1.5 meters high, Da Jiang continued, I sensed an animal beside me. We were climbing the tree side by side. 57, Chapter 57, The Silent Blade. The trees dread as I ascended to about halfway up the tree, approximately 1.5 people high, De Jiang continued. I felt the presence of an animal beside me. We were climbing the tree side by side. In the pitch darkness, I asked De Jiang curiously, could you see it? I couldn't see a thing. De Jiang shot me an irritated glance. I couldn't even see the massive tree itself. I was merely groping my way up. How could I possibly see that creature beside me? De Jiang added, I heard the sound of claws scraping against the trunk. Moreover, there was a distinct odor of sweat emanating from that creature, akin to that of large livestock. I inhaled sharply and nodded in acknowledgement. The scent he described was familiar to every rural child. It was a unique aroma released by mules, horses, and cattle, particularly pungent on rainy days. These animals seldom bathed, and their exertions led to layers of sweat accumulating, resulting in such a distinctive smell. And then, I patted De Jiang on the shoulder. What then? De Jiang grinned wryly, revealing his teeth. I was utterly bewildered. I had no idea whether to continue climbing or to slip down. He continued, at that moment, I suddenly felt the strange creature beside me stir. Shortly thereafter, blood cascaded down from the tree, splattering my face. The blood was warm. De Jiang exclaimed. Then, I heard Lu Yuan call out from above. De Jiang turned to Lu Yuan and asked, Little Lu, that was when you got injured on your arm, right? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. I heard the sound of someone climbing the tree below and thought it was you, Brother De Jiang, coming up. I reached out to help you. But just as my hand extended, something struck my arm. He shuddered at the memory. At that moment, blood splattered all over my face. De Jiang continued, at that time, I had no clue where I found the strength, but I disregarded everything else and kicked at the creature beside me. Goodness! I raised my eyebrows and exclaimed, "You are quite the hero, Brother De Jiang. But considering you were in the middle of the trunk, wound tea that caused you to fall from the tree?" "Indeed," De Jiang lamented with a furrowed brow. "That kick did hit the creature, and it was sent tumbling down. As for me, I fell from the tree as well. Fortunately, I had not climbed too high, so the fall was not too severe." De Jiang pointed to a spot on the ground and said, "There. That's where I landed." After hitting the ground, I quickly scrambled to my feet and, as luck would have it, I felt a stone about the size of a rice bowl. At that moment, I pondered, and De Jiang, grinning, remarked, "If that monster were to charge at me, I would undoubtedly strike it fiercely with this stone." And then, I inquired with concern. "Then," De Jiang replied, his expression bewildered, "after I fell to the ground, I waited a short while, and the creature ceased its movements, not advancing towards me any further. I felt around and collected a few stones from the ground, stuffing them into my bag. Then I found that tree and climbed up." De Jiang continued. "Once I reached the tree, the three of us took our positions, each gripping a hefty stone. We awaited the monster as it ascended the tree, ready to strike it down. Following this," De Jiang chuckled, "but the monster never arrived. Instead, you did." At that moment, I heard rustling beneath the tree, suggesting some commotion. I gauged the direction and hurled a stone down. Thankfully, my aim was off, and I missed you. "Oh, come on. Your aim was perfectly fine," I retorted. "If I hadn't dodged in time, you would have cracked my skull." That essentially sums it up. Since your departure until our reunion here, that has been the entire ordeal. De Jiang said, "I haven't asked you yet. What were you doing out at such an hour?" I replied, "I awoke in the middle of the night, hearing noises around me, so I stepped outside to investigate." Shaking my head, I added, "We really lack experience. Had I informed you before leaving, it would have spared everyone unnecessary worry." "Don't say that," Uncle Hong interjected, waving his hands. "Thank goodness you didn't tell us. Otherwise, upon waking, we would have sought you and ended up at that high embankment. If all of us had known about your excursion, we wouldn't have gone looking for you. Had we continued to sleep by the campfire." At this point, Uncle Hong shivered involuntarily. Even De Jiang and Lu Yuan exchanged anxious glances. As they spoke, I too contemplated the dire consequences. Indeed, had they not ventured to the high embankment to find me, but rather slept soundly in the camp, those three would undoubtedly have been torn to shreds by the frenzied monsters. Upon De Jiang's inquiry about my night's escapades, I recounted the horrific scene of the lunatics turning on each other, devouring one another, and subsequently pursuing me. At last, daybreak arrived. We all exhaled a sigh of relief. That night, we were relentlessly attacked by the lurking monsters in the darkness, leaving us in a state of constant dread. Now that dawn was breaking, we could finally see again. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was currently 3:30 in the morning. Nowadays, my mobile phone serves no purpose beyond telling the time. This island is utterly devoid of cellular signal, rendering it impossible to make any calls. Otherwise, we, utterly exhausted, would lack the strength to search for others. So we all lay down to rest. After enduring this relentless day and night of turmoil, my body feels as if it has been disassembled. I pay no heed to the chilling night breeze or the frosty morning mist. As soon as I collapse onto the ground, I swiftly succumb to slumber. Upon awakening, it is Huang Jiru who rouses me. Rising from my slumber, I glance at the sun and ascertain that it is approximately 9 in the morning, the sunlight warm upon my skin. I kicked at Da Jiang, stirring him from his sleep. Blinking in a daze, he groggily inquired, "Yezi, do you have any food in that backpack of yours?" After Da Jiang and I had exchanged our tattered garments for new ones in the county town, I discarded my worn-out clothes. The only remaining item was my military green satchel, which, though old and heavily worn, Da Jiang insisted I keep, slinging it over my shoulder. He remarked that this style was currently fashionable in the city, and its age did not detract from its appeal. However, my satchel was indeed devoid of any sustenance. None of us had eaten anything since yesterday morning. We were already famished last night, and after a night spent sprinting through this desolate wilderness, our hunger had intensified. My bag contained nothing. I said to Da Jiang, "But I have fish from Zaohua Lake. Would you dare to eat it?" "Don't jest with me. This place is far from the lake," Da Jiang retorted with a hint of irritation. Yet, he suddenly perked up, sniffing the air. "Wait, is that the scent of grilled fish?" When Da Jiang glanced at the campfire, he beheld 4 fish, each over a foot long, sizzling to perfection. Overjoyed, he rushed over and seized one, devouring it immediately, wincing from the heat. These fish were caught by Huang Jiru at dawn, Knowing we had not eaten, she had prepared this feast for us. This little sprite truly has a heart. How is it? Is the grilled fish delicious? Huang Jiaru whispered in my ear as she perched on my shoulder. It lives up to its reputation. I swallowed a mouthful of fish and smiled at Huang Jiaru, saying softly, the flesh is both succulent and tender, each bite is bursting with flavor. My sister has quite the culinary skill. The only slight imperfection was our utter lack of salt. Thus, in addition to carrying some food, a flashlight, and a lighter in my backpack, I added another essential item, salt. Chapter 58. To stay or not to stay, that is the dilemma. The four of us managed to consume a fish each, finally resolving our breakfast dilemma. Following this, we gathered to deliberate on our actions for the day. After the harrowing ordeals of the previous night, we unanimously agreed that we must thoroughly scour the island during daylight hours, with the hope of locating Miss Hong Xiuzhu. Furthermore, we deemed it imperative to depart the island before sunset. I pondered the dire consequences of spending another night in this perilous and enigmatic place. It could very well cost us our lives. With that thought in mind, we promptly set out to search the island. The entire area of the island is approximately 4 to 5 square kilometers, with a length of merely 2 kilometers. Given its modest size, our manpower was sufficient. Thus, we spread out in a line and commenced our meticulous search across the island. We inspected every nook and cranny with great care, venturing into dense thickets and deep ravines to investigate further. Despite our thorough scrutiny, by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, we had combed through the island completely, akin to a comb gliding through hair. The outcome of our search was disheartening. We found no trace of Miss Hong Xiuzhu, nor any signs of human activity. Those frenzied, life-threatening creatures from the night prior were also nowhere to be found. In fact, there was not a single indication of their presence on the island. Were it not for the torn fabric on Lu Yuan's back and the wounds on his arms, we might have collectively believed that we had succumbed to hallucinations. I was left perplexed, contemplating the origins of those strange entities. Where had they come from, and where had they vanished during the day? As the sun began its descent behind the mountains, we grew increasingly agitated, anxiously stamping our feet. Should we fail to locate Miss Hong Xiuzhu, we would undoubtedly be forced to endure another night here. Setting aside the imminent dangers of that night, I questioned the very purpose of remaining. We had thoroughly searched every possible hiding place. Even if we were granted another day, where could we possibly find Miss Hong Xiuzhu? In what was meant to be a discussion, silence fell upon us as we ran out of ideas. Everyone turned their gaze toward me, awaiting my decision. How could I possibly conjure a solution under such circumstances? A wave of despair washed over me. If we stayed for the night and found Miss Hong Xiuzhu the next day, it would be bearable. However, should we fail to find her, we risked losing several lives, or worse, all 4 of us could perish here. The gravity of my decision weighed heavily on me, for it could very well determine the fate of us all. I remained silent, taking a few steps aside to calm my tumultuous thoughts. I sought clarity as I pondered the dilemma before me regarding our next course of action. My gaze drifted to the shimmering expanse of the lake in the distance, its surface reflecting the resplendent hues of the setting sun, a sight of exquisite beauty. Jiaru, I gently addressed Huang Jiaru. Can you ascertain whether Hong Xiuzhu is still on this island? In a hushed tone, Huang Jiaru replied, based on the aura surrounding Hong Xiuzhu, she must still be on this island. However, Yigu, I am currently unable to pinpoint her exact location. Frowning, she continued, I simply cannot fathom how Hong Xiuzhu could be concealed on this minuscule island, yet we are unable to locate her despite our efforts. Her tone conveyed a sense of urgency. I can sense her presence growing increasingly faint, she added. I fear that Hong Xiuzhu is trapped somewhere on this island. If no one comes to her aid, she may slowly wither away until her demise. I mused inwardly. We had scoured every possible hiding spot on this island. Yet where could Hong Xiuzhu be? At that moment, the dazzling sunlight reflecting off the lake momentarily blinded me. As I shut my eyes, a sudden realization struck me, a potential hiding place. I swiftly turned and beckoned to De Jiang and the others, then dashed in a particular direction with fervor. In that fleeting instant, I had recalled a location we had yet to explore. However, time was of the essence, for the sun was about to set. I resolved that, regardless of the outcome, we must not spend another night on this island. After we had thoroughly investigated the newly conceived location, we would retreat before darkness enveloped us. The night on this small island was not merely dark, it was akin to hell itself. The direction in which I ran led us to a place we had previously overlooked, the Screen Wind Mountain. This mountain, encircled by sheer cliffs, stood like a giant folding screen erected upon the earth. Our fixed mindset had led us to believe that no ordinary person could ascend it, and thus, it was deemed unlikely that anyone could hide there. Reflecting on it now, I found our reasoning quite absurd. Since our arrival on this peculiar island, nothing had been normal. In this moment, I placed all my hopes upon Wind Mountain, yearning to find the young lady, Zhang Xiuzhu, before the sun dipped below the horizon. The individuals trailing behind me matched my pace, and as they realized I was heading towards Wind Mountain, enlightenment dawned upon them as well. These individuals immediately grasped my intentions. After searching the island for so long, the only place we had yet to explore was the Windscreen Mountain. They swiftly caught up with me from behind. We hastened our pace and soon arrived at the foot of the Windscreen Mountain. This mountain towers approximately 300 meters above the ground, its steep stone walls seemingly hewn by a knife. The sheer cliffs before us mark the northernmost point of the entire island. The dark stone walls extend eastward and westward. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the four of us quickly divided into two groups to search. One group consisted of myself and De Jiang. We proceeded along the base of the Windscreen Mountain, heading westward, searching for any possible hiding places. The other group comprised Uncle Hong and his prospective son-in-law, Lu Yuan, who pressed against the cliffs, making their way eastward. Our objective was to determine if there were any paths leading up the Windscreen Mountain and to find any caves or similar locations at the mountain's base that could serve as hiding spots. As to Jiang and I traversed the smooth cliff face of the Windscreen Mountain, it felt as though we were inching along the base of a wall. We continued our search for nearly a kilometer until we reached the lakeshore on the western side of the island. Here, the Windscreen Mountain extended to the water's edge, only to be interrupted by the lake itself. Throughout our journey, De Jiang and I saw no paths leading up the mountain, nor did we encounter any suitable hiding places in the surrounding area. Without the need for inquiry, I could tell from their expressions that their experiences mirrored our own. At the foot of the Windscreen Mountain, there was not a single path leading upward, nor any place to conceal oneself. Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan, finding my observations reasonable, nodded in resignation. Thus, we hastened towards the dock where our boat was moored, taking advantage of the fading light of the setting sun in the west. Eventually, we reached the mountain pass atop the high slope. This was the vantage point from which we had first gazed upon the deserted village upon our arrival on the island. Standing atop that high slope and looking down, we noticed that the light on the distant lake was gradually dimming. With the last remnants of daylight, we spotted the stone dock in the distance. However, to our dismay, the waters surrounding the dock were utterly vacant. Our boat, which we had left there, was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 59. Who could it be? Chapter 59. Who could it be? As the last rays of sunlight lingered on the western horizon, we stood atop a high ridge, gazing down at the empty dock below. Our small boat had vanished without a trace. Silence enveloped us, each of us racing madly toward the lakeside as if possessed. With every hurried step, my heart sank deeper. Where was our vessel? Who could have acted so ruthlessly as to sever our only means of retreat? Was there a force on this island intent on our demise, determined to leave us stranded? By the time we reached the dock, it became painfully clear our boat had indeed disappeared. When I turned to my companions, I saw the faces of Uncle Hong, Lu Yuan, and Brother Jiang, each reflecting sheer terror and a ghastly pallor. The absence of our boat meant that we were destined to spend yet another night on this bizarre and enigmatic island. My heart raced, my legs felt weak. I thought to myself, it appears we cannot escape the calamity awaiting us tonight, with not even a glimmer of an escape route left. Did they truly intend for us to perish here? The more I pondered, the more my anger swelled, gradually eclipsing my fear. I resolutely declared within myself, damn it. It's uncertain who will meet their end first. If they dare to leave me here with the intent to kill, they must be prepared to fight for their lives. Though trepidation still gripped me, I steeled myself, forcing my thoughts into a semblance of calm. I began to analyze our predicament. Our most pressing dilemma was not the absence of a boat or the inability to summon help, but rather our utter ignorance of the entity we faced. I had yet to comprehend the nature of the strange occurrences that had ensnared us and inflicted harm. To succeed in this dire situation, we must gain insight into our adversary. Knowledge of both ourselves and our opponent is essential for survival. If we wish to preserve our lives, rescue Miss Xiuzhu, and unravel the mystery before us, we needed to acquire more information. Only then could we speak of resistance. If we continued blindly, we would struggle to survive. With these thoughts in mind, I lifted my gaze, prepared to speak. Yet, upon looking up, I found Uncle Hong and Brother Jiang, their faces filled with anticipation, staring intently at me. Their expressions revealed that they had placed their trust in me as their leader. Recognizing their fear mirrored my own just moments earlier. I felt the weight of their expectations. Yeezy, what do we do now? Brother Jiang exclaimed anxiously. It seems we are doomed to face a night of peril. Your impending doom is your own affair, but do not involve me. I steadied myself and feigned a casual demeanor as I spoke. Though I too felt an equal measure of anxiety and trepidation, I understood that if I, the cornerstone of our group, exuded a sense of panic and despair, we would not survive the night. Thus, I resolved to maintain a facade of composure, ensuring that they sensed I still possessed a plan and purpose. I needed them to realize that while they may be bewildered, I remained clear-headed. Yezi, if you truly have a plan, please share it. Upon seeing that I could still jest with him, Dajiang's expression brightened slightly, and he promptly urged me. Of course, I have a plan. I nodded at the three of them. The moment those words left my lips, I felt them collectively exhale in relief. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate. I addressed the trio. Given our current predicament, we must spend another night on this island. However, we must not let this night pass idly by. I stroked my chin. Speaking slowly, not only must we preserve our lives, but we should also gather intelligence about this island and seek to clarify certain matters. The more we understand, the greater our chances of locating Miss Xiaozhu and escaping this wretched place. Merely fearing our situation is utterly futile. You are right, Yezi responded. You have courage. In times like these, succumbing to fear is of no use. If the creature does not come, we may end up scaring ourselves to death. Dajiang approached, patting my shoulder, saying, You decide what we should do. I will follow your lead. First and foremost, I surveyed the three of them and then pointed to the lake water beneath the pier. Let us hydrate before anything else. We have another night to endure. To be honest, we had been so preoccupied with searching for others during the day that none of us had the opportunity to drink from the lake. Now, each of us felt parched. Do not disturb me. I need a moment alone, I instructed them, sending the three away to drink. Then walked a few meters away to sit upon a large stone. My intention was not to seek solitude. I merely said that to Dajiang and the others. Once seated, I quietly beckoned Huang Jiuru to appear. When Huang Jiuru manifested, she sat across from me, visible only to me. The others could not see her. There she was, cupping her chin with her hands, her gaze contemplative as she spoke. Brother Yi, do you truly have a plan? In truth, I had no concrete strategy. I chuckled wryly at Huang Jiuru. However, given our current circumstances, we cannot leave, so it is better to provide everyone with a sense of reassurance. And what do you plan to do tonight? Huang Jiuru tilted her head, observing my expression. Last night, we were all frightened. I said to Huang Jiuru. Although we have not sustained any injuries and are all still alive, our understanding of the circumstances on this island is woefully inadequate. Therefore, regardless of what transpires tonight, we must observe diligently and contemplate deeply. It is essential that we gather more intelligence. As I pondered, I spoke slowly. What do you believe is opposing us? Huang Jiuru inquired with a perplexed expression. Who can say for certain? I replied, shaking my head in frustration. However, one thing is beyond doubt. There exists a cunning entity on this enigmatic island that is working against us. Why are you so certain? Huang Jiuru pressed. Have you forgotten about the boat? I gestured toward the empty dock. I observed closely just now. The stone used to moor our vessel remains intact. Yet, there are no remnants of any rope, nor any signs of it being severed. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiru's eyes brightened, and she immediately interjected. This indicates that someone untied the rope and rowed the boat away. Her expression darkened as she turned to me, asking, could there truly be others on this island? At this juncture, Huang Jiru's gaze shifted, and she regarded me with astonishment, asking, do you suspect that one among the three of them? Allow me to finish, I interjected, raising my hand. Before we landed, we noticed a school of black fish in the lake, swimming counterclockwise around the island. However, Uncle Hong mentioned that fish tend to follow the current. The peculiar behavior of these fish could very well be related to the water flow. Am I mistaken? Thus, the person who released the boat need not have rowed it away. That individual merely had to untie the mooring line and push the boat toward the center of the lake. The current encircling the island would naturally carry the vessel away. I concluded, shaking my head with a wry smile. At that time, Uncle Hong, Lu Yuan, and even I could have been the one. You? You were with me all night. Huang Jiuru exclaimed in confusion. Moreover, do you truly doubt yourself? That is not the case, I responded. Last night, before you awakened me, I distinctly recalled dozing by the campfire. If we follow your reasoning, I would be the prime suspect. Huang Jiuru shot me a disapproving glance. After all, I was the swiftest, and you could not see me. If I had gone to release the boat, it would have taken mere moments. Besides, I even caught a fish for each of you by the lake. As she recounted this, Huang Jiru shook her head with a rueful smile. This is as solid as evidence gets. Chapter 60, The Strange Man and Woman. Chapter 60, The Strange Man and Woman. By now, you may have grasped the meaning of my words. I addressed Huang Jiru, expressing that I did not genuinely suspect anyone among us of having set the boat adrift. Rather, I wished to convey that the circumstances on this island cannot be deduced through conventional reasoning. We must not naively assume what our adversaries are or are not. Everything we can conceive of, and even that which eludes our imagination, may very well be our enemy. At this juncture, I chuckled and playfully patted Huang Jiru on the head, adding that the individual who released the small boat was intent on ensuring our demise on this island. Yet, we are determined to survive and to unravel this matter in its entirety. All right. Huang Jiru pouted her rosy lips, her gaze resolute as she looked at me. Brother Yi, what do you require of me? Just one thing, I replied to Huang Jiru. Tell me. I shall follow your lead. Upon hearing that I had a task for her, Huang Jiru instantly perked up. With a smile, I instructed her, this evening, whatever I ask you to do, you must comply without a hint of hesitation. Can you manage that? Upon hearing my words, Huang Jiru's face flushed. Until that moment, she had always adhered to my every command, executing my instructions without fail. However, last night, she had defied my wishes for the first time, prioritizing my safety over my directive to seek help. With a sigh, I took hold of Huang Jiru's hand, catching her off guard, causing her cheeks to redden once more. I smiled and said, Sister, I know that in your heart, my life holds paramount importance. However, in this perilous environment, the more we fear death, the more swiftly it may claim us. If we are not careful, none of us may survive. Thus, to comprehend the mysteries of this cursed island, we must confront our fears rather than retreat, until we unveil the truth. When the time comes, you must heed my words. Sister, be good, I added playfully. Huang Jiru gazed at me, a resigned smile gracing her lips. Look at you. To make me listen, you resort to all manner of absurdities. You even attempt to intimidate me with your words. Can you not act like a proper brother for once? After considerable effort, I finally convinced Huang Jiru. Along our journey, we gathered dry twigs, each person shouldering a hefty bundle. Soon, we returned to the campsite from the previous night, beside the remnants of the extinguished bonfire. I reignited a fire about 2 or 3 meters from the pile where I had kindled the flames the night before. From my backpack, I retrieved several fish to roast over the fire. These fish, of course, had been caught by Huang Jiru, though Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan remained unaware of this fact. De Jiang, however, was well aware of the fish's origin and could not resist weaving a tale about my enigmatic abilities to Uncle Hong and the others. What is the matter, Uncle Hong? I inquired of him. Last night, an incident occurred among us here. Uncle Hong stammered, Tonight. Can't we find somewhere else to sleep? What if those madmen come back? I shook my head in resignation and replied, It is precisely because of what happened here yesterday that we must stay tonight. Before me, the campfire blazed brightly, yet the surroundings were eerily quiet. Aside from the faint crackling of the fire, an unsettling silence enveloped us. I glanced into the ominous darkness and continued, I can feel that Miss Xiaozhu is still alive. We must not only strive to survive ourselves, but also devise a means to rescue her. We need to utilize this night to uncover the mysteries of this island and hopefully find some clues about Miss Xiaozhu. Tomorrow morning, we must set out to save her. I turned to Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan, asking, Which of these 2 options shall we choose? Upon hearing my words, Uncle Hong's expression revealed his immediate understanding. Young Lu Yuan's face flushed with determination as he exclaimed, If I hide away today, I will never deserve to be called a man. Enough talk, I will stay? Seeing their resolve, De Jiang and I exchanged glances, unable to suppress a bitter smile. These 2 were risking their lives for loved ones, while we were merely doing this for a meager profit, uncertain if we would even live to enjoy it. Yet, at this juncture, what other choice did De Jiang and I have? The peculiar event that transpired yesterday occurred around midnight. The first half of the night had been tranquil, and since it had only just turned dark an hour ago, I felt there was no need to panic yet. Thus, I leisurely ate fish while inquiring of De Jiang. Brother De Jiang, last night, you, Uncle Hong, and Lu Yuan saw that man and woman being pursued. Can you recall any specific features about them? I posed this question because I still harbored doubts about whether the couple they saw was indeed Lu Huangjiu and me. After I spoke, De Jiang, Uncle Hong, and Lu Yuan exchanged their thoughts. To be honest, Uncle Hong, being older, did not have the keen eyesight of the young, and Lu Yuan, caught off guard by the situation, had not dared to observe closely. It was primarily De Jiang who had a clearer impression of the two individuals. What was peculiar about them? I asked eagerly upon hearing his response. De Jiang pondered for a moment before saying, the man was not tall, but quite stocky. He seemed to have some sort of disability. Why do you say that? I inquired hastily. Observing him as he ran, I noticed Da Jiang furrowing his brow, contemplating as he spoke. One of her arms remained motionless, uncomfortably drooping at her side. Her body leaned to one side, resembling a limp figure. Is there anything else? I asked Da Jiang, frowning in thought. Yes, there was another individual, likely a woman. When she ran, her arms were perpetually raised. Upon hearing Da Jiang's words, I immediately envisioned the scene of the woman sprinting with her arms lifted. Was it akin to the zombies in horror films? You mean dressed in garments from the Qing dynasty? No. Da Jiang shook his head, gesturing in front of his chest. His arms moved up and down, both bent at the elbows. It was like this, as if she were practicing Tai Chi. Her arms were bent at the chest, moving alternately, palms facing herself. That is how she ran. Chapter 61. They have arrived. Chapter 61. They are here. After a brief conversation, we finished the fish in our hands. By this time, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, with approximately 3 hours remaining until midnight. I urged everyone to make the most of the time and get some sleep. However, once they lay down, each of them tossed and turned, unable to find rest. To be honest, in such an environment filled with tension, who could truly sleep? We all struggled to find slumber, turning restlessly. Time ticked away, and every 10 minutes or so, I found myself glancing at my phone, aware that midnight was drawing ever closer. For some inexplicable reason, a nagging feeling lingered in my heart. I sensed that the chaotic entities on this island would only emerge at midnight. Huang Jiru's heightened perception confirmed my suspicion, as she too sensed no disturbances on the island as night fell. I checked my phone once more. It was 11:45, just 15 minutes shy of midnight. At that moment, Huang Jiru whispered in my ear, "Brother Yi, I feel something amiss over there. In the same direction as yesterday." Her words stirred something within me. I immediately inquired, "Does it feel similar to last night?" Indeed, Huang Jiru seemed momentarily taken aback before softly continuing. "The aura is heavy, the energy chaotic. Should we go take a look?" Without uttering a word, I lifted a large bundle of dry twigs from beside the fire and tossed them onto the flames. The red tongues of fire eagerly consumed the wood, causing the blaze to grow ever stronger. "Yi, what's happening?" De Jiang asked in a state of alarm. "Those entities are approaching." I crouched down, speaking to the others while scooping handfuls of the cold ash from last night's extinguished bonfire into my backpack. After filling nearly half of my backpack with the ash, I looked up to find De Jiang and the others with expressions of confusion and fear, casting bewildered glances my way. My actions had evidently bewildered them. They might have thought my sanity was in question. At this juncture, I could not afford to offer an explanation. I hoisted my backpack and dashed towards the large stone at the edge of our camp. Just moments ago, Huang Jiru had mentioned sensing movement over there, and the timing felt eerily reminiscent of last night. A sudden thought struck me. My every action was now aimed at validating that fleeting intuition. Reaching the back of the large stone, I meticulously scattered the ash from my backpack, laying it down as evenly and thinly as possible on the ground. Then, I rose to beckon to Jiang and Uncle Hong, urging them to follow me as I swiftly turned and dashed up the mountain. Those fellows might soon be upon us. To shield ourselves from the wind, we chose a hollow in the landscape as our campsite. Thus, no matter which direction we sprinted from the center of our camp, we were always ascending. However, this time, we did not head towards the high ridge that De Jiang and the others had climbed last night in search of me. Their ascent had taken them northward, while I opted for the eastern path. After running 30 or 40 meters, we reached the summit. As soon as everyone passed the peak, I quickly led them to conceal ourselves behind the ridge. The reason for my choice of this direction was simple. This slope was closer to the fire pit at our campsite. This proximity would grant us a clearer view should anything transpire at our camp tonight, unlike the obscured perspective we had last night. I softly admonished everyone to lie low behind the slope, exposing only our eyes. We were to remain silent and motionless, ensuring not a sound escaped our lips. Thus, we lay there, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Earlier, upon sensing something amiss in the camp and rushing up the mountain together, each of us wished fervently for our parents to have bestowed upon us an extra pair of legs, feeling as though time was slipping away. Now, as we waited, the passage of time seemed agonizingly slow. Each minute and second was an unspeakable torment for us. I dared not illuminate my phone to check the time, for its glow would surely pierce the darkness, betraying our position. Yet, this avoidance rendered my sense of time increasingly nebulous. Below us, in the campsite, a solitary fire crackled quietly, its flames dancing in the wind, casting flickering shadows that animated the dim hollow. Unlike last night, the camp below was enveloped in an eerie silence. Would anything untoward occur tonight? My heart raced with anxiety as I pondered this unsettling thought when, suddenly, a gust of wind ruffled my hair at the temples. It was Huang Jiaoru. She seemed to be attempting to convey a warning. In that instant, I noticed a Jiang beside me, his breathing becoming labored. I strained my eyes towards the campsite, and there, at the southern edge, I discerned several shadowy figures swaying as they approached our camp. They were coming. They had indeed arrived. Lying on the ground, I felt my heart pounding fiercely, as if it might leap from my chest. Soon, I would be able to discern the true nature of these intruders up close. As I gazed intently, the dark figures approached our campfire, drawing ever nearer to its illuminating glow. Soon, they encroached upon the perimeter of the firelight. As they advanced, I discerned the outline of a man, his silhouette moving in an eerie manner. His right arm hung limply at his side, failing to sway as he ran, and his body leaned slightly forward. With each impact of his right foot upon the ground, he exerted considerable force. This individual bore a striking resemblance to a limping figure. Beside him was another figure, one whose physique suggested femininity. As she ran, her hands were raised before her, palms open as if cradling an invisible, oversized parcel. Upon the approach of these two shadowy forms towards the campfire, a sudden realization struck me. I recognized them. These were the very figures that De Jiang and the others had described, the man and the woman who had appeared in the camp the previous night. Astonishingly, they had returned. I could not discern their faces, nor could I ascertain their expressions. However, their frantic movements suggested a palpable anxiety. As they reached the vicinity of the campfire, the brightest area, I fixated my gaze upon them, every slightest detail becoming more precious than gold. At the very moment they passed by the campfire, fortune favored my keen observation, revealing an unsettling peculiarity. The attire of these two individuals was decidedly odd. My assertion of their clothing being strange was not due to an unusual style, but rather because I could not ascertain the nature of their garments at all. Their clothing clung closely to their bodies, a dark fabric that accentuated their contours with alarming clarity. It resembled a bodysuit or a wetsuit, yet distinctly was neither. After they darted past the fire, the optimal vantage point for observation was lost, and from our perspective, only their side and rear silhouettes remained visible. On the faces of De Jiang and Uncle Hong, I witnessed expressions of sheer horror. It was evident that this man and woman had re-emerged that night, likely mirroring their previous actions from last night. This revelation sent a wave of panic through De Jiang and the others. Turning my attention back to the campfire, I clearly observed the pair as they navigated past the fire pit, circumventing a large boulder and concealing themselves behind it. Their movements were eerily reminiscent of the previous night. I watched as they crouched behind the very stone where I had recently scattered ashes from the foliage. Chapter 62. Yesterday Revisited. The Slayer of Lives. Chapter 62. Yesterday Revisited. The manic killer. A few of us crouched on the hillside, observing the figures of a man and a woman who, like yesterday, slipped behind a large rock. I had once heard De Jiang and Uncle Hong recount a similar scene. Yet, without a doubt, De Jiang and his companions had witnessed such a spectacle for the second time, and their astonishment and eeriness would surely surpass my own. We dared not even breathe, staring in stunned silence at the camp below. Soon, illuminated by the campfire, several swift figures emerged from the south, racing towards the flames. As they approached, I could clearly see that they were the same frenzied villagers I had witnessed with Huang Jiaoru, engaged in mutual slaughter in the village street the night before. These individuals, undoubtedly the victors of their brutal skirmish, numbered over 30, each drenched in blood and bearing numerous wounds, exhibiting an appearance of sheer madness. Like a pack of wounded wolves, their bodies in motion revealed a ferocity stripped of humanity. Oblivious to their own injuries, some even crawled on all fours like animals, yet their speed was astonishing. They bore no semblance of humanity, resembling a horde of deranged wolves. As this rabid mob reached the center of the camp, surrounded by mountains yet utterly devoid of anything else, they found that the enigmatic man and woman they had been pursuing had vanished from sight. Upon realizing their quarry had disappeared, the frenzied crowd wasted no time and immediately began to turn on one another in a savage frenzy. Their bodies collided violently, using hands and teeth as weapons. Their manner of fighting bore no trace of humanity. They were nothing more than a living embodiment of wild beasts. From our vantage point on the hillside, we watched the chaos unfold beneath us. Those madmen by the fire were tearing each other apart, their limbs dismembered, and their chests and abdomens sliced open. In an instant, the ground was awash with blood and flying entrails. These individuals were engaged in a gruesome and brutal mutual slaughter, consuming one another with alarming speed. I had witnessed their self-destruction before, yet from a distance that rendered the scene somewhat indistinct. Now, merely 30 meters away, I was confronted with the raw sight of them, akin to beasts in a primal struggle, clawing and devouring each other. The horror presented before me was far more gruesome than anything I had ever seen in a horror film. What had befallen these people? I pondered as I gazed at their garments, realizing that, prior to their madness, they had likely been nothing more than ordinary villagers on this small island. What force had transformed them into such monstrous beings? As I pondered these thoughts, the 30-odd frenzied individuals who had pursued me had already devolved into a chaotic struggle, leaving only about 10 remaining. At that moment, the villagers engaged in this brutal conflict abruptly ceased their savage actions, aligning their gazes towards a singular direction. This scene was eerily familiar to me. I had encountered it just the previous night. However, on that occasion, the object of their collective attention was none other than myself. In that instant, a thunderous sensation reverberated within my mind, as an overwhelming dread seized my heart, compelling me to the brink of losing control and leap from my hiding place to flee into the distance. The refuge I had found was far less secure than the night before. Yesterday, I had maintained a safe distance from these lunatics, but today, in such close proximity, if they were to discover my presence and charge at me, they could reach me in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, I clearly observed that the direction these madmen were fixated upon was not where I was currently concealed. Their faces were directed towards the very hillside where Uncle Hong, Brother Dajiang, and their companions had ascended the previous night. Suddenly, a chilling wail erupted from these deranged individuals, and the remaining few, employing both hands and feet, sprinted toward that hilltop with astonishing speed, directly to the spot where Uncle Hong and the others had once spied upon them. In that fleeting instant, I turned my gaze to Lu Yuan's face. I distinctly remembered him mentioning that they had been observing the camp from a vantage point above. It was precisely because Lu Yuan had inadvertently dislodged a stone that had tumbled down the slope toward the camp, prompting those lunatics to pursue Uncle Dajiang and his group. However, today, the hillside they raced toward bore no trace of Uncle Hong or his companions, nor any sign of a fallen stone. Indeed, it was eerily silent and devoid of life. Why then were these individuals sprinting toward that location? When I glimpsed Lu Yuan's face, I saw him wide-eyed and agape, staring at the vacant hillside where they had stood the previous night. His expression mirrored a blend of astonishment and terror, twisting his once handsome visage into an unrecognizable mask of extreme emotion. This sentiment was shared by both Dajiang and Uncle Hong, who simultaneously regarded the summit of the hillside with incredulity. The scene today bore an uncanny resemblance to that of yesterday. They instinctively believed that the figures of Dajiang, Lu Yuan, and Uncle Hong, along with the dislodged stone, would manifest there. Yet, before their eyes, there was nothing at all. Indeed, my heart mirrored theirs. Grappling with the bizarre occurrences of the past 2 nights, which had kept my mind racing ever since the small boat had vanished. However, the bizarre occurrences on this island are exceedingly difficult to fathom. As I peered through the chaotic facade, I realized that the more I observed, the more perplexed I became. While I was lost in thought, I suddenly lifted my gaze and caught sight of a man and a woman hiding behind a rock, who abruptly sprang into action. These 2 individuals, likely drawn by some unseen force, began to flee up the mountainside, having spotted the madmen pursuing them. Once they believed their pursuers had ventured far enough up the slope, they swiftly emerged from behind the boulder and darted in the opposite direction. It appeared they intended to seize the opportunity to escape while their pursuers were distracted. Their movements were remarkably decisive, leaving one astonished. Yet, just as they were on the brink of eluding capture, the frenzied individuals charging up the hill inexplicably caught sight of them. The group of 10 or so climbers let out a chilling howl and promptly turned back, racing down the slope with their sights set on the fleeing couple. The pair, who had hoped to take advantage of the moment, found themselves once again ensnared in a chase. I watched as they and their relentless pursuers swiftly vanished beyond the northern mountain pass. In an instant, the campfire fell back into silence, as if the dramatic encounter had never transpired, leaving one to question whether it had been merely an illusion or a fleeting dream. After a moment's reflection, I added, It matters not what they do, as long as we can see clearly. Immediately, I heard Huang Jiru's voice beside me. Understood. I shall go. Please be cautious. Once she uttered those words, her voice faded into nothingness. I knew she must have pursued the direction in which they had vanished. I pondered whether Huang Jiru would be able to discern anything. With a deep breath, I felt a slight easing of my anxious heart. Although the events of the night were strange, the four of us remained unharmed. At that moment, a chilling realization struck me. A wave of terror washed over me, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. An immense sense of dread enveloped me. I had overlooked something crucial. Chapter 63, The Blade in the Sky, The Fierce Enemy Ahead. Chapter 63, The Blade Suspended, Foes Ahead. At that moment, a chilling realization struck me. In an instant, a wave of dread washed over me, sending shivers down my spine, as every hair on the back of my head stood on end. A tremendous coldness and fear enveloped me tightly. I had overlooked a crucial detail. Though those madmen had departed, our peril had not subsided. In fact, it was drawing ever nearer. Now, it seemed that the looming danger had already encroached upon us. At that instant, I contemplated, if tonight's occurrences mirrored those of yesterday, then the sight of those maniacs charging up the hillside in pursuit of Dajiang and Uncle Hong should be identical to what transpired the previous day. Yet, in truth, after Dajiang and his companions fled into the darkness, those lunatics did not pursue them. Instead, they changed direction to chase after a man and a woman who had revealed themselves. The danger that I had momentarily forgotten, only to recollect it now, was this. If those madmen did not chase after Uncle Hong and Dajiang yesterday, then what was the creature that hunted them through the night, driving them up a tree and even injuring Li Yuan's arm? In that fleeting moment, I realized that regardless of what that entity was, it must still linger in our vicinity. Like the previous night, it awaited an opportunity in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike. With this thought, I suddenly let out a loud cry. At that moment, I felt the deep-seated terror and chaos within me erupt as I shouted, "Get me down the mountain!" At the sound of my exclamation, the four of us summoned every ounce of strength and scrambled down the slope, racing towards the bonfire below. Fortunately, it was only 30 or 40 meters away, and we were descending. Within mere seconds, we reached the fire. I, having taken the lead, was the first to arrive at the bonfire. As I reached it, I immediately bent down and seized two branches as thick as my arms from the flames. These substantial branches, which I had thrown into the fire for kindling before our ascent, were now ablaze at their ends. Grasping them felt like wielding two towering torches. I tossed one of the branches to Dajiang, who was rushing over, and shouted to the three of them, "Arm yourselves, and stand back to back. Whatever comes, stab with all your might." As my shout echoed, the astute Dajiang had already taken hold of a torch and positioned himself back to back with me. Each of us wielded our massive torches, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Uncle Hong and Li Yuan were a beat behind, but they had long since cultivated a habit of heeding my commands without question. The frantic dash down the hill revealed that the two individuals had completely ceased to engage their own minds, obediently following my instructions. Soon, the four of us stood back to back, each wielding a large torch pointed in a cardinal direction. Huddled around the flickering campfire, we remained vigilant, each guarding our respective fronts. The recent bout of frantic running and the overwhelming anxiety within me left my mouth parched and my heart racing uncontrollably. I strained my eyes to pierce the darkness before me, resolutely thinking, "No matter what you are, if you dare approach, I shall confront you fiercely." Beside me stood Dajiang, who, sensing my intense apprehension, adopted a similarly focused defensive stance. He turned to me and inquired, "Yizi, who are we guarding against? Who else could come?" I retorted loudly, "Those deranged individuals from last night didn't pursue you at all. The creature that chased you through the night and wounded Lu Yuan in the trees is right here among us." Understanding dawned on him. Dajiang spat into his palm and gripped the burning wooden stick tightly, declaring, "That monster nearly frightened me to death in the pitch dark last night." Gritting his teeth, he continued, "Tonight, armed with fire and weapons, we shall confront that specter face to face." "Indeed," chimed in Lu Yuan, "last night, it inexplicably slashed my arm. Tonight, I shall see what this creature truly looks like." Just then, as Lu Yuan's words trailed off, I caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering at the corner of my left eye. Almost instinctively, I thrust the burning end of my branch toward the left with great force. With a sharp hiss, I felt my hand lighten momentarily, followed by an instant of resistance. My branch had indeed struck the creature. In an explosive moment, embers scattered from the branch, and I instinctively shut my eyes to shield them from the fiery debris. Yet, my grip on the branch remained steadfast as I lunged forward again at the spot where I had struck. This time, however, I found nothing but air. When I opened my eyes, darkness enveloped me. The shadow had vanished before my very eyes. I kicked the burning branch, about a foot long, into the encompassing darkness. The spiraling branch soared like a flaming flare into the night. In the dim light, I perceived a tall, slender silhouette in the distance, fleetingly disappearing into the obscurity. Yizi, beside me, Dejiang remained oblivious to my condition, only hearing the sounds of a struggle emanating from my direction. He immediately called out to me in distress. "I'm fine," I shouted back to the three of them. "Be cautious. This fellow moves with astonishing speed." The formation we had established slowly rotated. As I turned towards the side of the bonfire, I discarded the remaining half of my torch and retrieved a long, sturdy branch from the fire. Gripping it firmly in my hand, the adversary who had just exchanged blows with me, though his appearance eluded my vision, was unmistakably the same creature that had injured Lu Yuan yesterday, pursuing Dejiang and Uncle Hong's group. This fiend wielded what appeared to be a remarkably sharp weapon. Yesterday, he had effortlessly sliced open Lu Yuan's arm with it. Today, he had effortlessly severed the thick branch I held in two. What on earth was this creature? At that moment, Dejiang shouted towards me, "I can't see clearly. It's too fast." I responded loudly, "Strike hard if you spot anything. By the time you discern what that creature looks like, it may be too late." Frustrated, Dejiang exclaimed, "It moves so quickly? If we're not careful, it might kill us before we even realize what we're up against." Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice, tinged with desperation, called from behind me, "Who is Huang Jiru? I heard you mention his name on the hillside. Who is he, and why is he on this island? Yi Jihan, how many secrets are you still hiding from us?" Hearing Lu Yuan's voice, nearly on the brink of collapse, I suddenly recalled my earlier command on the hillside for Huang Jiru to pursue that group of strange beings, something Lu Yuan and Uncle Hong had evidently overheard. Just as I was about to explain Huang Jiru's situation to Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan, a faint, peculiar sound emerged from our surroundings. 64. Chapter 64. Night Battle with the Otherworldly Fiend. A peculiar, faint sound resonated in our vicinity, a sound that resembled a bird's call. Upon hearing this strange noise, my senses heightened, and I felt an overwhelming surge of tension. Previously, I had heard Uncle Hong and the others recount their harrowing encounter with a creature that emitted such a sound during their assault the night before. I had been anticipating this very noise, for I had already concluded in my mind that the monster that had attacked Uncle Hong's group was undoubtedly lurking nearby. I surmised with a high degree of certainty that the source of this sound was none other than the creature I had just engaged in combat with. While I stood on high alert, Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was in a state of utter disarray, rambling incessantly. From the very beginning, I sensed something was amiss. Now, everything has become increasingly bizarre. Even Mr. Yi is acting strangely. Who is Huang Jiru? There is no such person. Lu Yuan, be quiet, I shouted, my frustration boiling over. Focus and prepare for defense. At that moment, a grotesque figure suddenly emerged from the darkness before me. This entity approached slowly, its form gradually materializing from a shadowy silhouette. It was crouched on all fours, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. If it were to stand upright, it would likely tower at least 2 meters in height. This creature was entirely devoid of clothing, its skin a deathly gray hue. Its limbs, arms, legs, and neck were disproportionately elongated. Muscles and tendons bulged grotesquely, giving it an appearance of remarkable strength and agility. Its thumbs and pinkies had withered, leaving behind 3 exceptionally long and robust fingers, each adorned with claws exceeding 3 inches in length. The edges of these claws were razor-sharp, glinting ominously in the firelight. Upon first sighting this creature, I recognized that it bore no resemblance to any animal I had ever encountered. Its head had regressed into a narrow, elongated shape, completely devoid of hair. Where one would expect eyes, there was only a smooth expanse, devoid of any indication of ocular features. Its nose had also diminished to 2 small nostrils. Its mouth, reminiscent of a shark's, stretched from one side of its face to the other, nearly bisecting its skull. Within this immense maw resided countless minuscule, sharp teeth, resembling steel needles, growing chaotically like weeds. If I were to liken this creature to anything, it would be to a distorted semblance of a human figure, akin to one sculpted from chewing gum, elongated and subsequently scorched into a semi-melted form. As this abomination advanced, its limbs touching the ground, a stream of viscous saliva trailed from its mouth, pooling upon the earth below. In the vicinity of about 10 meters away, he gaped widely and emitted a hoarse, piercing cry. Mary, what the hell is this creature? Behind me, De Jiang shouted with a voice tinged with despair. How on earth can we fight this? Judging by its appearance, it seemed more than capable of handling all four of us. At that moment, simultaneous echoes of Mary, Mary, resounded both in front of and behind us. As I cast my gaze around, I discovered that two more such monsters had appeared, forming a triangular formation alongside the one approaching us, closing in on our trembling quartet. How could there be three of these creatures? Even a single one was enough to terrify us to the core. And now, suddenly, there were three. I felt my heart plummet, and the tremors in my hands caused the torch before me to flicker wildly, the flames around me beginning to dance in response. It was over. Despair coursed through my mind. The creature we had been contending with had finally revealed its true form. Yet it was far beyond the capacity of the four of us to confront. My thoughts spiraled into chaos. What did knowing the truth matter? Even if I understood that the bizarre occurrences on the island were orchestrated by these monsters, could I ever hope to defeat them? As I watched the gray creatures draw nearer, I could even discern the overwhelming stench of blood and decay wafting from their forms in the night breeze. Now, these three monsters had arranged themselves in a formation, closing the distance to a mere 5 or 6 meters. At this proximity, a single leap from any of these creatures could breach our defensive circle, wreaking havoc among us. Almost simultaneously, De Jiang and I unleashed a furious howl. The sound erupted from my throat, resembling anything but that of a human. In this dire moment, we shared a mutual realization. Let us confront it head-on. Even if death awaited, we would thrust our torches into its flesh. The creature before me crouched slightly, poised to pounce. I clutched the torch tightly, planning to strike forcefully at its slender neck as soon as it lunged. Just then, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through. This wind rushed past me, stirring the bonfire, sending embers, bright coals, and ashes soaring into the night sky. The campfire seemed as though it had been violently disturbed, scattering flames everywhere. I instinctively shut my eyes as the onslaught of ashes and fire struck my face. When I opened my eyes again, amidst the fiery rain, I beheld the burning logs shooting upward at an astonishing speed, tracing brilliant arcs in the night sky, aimed directly at the monsters. These creatures moved with remarkable agility. They evaded the fiery projectiles with an ethereal swiftness, and to my astonishment, not a single flame struck them. Just then, as the creature before me leaped aside to avoid another blaze, a burning twig in midair, which it had seemingly eluded, abruptly altered its course. In an instant, the twig accelerated, tracing a graceful arc through the air, making a sharp turn. The flaming end of the wood, with a resounding pop, pierced the creature's shoulder blade. The beast was caught off guard by this unexpected blow. It opened its massive jaws wide, unleashing a deafening cry. Its mouth, already enormous, now gaped so widely that it seemed capable of engulfing an entire human head. Following this earth-shattering scream, the creature suddenly pivoted and leaped into the darkness. As it did so, the two other monsters that had been poised to attack from different directions swiftly retreated into the shadows alongside it. This inexplicable fiery assault had repelled these three ferocious beasts. My heart raced wildly, and my limbs felt weak, as if I could collapse to the ground. My back was drenched in cold sweat, which the night breeze turned into a chilling sensation. Had these creatures truly retreated? I pondered, feeling as if I had one foot in the realm of the dead. Given the strength of those three monsters, a simultaneous assault from them would likely reduce us four to mere fragments in less than a second. Yet, that bizarre burst of flames had driven them away? Just then, both Lu Yuan and Uncle Hong beside me gasped in unison. I looked up to see, where the creature had recently stood, a slender, perfectly proportioned maiden with an extraordinarily enchanting visage, gazing at us with a playful smile. The young lady slightly parted her crimson lips and addressed us, saying, "Mr. Yi Han, your timely arrival has been a boon." With a gentle smile, she added, "I am Huang Jiru." Lu Yuan and Uncle Hong stared, utterly entranced by the stunning beauty before them, rendered speechless. Chapter 65, Blood of the Impure. Hall of Two Lives. Chapter 65, Blood of the Wicked. The Two Worlds Hall. Alas, dear sister. Upon seeing Huang Jiru emerge, De Jiang instantly relaxed, his demeanor transforming as he grinned and called out to her. If you had arrived any later, we would have been torn to shreds by that monstrous creature. That is not my concern. Huang Jiru pouted, retorting, "My elder brother Yi has instructed me to do whatever I must, disregarding his fate. Fortunately, you arrived just in time." I could discern the underlying irritation in Huang Jiru's tone, so I quickly smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Thank goodness you showed up and drove those 3 ruffians away. Otherwise, we would indeed have been in peril. At this juncture, I beckoned Huang Jiru over to introduce her to Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan. Upon learning that Huang Jiru had been beside me all along, albeit in a spiritual form, Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan could not help but express their astonishment, their faces reflecting profound reverence. Uncle Hong kept murmuring, "I am fortunate to have such a formidable companion. Otherwise, we might have met our doom just now." Lu Yuan gazed at me with envy, seemingly thinking that having such a beautiful spirit by one's side was an exceptionally impressive affair. Not at all. It wasn't about driving them away. Huang Jiru shook her head solemnly, addressing me. I merely performed a little trick to frighten them off. What if those 3 creatures had engaged in a real fight? I inquired, intrigued by her words. Me? Huang Jiru frowned, shaking her head. If it came to blows, I would not be able to contend with them. Noticing my puzzled expression, she promptly elaborated, "Those beings are neither human nor animal. They are exceedingly filthy. I cannot possess them, nor can I bind them. In short, my spells hold little efficacy against them." As Huang Jiru observed my worried countenance, she chuckled and reassured me. "However, conversely, when I manifest as a spirit, their minions cannot harm me. Yet, these 3 seem quite intelligent." Furrowing her brow, she continued, "They appear suspicious and cautious, which is why my earlier ruse with the fire was effective in scaring them away. Then let us not linger here foolishly," I contemplated aloud, addressing everyone. "Let us take our torches and proceed." "Proceed? To where?" De Jiang queried, puzzled. "That is a question for you, Sister Jiru." I smiled at Huang Jiru. "Where did that man and woman ultimately vanish?" Upon hearing my mention of the pair, Huang Jiru's expression shifted dramatically, and she replied earnestly, "They vanished suddenly beneath the Screen-Wind Mountain." "Then that must be our destination." I nodded, signaling everyone to grasp their torches and follow Huang Jiru toward the direction of the Screen-Wind Mountain. Before my departure, I ventured to the edge of the camp, torch in hand, and stood behind a large stone. There, illuminated by the flickering light, I distinctly observed the layer of ash I had scattered on the ground, untouched and unblemished. I lifted my foot and stepped onto the ash, leaving a clear footprint upon its surface. "What on earth are you 2?" I murmured to myself as I rejoined the group. We huddled together, torches ablaze, cautiously traversing the mountain path while remaining vigilant. As we walked, I engaged in quiet conversation with Huang Jiru. "Jiru, that torch that struck the creature," I recalled the moment we repelled the monster and inquired. "That was my spirit." Gripping the torch and piercing that fiend, Huang Jiru replied with a smile. "They lack eyes. Even if they had them, they wouldn't perceive me." "What do you believe those 3 entities are?" I pondered aloud. I was uncertain how to categorize the 3 creatures. Huang Jiru, gently rubbing her temple with her slender fingers, seemed to find the question somewhat vexing. "They are neither human, nor ghost, nor beast," she declared. "If they were ghosts, they would possess a corporeal form. If they were human, they would be exceedingly filthy. If they were zombies, they would still be alive." If I were to draw a comparison, Huang Jiru contemplated, they resemble the forbidden entities of the Miao region, known for exterminating myriad poisons. Alternatively, they might be akin to the poisoners created in the 12th Extraordinary Gates. Oh, my interest piqued at her mention of these forbidden beings, as I had never before encountered such terms. The polluted beings are a taboo among the Miao, specializing in counteracting myriad poisons, Huang Jiru explained. "I have heard my elders speak of this. It is said that one must bury 1,200 jars of black dog blood in the snowy mountains for 7 years. Afterward, if one feeds a person with this black dog blood for 3 years, that individual transforms into a polluted being. If someone attempts to cast poison spells on such a being, the nature of the poison is pure, while the polluted being embodies the utmost corruption. The poison will swiftly annihilate the insects, leading to the immediate demise of the caster, regardless of their prowess." Upon hearing this, I was astonished and asked, "So, wouldn't that mean Miao poison masters could easily be killed?" "Not so easily," Huang Jiru shot me a glance. "While the process of creating a polluted being sounds straightforward, it is riddled with intricacies that outsiders are unaware of. Without understanding the subtle nuances, one would find that for every attempt to create a polluted being, one would only end up with a corpse. Just imagine," Huang Jiru said to me, "consuming nothing but a jar of hot black dog blood each day. I assure you, it would be lethal." I nodded in understanding, recognizing the truth in her words. It is easy to speak of, yet immensely challenging to execute. "What of the 12-odd doors and the poisoners?" I inquired of Huang Jiru, recalling what I had heard from the elders of my clan. Huang Jiru shook his head, expressing, among the 12 doors, I can scarcely name even 3. The Two Generations Hall, which I mentioned earlier, is said to be the origin of all poisons, with a legacy spanning a millennium. Initially, I believed the Two Generations Hall to be mere folklore. Turning to me, Huang Jiru continued, it was not until 1945, when American soldiers mistakenly ventured onto the island of extreme punishments in the Pacific, that over 1,500 of them went missing, allegedly because they intruded upon the forbidden grounds of the Two Generations Hall. Following the revelation of this incident, my elders in the sect discovered that the Two Generations Hall still existed, albeit unwilling to reveal itself. With a sigh, Huang Jiru added, even speaking of this incurs their taboo. If the rightful owners were to learn of it and take offense, it would be but a moment's notice before my sect faced annihilation. You must not spread this. Fear not. I shall keep it to myself, I assured him, resolutely deciding in my heart never to mention this matter to outsiders again. And what of the poisoners? I pressed further. They are individuals altered by poison, but it is not merely that their bodies are imbued with toxin. Huang Jiru clarified. Though they remain human in form, they are no longer truly human. Akin to juice transformed into wine, they have become an entirely different entity. Do you grasp my meaning? Indeed. I nodded, responding, so. These creatures merely retain a semblance of humanity in appearance, yet are no longer human at all, correct? Exactly, Huang Jiru affirmed. They are neither fully human nor entirely spectre, and such beings are truly loathsome. Then let us call them aberrant specters, I proposed. I hope that these 3 aberrant specters, frightened by your words, will distance themselves from us and refrain from returning for the time being. I am genuinely haunted by them. We brandished our torches, remaining vigilant as we pressed onward. After approximately 10 minutes, we arrived at the foot of the Screen-Wind Mountain. Huang Jiru raised his chin, gesturing towards an expanse of flat ground ahead. It was here. Huang Jiru informed me that the man and woman suddenly vanished. Chapter 66. The Destination of Souls. The Terminus. Chapter 66. The End of Spirits. The Terminus. I gazed at the location pointed out by Huang Jiru, where Pingfeng Mountain loomed like an insurmountable wall before us. Earlier that very evening, we had meticulously examined this site, yet none of us had perceived anything amiss. However, the eerily enigmatic man and woman had suddenly vanished upon reaching this place. This indicated that it was indeed extraordinary. What did you witness at that moment? I inquired of Huang Jiru. She gestured towards the southern side of the small island, the direction from which we had just arrived, stating, the man and woman were walking straight towards us, pursued by a band of about 10 frenzied individuals. At this point, Huang Jiru tapped on the dark stone wall of Pingfeng Mountain and continued. They were leaning against this very wall, watching as their pursuers drew ever closer. I initially thought they had fled here, cornered at the foot of the mountain with no escape, and it seemed certain they would meet their demise. Yet, I never anticipated that they would not be the ones to perish. As she spoke, Huang Jiru took my hand, and we positioned ourselves side by side against the cold stone wall. They did not die? I inquired, perplexed. Did those 2 truly eliminate the 10 frenzied individuals? Indeed. Huang Jiru responded, raising her hand to point ahead. Those 10 pursuers were closing in on them, and at that moment, the man and woman suddenly drew their handguns and opened fire on the advancing madmen. Handguns. A look of disbelief crossed Zhang's face as he turned to Huang Jiru. Are you certain? They were indeed handguns? Upon hearing Zhang's question, Huang Jiru shot him a disdainful glance. When I first became acquainted with firearms, your grandfather had yet to be born. It was undoubtedly a Mauser 1914 pistol. The real deal. 1 shot, 2 horses, 3 flowers, 4 snakes, 5 dogs. Have you ever heard of such a ranking? I haven't even heard of it. Zhang blinked innocently. What do 1 shot and 2 horses mean? That was a classification of handguns from the old society, akin to a compendium of firearms. I waved my hand dismissively at Zhang. Stop digressing. Continue your story, I urged Huang Jiru. Standing shoulder to shoulder, we leaned against the stone wall. She pointed to the ground before us and said, those 2 were remarkably accurate. Each shot found its mark, taking down all 10 of those frenzied individuals, whose bodies lay on the ground before vanishing. And what of those 2? I asked Huang Jiru. She turned to me. They remained leaning against the stone wall, and in the blink of an eye, they too disappeared. Where on earth did those 2 go? Zhang furrowed his brow and asked me. 2 individuals brandished firearms in their hands. As I turned, my fingers grazed the rough stone wall. My mind swirling with thoughts as I muttered to myself, their escape route is a straight line, indicating they are not fleeing in a panic, but rather with a clear intention to come here. They arrived with purpose, I mused while exploring the stone surface. Thus, this place is anything but simple. The cold, coarse stone slipped slowly beneath my palm. I meticulously traced its texture, pondering what transpired here in years past. If the windscreen mountain could speak, what secrets might it divulge? My hand continued its descent until it reached a height nearly level with my knees. At that moment, my fingers unexpectedly brushed against an unnatural seam in the stone, a slender, straight fissure that appeared across the surface. Upon discovering this crack, elation surged within me. I continued to feel along the edges of the fissure, which soon extended less than half a meter wide before bending downward toward the ground. "What have you found?" Da Jiang inquired, noticing my altered expression. I remained silent, continuing to probe the vertical seam. Before long, my fingers sank into a shallow groove, which curved sideways, allowing my 4 fingers to comfortably extend within. It was a handhold. A thrill coursed through me as my fingers grasped the groove, and I pulled with force. With a rasping sound of stone against stone, a small stone door, approximately 50 centimeters in height and 70 centimeters in width, swung open. "Goodness!" Da Jiang, Uncle Hong, and Lu Yuan exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting astonishment. The moment before us had been long awaited. Since our arrival on the island, we had been searching for a hidden location capable of concealing individuals. The existence of such a place might lead us to the whereabouts of Miss Hong Xiuzhu. However, despite our efforts over the past few days, we had yet to encounter anything like it. Yet today, we discovered the stone door embedded within the stone wall of Windscreen Mountain. At this moment, we were all pondering the same thought. Perhaps Hong Xiuzhu is indeed within. The interior beyond the stone door appeared to be a closed-off space, as an odor of decay and mildew wafted forth the instant the door creaked open. I lowered my gaze to inspect the inner side of the stone door, as well as the door's hinges. None of us knew what lay within, but by observing the craftsmanship of the door, I could surmise the era in which this opening was carved into Windscreen Mountain. My grandfather, before losing his sight, had also shared insights on geomancy, and I possessed some knowledge regarding ancient tomb structures. For instance, should one discover sealed white or green clay during the excavation of a tomb, particularly on the outermost layer of sealing soil, it is unequivocal that the tomb dates back to the Qin and Han dynasties. The presence of cypress wood walls, referred to in archaeology as yellow intestines, typically signifies a tomb from the Han period, with little likelihood of it being from any era thereafter. If one were to find a stone door behind which lies a self-locking mechanism, it would undoubtedly belong to a Ming or Qing dynasty tomb. In the realm of tomb raiding, there exists a tool known as the Wanshi hook, specifically designed to unlock such mechanisms. Thus, for archaeologists or tomb raiders alike, discerning the period of a tomb through its external structure is a fundamental skill. Upon gazing at the stone door, I noticed that the outermost layer comprised meticulously cut stone slabs, evidently extracted with great care from the original rock face of the Pingfeng Mountain. As a form of camouflage and concealment, it was utterly seamless. On the inner side of the stone door, there was a lining made of cast brass, a robust and solid portal that, despite its modest size, resembled a safe door. The stout hinges, also crafted from brass, bore traces of verdigris, yet operated smoothly, indicating they had been well lubricated. Brass? That suggests a later date. I pondered, recalling that in Chinese history, the use of brass emerged after that of red copper, or pure copper. From the craftsmanship and installation of this door, it appeared that what lay within was not merely an ancient tomb. Contemplating this, I glanced at Jiang and the others, who, after a moment of excitement, were solemn expressions. It seemed they all understood that if there was a singular source behind the strange and enigmatic events on this island, it undoubtedly resided beyond this stone door. The myriad dangers and mysteries of the island likely converged within this unassuming portal. Observing their expressions, I could tell that they felt a mix of fear and anticipation akin to my own. Fear stemmed from the unknown perils that awaited us, while anticipation arose from the hope that we might uncover the whereabouts of Miss Xiuzhu within. With this in mind, I raised my hands and remarked, "Should we wait here for most of the night, anticipating the arrival of those 3 otherworldly beings to confront them, only to venture inside at dawn? Or shall we proceed now?" Upon my suggestion, the understanding dawned upon everyone. Ultimately, we would have to enter the stone door sooner or later, if there were dangers within. Our current position outside was hardly secure. Let us enter now. Uncle Hong immediately grasped my intent, determination etched on his face. "Very well. Follow me." Text continuation chapter 67. Rusty Iron Ladder, Slogans, Strange Sounds. Chapter 67. The Rusty Iron Ladder, Slogans, and Strange Sounds. After lighting our torches, we cautiously ventured into the cave, discovering an expanse tall enough for us to stand upright. Holding the torch aloft, I surveyed my surroundings. This cavern was slightly larger than an elevator. Just a mere 2 or 3 meters ahead was an exceedingly steep slope descending sharply. As we peered down the slope, astonishment flickered in our eyes as we exchanged glances. At the bottom of this incline lay a pitch-black abyss, its depth shrouded in mystery. The steepness of the slope was remarkable, nearly perpendicular. However, this was not the source of our astonishment. The true marvel was a staircase crafted from welded steel, suspended along the slope. This staircase, aligned with the incline's angle, descended straight down. Its steps were composed of steel plates, flanked by handrails of welded piping. Thus, despite the steepness, one could navigate this staircase with ease. The extent of rust on the staircase suggested it had been constructed prior to the liberation, before the mysterious disappearance of the village residents. After that incident, no one had ventured here again. A thought nagged at me, but that was during the Japanese occupation. How could the villagers at that time possess the means to build such an iron staircase? It was a period of war, where steel was a precious commodity. Ordinary folk could scarcely afford even a single iron nail. It was inconceivable that these villagers could have acquired such steel plates and pipes. Who, then, had erected this staircase? We pondered this enigma for quite some time, utterly baffled. Seizing a moment, I lifted my foot and stomped on one of the steps. Despite its severe rust, which caused flakes of iron to tumble down with each step, the staircase appeared capable of bearing a person's weight. Having ventured this far, we were compelled to descend further. To prevent excessive weight from concentrating on any single point and compromising the staircase, we spaced ourselves several meters apart, with me at the bottom and one by one. We made our way down. As I stepped onto the staircase, it creaked ominously, clearly indicating that its structure was perilously close to collapse due to the extensive corrosion. On such a steep staircase, it was impossible to descend facing forward. Rather, we had to turn inward towards the stone wall. With the torch in hand, I illuminated the steps every 4 or 5 treads. Yet, the abyss below remained impenetrably dark, devoid of any visible bottom. I counted each step as I descended, and gradually, I reached 70 steps, estimating I had traversed the height of 3 or 4 stories. Just as I lifted the torch once more to peer down, its light finally revealed the ground below. Approximately 10 meters beneath me, the staircase extended to a terminus. Illuminated by the torchlight, the surface below appeared smooth and unbroken, revealing a pristine expanse of concrete. Upon gazing at this expanse of ground, I immediately pondered, thus, this cannot be an ancient tomb. It must have been constructed no more than a century ago. As my feet finally touched the solid ground, the psychological burden imposed by the severely rusted staircase, which seemed on the verge of collapse, dissipated. However, it was swiftly replaced by an inexplicable dread of this unknown cavern. The light of the torch appeared to be diminished by some unseen force, barely illuminating the surroundings. Within the reach of my vision lay an abyss of darkness, thick as viscous ink. I waved the torch upward, signaling to those above that they could descend. At that moment, I felt a sharp pain in my right eye, as if a searing steel needle had pierced it, causing my vision to blur. This pain radiated directly from my eye to my brain. For days, my cursed eye had been untroubled, much to my relief. I never anticipated that this life-threatening eye would act up at such a moment. When De Jiang and the other 2 descended from the staircase, they found me crouched on the ground, clutching my head, and immediately gathered around to see what was amiss. It's nothing. The darkness here is overwhelming, and my eyes are strained. I reassured them, gesturing that I was fine. While Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan did not comprehend my words, De Jiang certainly did. He shone the torch on my eye and whispered, "Fortunately, the redness isn't severe. However, we must quickly devise a plan to appease it." Suppressing the pain in my eye, we raised our torches and began to explore the depths of the cavern. This was a wide passageway, resembling a grand corridor, flanked by stone walls, the surface of which was marked with signs of human excavation. We proceeded down this corridor, the pitch-black tunnel extending ominously ahead. Shielding my right eye, I walked cautiously, anxiously scanning the darkness before us, fearful of any lurking danger. At this juncture, not only would an attack from some unseen creature frighten us, but even the sudden appearance of a rabbit would be enough to send shivers down our spines. After traversing more than 30 meters of the passageway, we were suddenly greeted by an expansive area at its end. "What on earth is this?" De Jiang murmured from behind me. "Is this a hall?" Could it possibly be an underground gymnasium? Be cautious. Let us proceed along the edge and assess the situation, I whispered. We need to quickly ascertain the purpose of this place. Carefully, we navigated along the right corner of the passage's end, following the wall. After walking a few meters, we noticed 2 iron tracks embedded firmly in the concrete floor, evidently constructed to bear the weight of heavy loads. I surmised. This indicates that this cavern is not a civilian structure at all. Above the wall we were traversing, the marks of precise excavation were clearly visible. Evidently, the entire cavern was either excavated by human hands or has been artificially enlarged. I pondered, who could have undertaken such a monumental endeavor here? As we ventured further, a grand and formidable iron door abruptly emerged on the rock face. This was a chamber hewn from the stony wall, with a cement and rebar frame meticulously crafted around the entrance before the heavy iron door was affixed. Upon seeing this imposing door, my mind raced with questions. What could possibly be contained within those sealed chambers? As we approached the iron door, I noticed, etched in bold red paint on its edge, 2 large cautionary phrases. These signs, written in Japanese, were supplemented by a few Chinese characters, making them comprehensible to most Chinese individuals. One sign seemed to convey a prohibition against entry, while the other unmistakably warned against open flames. It became apparent that this cavern housed an underground base constructed by the Japanese during the puppet Manchukuo era. The sight of those 2 phrases ignited a whirlwind of intrigue within me. On this island, which was neither a vital thoroughfare requiring military oversight nor a site of significant military interest warranting protection, what could have compelled the Japanese to establish such a concealed base? Why render the entrance so obscure? I couldn't help but think that the Japanese had ulterior motives for shrouding this place in secrecy. Perhaps, I mused, the mysterious disappearances of villagers were somehow linked to this base, in a locale marked by the presence of a clandestine Japanese facility. And with this small mountain village situated in such close proximity, any bizarre occurrences within the village must surely be intertwined with the activities of these Japanese occupants. As I absorbed the implications of the Japanese signage, my imagination spiraled into various wild conjectures. I attempted to push against the iron door. It was robust and did not budge, indicating it was locked. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a large, rust-filled keyhole atop the door, suggesting that even with a key, it might be impossible to insert it. At that moment, an unexpected sound echoed from the dark recesses of the cavern behind us. "There is movement behind us," whispered Huang Jiru at my side. The noise emanating from the darkness was exceedingly faint. Had I not received Huang Jiru's warning simultaneously, I might have dismissed it as mere imagination. At this juncture, Dajiang and Uncle Hong, along with the others, also caught the peculiar sounds resonating from the shadowy depths of the cavern. We exchanged glances, each face mirroring astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? I thought. It has been nearly 70 years since Japan's defeat. How could there still be any living beings within this military base? A few of us raised our torches and turned around, facing the direction of the sounds emanating from the cave behind us, as if confronted by a formidable foe. 68. The Pursuit of Souls and the Life-Claiming Rifle. Chapter 68. The Pursuit of Souls in the Darkness. The source of that sound was unmistakably behind us. We had already departed from the corridor, having walked several meters away. The flickering light of the torch no longer reached the exit of the corridor from which we had emerged. Yet, the sound we had just heard clearly emanated from our rear. Although faint, everyone had heard it. There was no mistaking it. Could it truly be? I pondered. This base has been deserted for years. How could anything alive still remain within its confines? At that moment, Uncle Hong murmured softly, attempting to reassure himself. Perhaps it is merely a rat or the creaking of aging machinery. It could be a loose part that just fell. No sooner had Uncle Hong uttered these words when, suddenly, a loud creak pierced the silence. I heard it distinctly. It was the sound of metal scraping against metal. Judging by the origin of the noise, it came from the direction of the corridor we had just traversed. Metal. As this thought flickered through my mind, I was struck by a sudden realization. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. Who had been the last to enter through that small door in the stone wall? I endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet a tremor of anxiety seeped into my voice. I was the last to enter. The young man, Lu Yuan, observed my expression and, with an uneasy demeanor, asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Yi?" I glanced at Lu Yuan and inquired, "Did you close the door after entering?" Did I close the door? I had forgotten. Lu Yuan's complexion drained of color. Huang Jiru, upon hearing my question regarding whether Lu Yuan had closed the door, suddenly seemed to grasp something significant. Her face paled as she hastily exclaimed, "That sound was something passing over the iron ladder." With a grimace, I despondently replied, "Lu Yuan forgot to close the door, and those 3 malevolent spirits have followed us in." As my words escaped, the faces of those around me turned ashen. This meant that the creaking sound we had heard behind us was indeed those 3 spirits descending the iron ladder. If we were to confront them in this dark underground base, we might as well face them outside. At least outside, we had the flickering campfire and spears fashioned from branches. But here, within these confines, apart from our meager torches, we were utterly defenseless. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the poor air quality in this base or some other factor was at play. The light from our torches illuminated only a short distance. Those 3 spirits were adept at climbing, and they could launch an attack from the walls or even descend from the ceiling at any moment. The iron ladder was no more than 30 or 40 meters away from our current position. As the otherworldly specters descended the ladder and approached this location, our demise would be imminent. We could not afford to remain idle. Time was of the essence, and circumstances left no room for contemplation. I reached out and grasped De Jiang, urging everyone to flee towards the base. After issuing this command, De Jiang and I surged ahead, racing into the enveloping darkness of the base. As we ran, my thoughts raced. If those specters caught up with us, our fate would be sealed. Huan Jiuru, being a spirit, possessed an innate swiftness that required no concern from me. While I sprinted, she whispered in my ear, "What do you intend to do?" I had no time to respond to her inquiry. I pressed on, skirting the base of the wall for about 10 meters. Indeed, before me, I spotted another iron door upon the wall. We dashed along the wall, and upon discovering this door, I quickened my pace, and as I neared it, I summoned all my strength. With a resounding thud, I collided fiercely with the iron door. Ouch, that hurt. I nearly cried out. The force of the impact was considerable, and the iron door was unforgiving, leaving me quite shaken. Without needing to explain, everyone understood immediately. To our right, 6 or 7 meters from the first iron door, stood the second one. If there were more doors like this one behind us, the number of rooms could indeed be substantial. As long as one of these iron doors could be opened, our salvation would be assured. Undoubtedly, the 3 specters were hot on our heels. However, if we could find a door that would yield to our efforts, once inside, we could secure it tightly. Thus, we would be safe. No matter how sharp the specters' claws were, they would be powerless against these formidable iron doors. Hence, my relentless attempts to crash through each door, despite the pain, were driven by necessity. Realizing this, everyone quickly grasped the plan. Uncle Hong, De Jiang, Lu Yuan, and I took turns slamming against those sealed iron doors. Yet, despite our fervent efforts, after racing into the darkness for approximately 60 to 70 meters and colliding with 7 doors, none would budge. As I sprinted through the shadows, I sensed that our path, while seemingly following the wall, was curving to the left rather than proceeding in a straight line. Could it be that this truly was a grand hall? As I ran, I envisioned the layout of this hall in my mind. Upon entering from the stone wall, we had consistently faced north. We descended the iron ladder vertically for about 30 meters, and thereafter traversed a corridor roughly 30 meters in length. Even within the corridor, our direction remained northward. At the end of the corridor lay the hall we now occupied. It was an almost circular chamber, encircled by tightly shut iron doors. In other words, if we continue down this current path, we shall inevitably trace a circular route. Ultimately, after completing a full circuit, we will surely encounter the passage through which we initially entered. Just at that moment, a resounding clang echoed before me. I glanced forward and saw that De Jiang had forcefully collided with the door, truly managing to push it open. However, as I approached the door and cast a glance at it, I was immediately filled with disappointment. The door before me was utterly unlike the imposing iron gates we had encountered earlier. It was a flimsy, diminutive door. It appeared to be unlocked, and De Jiang's impact had not caused it to swing inward, but instead propelled it outward. When De Jiang reached out to pull the door open, he let out a cry of joy. I stepped closer and observed that there was no space within to conceal oneself. The small door led to a shallow, narrow recess in the wall, barely capable of accommodating a single person. No wonder the door was so thin. It was entirely distinct from the previous iron gates. Inside, there was not a room, but merely a shallow closet. Taking another couple of steps forward to examine the items within the closet, I quickly understood why De Jiang had exclaimed in delight. Inside that closet, on a wooden rack, stood a neat row of long rifles. These firearms were familiar to me from wartime dramas, referred to by the Japanese as Arisaka rifles or Type 38 infantry rifles, which we Chinese commonly call the 38. De Jiang eagerly picked up several from the rack and tossed them to me and Uncle Hong. As I caught the rifle in my hands, I felt its weight, heavy and substantial. However, as I scrutinized the weapon in the flickering light of the torch, I couldn't help but curse vehemently. The rifle I held, the 38, was covered in rust, with the bolt and barrel corroded into a single mass. This wretched firearm was rendered useless, as the bolt could not be pulled back. My initial hopes were dashed, leaving me in a state of frustrated despair, prompting me to stomp my foot in anger. At that moment, from the darkness behind us, I heard a series of faint, rapid tapping sounds. It was the sound of sharp claws striking the concrete floor. The wretched specters had indeed caught up with us. Chapter 69, Surrounded, in the depths of darkness. Chapter 69, Surrounded, in the depths of darkness. At this moment, my heart felt as though it were being scorched in boiling oil. The immense crisis before me was nearly driving me to madness. The iron door remained obstinately shut, and the otherworldly specters behind us were drawing ever closer. After a strenuous search, we had managed to find a few firearms, yet the bolts would not budge, rendering them useless. Da Jiang, I suddenly called out, check that cabinet. Are there any bayonets? I gauged the length of the rifle, which measured approximately 1 meter and 20 to 30 centimeters. A thought struck me. If I could find a bayonet and affix it to the rifle, wielding it as a spear, perhaps I could stand a chance against the specters. Da Jiang reached out and tossed over several objects resembling clubs. I swiftly caught one in my hand. Upon inspection, I was taken aback by the length of the bayonet for the Type 38 rifle. It appeared to be half a meter long. The grip was small and short, with the blade nestled within its scabbard. The scabbard was made of iron, seemingly coated with green paint, yet it had succumbed to rust. Given the urgency of the situation, I feared the specters might pounce at any moment. With a vigorous pull, I extracted the entire bayonet from its scabbard. The scabbard's iron was so corroded it felt as fragile as a biscuit, as if it could crumble with a mere squeeze. Once the bayonet was in my hand, illuminated by the torchlight, I noticed it was also marred with rust, covered in a layer of red oxidation. However, thanks to the protection of the scabbard, the blade's corrosion was not severe, and it still appeared relatively sturdy. Clutching the bayonet, I frantically attempted to affix it to the muzzle of the rifle. The ring on the bayonet's guard was designed to fit onto the barrel. There was a notch at the rear of the bayonet's grip. I aligned this notch with the bayonet mount beneath the rifle and pressed down forcefully, with a satisfying click. The bayonet secured itself firmly to the rifle. Using the canvas sling of the Type 38 rifle, I bound the torch to the barrel. Standing before the darkness, I brandished this nearly 1 meter 70 long rifle, positioning myself in front of the others. Da Jiang and the others were still preoccupied with affixing their bayonets. Just as I raised the rifle, now equipped with a bayonet, a fetid and chilling breeze surged towards me. An otherworldly specter slowly materialized before me, merely 3 to 4 meters away. With the bayonet-adorned rifle in hand, my confidence surged. I now possessed a means to resist the claws of the specter. I steadied the rifle, my eyes fiercely locked onto the specter before me, resolutely refusing to retreat. In that moment, I thought, as the specter lunges towards me, I shall meet it head-on with this bayonet, delivering a piercing strike. The specter before me crouched low, its hind limbs gripping the ground tightly, coiling like a taut spring, seemingly poised to unleash its full strength in the next instant. As the confrontation between us was about to erupt, I braced myself to face the specter as it sprang towards me with ferocity. On either side of me, 3 bayonets were poised, aimed at the whites. Brother Jiang, Uncle Hong, and Lu Yuan had finally managed to ready their bayonets and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Before us, the white gaped wide, revealing its sharp teeth, emitting a sound like ha, ha, from its throat. Its head swept from left to right, seemingly assessing our condition. Then, it gently retreated, disappearing from the torchlight into the encroaching darkness. This creature lacked eyes, suggesting that its other senses were heightened. United in our resolve, wielding our blades, a singular thought coursed through my mind. Since there was no escape, we might as well fight this creature to the bitter end. It appeared the white sensed that in this scenario, it was unwise to confront us directly, hence its withdrawal. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, I heard a series of sounds in the darkness, like ja, ja. The white had not ventured far. It seemed that the 3 had congregated, deliberating something. Now was not the time to hesitate. Should we wait for them to finalize their strategy before they came to dispatch us? I whispered through clenched teeth to Brother Jiang and the others. Let us position ourselves against the wall, maintaining this formation, with bayonets facing outward, and slowly retreat towards the base. What are you plotting? Brother Jiang, trembling beside me, inquired nervously, since earlier, you've been insisting we retreat inward. Do you believe there is indeed a path to safety within? If we do not move inward and merely wait here, we are doomed. I replied firmly to Brother Jiang. At that moment, we had already begun to huddle together as per my plan, our backs pressed against the wall, gradually making our way towards the interior of the base. Have you thought this through? I said while walking, addressing Brother Jiang. What will happen if we linger here until the torches burn out? Upon hearing this, Uncle Hong beside me gasped in alarm. He likely envisioned the dire scenario we would face once our torches extinguished and we were left shrouded in darkness. At that point, even if we wielded bayonets, they would be of no use against those whites who thrived in the dark. Once the flames were snuffed out, we would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter, indistinguishable from the dead. Venturing inward might yet yield an opportunity. I pressed on, maintaining my resolve. Even if there is no chance of salvation, it matters not. This hall is circular. Indeed, Brother Jiang, buoyed by my suggestion, seemed to regain a semblance of confidence. You truly have a knack for this, Leaf, he exclaimed, remaining composed even in crisis. You thought of this. Enough chatter. Let us move. I urged Brother Jiang. The torches are growing shorter. We must act swiftly. A few of us formed a defensive formation, with bayonets pointed outward, our backs pressed against the wall, vigilantly advancing into the dark, profound depths of the base. The hall in which we found ourselves was circular, due to its curved walls. If one were to liken the hall to the face of a watch. We had entered at the 12 o'clock position and were now traversing the perimeter in a counterclockwise direction. It was at the 11 o'clock position that we first heard the unsettling sounds of the others, prompting us to retreat in a state of panic. We continued to adhere to the wall as we moved backward. Upon reaching the 12 o'clock position, we could slip into a narrow corridor, retreating until we reached the top of the iron ladder. If we could manage to seal the small door in the mountainside, we would be able to trap the three others within the confines of this base. At that point, we would be safe. In the enveloping darkness, the flickering torchlight barely illuminated a radius of 5 or 6 meters. Beyond that, the light seemed to be devoured by the shadows, rendering it ineffective. The deeper I retreated into the base, the more my heart raced with anxiety. Confronting the others had instilled an overwhelming sense of tension and dread within me, compounded by the tumult of thoughts swirling in my mind. These distractions caused me to lose all sense of time, distance, and direction, plunging me into confusion. Was this curved hall endless? I could not recall how far we had traveled, nor could I gauge how much farther we had to go to complete this circuit. As I watched the torch burn shorter, my unease intensified. When would this accursed hall come to an end? Just as I pondered this, a sudden exclamation from De Jiang, who was leading the way against the wall, pierced the silence. At that moment, I felt a void behind me where my back had been pressed against the wall. An expanse of sheer darkness awaited. It was over. My heart plummeted in despair. Chapter 70. The Ninth Door, Chapter 70. Gate number 9. As I turned my back and suddenly lost sight of the curved wall, it felt as though I had stepped off a precipice, my heart plummeting into the abyss. This realization meant that within this pitch-black hall, we found ourselves disoriented, devoid of any guiding reference. From another perspective, with the absence of the wall behind us, the area we needed to defend had unexpectedly doubled. Faced with three whites, our four blades had to guard against threats from every conceivable direction. An arduous task indeed. What, then, lay within that dark expanse behind me? With my rifle held steadily, I pivoted sharply, directing the light from the torch affixed to my weapon towards the shadows behind me. Upon glimpsing what lay there, my eyes widened in disbelief. Approximately 2 meters away stood an enormous iron door, as large as an entire wall. This formidable door, constructed from thick steel plates, towered over 3 meters high and spanned 6 or 7 meters wide. Painted in bold red was a colossal Arabic numeral, 9. In this enigmatic World War II Japanese military base, such a massive door was utterly unexpected. I dashed forward, illuminating the door with the torch on my rifle. The surface of the iron door was entirely devoid of any cracks. It was coated in a heavy layer of green military paint adorned with that imposing number 9. There was neither a lock nor a seam. How was it meant to be opened? A wave of uncertainty washed over me as I peered toward the other side of the door. This colossal iron barrier was set within a recess in the wall, about 2 meters deep. Thanks to the torchlight, I could clearly see the familiar curved wall extending beyond the door. In other words, if we could traverse the 6-meter width of this iron door, we would once again have the support of that curved wall behind us and could proceed forward as originally planned. The wall that had continuously guided us was now reclaimed, filling my heart with elation. Just as I was about to call out to my companions, urging them to approach and prepare to cross the iron door, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a 1-inch wide gap on the door. Startled, I glanced up, momentarily stunned. I had meticulously examined this door earlier, and it had shown no signs of any seams. Yet now, this gap appeared between the iron door and the wall beyond, a mere 5 or 6 meters away. A sudden realization struck me. No wonder the door seemed entirely seamless and devoid of any locking mechanism. It appeared almost impenetrable. As it turned out, this was a sliding door. What I observed moments ago was to the right of the iron gate, which does not swing outward, thus presenting no crevice. However, as I approached the far left side of the door, I discovered a gap measuring 1 inch between the iron gate and the wall. This indicates that the sliding door had not been securely closed. It is no wonder that the door is recessed so deeply into the wall. When fully opened, it must slide into the wall itself, necessitating a certain thickness of the wall to accommodate the expansive door. The thought that stirred within me arose from the fact that since our entry into this Japanese military base, aside from the cabinet broken open by De Jiang, which housed rifles, we had yet to enter any room. Our purpose here was to search for Miss Hong Xiuzhu. Earlier, we were pursued by the otherworldly beings, and in our haste to escape, we hurriedly made our way along the wall. However, upon discovering this significant entrance, the iron door numbered 9, I was suddenly struck by an idea. Miss Hong Xiuzhu might very well be inside. Furthermore, the formidable iron door would serve as a barrier against the encroaching otherworldly creatures. In other words, entering this grand portal would allow us to both seek out Miss Hong Xiuzhu and evade the pursuing fiends simultaneously. With this realization, I resolved decisively. I inadvertently dropped my rifle as I readied myself. Gripping the heavy stock of the Type 38 rifle, I forcefully wedged it into the opening of the 9th iron door. Holding onto the barrel, I leveraged it to pry. To my ears, the faint creak echoed, and to my astonishment, the massive steel door yielded 1 inch more. Despite its weight, the act of prying did not prove overly strenuous, indicating that there must be bearings and rollers beneath the door to facilitate its movement. Though the creaking suggested that these mechanisms were rusted from years of neglect, they still functioned. This door could indeed be opened. My heart leaped with joy. Just as I was about to call out for assistance, several hands reached around me, one to the left and one to the right, grasping the edges of the iron door and pulling with determination. Observing the widening gap I had created, they realized that entering through this door was the optimal path to both find Miss Hong Xiuzhu and evade the otherworldly threat. Thus, they joined my efforts to pull the door open. As the 3 of us strained together, the iron door emitted a series of disconcerting creaks. Inch by inch, the colossal steel sliding door was gradually drawn apart. As the gap expanded, my Type 38 rifle, which had served as my lever, became ineffective. I casually transferred the rifle to my left hand, using my right to grip the iron door and continue my exertions. Swiftly, the heavy iron door was pried open by the combined effort of several of us, creating a gap nearly 20 centimeters wide. At that moment, I suddenly heard a rapid, rhythmic sound behind me. The noise was all too familiar. It was the sound of the sharp claws of the wights striking the concrete floor. These 3 wights were not lacking in intelligence. Upon hearing the sound of us straining to open the door, they must have surmised our intent to use it as a shield against their assault. Thus, the cacophony of claws striking the ground signified that the wights were charging toward us in the darkness. My heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand. Instantly filled with anxiety, we were racing against time, teetering on the brink of life and death. Our sole chance for survival lay in retreating behind the iron door before the wights arrived, thereby securing our safety. To my left stood De Jiang, and to my right, Uncle Hong. The 3 of us were huddled together, straining against the door, leaving no room for a 4th person. Thus, although Lu Yuan wished to assist, he could not squeeze in. Instead, he remained outside, anxiously on guard, watching us wrestle with the formidable door. The sound of the approaching wights grew ever closer in my ears. Meanwhile, the gap in the door widened under our frantic efforts. "What are you waiting for?" I shouted to Lu Yuan behind me while exerting all my strength to pull at the door. "The gap is wide enough. Get in. Be ready to shut it." Upon hearing my words, Lu Yuan momentarily froze, his face reflecting a dawning realization. The situation we faced was indeed dire. Even after we pried the door open and entered, our peril would not be over. The critical point was that we not only had to get everyone inside, but also needed to close the door promptly, ensuring the whites remained outside. Chapter 71. Between Life and Death. Chapter 71. On the edge of life and death, the situation we faced was nothing short of dire. Indeed, upon opening the door and stepping inside, our peril was far from over. The crux of the matter lay in the necessity of closing this door promptly. We had to keep the malevolent spirits at bay. What significance would our entry hold if we could not use this iron door to separate ourselves from the otherworldly threat? Suddenly, the young man, Lu Yuan, retracted his rifle and summoned all his strength to charge towards us with fervor. With his hands clasped around the firearm, he executed a maneuver reminiscent of a soccer player sliding to tackle an opponent. He elegantly glided through the narrow gap between my legs and Uncle Hong's, swiftly making his way towards the interior of the iron door. In a moment of urgency, I shouted and clutched the iron door with all my might, pulling it outward just enough to create a gap. The opening between the door and the wall now measured nearly 30 centimeters. At that instant, Lu Yuan slid in rapidly beneath us, the friction between his body and the cement floor producing a distinct sound. Clutching his rifle, he contorted his body as he passed through the doorway, managing to slip inside with mere millimeters to spare. Bravo! I silently cheered in my mind. This lad must have trained in sports. His movements were nimble and swift, and his reflexes sharp. I could easily envision him springing into action upon entering, ready to force the door shut behind him, with the gap now exceeding 30 centimeters, wide enough for a person to slip in sideways. I seized the collar of De Jong's shirt without hesitation and, with a decisive shove, hurled him through the opening. That was the second. The urgency of our situation could not be overstated. We were racing against the onslaught of the malevolent spirits closing in behind us. As I grasped Uncle Hong and propelled him towards the door's opening, a foul, rancid wind surged toward me from behind. The otherworldly beings had finally arrived. At that moment, my right hand was forcefully pushing against Uncle Hong's back, while my left still gripped the rifle. As the stench of the approaching wind enveloped me, an electric surge coursed through my body, igniting an unprecedented strength within me. In an instant, I released my hold on Uncle Hong and steadied the rifle before me. Then, with a sudden pivot, I thrust the rifle into the encroaching darkness behind me. The force of my movement coalesced in the tip of the rifle as I turned, my shoulder rotating and my waist twisting. Just as I began to extend the rifle, the chilling claws of the malevolent spirits, accompanied by a frigid gust, were upon me. In that moment, an involuntary roar of fury escaped my lips. I could no longer afford to contemplate who would first inflict harm in this fierce exchange with the malevolent specter. At that moment, a singular thought consumed my mind. Regardless of the outcome, my blade must pierce him deeply. The bayonet affixed to my rifle, infused with my rage and fear, embodied all the strength and spirit I could muster as I lunged fearlessly into the darkness behind me. In that fleeting instant when my bayonet thrust forth, I felt a slight hesitation in my hand. I had struck true, just as this realization flickered in my mind. A wave of joy had yet to swell within my heart when a sudden, jarring sound echoed across my face. Instantly, my left cheek erupted in a searing sensation, accompanied by a sharp, piercing pain. As my blade found its mark in the phantom, its claws simultaneously raked across my visage. The sound emanating from my face suggested that the creature's talons had even sliced down to the bone. My body was violently thrust backward by the force of the phantom's grip, as if I had been launched into the air. In that moment of suspension, it felt as though I were soaring through clouds. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, I distinctly saw my body hurtling through the iron gate's opening, penetrating into the interior beyond. I was the last one. Close the door. Close it now. In that instant, I screamed frantically within my mind. Then, with a thunderous crash, my back slammed against the ground. The impact nearly stole my breath away, and a resounding thud reverberated in my head. As I raised my upper body and turned my gaze towards the iron door, I was suddenly besieged by a chorus of piercing howls in my ears. The cacophony from beyond the door was sharp and hoarse, the anguished cries of the specter I had wounded. Meanwhile, within the confines of the door, Lu Yuan, who was supposed to be securing the entrance, let out a harrowing shriek. He writhed and rolled on the ground, as if grievously injured. What manner of creature lurked behind that iron door? Had it inflicted harm upon Lu Yuan? This fleeting thought barely grazed my mind. Da Jiang was rushing to close the door. Since Lu Yuan was incapacitated, it fell upon him. The third individual I had propelled through the door, Uncle Hong, was also aware that securing the entrance was paramount. Yet he had just begun to turn around. Time was slipping away. At that moment, my heart was engulfed in despair. I stood transfixed, gazing at the ominous black door ajar before me. My single thrust had merely wounded one specter, while the other two remained unscathed. With their speed, reaching this unguarded iron door would be but an instant. It was too late. I could not stop them. My heart lamented in hopelessness. The iron door, which has yet to be closed, is utterly incapable of thwarting the two intact wights outside. Should they storm in, the predicament faced by the four of us would devolve into a dire trap. Moreover, at this moment, the excruciating pain from the wounds on my face leaves me in uncertainty regarding their severity. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, writhing on the ground and emitting anguished cries, remains oblivious to the extent of his injuries. Furthermore, within the darkness beyond this door lies an unknown peril yet to be unveiled. Our fates now hang by a mere thread. Chapter 72, The White's Forbidden Realm, Black Blood and Wounds. Chapter 72, The Forbidden Land of the Others. The black blood scars in the depths of despair. My gaze was fixated on the dark crevice of the iron door. I understood that in a mere instant, those two intact others, along with the third one I had wounded, could surge through that narrow gap. With half of our group injured, and Lu Yuan in particularly grave condition, we stood no chance against the three others charging in. De Jiang disregarded the writhing Lu Yuan on the ground and rushed forward to push against the iron door. Uncle Hong also hastened towards it. Yet, I knew it was all too late. Through the flickering torchlight, I could clearly see the grayish-white forms of the three others outside the door. We were doomed. At this moment, my heart sank into utter hopelessness as my eyes remained glued to the others on the other side of the door. My hands desperately searched around me, but I could not find the Type 38 rifle that had fallen with me. In that fleeting moment, I noticed the three others before me clawing at the ground with their vicious talons, their mouths agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs. They emitted chilling howls, their claws scratching the ground with a resounding crackle. It was evident that they were filled with an indescribable fury. However, these fearsome beings were as if tethered by iron chains, refusing to advance even a single step. The ground at the entrance was laid with a sliding track for the iron door. Despite their rage, the three others did not cross that threshold. It appeared to me as though a transparent barrier or a heavy bulletproof glass separated the realm beyond the door from the interior. These others were utterly unable to cross the line established by the iron door. At that moment, Uncle Hong finally reached De Jiang's side. With their combined strength, the iron door we had pried open began to close slowly, accompanied by an ear-piercing creak. As the door thundered shut, isolating the two worlds, I exhaled a long breath. For reasons unknown, the three others did not enter, allowing us, who had been perilously close to death, to escape unharmed. Each of us had tied a torch to our Type 38 rifles. After the iron door closed, I followed the torchlight and finally located my rifle. I swiftly rolled over, scrambled to my feet, and raised my weapon. Turning my back to the door, I prepared for whatever darkness lay ahead. Uncle Hong and De Jiang also raised their rifles after sealing the door. We stood shoulder to shoulder, our eyes locked on the ominous darkness before us. Behind the iron door, the haunting howls of the three others echoed incessantly in my ears. Unaware of the injury he had sustained, Lu Yuan continued to writhe on the ground, uttering cries of despair. Before us lay an expanse of unknown darkness. De Jiang, I suddenly called out, check on Lu Yuan. Upon hearing my command, De Jiang promptly set down his rifle without hesitation and mounted Lu Yuan, who was still convulsing on the ground. Utilizing the flickering light of the torch, he began to examine Lu Yuan's body. After thoroughly inspecting Lu Yuan, De Jiang abruptly raised his left hand towards me. At that moment, his face was etched with horror and dread. His eyes were wide open, pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Through the firelight, I clearly saw that De Jiang's left hand was drenched in thick, black blood. A chill ran through me upon witnessing the dark blood on his hand. For it was unmistakably the blood that had flowed from Lu Yuan. But how could it be black? Just then, a sudden, muffled thud echoed in my ears, resembling the sound of a firecracker ignited within a tin can. Yet, this sound was far more thunderous than that of any firecracker. It emanated from the darkness within the room. I swiftly turned, diverting my gaze from De Jiang and Lu Yuan, gripping my dagger tightly as I faced the deeper shadows of the room. Following that explosive sound, a series of rumbling noises filled my ears, akin to the roar of an enormous motorcycle starting up from the depths of the chamber. Suddenly, a brilliant light flooded my vision. Two rows of antiquated light bulbs overhead flickered to life simultaneously. My heart raced with uncertainty, and I instinctively stepped back, still holding my rifle. In that instant, the entire room, illuminated by the bright light, revealed its every detail. A mere glance around this expansive hall led my eyes to a figure in one corner. A woman. Huang Jiru. Before me, Huang Jiru materialized, a faint smile gracing her lips as she stood in the corner of the room. Beside her was a large array of old control panels and mechanical devices. I noticed a generator, which she promptly activated. As she spoke, she pointed at the control panel in front of her, where a switch resembling an electrical lever had already been pushed upward. Having fumbled in the darkness for so long, relying solely on the torchlight, my eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden brilliance. The glaring light left me momentarily dazed. I gave Huang Jiru a thumbs up, acknowledging her efforts, and then quickly scanned my surroundings. Beside Huang Jiru's position, in addition to the control panel, there was a cacophony of machines emitting a thunderous sound. This must be the fuel generator she had just activated to power the room. My mind was preoccupied with Lu Yuan's injuries, and my eyes incessantly scanned the surroundings, focused solely on identifying any potential threats lurking within the hall. After all, the furnishings in this room were not going anywhere. I could examine them later. After a thorough inspection, I discovered that, under the illumination, there appeared to be no living beings in the hall, which allowed me to breathe a slight sigh of relief. With no immediate dangers present, I swiftly turned and made my way toward De Jiang and Lu Yuan. The urgent priority was to assess Lu Yuan's condition, for life is of utmost importance. Upon reaching Lu Yuan's side, I observed that his injuries seemed to have lessened. He was no longer screaming in agony or thrashing about. Now, he sat on the ground, pale as a ghost, his upper body resting weakly against De Jiang. His face was not only ashen but also drenched in sweat. Remarkably, there were no other visible wounds on Lu Yuan. De Jiang, supporting Lu Yuan, lifted his gaze to address me, his brow furrowed with deep concern. De Jiang subtly gestured toward Lu Yuan's left arm, which he was cradling. The wound on his arm was inflicted by the claws of a strange beast the previous night while he was in a tree. After our narrow escape, we had managed to bandage it. However, now the cloth wrapping the injury on Lu Yuan's left arm was once again saturated with blood. A trickle of dark blood was seeping through his fingers as he pressed on the wound. Could there be poison in the claws of that creature? The sight before me sent a jolt of alarm through my heart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I quickly stepped forward, removing Lu Yuan's right hand from the wound. I then gently unwrapped the bandage encasing his injury. The moment I beheld the condition of Lu Yuan's wound, I was utterly taken aback. Chapter 73. The Twilight of the Empire. Chapter 73. The Twilight of the Empire. I rushed forward and removed Lu Yuan's right hand, which was covering his wound. Gently, I untied the cloth that wrapped around his injury. Upon seeing the condition of Lu Yuan's wound, I was instantly taken aback. Indeed, the gash on Lu Yuan's arm, inflicted by the claw of an otherworldly creature, had turned completely black, resembling ink stains. As the wound was exposed, a stream of dark blood continued to ooze from it. Surrounding the injury, a patch of flesh approximately the size of 2 palms had taken on a deep, sinister hue, dark as asphalt laid on a highway. Those 3 claws of the otherworldly creature must contain poison. I furrowed my brow after examining Lu Yuan's wound and remarked. I re-wrapped the injury with the cloth and then looked up at Lu Yuan, inquiring, "How do you feel now?" Lu Yuan, still shaken, glanced at me and said, "When I saw you flying in, I was contemplating closing that iron door. As I pushed against it, a surge of pain coursed through my body, as if I had been electrocuted, and then I collapsed." He wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, casting a worried glance at the wound on his left arm, and continued, "During that moment, I felt an overwhelming heat and excruciating pain throughout my body. It was unbearable. However, now that the worst is past, I feel much better, aside from feeling weak and uncertain mentally. Other than that, I don't feel much else." "That's good," I thought to myself, relieved, and patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, saying, "It must have been the excessive force you exerted that triggered the toxin in your system. But the fact that you've endured it means you're not in grave danger for now." After pondering for a moment, I added, "Once we finish our tasks in this cursed place, I will take you to the hospital for a thorough examination and find a way to detoxify you." Upon hearing my words, Lu Yuan's expression brightened somewhat. He nodded to indicate that he was all right. It was a relief that Lu Yuan was fine. At that moment, Huang Jiru spoke from behind me. "Aren't you going to turn around and let me see what happened to your face?" At her reminder, I suddenly realized. If that otherworldly creature's claw was indeed poisonous, then aside from Lu Yuan, I had also been struck on my face. In my focus on scanning for dangers and checking Lu Yuan's injuries, I had completely overlooked my own. As the realization struck me, I felt a sharp pain on the left side of my face. I saw Huang Jiru looking at me with concern, tilting her head to examine the wound on my face, and I quickly asked her, "How is it?" The wound is nearly half a foot long and has cut deep to the zygomatic bone. Huang Jiru furrowed her brow and remarked, "Well, it's certain that I will be disfigured now." Startled by her words, I stamped my foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Who has a mirror? I want to see for myself." As soon as the words left my lips, I realized the futility of my inquiry. Among the four of us, it was inconceivable that any of the men would carry a mirror. The only girl present, Huang Jiru, was merely a spirit in human form. Even if she were to transform into her weasel incarnation, she would undoubtedly lack a mirror. Dajian glanced at the wound on my face, frowned, and shook his head. He then retrieved his smartphone from his pocket and handed it to me. Unlike mine, Dajiang's phone was a large-screen device, barely suitable for use as a mirror. Taking the phone in hand, I utilized its reflective screen to examine my face, and I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Goodness! The gash extended from the outer corner of my right eye down to the corner of my mouth, nearly 3 inches long, with blood continually oozing from it. I had come perilously close to having my soul-devouring eye gouged out by the otherworldly creature. With a bitter smile, I added, even when I was unscathed, "The girls in our village never spared me a glance." Wait a moment. Huang Jiru shot me a disapproving look upon hearing my words. She then extended her delicate white hand and gently caressed the wound on my face. As her hand glided over the injury, I felt a tingling sensation, and the blood that had been trickling down my neck suddenly ceased. Once Huang Jiru withdrew her hand, I gingerly touched my wound and was astonished to find that a thin, hard shell had formed over it. Such a deep cut had remarkably healed to a significant extent with just her touch. "Can your magic truly heal wounds?" I exclaimed in delight. "What's so extraordinary about that?" Huang Jiru retorted, playfully swatting my hand away from the wound. "Don't touch it. It's not fully healed yet. Healing injuries is merely a fundamental skill of our spirit medium lineage. There is nothing remarkable about it," she added with a roll of her eyes. "Then hurry and treat Lu Yuan's wounds," I urged. "It's futile." Huang Jiru shook her head in response. "If my healing spell could neutralize poison, I would have healed him last night when he was first injured." "Is there truly poison on that creature's claws?" I asked, my heart sinking at her words. "Not only did he succumb to the poison, but so have you," Huang Jiru said anxiously, looking at me. "My healing spell merely served to temporarily seal your wound. Both of your injuries are now contaminated with the creature's filth, which my magic cannot cleanse." Huang Jiru sighed softly at this point, and then addressed me. "From a temporal perspective, by this time tomorrow, the wounds on your face will split open just like Lu Yuan's, and black blood will begin to flow from those wounds. This is the inevitable consequence of the poison within your bodies manifesting. If the toxins afflicting you are not alleviated, both you and Lu Yuan will be in dire peril." Upon hearing Huang Jiru's words, an overwhelming headache seized me. Both Lu Yuan and I were afflicted by the poison of the otherworldly fiend's claws. My condition was somewhat more bearable, as I had the experience of Lu Yuan's prior injury to gauge that I had approximately 20 hours before the next onset of the toxin. Yet, as for Lu Yuan, although he had recovered for the moment, what would happen when the poison next erupted within him? Would he succumb to it immediately? After pondering this, I resignedly spoke to the group. "Since we have ventured into this place and managed to keep the fiends at bay, let us seize this opportunity to thoroughly search for any clues regarding the disappearance of Miss Xiaozhu." As I concluded, everyone nodded in agreement, yet my heart weighed heavily. Here we were, with both Lu Yuan and I harboring poison within us, and outside the only route of escape lay blocked by 3 fiends. The search for Hong Xiaozhu had yielded no leads whatsoever. The situation we faced was fraught with internal and external threats, a matter of life and death. My anxieties burned within me like a raging fire. The adversity and desperation before me ignited the stubbornness and indomitable spirit that lay buried deep within my soul. Gritting my teeth, I resolved internally, "Damn it. No matter how dire the path ahead may seem, I shall not yield. Even if we know it is a road to certain death, I will carve a bloody path through it." With this thought, I lifted my head and surveyed the expansive hall-like room we found ourselves in. Just as I raised my gaze, I was startled to see a familiar sight on the wall, a Japanese military flag, reminiscent of those often seen in films and television. This army flag bore a central round emblem surrounded by 16 red rays symbolizing the rising sun. In the lower right corner, embroidered in black, were the words, Imperial Japanese Army 009th Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Unit. Chapter 74. Infamous number when I beheld the Japanese military flag emblazoned with the words Imperial Japanese Army 009 Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Unit. A surge of fury welled up within me, compelling me to spit disdainfully at the flag. Who among the residents of Northeast China is unaware of the sinister implications behind the phrase Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Unit? It represents the covert designation assigned to the Japanese invaders' special forces during the War of Resistance against Japan. Units specifically tasked with the development and deployment of biological and chemical weapons to annihilate the Chinese populace. Amongst these, the most notorious was Unit 731, commonly referred to as the 731 Unit. These fiends conducted grotesque experiments on Chinese war prisoners and ordinary civilians, developing a plethora of inhumane biological weapons. The cholera virus unleashed untold suffering and death upon countless Chinese lives, while the highly infectious anthrax virus continued to plague the surviving veterans of the war for decades. The horrific toll inflicted by this anthrax has haunted these veterans for more than half a century, epitomizing a complete absence of humanity. Moreover, the 731 Unit employed Chinese subjects for inhumane experiments, testing the limits of human endurance under conditions of burns, frostbite, and suffocation, among other grotesque studies they claimed to pursue. All of this was conducted on living Chinese beings. I contemplated the environment. The Zhaohua Lake, encircled by water, is a relatively secluded space, an ideal location for the research and production of biological weapons. Furthermore, the two mass disappearance incidents that occurred around the time of the Liberation War in the 1960s are undoubtedly linked to this Japanese military base. As for the frenzied beings I witnessed, along with the three malevolent creatures with venomous claws, who knows what perverse weapons these heartless demons have concocted to give rise to such monstrosities. Thus, upon encountering the words Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Unit, I immediately recognized that the misfortunes we had endured, including the disappearance of Hong Xiuzhu, could very well be the result of the atrocities committed by those Japanese devils. Indeed, it is this wretched lot. At that moment, I heard Da Zheng muttering to himself behind me. It is now evident that the strange occurrences on the island are directly related to the base constructed by the Japanese. I turned to address everyone. Although we have managed to keep those three malevolent beings at bay outside, it does not guarantee our safety within this room. I voiced my concerns anxiously. Those three creatures could have easily slaughtered us upon entering, yet they refused to cross the threshold, indicating that there is something within this room that instills fear in them. I continued, stating, moreover, even in the absence of other dangers, there may well be containers harboring bacterial and viral weaponry within this place. After all these years, those containers are likely no longer secure, so we must remain vigilant. I urged everyone, let us search this hall thoroughly. We must act together, paying careful attention to our surroundings and refraining from touching anything recklessly. With a grave expression, I addressed the group. Rest assured, we understand. Lu Yuan replied, grimacing as he covered his wounded arm, nodding in agreement. This could very well be a base for the enemy's bacterial and viral production. None of us would act thoughtlessly in such a place. That is reassuring. I nodded back at them. Let us meticulously examine this area, especially for any signs of recent activity. Perhaps we might uncover clues indicating that Xiuzhu has been here. Understood. Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan's faces lit up at my words, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in finding Xiuzhu. Their spirits lifted immediately. All right, let us circle around this hall, observing keenly and ensuring we do not overlook any subtle hints. With that, I gestured for them to join me in our inspection of the grand hall. The room we occupied was immense. The steel door through which we had entered measured at least 6 or 7 meters in width. This alone attested to the vastness of the hall. The ceiling soared to a height of 6 meters, roughly equivalent to that of a 2-story building. As we stood with our backs against the iron door, I estimated the hall's width to be approximately 30 meters, while its length far exceeded that, at least 50 meters, suggesting that the area of this hall was equivalent to that of 4 standard basketball courts. Earlier, when Huang Jiru had switched on the hall's lights, I had merely cast a cursory glance before tending to Lu Yuan's injury, aware that a thorough inspection of such a large space would be time-consuming. Now that Lu Yuan was momentarily stable and our greatest threat, the otherworldly specters, was confined beyond the iron door, we seized this opportunity to conduct a detailed examination of the hall, eager to discover what peculiarities lay within. The center of the hall was devoid of any columns, allowing us an unobstructed view of the entire expanse. Scattered along the walls were various instruments and equipment, many of which were cloaked in military green, their purposes obscured from our sight. As we advanced but a few paces, we arrived at the spot where Huang Jiru had just activated the engine. Upon seeing the lever he had pushed, the switch for the hall's lighting generator, I felt a surge of curiosity. I gazed at the generator before me, which was of a size comparable to a writing desk, still emitting a persistent, resounding hum. Turning to the individuals beside me, I remarked, "The military goods of these Japanese devils seem to exhibit commendable quality. Who would have thought that, after so many years, this generator could still be operational?" Beside me, Lu Yuan interjected, "I noticed traces of preservation on that generator. It appears that during the final departure of the last batch of Japanese soldiers, they meticulously maintained and preserved the equipment here. Moreover, the fuel stored in a sealed tank would not evaporate. Thus, after all these years, this generator remains functional." "Don't be ridiculous." At this moment, De Jiang immediately voiced his dissent regarding Lu Yuan's statement. "When that contraption started up just now, it made a sudden bang. It nearly startled me out of my wits. With such a cacophony when it operates, you dare claim it has been well maintained?" "Brother De Jiang," Lu Yuan chuckled in response, "that sound you heard was merely the noise generated during the startup of the generator. That bang is not merely mechanical noise. It is the sound produced when a compression ignition engine starts up, triggered by a blank cartridge." "What did you say? This engine is started with a bullet?" De Jiang exclaimed in astonishment at Lu Yuan's explanation. "A blank cartridge is simply a round without a projectile," Lu Yuan clarified, smiling at De Jiang. "During World War II, engines were quite rudimentary. This type of compression ignition engine was indeed initiated with a blank cartridge. Of course, there were also engines that required a crank to be turned for an extended period to start. However," Lu Yuan shook his head, frowning slightly, "such compression ignition engines are mostly employed in aircraft engines. After an aircraft engine stalls mid-flight, it can be restarted by directly igniting a blank cartridge. Logically speaking, these Japanese were known for their frugality. It is indeed peculiar that they would invest in such an expensive engine merely to power a light bulb for illumination." "You are absolutely correct." I patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said, "The Japanese must have had their reasons for this. Let us continue on our way." Chapter 75. The Demon Immortals' Resistance. Lost and Regained. Chapter 75. The battle against the demonic immortals. Lost and regained. You are indeed correct. I patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and remarked, "The actions of those little devils must surely have a reason behind them. Let us continue onward." At that moment, Huang Jiru turned to me and said, "Fortunately, they employed this particular engine." With a conspiratorial whisper, she leaned closer and added, "Though I may take on human form, in my current state, I doubt I could lift anything substantial. If this engine were of the crank type, I truly would be unable to turn it." I chuckled and replied, "When that time comes, you won't just be cranking the engine. Running a marathon will be a breeze." As we ventured forward, our conversation appeared casual. Yet it served as a means to alleviate our collective tension. In this extraordinarily eerie and unsettling place, maintaining a taut mental state without allowing for moments of relaxation would soon prove unbearable for the human spirit. We chatted as we walked forward. And although I was engaged in conversation with Huang Jiru, my gaze wandered about, growing increasingly alarmed by my surroundings. Contrary to our expectations of encountering instruments and apparatus related to biological warfare, what lay before us was an array of military weaponry. Grenade launchers, mortars, crooked machine guns, and 92-type infantry cannons. All the Japanese equipment I had previously only witnessed in films and television were now lined up before me as if on parade. The further I advanced, the more doubt crept into my mind. Had I misjudged the situation? Was this not a biological warfare base, but rather a military stronghold? Just then, Huang Jiru murmured beside me, "The weapons we see here could easily arm an entire squadron of Japanese soldiers." "Is that so?" I asked in astonishment. "How many men comprised a squadron during World War II?" "Over 200, but less than 250, she replied, surveying the armaments. "Given the caliber of these weapons, they likely belong to a first-class division." I quipped, "Jiru, hearing you speak, it seems you must have taken to the hills as a bandit during the War of Resistance. How do you know so much? The last time you mentioned that something about Zhang Zui Dang Luzi, you spoke with such authority. Now you seem quite familiar with the personnel configurations of the Japanese forces. Not to mention my uncle Yuan." Huang Jiru paused, glancing at me, and with a playful tongue-out gesture, explained, "He is a transformed old soft-shelled turtle. residing in the river. Ah, I had no idea you were part of the resistance, I responded, feeling a surge of respect for these immortals. I smiled and inquired, what happened next? Were the devils able to repair their bridge? Later, as Huang Jiru recounted her tale, a shadow of sorrow fell across her gaze. She continued, the Japanese invaders, perhaps guided by similar advice, realized that there were disturbances in the river. Consequently, they transported truckloads of quicklime from upstream. And the water boiled as if it were in a cauldron. It cruelly incinerated my uncle Yuan and his entire family. At this juncture, Huang Jiru bowed her head in despondence. It was evident that memories of her loved one's tragic demise weighed heavily upon her heart. Undoubtedly, you must have fought valiantly against the invaders during that time. Observing Huang Jiru's somber demeanor, I instinctively wrapped my arm around her shoulders and said, on behalf of all Chinese people, I thank you. I then sought to console her further. I am aware that many educated individuals who had studied abroad and flaunted their status became traitors during those dark days. Upon hearing my words, a smile finally graced Huang Jiru's face. She playfully extended her hand and lightly tapped my arm resting on her shoulder, saying, flattery is one thing, but must you lay hands on me? There are others watching us. Her faux pout was accompanied by a blush that I could clearly discern. At that moment, I was startled by Daizhang's exclamation, my goodness, this is truly uncanny. I abruptly looked up, my eyes widening in disbelief as I stood frozen in place. My hands felt icy cold. For before me lay an object that should never have appeared in this locale. There in front of us was the very small boat we had tethered to the pier upon our arrival to the island. Swiftly, I stepped forward to scrutinize the vessel. Indeed, it was that same boat, the one we had used to reach the island, only to have vanished mysteriously thereafter. As I had been walking and observing the weaponry displayed along the walls, I had unwittingly arrived at the end of the elongated hall. Contrary to our expectations, it was not a wall or a grand door that awaited us, but rather a waterway. At the hall's terminus, several descending steps led down to a shimmering surface of water. Our lost boat now bobbed gently upon this very expanse. Goodness, this truly is a specter. My heart raced with confusion. Until now, the only entities we had encountered in close proximity and had fought against were the three wraiths. Although those beings possessed a degree of cunning, I found it implausible that they could have commandeered a boat. If they could have shredded it to pieces, perhaps. But to row it away? I could not accept that. Who, then, had pilfered our vessel and navigated it to this location? Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I raised my voice, declaring to everyone, do not move. In that fleeting moment, I felt every hair on my body stand on end. An inexplicable fear suddenly enveloped me entirely. Look beneath your feet, I whispered, my voice strained and hoarse from sheer anxiety, sounding as though it emanated from another person entirely. Under the dim glow of the antiquated light bulb, I clearly saw the faces of Daizhang and Uncle Hong, all of them turning ashen. They were evidently startled by my tone and my intense demeanor. They stood frozen in place like puppets, not a finger moving in response to my command. Instantly, they followed my directive, casting their eyes downward in search of something. What are we supposed to look for? Daizhang asked, his voice trembling as he nervously scanned the area beneath his own feet before looking up at me again. There is nothing but dust here. That is precisely what I meant, I replied, simultaneously scrutinizing the ground beneath me. Examine the dust for any footprints. As I spoke, I continued to keenly observe my surroundings. To my dismay, aside from the thick layer of dust accumulated over the years, I discerned no traces whatsoever, let alone any footprints. There are no markings in this dust, Daizhang exclaimed after searching around, his voice quavering. What footprints are you asking us to find? Upon hearing Daizhang, Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan also raised their heads, shaking them in unison, indicating that they too had found no signs beneath their feet. Isn't the absence of footprints a good thing? Daizhang continued. Are you afraid of that boat thief? He inquired. Yi Zi, are you worried that the scoundrel, having rowed our boat here, is hiding behind something in this hall, preparing to ambush us? If that were the case, wouldn't the lack of footprints suggest he never set foot on land? Isn't that a positive sign? Not at all. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. There is but one boat on this entire island. If that thief has brought the boat here without disembarking. Chapter 76. Enshrouded in fog, the iron frame and black stone, what a ridiculous situation. I felt a chill run down my spine as cold sweat broke out all over my body. On this entire island, it seemed we were the only vessel present. If the thief had indeed rowed the boat here, but had not set foot on land. Upon hearing my words, Everyone suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, the very presence of this boat before us brought no joy to our hearts. Instead, it further complicated the already intricate predicament we faced. Our troubles were already abundant. We had yet to uncover any leads on Miss Xiuzhu, while 3 malevolent spirits awaited us outside. Furthermore, those frenzied individuals would attack anyone, even their kin, with a ferocity that was terrifying. Each event left us trembling with fear, as if we were walking on thin ice. Now, we had added to our woes an enigmatic adversary capable of navigating a small boat, which filled me with a sense of despair akin to adding insult to injury. At that moment, my heart was a tumult of anxiety and irritation, and I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ever since we set foot on this wretched island, not a single thing had gone smoothly, nor had anything felt normal. It was utterly absurd. If I were to perish here, I would die as a bewildered fool. Stop your wild speculation, I sighed, furrowing my brow. Since there are no footprints nearby, it indicates that the thief has not disembarked. Just then, Huang Jiru interjected, or perhaps, like me, the thief might have landed without leaving any traces. Her words startled me, prompting an immediate glance at her feet. Indeed, everything remained unchanged beneath Huang Jiru. There were no footprints, nor any signs where she had tread. Seeing my astonishment, Huang Jiru quickly realized my thoughts. I was concerned that the thief might have landed and was lying in wait nearby, leaving no trace behind. With a smile that revealed her pearly white teeth, Huang Jiru said, "If such a being exists, it indicates that it is akin to me, either a demon or a spirit. Such entities are naturally within my realm to confront. So what do you have to fear?" Upon hearing her boastful claim, I shot her a reproachful glance and retorted, "With your meager abilities, even an amateur spirit medium would surpass your skills. My concern is precisely you." Huang Jiru's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head in silence. She was acutely aware of her limitations and recognized that among the celestial beings, she was likely among the less experienced. If a seasoned practitioner of profound arts were to arrive, she might indeed find herself outmatched. "Mr. Yi, what shall we do next?" Uncle Hong inquired. "What next?" I hesitated before responding. "What is meant to be will be. We cannot escape our fate. Let us heighten our vigilance and continue our search for anything unusual in the vicinity." After I finished speaking, several of us turned and gazed around. This glance revealed that there were indeed some extraordinary sights in the vicinity. The waterway was located at the end of the Grand Hall, nearly matching its width of approximately 30 meters. Through the illumination of the hall, we could clearly discern that this waterway extended for about 20 meters ahead. Further along, there lay a passage over a river, measuring 5 to 6 meters in width, shrouded in darkness, obscuring our view. It appeared that our vessel had navigated through this passage. To our left stood a massive iron frame, entirely welded from steel plates, measuring roughly 6 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width, yet rising less than a meter above the ground. It resembled 4 large mattresses amalgamated together, resting upon the floor. The iron frame tilted slightly, descending closer to the water's surface. Its end reached the riverbed, and at this angle, its height was nearly level with the water. Prominently placed atop this frame was an enormous black stone. The stone stood about 3 to 4 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide, roughly circular and slightly flattened, resembling a large hamburger atop the iron structure. One end of the stone dangled precariously over the water's surface, suggesting that with a gentle push from a few individuals, it could tumble down the slope of the frame into the waterway below. What purpose could this serve? I pondered for a moment, perplexed, and pointed at the iron frame and the massive black stone, inquiring of those around me. At that moment, Lu Yuan, standing behind me, approached for a closer look, then scratched his head and remarked, "This iron frame seems to function as a dry dock, designed for hauling small vessels onto it for cleaning and repairs. This slope facilitates the process of dragging the boats up." Lu Yuan gestured towards the slope atop the iron frame, explaining, "By securing a cable to the bow of the boat in the water and slowly towing it with machinery, one can maneuver the vessel onto this frame." I considered his words, nodding in agreement. When this Japanese military base was constructed, they intentionally designed such a concealed entrance and exit to evade detection by outsiders. The small door on the southern side of Pingfeng Mountain is far too low and narrow, serving little purpose beyond allowing passage for the movement of larger equipment and instruments. A more spacious exit is indeed necessary. It seems this waterway serves as the primary entrance and exit for the base. Furthermore, during its operation, the base would require a substantial amount of supplies and personnel. It stands to reason that several vessels for transporting provisions would frequently dock within this waterway. Establishing a shipyard here would likely have been the Japanese's means for maintaining their vessels. As I pondered, a thought suddenly struck me, and I furrowed my brow, exclaiming, "But what purpose does this large stone serve on the dock?" At that moment, Uncle Hong glanced at the massive stone and then at the dark passage at the waterway's end. He suddenly slapped his forehead and declared, "If the Japanese forces here intend to completely seal this passage, all they need to do is create a slope beneath the waterway." A realization dawned upon me, and I immediately interjected. "In that case, if we push this stone down along the iron frame, it will roll to the end of the waterway and firmly block that passage. Thus, neither people nor vessels could enter. So this stone was intended for that purpose." Upon hearing our conversation, De Jiang shook his head and chuckled. "These cunning Japanese are truly clever. They've constructed such a waterway without even installing a gate. They actually plan to use this stone as a barrier. How true that is." I gazed at the massive stone and then at the waterway ahead, contemplatively remarking, "We entered from the southern foothills of Pingfeng Mountain, descended quite deep via the iron ladder, and have traversed a considerable distance. This suggests that the waterway likely leads to the opposite side of Pingfeng Mountain, at the northernmost tip of the entire island." Huang Jiru nodded in agreement, adding, "So, since we descended into this base, we have crossed the entire Pingfeng Mountain and have now reached the lakeside. Therefore, this waterway must lead directly to Zhaohua Lake." I shook my head in disbelief, exclaiming, "The elevation of this base is astonishingly less than 1 meter from the lake's surface. What were the Japanese thinking? Need I elaborate?" Lu Yuan, whose background is in machinery, chimed in, "It's to facilitate the movement of heavy equipment. There are no heavy lifting devices within this cave. If large machinery and instruments are to be brought in, how could they possibly do so if there is a significant height difference between the base and the water's surface?" What is this?" While I was conversing with Lu Yuan, De Jiang had approached the iron frame and stood beneath the large black stone. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment. His tone suggested that he had discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 77, Eerie Spirit Tablet. Unexpected Backpack. Chapter 77, Strange Spirit Tablets. In an unexpected backpack at the sudden outcry of De Jiang, we swiftly gathered around him. As I approached his side, I followed his gaze and was immediately taken aback. In the dim, flickering light of the cave, I distinctly saw 2 small wooden plaques standing atop a metal rack. Judging by their shape and size, it was evident that these were 2 tablets for the deceased. Upon closer inspection, I noticed each plaque bore a name. The one on the left read Spirit of Nara Ida, while the one on the right was inscribed with Spirit of Kuriko Ida. These tablets appeared quite crude, seemingly crafted from wooden planks salvaged from Japanese ammunition boxes, hastily shaped and coated in military green paint. The names were scrawled in a haphazard manner, reminiscent of a child's handwriting in a school notebook. Confused, I exchanged a glance with Huang Jiru, who also wore a furrowed brow, equally perplexed. If these were indeed memorial tablets intended for worship, they would not have been fashioned so rudely. Furthermore, once the ashes were removed, the tablets should have been burned, not left behind. Additionally, given the orderly arrangement of weapons and equipment in this base, it was clear they had not fled in haste. Rather, it appeared to be a planned and prepared evacuation. Thus, it was even more inconceivable that such tablets would be abandoned here. I was at a loss. Huang Jiru, upon hearing this, shook his head in frustration. Strange occurrences must stem from something unnatural. After his observation, I too found the presence of these tablets exceedingly odd. With this thought in mind, I examined the tablets once more, this time focusing on their surfaces and surroundings. To my surprise, I noticed that both tablets were coated in a thick layer of dust, much like the floor of the base's hall, where the dirt had accumulated to a thickness akin to that of a coin. I pondered silently. This indicates that these tablets must have been here for 50 or 60 years, aligning perfectly with the time of Japan's defeat. Staring at the names on the tablets, Nara Ida and Kuriko Ida, I felt a vague familiarity with them, as if they were evoking a distant memory. Yet, despite racking my brain, I could not recall any special significance these names held for me. At that moment, while my eyes remained fixed on the tablets, I suddenly felt a sharp jolt in my right eye. A piercing pain erupted from my soul, stabbing through my brain like a steel needle. The intensity of the pain caused my vision to darken, and my body weakened, causing me to collapse onto the metal rack before me. With a loud crash, the 2 tablets toppled over as I fell against them, and I clutched my head, succumbing to the sudden onslaught of pain. This time, The soul-eating blood eye flared up with excruciating intensity, a pain so profound it nearly rendered me unconscious. In the depths of my agony, I sensed the presence of Jiang and Jiuru to my left and right, swiftly supporting me. The piercing torment drilling into my mind caused beads of cold sweat to break out across my brow. I surmised that my complexion must have resembled that of a wraith. As I weakly lifted my head, I caught sight of Huang Jiuru, her face etched with concern, seemingly trying to communicate with me, yet my ears registered nothing. Thankfully, they refrained from moving my body, allowing me to lean against the iron frame. At that moment, the pain coursed through me, causing my entire being to tremble. Sweat pouring from me in torrents. I lay there, my heart racing with fear. This was the most severe episode of the soul-eating blood I had ever experienced. I was utterly oblivious to how famished the eye on my face had become. Was it issuing a warning? Or had it reached such a point of hunger that it was poised to consume my very soul? In that moment, I felt akin to a prisoner trapped in an airtight cell, caught in the throes of an earthquake. I could neither flee nor hide. And all I could do was place my hope in the belief that the tremors would not collapse the structure around me. Thus, I waited, powerless and filled with trepidation, for fate to declare its judgment upon me. Time lost all meaning as I endured the excruciating pain. I was aware only of the relentless agony in my mind, which ebbed and flowed like the retreating tide, gradually subsiding. At last, I managed to catch my breath, a weak sigh escaping my throat. I had survived this ordeal. Now I was certain that this was the soul-eating blood eye's final warning. The next time it erupted, it would not merely be a reminder. It would consume my soul without hesitation. Finally, my senses began to awaken once more. I heard Zhang's loud calls and Huang Jiuru's concerned inquiries. My companions, witnessing my woeful state, must have been terrified. I mustered the strength to weakly shake my head at them, signaling that I was all right. Then, I braced myself against the dust-laden iron plate, swaying slightly as I attempted to stand upright. Jiang and Huang Jiuru hurriedly came to my aid. Just then, my body jolted violently, my arm shook, and I broke free from their grasp. When I lay against the iron frame, I found myself significantly shorter than Jiang and the others. From my vantage point, I caught a glimpse of something nestled in the gap between the large black stone and the steel plate. The stone was round and, when placed on the steel plate, left considerable space between them. This object appeared in a remarkably concealed crevice, one that would have gone unnoticed had I not been lying at such a low angle against the steel plate. I immediately widened my eyes and extended my right index finger, forcefully pointing ahead of me. Huang Jiru reacted swiftly, sensing something was amiss. She promptly pulled me back 2 steps. Meanwhile, Dejiang, noticing my unusual behavior, raised his rifle and positioned himself in front of me. If you lower your head, you will see something inside, I hoarsely shouted to Dejiang. Ah? Dejiang responded, instantly bending down. With his rifle in hand and his posture reminiscent of the Japanese soldiers from the movies, he squatted low, peering intently into the crevice. He muttered intermittently and sighed. It seems to be a bundle of military green fabric. Could it be the uniform of the enemy? Is it possible that a soldier has been crushed beneath this massive stone? As Dejiang spoke, he cautiously extended his rifle and forcefully prodded the stone crevice. Almost simultaneously, as he thrust forward, he nimbly stepped back. Beside me, Uncle Hong and Lu Yuan also approached, each gripping their rifles. Rather than retreating, they stepped forward, seemingly prepared for whatever might emerge from within. The 3 of them appeared ready, holding their bayonets as they braced for a confrontation with whatever lay hidden inside. Dejiang shook his head and reassured us. There's no need to be tense. It's not alive. Otherwise, after my thrust, it would have moved. With that, Dejiang took another step forward, extending his bayonet to probe once more into the stone crevice. Slowly, he used the tip of the bayonet to extract the object from within the gap. As I focused intently, I was astonished to see that the item dangling from Dejiang's bayonet was unmistakably a battlefield backpack commonly used by the Japanese army during World War II. Chapter 78. Your backpack. Chapter 78. Your backpack. Dejiang, with a knife poised, thrust the backpack before us on the ground. His expression bore a hint of trepidation as he remarked, "Turns out it's just a filthy backpack belonging to the enemy. I thought a living creature was lurking beneath." It nearly scared the life out of me. He glanced at the bag, raising an eyebrow. "Is there anything edible inside? I'm absolutely famished." Beside me, Huang Jiru cast a disdainful glance at Dejiang and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Even if there were canned goods, they'd be older than your grandfather. If I actually found something, would you eat it?" At her words, Dejiang immediately stuck out his tongue and fell silent. I stepped forward, crouching down to scrutinize the backpack before me. This bag was slightly larger than a typical student-esque backpack, crafted from green military canvas. Over the years, the fabric had yellowed and faded to a color reminiscent of dried cabbage leaves, covered in dust and creases. It was evidently military gear, appearing quite sturdy, with reinforced corners. The buckles used for fastening were made of leather, now stiff and worn. I reached out, unfastened the buckles, and opened the backpack, contemplating for a moment. I hesitated to rummage through its depths, opting instead to peer inside from above. Upon a closer look, I discovered the bag contained clothing and other everyday items, seemingly devoid of any hazardous materials. Cautiously, I extended my hand and began to extract the contents one by one. The first item I retrieved was a set of military attire, wrinkled trousers, and a top, both fabrics deteriorating with age. What rank was a lieutenant colonel? Da Jiang inquired curiously of Huang Jiru. Probably equivalent to a regimental commander, Huang Jiru replied, pursing her lips. A Japanese regiment typically comprised 2,000 to 3,000 men, with larger regiments nearing 4,000. Wow, such a high rank? Da Jiang's eyes lit up as he urged me, see what else is in there. Next, I pulled out what appeared to be a white handkerchief, adorned with a thin strap. What is this? I raised the item, questioning Huang Jiru. At that moment, Huang Jiru had taken on the role of our World War II expert. After all, she was a first-hand witness of the anti-Japanese war. Upon seeing the object, her expression shifted, and she recoiled, looking at me with distaste. Quickly, throw that far away. Why are you holding it up so high? Upon hearing her urgency, I hastily shook my hand, discarding the handkerchief onto the ground. Then, I remembered to ask Huang Jiru, what exactly is this? An undergarment cloth. The Japanese soldier's shorts. Huang Jiru replied, her brow furrowing. Disgusting. The moment I heard her words, a wave of nausea surged within me, and I instinctively wiped my hands on my trousers. As I rummaged through my backpack for the next item, the moment I retrieved it, I promptly dropped it onto the ground. It was merely a strip of cloth, adorned with thin threads of fabric. Da Jiang could not help but burst into laughter, to which I retorted with irritation. What on earth are these Japanese devils carrying all these undergarments for? You see, this is not merely a piece of cloth. It is 1,000 stitches. Huang Jiru stepped forward and nudged the item with his toe. 1,000 stitches? What is that? I inquired curiously. Huang Jiru pointed to the yellowing strip on the ground and explained, it is a tradition among military families. They create a design on a yellow cloth strip and then solicit people on the street, each contributing a single stitch. It must reach a total of 1,000 stitches before being sent to the soldiers on the battlefield. Essentially, it serves as a talisman, a kind of good luck charm. Almost every soldier carries one of these, tying it around their waist during combat, as it is said to deflect bullets. Ah, so the Japanese also indulge in such superstitions, Da Jiang exclaimed, kicking the cloth strip far away. I continued to search, discovering a small pouch within the backpack that contained toiletries such as a toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, and a razor. As I neared the bottom of the bag, disappointment flickered across everyone's faces. Even a pistol would suffice. Da Jiang grumbled behind me. All this rubbish. Not a single decent item from those little devils. Finally, I retrieved a rather thick notebook from the depths of the backpack. I then turned the bag upside down and shook it. Nothing left. All the contents were now before me. I casually tossed the emptied backpack aside, gazing at the notebook. I contemplated. If my estimations were correct, this notebook was the most valuable item contained within the bag. If it contained records of this Japanese lieutenant colonel's activities and life at the base, we could unravel the true purpose of this wretched facility. As I pondered, I carefully opened the notebook. To my surprise, the pages suddenly scattered in disarray, but fortunately, I managed to catch them in time, preventing them from falling to the ground. What on earth? Why is it falling apart? I murmured. Upon cautiously reopening the notebook, I discovered that the binding thread had deteriorated. Thus, while the exterior appeared relatively intact, the pages had completely come loose. Thankfully, my quick actions had preserved the order of the pages. Just as I was about to delve into the contents, Huang Jiru exclaimed, "Oh, what is that fell out?" I turned my head to see an old photograph, faded and yellowed, lying at my feet. It appears that this photograph was originally nestled within this notebook, having fallen out just as the notebook came apart. I picked up the photo and gazed at its surface. It is an aged black and white image, featuring a backdrop of a vintage building. In front of this structure stands a crowd of 40 to 50 youthful students, all in their 20s. They are dressed uniformly in black school uniforms and adorned with traditional hard-brimmed caps, exuding an air of spirited seriousness. The front row consists of individuals seated, all of whom appear to be in their 30s, likely the teachers of these students. At the bottom of the photograph, bold characters proclaim, Year 2 of Showa, Tokyo University Medical School, 4th year group, graduation commemoration. The photograph has yellowed with time, and the faces of the individuals have become somewhat indistinct. I examined the photo once more, unable to discern much significance from it. It was 1927 when Huang Jiuru pondered briefly before answering decisively. Oh. Upon flipping the photograph over, I was astonished to discover a series of names inscribed on the back. The handwriting, executed in pen, suggests that the owner of this photograph meticulously recorded the names of his classmates on its reverse side. It seems that this individual was likely concerned about forgetting his peers' names over time, hence his decision to write them down. Fortunately, most Japanese names are in kanji, which I can comprehend. My fingers glided slowly over the names on the back, skimming over entries such as Okita Soji and Yakamuro Katsuji. Suddenly, my fingers halted abruptly on one particular name. In that instant, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. Idanara. This is the name inscribed on that spirit tablet. Trembling, I flipped the photograph back over to gaze upon the face corresponding to that name, the visage of Idanara himself. 79. Hokkaido's No Man's Land Chapter 79. The uninhabited zone of Hokkaido, Idanara. This is the name inscribed on that spirit tablet. I trembled as I turned over the photograph, gazing upon the visage corresponding to this name, the very face of Idanara. Upon flipping the photograph, I beheld the individual who appeared both on the spirit tablet and in this image, Idanara. This person stood at the back row of the photograph, second from the left. Tall and slender, with a sharp face adorned by a pair of sinister eyes, his expression exuded an air of malevolence, unmistakably marking him as a person of deep cunning and craftiness. I scrutinized this photograph repeatedly, studying the face, yet a sense of unease lingered in my heart. This face. I felt as though I had encountered it somewhere before. Perplexed, I handed the photograph to Oda behind me and inquired, "Take a look at this Idanara. Why do I feel as though I have seen this fellow before?" Oda, Uncle Hong, and Huang Jiuru examined the photograph together, only to shake their heads in unison. It was only Lu Yuan who furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Noticing my gaze upon him, Lu Yuan wore a look of confusion and remarked, "From the moment I laid eyes on that deceased person's tablet, something felt amiss. The name Idanara, why does it seem familiar? I can't quite recall." After pondering for a while, Lu Yuan dropped his hand from his forehead, his expression turning despondent, with a sense of resignation. I shook my head and swept aside the 2 spirit tablets that I had accidentally knocked over, settling onto the iron frame without concern for the dust. After 2 days and nights of arduous exploration, our group had become as filthy as mud-caked monkeys. A little more dust hardly mattered. Seated, I rubbed my eyes and opened the notebook in my hand. Just a glance at the notebook sent me gasping in astonishment. The script within was arranged in vertical columns and written from right to left, reminiscent of ancient Chinese writing. To my amazement, the overwhelming majority of the characters were in Chinese. Idanara was, astonishingly, a Japanese who could read Chinese. In my astonishment, I glanced around at everyone and decided to read aloud the inscriptions from the notebook, line by line. The first entry read, Showa Year 2, December 17th, Tuesday. This was a diary, I mused. Showa Year 2, ISNT that the year Idanara graduated from the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Tokyo? Come on. Read it out loud. Yezi, why are you stuck on just Showa Year 2? Oda urged eagerly beside me. If you're so impatient, why don't you read it? I shot Oda a bemused glance, amused yet exasperated by his urgency. All the characters are traditional. Had I been able to read them, I would have snatched it from you already, wouldn't I? Oda rolled his eyes in response. I ignored him and lowered my head to read the handwriting in my notebook, continuing. Today marks the first day of our expedition led by Professor Kimura. We have pinpointed the central location of this vast area, situated between Tokawa and Nemuro. It is indeed an expansive territory, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. December in Hokkaido is unbearably cold. It has rendered me nearly incapable of thought. Professor Kimura has declared that during this expedition, no written records are permitted, citing concerns over confidentiality. How challenging could that be? I might as well keep my diary in Chinese. After all, no one would understand it, huh? The mere thought of the phrase uninhabited zone sends a chill through my very soul. Alas, this diary entry concludes my account of the day. As I glanced at the next entry, dated January 3rd of Showa Year 3, it seemed that this diary, penned by Idanara, was written only when something significant occurred, neglecting the mundane aspects of daily life. However, that is rather convenient if he had chronicled the trivialities of everyday existence. I certainly would possess the patience to peruse them all. I raised my head and spoke to Oi and the others. It appears that after graduating from university, Idanara accompanied Professor Kimura on this expedition to Hokkaido. While contemplating this diary, I mused aloud. From his words, it seems that this diary contains the phrase uninhabited zone. And this expedition is shrouded in absolute secrecy. It appears that this expedition is no ordinary endeavor. Please continue reading. Let us see what else he has inscribed. Oi plopped down beside me on the steel plate, nudging me with his elbow. I lowered my head and resumed reading. On January 3rd of Showa Year 3, we reached the summit of Megan Mountain. This landmark is truly conspicuous and can be seen from quite a distance. This is what he wrote the following day. I glanced further into the diary, frowning as I remarked. The next entry's handwriting is exceedingly chaotic and hasty, as if penned in a state of utter panic. At this point, I lowered my head, attempting to decipher the notebook's disorderly scrawl, while reading aloud to the others. On January 20th of Showa Year 3, the professor and all the senior students perished here. Of the 26 dispatch personnel, I am the sole survivor. Had I not descended the mountain to send a letter to everyone, I would surely have been among the deceased. The bodies are still warm. Their deaths were truly horrific. Isn't it only during the summer that this uninhabited area in Hokkaido leads to the disappearance of both man and beast? Why, then, did Professor Kimura and the senior students succumb during this frigid winter? Alas, for the sake of this secret, both the professor and the seniors have already laid down their lives. The thought that these secrets were bought with their very existence fills me with profound sorrow. What does this Japanese phrase mean? Upon reaching this point, I pointed to the words in the notebook and inquired of them. The proficiency of Ida Nara in Chinese is commendable. However, it has yet to reach the level of a native speaker. While composing this diary, he occasionally stumbles upon Chinese characters he cannot write, leading to sporadic instances of Japanese appearing in his entries. Yet, at this critical juncture, a sentence in Japanese emerged that I could not comprehend, causing me considerable distress. In a fit of desperation, I raised my diary and inquired of those around me. Upon examining the script, they all shook their heads, indicating their unfamiliarity with the Japanese character. At that moment, Huang Jiru, seemingly lost in thought, remarked, "Do you not find the situation in this uninhabited region of Hokkaido strikingly similar to that of Zaohua Lake?" Hearing Huang Jiru's words sent a jolt through my mind. Indeed, both locations are desolate areas that no one dares to enter. Furthermore, the diary recounts the harrowing demise of professors and students. From our investigation of the fishing village, the blood splattered on the New Year paintings, along with the garments and cloth stained with blood, suggests that the villagers' disappearance was equally dire. I contemplated the uninhabited region of Hokkaido and the collective disappearance of the Zaohua Lake villagers are both intertwined with Idanara. Could it be that the bizarre occurrences in these two regions stem from the same root cause? As the secrets of that bygone era gradually unfurled with the progression of this diary, the increasing number of clues all pointed toward this individual named Idanara, invigorating us all. My companions exchanged glances, silently urging me to continue reading. Text, Chapter 80, Project Number 9, A Terrifying Secret.